Chapter 77. Attending a dating reality show with my girlfriend. In any case, matters of love are ultimately governed by fate, including the prospect of marriage and children. That too depends on destiny. Us men merely engage in idle chatter, for we are not the ones who bear children. The first rule of courting a wealthy woman is to show her utmost respect, entirely and unequivocally. The matter of having children must, without a doubt, reflect the wishes of the other party. Su-hung navigates the world of affluent women with remarkable clarity. Even if he must feign interest, he will persist in doing so. Observing that fellow, it seems he may lose all his romantic prospects after the show airs. What a disaster. Su-hung excels academically. I find that quite impressive. He and Lingyu, she clearly embodies the archetype of a strong woman who requires a partner who respects her and strives alongside her. The expressions of Sister Sui and Meng Han suggest that Su-heng's current predicament should not pose significant issues. Time will tell. I sense something amiss with Qing He. She has been tapping on her phone for half an hour. This is a dating show, not a mystery drama. What are you all even posting? Ha, just wait and you'll see. This dating show will turn into a sensational spectacle. Initially, there were few men, and now only Song Xiao and Su-hung remain, leaving him without support. Naturally, Song Xiao has little to contribute. The trio has already retreated upstairs, which offers Song Xiao a sigh of relief. When he first arrived, he merely exchanged a few words with them, nothing more. Don't block the view. I find it hard to believe, given his stature, that Qing He has endured 2 years with him. Song Xiao. Don't expose me. Truly, there's nothing amiss. All eyes have collectively turned towards Song Xiao and Qing He, marveling at the fact that the shorter one is Song Xiao, while discovering that Qing He is indeed his partner. These two certainly know how to play the game, participating in a show together while pretending not to know one another. The only awkward one here is Su-hung, who is flirting with another's girlfriend. No wonder every time Su-hung converses with Qing He, Song Xiao feels compelled to interject with nonsensical remarks. Su-hung thought it was a competitive dating show. However, with 4 women on the opposite side, and only 2 men, what kind of competition could there be? Thus, Su-hung refrained from speaking to Qing He. Soon enough, Qing He fell silent as well, avoiding conversation with Song Xiao. Meanwhile, Song Xiao is busy charming other women. Are they merely a part of Song Xiao and Qing He's playful act? Su-hung, in disbelief, rose and sat behind Song Xiao, nudging him forward. Pardon me, just taking a sip of water. Could you please scoot a little forward? Despite Qing He's displeasure, Song Xiao shifted slightly ahead, bringing them closer together. The two, who had almost parted ways due to various issues, found themselves reunited in this dating show. They claimed they needed space, yet they clandestinely entered a dating show. What's the difference between this and returning home for the new year while secretly bringing along a girlfriend or boyfriend for matchmaking? Today's youth certainly know how to have fun. Qing He. Song Xiao. Song Xiao even shot a glare at Qing He in private. They acted as if they had broken up. They spoke of needing clarity while seeking new beginnings, thus dismissing any notions of infidelity. Moreover, the issue of his height was undoubtedly divulged by Qing He. Contemplating such a private matter being shared, Qing He certainly does not seem like a virtuous woman. Short and with a penchant for ample bosoms. Qing He even went so far as to enhance her own. Romantic fixation is truly detrimental. Lingyu couldn't help but glance down. The allure of those assets was undeniably excessive, and she struggled to suppress her desire. Although she had already noticed that the girl possessed an exquisite figure, curvaceous in all the right places, she wondered if her rear was also. Qing He quietly engaged with her phone, oblivious to everything around her. Su-hung merely spewed his drink, stifling the urge to cough. Once the water was down, he finally let out a series of coughs. Cough, 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 cough. The peculiar atmosphere at the scene was interrupted by Su-heng's coughing fit. Seizing the opportunity, Song Xiao inquired, "Are you all right? It's not convenient to cough here. Let me take you outside." Su-hung was about to decline, yet his throat felt uncomfortable. "No cough, cough, cough. Need to." "You do? All right, I'll escort you out." With that, Song Xiao forcefully dragged Su-hung away, his actions bordering on roughness. What are these gentlemen up to? Is there a secret I am unaware of? Song Xiao is undoubtedly a ticking time bomb. I suspect he has something grand planned. Why did he drag Su-hung away? Does Su-hung know something? No, it's likely he wanted an excuse to step outside, and Su-hung provided a perfect opportunity. I suspect, merely suspect, that his girlfriend is here. Song Xiao seems oddly eager to perform, yet his gaze is fixed on the women. I concur with the previous statement. Who could it be? Let's eliminate Jiang Sui. Meng Han is certainly not an option. Teacher Qin would have his head for that, leaving us to choose between Ling Yu and Qin He. Ling Yu is a senior executive. Surely her standards wouldn't drop to favor someone like Song Xiao, so the only truth remains that the silent Qin He is the one. A gathering of detectives here. I am a mutual friend of both, and it's undeniably them. Darn, a match made in heaven between a scoundrel and a shameless woman. Song Xiao is truly. What was posted that led to a ban? Dating shows are starkly different from lifestyle variety shows. Anything goes in lifestyle shows, but this is a disaster. After being dragged outside by Song Xiao, Su Heng struggled against his grip. He had already choked on water and was now being forcefully led away. Are you out of your mind? Don't play coy with me. I'm not like you. Su Heng's wealthy benefactor had abandoned him, and he needed to find another ally swiftly. To avoid being exposed, he had to act decisively. His goals diverged from Song Xiao's. The latter likely sought a naive soul to take the blame and take a jab at his girlfriend. Song Xiao scoffed. What's the difference? Your skills are lacking. Su Heng. He had no desire to stir trouble. He was a celebrity, while this boy was merely an enigma. In openly ridiculing him, Su Heng had already shown considerable restraint by not exposing his secrets. The two, in a fit of exasperation, erupted into a quarrel. At least I am older, unlike your triviality. Su Heng gestured dismissively. In response, Song Xiao retaliated with a punch, and thus a scuffle ensued. Jiang Sui, clutching a bag of chips, observed the commotion from the doorway, exclaiming with delight, "They are fighting! They are fighting!" Meanwhile, the trio upstairs, witnessing the unfolding chaos, poked their heads out, curious to behold the spectacle of the brawl. Jiang Sui, now more engrossed, eagerly munched on her chips, sharing several packets with Meng Han and Ling Yu. The three of them, huddled together, moved in synchrony, their expressions mirroring one another. Left hook, right hook. Alas, Song Xiao is faltering. Su Heng, mindful of his career, had naturally engaged in some training. As an artist, he was already marred by the demands of his profession. Neglecting his physical condition would further jeopardize his chances of securing roles. Thus, within mere minutes, Song Xiao found himself sprawled on the ground. The police have been notified. Song Xiao and Su Heng exclaimed in unison, "What a lunatic!" Chapter 78. The Altruistic Impulse, Mocking the Fates of Others. What did he say? Uncertain, let us take another look. This world has finally transformed into the visage we have long desired. Ha ha, I'm still at work, too afraid to laugh, lest my boss joins in. One is short, the other technically inept. Upon hearing them, I merely remarked that they seemed to have issues. Goodness, you are truly impressive. I utterly failed to grasp why they suddenly resorted to fighting. What an enlightening experience. Wait a moment, I recall a recent rumor circulating online about a certain individual, due to their lack of skill, being returned by a wealthy lady. Could it be Su Heng? It is indeed him. He once portrayed the male lead but has now fallen to participating in dating reality shows. Haha, is there any difference between this and defecating in public? The police arrived shortly thereafter, as the two grappled with one another. It appears that participation in this program is now out of the question. They are likely to face detention for several days. Qin He had initially joined out of spite. With this incident now public, she would find it impossible to remain here. Fortunately, she is an ordinary person, having signed a temporary contract. After informing the director of her intent to leave that very day, the director wore a pained expression. Having lost 3 participants in one day, would he now have to seek replacements? I suddenly find myself inclined to believe that the notion of Jiang Sui as a variety show bombshell holds merit. Yet, Jiang Sui possesses considerable popularity. On the very first day of its airing, the 8th season of Love in Progress dominated trending lists across platforms. Wide apart, perhaps there is nothing to lament. The next opportunity may prove even better. Meng Han clapped her hands, brushing off the crumbs of potato chips, rising to circle around Qin He. She revels in the spectacle, feigning comfort while secretly yearning for more gossip. Qin He, dragging her luggage, mused that she had indeed come out of spite, and with things having escalated to this point, she had no choice but to leave. One should not indulge in a love-struck mentality. Song Xiao ended up in prison for gambling. Are you truly willing to wait until his release to marry him? 3 generations cannot take the civil service exam. Please be advised. Once a hopeful civil servant, she issued a warning. Qin He sighed heavily. In truth, he could be quite kind to her at times. The crowd murmured, "There's no saving him. He is beyond redemption. Abandon the altruistic impulse, and mock not the fates of others." Ching he turned her gaze towards Jiang Sui, her eyes betraying a hint of impatience. You will understand once you have been in love. After many years together. Certain bonds are difficult to sever, and he will change. Meng Han gasped, is that so? Why do I feel an unsettling sensation, as if I'm the villain? Yet, she felt she had done nothing wrong. But wait, hadn't he done anything at all? My dear brother, Chinggang will change. Ching he. Meng Han sensed she had heard this phrase before, yet it resonated particularly well in this moment. Abandon the altruistic impulse, respect the fates of others. Jiang Sui was right. Meng Han stepped aside, bidding farewell until next time. Whenever another breakup occurred, they were welcome to return for a visit. Let them witness the live version once more. Ching he cast a sidelong glance at Meng Han, muttering under her breath that those who have never experienced a man's affection could hardly fathom the joys of love. Meng Han chuckled softly, declaring she would forgo such fortune, merely wishing to indulge in gossip. Jiang Sui emerged from the doorway, cracking sunflower seeds while holding a trash bin, discarding the shells one by one. 321. Upon hearing the familiar countdown, Meng Han's eyes widened, her smile growing radiant. Ah! Ching he, pushing her suitcase, stepped onto an unstable rock and twisted her ankle. The staff hurried to assist, discovering the injury was quite severe. They called for an ambulance, and soon Ching he was whisked away. TSK, they say they are a perfect match. One calls 110, the other 120. Kudos to the staff. I now comprehend the plight of those previously silenced. Their curses were too harsh and led to a ban. If it were me, I could have cursed far worse. For heaven's sake, lock them away. These two should not be allowed to roam free. It's terrifying. Thankfully, I have experienced the warmth of sisterhood. It truly is wonderful. I do not understand Ching he, nor do I wish to surpass her. Meng Han was correct. They should return after a breakup. I enjoy watching it unfold. They are rather amusing, each green with envy over the other. The legendary heroes are but a shadow of this. Engaging in mutual betrayal. The netizens serve merely as their playthings, while the true victims are the viewers. Ling Yu approached to notify the two about the unfolding drama. The group list was being reorganized. Everyone should come and take a look. Jiang Sui was curious as well. After the departure of the three, with whom would she be grouped? However, most would be in the same room as Song Xiao, allowing frequent glimpses of Ching he coming and going, secretly indulging in affection. Stuck in the middle, Jiang Sui had once furiously expelled the two from their shared space. It was still when they were wrapped in towels after showering. The scene had left even Jiang Sui feeling utterly flabbergasted. When pushed to the brink, people react in such a manner. The three gathered around the list sent by the small robot. The director likely feared another ordinary participant would flee, hastily drafting the new list. Next to Jiang Sui lay 3 characters. 2 En. Damn it, yet another scoundrel. Menhun. Which one is the scoundrel? Whose roommate is it? Looking over, it appeared that most were mixed-gender arrangements. It was said that they decided randomly through a draw, changing rooms every 3 days, though applications were permitted. Yet, such applications came with conditions. Meng Han regarded her roommate, someone entirely unfamiliar, and with the afternoon well underway, still no sign of them. At that moment, Shui He and his date returned. The date was graceful and charming, parting with Shui He with a flirtatious smile. Such a maneuver, even professionals might struggle to master. Meng Han attempted to mimic it, albeit awkwardly. Who is this person? She seemed impressive. Their date had undoubtedly left Shui He thoroughly enchanted. The girl exchanged a few words with Shui He before heading toward the other females. Greetings, I am Yu Zhujun, call me Yu Fong. Is everyone adopting stage names while it seems only I and Meng Han are using our real names? Ling Yu coughed awkwardly. She feared someone might search her name and associate it with the agency, potentially causing negative repercussions. Yu Zhujun offered a gentle smile, reminiscent of a spring breeze, caressing one's cheeks with its warmth. It was no wonder Shui He felt dazed. Even they were becoming entranced. I am here to check the groupings. Yu Zhujun observed the list and discovered she was in the same room as Shui He, prompting another satisfied smile. Ah, it seems we truly are fated to meet. A true green tea, not even sparing the girls. Wake up, Meng Han. Your eyes are practically glued to her. The voice of Jiang Sui broke through Meng Han's reverie, bringing her back to reality. What had just happened? It felt as though she had been enveloped by something tender, comforted to the point she wished not to awaken. Little skit, the 35th rebirth. Jiang Sui found the mental hospital quite agreeable, opting to reside there for a peaceful life. Jiang Sui, indeed, I am not mentally stable. Chapter 79. Keep your distance from those who don't wash their feet. Meng Han felt inexplicably tantalized, and by the time she regained her senses, Yu Zhu-jun had already departed. Watching Yu Zhu-jun's retreating figure, Meng Han couldn't help but admire the grace of her movements. With a deep exhale, she leaned closer to Jiang Sui and whispered, Sister Sui, do you know Yu Zhu-jun? I do not, Jiang Sui replied coldly, uttering just 3 words before heading upstairs to retrieve her belongings, with Meng Han closely trailing behind. There is something amiss. Could it be that Yu Zhu-jun has stolen Sister Sui's man? Jiang Sui walked on, gritting her teeth. I cannot endure this. I am forced to share a room with Tu Yan. Torture. Torture.
Meng Han, oh.
I had thought she was angry with Yu Zhu-jun, but it was actually about the rooming situation. Her own roommate had yet to arrive, and she had no idea who they might be. The name was unfamiliar and likely belonged to an ordinary participant. In contrast, Ling Yu's roommate was a star, in her 30s and somewhat popular. So Meng Han was acquainted with her. The male contestants had yet to arrive. She was curious who would be so unfortunate as to share a room with Sister Sui.
Du Jian?
Unfamiliar, probably another ordinary participant. Is there only a name and no additional information? No, but seeing Jiang Sui's grim expression, I don't think it's promising.
Goodness.
Did I misjudge?
Dan Chuan?
How could he possibly be part of a dating reality show? It's quite normal. Someone in their 30s who has never been in a relationship would certainly join a dating show to find love. Do you really think that's credible?
Why not?
Jiang Sui is 30 and still a virgin. Jiang Sui, please don't call me out. I only bought my degree, but I don't engage in casual affairs. My career comes first, thank you. A person of understanding knows what's what. Jiang Sui's luggage is minimal, consisting only of a few casual outfits. Knowing that the robots here are connected to the internet, she can purchase whatever she needs. If the director alters the program, she can revert it back. Just a little challenge. She can easily handle it. After all, the venue staff is not to be underestimated. After moving her luggage, Jiang Sui and Meng Han descended the stairs almost simultaneously, as their rooms were opposite each other. Sister Sui, your roommate seems to have arrived. Are you going to go down and greet him? He looks quite handsome. Meng Han sneakily glanced downstairs. Indeed, he appeared rather charming. Jiang Sui, not particularly enthusiastic, merely nodded and followed her down. Tu Yan wore a smile for everyone, resembling a gender-swapped version of Yu Zhu-jun. He conversed effortlessly with anyone, including those involved in a heated love triangle upstairs. Your muscles are impressive. May I touch them? Tu Yan shyly smiled and flexed his bicep, inciting wild cheers from the 3 girls. Meng Han sensed something amiss. Could he be? Speechless, TSK, here I am, merely a bystander. Yet I'm caught in the vortex. Although she couldn't comprehend Jiang Sui's words, her excited gaze flitted between the group. There's juicy gossip. Based on my experience, Tu Yan is not gay, merely a playboy. I feel he is simply enthusiastic. This isn't about being gay. He is practically being showered with compliments by those 3. Even posing for photos with his muscles. If he were truly gay, Jiang Sui's expression would reflect that, but right now her expression is. Am I an alien? Why can't I understand a single word? After sufficient exposure, one eventually comprehends. Although Jiang Sui's expression has remained consistent, there are subtle changes. Subtle? What subtleties? Jiang Sui has always worn that glum face, hasn't she? You're still too young. You're far too young. Upon noticing someone approaching, Tu Yan set his clothes aside. Hello. What would you like for dinner? I can cook anything. The trio began to cheer again. Wow, and you're amazing. Tu Yan waved his hand modestly, smiling. They're just basic skills. All the flattery directed at Tu Yan elicited the same response. He always wore a gentle smile. Polite and humble. Jiang Sui sat down and ordered a spicy bullfrog dish. It was merely a request to the robot. Sister Sui, how can you still order takeout? Didn't the director notify us that we couldn't use the robots for ordering? Besides, this little robot's program has already been altered. She had wanted to order pizza in the afternoon, but the little robot said that feature was unavailable. Jiang Sui pressed a few buttons, and the little robot responded. It might just be a temporary glitch. What a joke. Who do you think I am? A mere robot? I've changed it to suit my needs. The director wishes to issue orders, but he is powerless. Meanwhile, the director, watching the live feed in the basement, was taken aback.
Oh.
He even rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. Who reverted the robot's program? Didn't we say they were prohibited from ordering takeout? How is this dating show supposed to proceed without proper control? The staff member responsible for the robots approached, tapping the screen multiple times with no response. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as the director glared, ready to explode. The director clutched the intercom, feeling utterly overwhelmed. The staffer wiped the sweat from his brow. Director, we don't have that model of the little robot, it seems. Seems what? The director nearly lost his mind. The staff member swallowed hard. It appears the program has been modified. I can't trace it here. The director forcefully snatched the tablet from the staff member, repeatedly refreshing the screen, which continuously displayed a matching failure. He threw the tablet back at the staffer and resumed watching Jiang Sui. She actually managed to alter the program. Is she a celebrity or a hacker? The dating show director, humbled, called the survival show director for assistance. In the realm of variety shows, whoever is popular reigns supreme. Love in Progress is a long-standing show, once immensely popular, now reduced to seeking help from a junior director. Hello, brother, it's me, Jiang from Love in Progress. No, I'm serious. The other party seemed somewhat skeptical. After much persuasion, he finally got through. By the way, may I ask how you managed to handle Jiang Sui on your show? The survival show director gasped. Handle her? Am I insane? Why would I want to handle her? The dating show director finally understood. There was no concept of handling at all. From the tone of the other director, it seemed he was no different from himself. Ultimately, the survival director offered a piece of advice. Just give in to her. Whatever she wants, just provide it. There won't be any issues. And your fortune may still be ahead. After hanging up, the dating show director was left even more bewildered. If you can't beat them, join them. After ordering takeout, Tu Ian finally noticed Jiang Sui. He approached and sat beside her. Hello, I'm your roommate, Tu Ian. His outstretched hand was halted by Jiang Sui, who offered him a packet of spicy strips instead.
Hello, I'm Jiang Sui.
Upon hearing her name, Tu Ian expressed admiration, leaning closer to Jiang Sui. Back.
Back.
Stay away from me if you don't wash your feet. Du Jian. What is this? Mini theater. In her 36th rebirth. Having stayed in a mental hospital twice, Jiang Sui discovered a troubling pattern. The murderer from Gaoling village always seemed to act chaotically, as if in a state of unconscious attack. Could this person be mentally ill? After a visit to Gaoling village, that night, Jiang Sui found herself squatting outside, witnessing an old man scale the wall and rush into a particular room. Halfway through, he noticed Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui, guess it's my misfortune. Chapter 80. On odd days, I oppose homosexuality. On even days, I oppose heteronormativity. Every Sunday, I oppose humanity. Jiang Sui maintained a smile on her face, yet internally cursed 100 times without repeating a single one. Eventually, as Tu Ian's expression darkened, Jiang Sui concluded, the entertainment industry truly has a 2-step dance for every pair, a 3-step for every male couple, and a 4-step for every lesbian. On odd days, I oppose homosexuality. On even days, I oppose heteronormativity. Every Sunday, I oppose humanity. Especially with fools like Tu Ian, who clearly has no fondness for humanity. Don't think he is complimenting your beauty. He is merely admiring his own reflection in your eyes. Humans strut about with peacock feathers, forever flaunting their display. Tu Ian strategically took a sip of water, quietly moving to another spot. Unable to confront, he chose to evade. However, Jiang Sui had a point. Even in the eyes of others, he appeared remarkably handsome. Amongst humanity, none could rival his perfection.
Minghan tucked at Jiang Sui's sleeve.
Sister Sui, shouldn't you engage more with your roommate? After all, you'll be living together for several days. She wished to learn more clever insults. Feeling every phrase was delightfully unexpected. Jiang Sui stuffed a piece of orange into Meng Han's mouth. Getting along? It's quite pleasant. Look how happy he is. Even sharing his underwear. Ugh, disgusting. Meng Han. When did it become a pleasant interaction? They merely exchanged greetings, shared an awkward smile, and turned their backs to seek their respective groups. It felt as if her brain had automatically deleted certain memories. Wait, did I miss something? Is this a live broadcast? When did Director Zhang resort to clandestine operations? I demand a live broadcast without any edits. Who on earth pressed fast forward? Wait, I seem to be watching a live stream. What is going on? Didn't Jiang Sui and Tu Ian just introduce themselves? How is it that Tu Ian is now conversing with those three? Ha 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 ha. Are you bewildered? How did we skip ahead? I'm left with a massive question mark. Let us seek answers from our survival variety show, Translator, roll the subtitles. Ahem, no need to rush. I'm currently slowing it down. Allow me to elaborate. Just now, when the two greeted each other, Jiang Sui was expressionless, but note that Tu Ian's eyes widened slightly, seemingly a bit surprised, followed by a hint of fear.
Oh,
When did her eyes widen, and where was the surprise or fear? Are we not in the same dimension? Silence, step aside. Meng Han let out a soft "oh," her mouth slightly agape, as if she had discovered a secret. It's 2 ENS, everyone take a guess. Place your bets online. I wager 10 pounds of meat. By dinner time, Jiang Sui was enjoying her takeout while Meng Han snatched a bowl for herself. Ling Yu and Tu Ian were busy cooking. The other three still hadn't spoken to them, seemingly lost in their trio. Tisk, matters are spiraling out of control. De Mao has an injury at the corner of his mouth, quite severe. I suspect it was caused by Xiao Bei, given that sweet smile. The witness is Junzi, whose gaze is turned quite peculiar. Meng Han's mouth was red from eating, her attention flitting to the trio. She didn't know their names, but through Jiang Sui's descriptions, she matched them. De Mao looks gentle, Xiao Bei is taller with slightly larger ears, and Junzi has thicker hair.
so,
Is Xiao Bei a 1, while the other two are 0? Meng Han felt confident in her deductions. When will my roommate arrive, and is he truly a handsome fellow? She rested her chin on her hand, a hint of melancholy in her expression. What a predicament it is to be placed among 3 gays and a narcissist. There's no benefit to be gained. Tu Ian is rather decent looking, though he doesn't wash his feet, which she dislikes. She hopes her roommate will be more normal. It's still early, he'll arrive around 2 or 3. 2 or 3. Is that in the evening or tomorrow afternoon? Sleeping until the middle of the night and having a man enter the room is quite frightening. Meng Han glanced at Tu Ian, who was busy in the kitchen, and formulated a plan. She set down her chopsticks and headed toward the kitchen. At that moment, Tu Ian was conversing with Ling Yu. Did you start your own company? Ling Yu asked curiously. After all, Tu Ian appears youthful, not at all like a big boss. Tu Ian casually replied while reaching for the sauce, yes. It was given to me by my parents. It was nearly bankrupt, and I managed to salvage it. He prepared a cold shredded chicken dish, and his ingredients revealed that he was quite accustomed to the kitchen. After adding the seasonings and mixing them, a rich aroma wafted through the air. He continued, although with my looks, I could certainly be at the top of the entertainment industry, I'm not fond of that world. I prefer to have my money and tease those little stars. For instance, he finds Jiang Sui somewhat respectable. Her performance in Life in the Sand was indeed commendable, with every aspect standing out. As for Meng Han, she is young and has a formidable mentor behind her. Overall, this little star from the variety show is beyond his reach. Ling Yu didn't respond, still thinking he was a striving individual, only to discover he was a rich second generation. Meng Han, what brings you here? Would you like to try this? Ling Yu asked as she offered a piece of meat. Meng Han opened her mouth and bit into it. After chewing a few times, she exclaimed, Ling Yu, your cooking is truly delicious. I want another piece. Ling Yu chuckled, finding her to be an adorable young girl. She picked up another piece and placed it in Meng Han's mouth. Earlier, Meng Han had devoured most of Jiang Sui's takeout, and now she felt ravenous again. Enjoying her meal, her face blossomed with joy. In the midst of her laughter, Meng Han suddenly remembered that she had come to seek assistance. Wiping her mouth, she said apologetically, sorry, Ling Yu, I almost forgot. I need to speak with Tu Ian. Tu Ian paused in his cutting, intrigued by her request. He was more than willing to assist a beautiful girl. Turning around with a smile, he asked, what do you need, Han Han? Oh, a chill ran down Meng Han's spine, and she shivered. It felt quite presumptuous of him to call her Han Han. With a request in mind, she lowered her posture and offered a sweet smile. Could I switch rooms with you? I've been paired with Sister Sui for quite some time, and this is my first time in a dating variety show. I do like to adjust to the environment. Tu Ian appeared somewhat conflicted. However, he indeed didn't favor Jiang Sui. Sharing a room with her was not appealing. Sharing a room with a boy, on the other hand, was something he could consider. Yet, he wanted to maintain an air of nonchalance.
switch.
Not switching makes you a loser. Trash. Tu Ian exchanged glances with Jiang Sui and suddenly had an epiphany. Little skits. 37th rebirth. Slowly, let us take a trip to the psychiatric hospital. Jiang Sui, I must hone my skills solely to battle the next slicing hero. Chapter 81. The absurdity of the reason, the lewdness of the actions. Jiang Sui was nearly breaking her chopsticks, eagerly anticipating the room swap. She didn't want to be caught in the midst of conflict. 3 people were already quite lively. Adding a flamboyant personality would surely lead to chaos in her room. 2 Ian smirked, and Meng Han thought she had successfully persuaded him, preparing to express her gratitude. Not switching. The smile on her face vanished instantly. Not switching?
Why not?
Meng Han blurted out, for in her eyes, it was rare for anyone to want to share a room with Jiang Sui. Didn't he too, Ian, see the trending topics? Being beside Jiang Sui was akin to either serving a prison sentence or facing social death. 2 Ian continued to chop his vegetables. No particular reason. It's the program's rules, and it's best not to break them, don't you think? Meng Han forced a chuckle. If they weren't switching, then staying in Jiang Sui's room would reveal who would perish first, her or him. Of course, the meaning was the same. But Meng Han was genuinely curious about 2 Ian's intentions. Not switching was understandable. After all, it was indeed a requirement set by the production team. Men and women working together is less burdensome. Just accept it, Han Han. Haha, why can you send voice messages? Where's the betting location? Pull me in. I'm betting on 2 Ian. The first one to go when he shares a room with Jiang Sui will be him. I'll pull you in. But I think 2 Ian is simply self-absorbed. If I had wealth and looks, I'd be just as arrogant. Is this a werewolf game or a dating variety show? I'm at a loss. After Jiang Sui's hopes were dashed, she sprawled on the sofa. It's over, and it seems never-ending. Who can surpass me in survival? It doesn't matter. I'll just live stream your fierce battles. Get angry, little bird. You deserve the most outstanding headlines. 2 Ian couldn't comprehend. Yet he felt a chill sweep over him. Surely there wouldn't be any issues, right? Although Jiang Sui appeared somewhat peculiar, she had merely been lazy. For the most part, she indulged in food and entertainment. After dinner, Jiang Sui lay on the sofa watching television. The production team initially had restrictions on television. Given that they were broadcasting live, and those shows were under copyright, Jiang Sui could watch, but if thousands of viewers tuned in, wouldn't that infringe copyright? Hence, restrictions were implemented. Yet, it was unclear how Jiang Sui managed to bypass these limitations, as she leisurely binge-watched her series. The plate still held an assortment of fruits and snacks. The director was in a frenzy in the basement. Who is responsible for overseeing this? What are you all doing? The personnel responsible for room arrangements emerged, clutching a tablet and tapping away, while cradling a laptop with the other hand. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, but his hands never ceased their movements. The director, bewildered, gazed at the individual and seized the computer. Following the same procedure, he clicked refresh, yet to no avail. After tossing the computer to a staff member, the director stared at the television series playing in the live broadcast room, feeling overwhelmed. Apply a mosaic effect. Do it immediately. The editing team hurriedly set to work, establishing rules for each broadcast room. As soon as the television screen in the living room was touched, the mosaic effect would be activated. Viewers who were simultaneously watching the live stream and catching up on the series suddenly encountered the mosaic, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Notably, in the broadcast room directly facing them, aside from Jiang Sui's head, everything else was obscured by the mosaic. What's going on? I was enjoying the show. Jiang Sui was surrounded by mosaics, as were all the broadcast rooms. What on earth was happening? It was up to the audience of our dating show to explain. We managed to turn the tide. Television series are copyrighted. They cannot be aired in the live rooms, hence the mosaics. Strange. Previously, it was the permissions within the rooms being set. Now, it seems our permissions are being altered? I have a suspicion, particularly regarding Jiang Sui. You must believe. Jiang Sui can even craft fire starters, weave bamboo baskets, and operate an excavator, all while holding a veterinary certificate. How is she so multi-talented? Is she even human? Calm down, it's just a matter of getting used to it. When Jiang Sui was starting a fire through friction, I could almost believe she could pilot a plane. Jiang Sui returned to her room late at night and immediately spotted 2 Ian lounging on the small sofa, swinging his legs. Upon seeing Jiang Sui enter, 2 Ian exaggerated his leg-swinging motion.
See?
Not only has he washed his feet, but they're also cleaner than his face and smell even better. Unattractive. Du Jian? Unattractive? Where's the unattractiveness? Even the strands of hair on him are the epitome of perfection. Forget women. Even men would fall for him. Only Jiang Sui. This woman, could she be some sort of asexual being? I'm back. The bathroom is clean and fragrant. Jiang Sui nodded. Good. After tidying up her bathing clothes, Jiang Sui stepped out. I fear suffocation, a grown man indulging in such frivolities daily. He probably thinks even his farts are fragrant. I need to borrow some earplugs, lest the sound of his grinding teeth disrupt my sweet dreams. Tu Yen glanced in Jiang Sui's direction, transitioning from confusion to suspicion, then to a chilling realization. Oh my, how does this woman know what he is thinking? He genuinely believed even his farts were fragrant, and he indeed grinded his teeth at night. Could Jiang Sui possibly know other bizarre things? Breaking out in a cold sweat, he regretted not agreeing to swap with Meng Han earlier. Meng Han, overhearing Jiang Sui's complaints from the corridor, poked her head in. Sister Sui, what are you up to? Just borrowing the bathroom to bathe. Thanks. Tomorrow, I'll grant you the privilege of ordering takeout. Meng Han gestured graciously. Sister Sui, please, if you need anything, just let me know. Having a strong ally is truly advantageous. After entering the bathroom, Jiang Sui paused at the door. By the way, don't sleep too deeply tonight. And keep the camera on. After all, a man is here. Laughing out loud, that guy even squats by other female guests' beds to observe their faces. The absurdity of the reason, the lewdness of the action. To see if the female guests sleep without makeup. Men Hun. This is simply a horror film. Her eyes widened, her smile vanished, and she swallowed hard. Thank goodness she was warned, otherwise, she might have been terrified into insanity in the middle of the night. After Jiang Sui entered the bathroom, she recalled certain incidents. There were times she discovered someone squatting at her bedside in the dead of night, and due to her strong self-defense instincts, she had once knocked that individual into a vegetative state. Jiang Sui felt a twinge of regret, but she considered it self-defense. Ultimately, it was still deemed justifiable. It seems her career in the entertainment industry has hit a dead end. It's time to return home and farm. Speaking of which, it's just unfortunate souls colliding with one another, both unlucky. In a small theater, in her 38th reincarnation, Jiang Sui was quite certain that individual was mentally unstable. One day, she encountered a little rascal who revealed to her the identity of the murderer. Good heavens, it turned out to be that flamboyant Jian Yuan's doing. That night, Jiang Sui switched rooms to sleep, inadvertently grazing her neck once more.
Jiang Sui, assassination?
Chapter 82. Why aren't you hitting me? Is it that you refuse to? After finishing her bath, Jiang Sui emerged to find Meng Han still lost in thought within the room. Just before exiting, she added, if you see any strange colors tonight, don't be frightened. Just wash up and sleep. TSK, it might be hair color. After Jiang Sui left, Meng Han paced around the room. Her roommate now exhibited several peculiar traits. She liked to squat by others' beds to observe their bare faces and sported hair in a myriad of colors. Isn't this just non-mainstream? A lively spirit? Surely the production team wouldn't invite someone like this. It sounds like a creep. Meng Han shivered and decided to stay up a bit longer. What does it mean that Jiang Sui's words are so odd? She didn't comprehend. Didn't understand that? It's fairly straightforward when considered in context. Context? I'm watching a variety show, not doing reading comprehension. High schoolers are on break, and I shouldn't be subjected to this torture. I'm also a student. After watching this variety show, my reading comprehension skills have soared. Sister Sui, you're my idol. What does that even mean? Recently, I just caught up on the edited version of the survival variety show and am still perplexed. Meng Han's roommate is definitely a fiery youth. Ha ha ha, precisely. Jiang Sui returned to her room, where Tu Yen was lifting weights. Late at night, applying essential oil on his arms, making them gleam. Blinding my eyes. No way. I can't eat pork tomorrow. Seeing this guy in the room is nauseating. Let us eat crayfish instead. After making her decision, Jiang Sui wrapped herself in the blanket, not uttering a word to Tu Yen. Tu Yen, he touched his firm arms. Don't all girls like this?
Tu Yen was genuinely skeptical.
Jiang Sui, are you asleep? Jiang Sui did not respond, so Tu Yen sat on his sofa and continued to call out. Jiang Sui, wake up, it's still early. Let's chat for a bit. The noise nearby was unbearable, and Jiang Sui turned to sit up.
Hergaze fel on tu iren.
If it's important, please save it for tomorrow. I need to meet with the King of Dreams. If you say one more word, I'll toss you out the window. Tu Yen was taken aback, gazing at Jiang Sui with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Surely she wouldn't given the disparity in their strengths, if a scuffle ensued. Jiang Sui would be at a disadvantage. But he was still a man and needed to be somewhat accommodating. Women enjoy being contradictory. A little chat wouldn't hurt. Don't be so resistant. We've introduced ourselves. I know you're a star, but I'm still in the dark about your background. You must reveal a little. Jiang Sui clenched her fists. Her parents had passed away, she had no money or influence, and she earned a living as an extra. The appearance fee from the variety show had already been spent on compensating for breach of contract. Tu Yan nodded. He had indeed heard of this matter, causing a scene on set and needing to pay a hefty compensation for breach of contract. It seemed there had also been a conflict with her company. Otherwise, she wouldn't be participating in such a grueling variety show like Life's Sands. Although Jiang Sui had gained notoriety, it appeared she was a permanent guest and had negotiated her fee from the onset. He had heard long ago that Jiang Sui came from a wealthy family, yet if she couldn't even afford the breach of contract fee, it must be a fabricated persona. With this thought, Tu Yan felt more at ease. That meant she was someone he could afford to offend. He stood from the sofa and approached Jiang Sui's window. Stars are generally lucrative, especially in variety shows and endorsements. If we get along well, how about I offer you an endorsement deal? It seems that Tu Yan felt it was still insufficient, and added, let me introduce you to the director. It's a grand production, with the leading roles filled by top-tier celebrities. That cracked me up. Jiang Sui is indeed exceptional. What is Jiang Sui saying? Orphaned? Her family is undeniably wealthy, trust me. Recently, paparazzi even caught her driving a luxury car worth several million, a limited edition at that. Fishing for evidence is strictly prohibited. Jiang Sui lifted her gaze, her eyes cold and devoid of warmth. Not impressive. You'd best keep your distance.
Ha.
Tu Yan felt a bit unsettled. That dismissive has sent chills down his spine. It must be an illusion. There's no way Jiang Sui could possess such an imposing presence. What about adding one more? Tu Yan stepped closer, attempting to charm Jiang Sui with his alluring eyes. After all, he had a handsome face and wealth. A little flirtation should yield compliance. Jiang Sui's tongue brushed against the roof of her mouth, her fingers cracking audibly as she squeezed them. Her beautiful brows were as sharp as frost, rendering everyone around her, especially scoundrels like Tu Yan, akin to lifeless entities. Loosen up. Something big is about to happen. Jiang Sui flung off the covers and slipped into her slippers. Stepping down from the bed, she was considerably shorter than Tu Yan, yet exuded an undeniable aura. Tu Yan was taken aback by her imposing demeanor. How could such a frail-looking girl have such a frightening gaze? What do you intend to do? I was merely making a suggestion. If you're unwilling, so be it. As a man, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to argue with a woman. In a real fight, he would yield.
Ha.
In one swift motion, Jiang Sui had Tu Yan's arm twisted behind his back, her strength pinning him down. Hey, I've spared you because you're a woman. Don't take it for granted. Tu Yan found himself trapped, forced to turn his head to speak. He had been quite polite, refraining from retaliating against Jiang Sui. If she continued to act so arrogantly, his muscles could erupt at any moment. Jiang Sui replied with a nonchalant "Oh, then why don't you retaliate? You said it. Don't accuse me of bullying a woman."
Jiang Sui escole de l'eau infuriated Tu Yan.
Well then, he would no longer hold back. Tu Yan reached out. Shocked to discover he was utterly immobilized, Jiang Sui's grip was incredibly strong, keeping his hands pinned behind his back. Why don't you move? Are you unwilling? Jiang Sui spoke lightly, yet Tu Yan genuinely could not move an inch, and his arms were beginning to ache. In a struggle, Jiang Sui kicked out his leg, causing him to kneel on the floor. Tu Yan? What is happening? His body felt weak. Who was truly the weaker one here? What was Jiang Sui made of? He could even feel the muscles beneath her skin. Indeed, clothing concealed her physique, but without it, she appeared remarkably toned. Tu Yan suspected Jiang Sui's muscles might be larger than his own, merely hidden beneath her petite frame. The cameras in the room had yet to be turned off, and this predicament was undeniably humiliating. I'm only being courteous. Don't think you're invincible. Jiang Sui delivered a sharp slap to Tu Yan's head, leaving him dizzy. Don't be so excessive. We're both guests. Another slap followed. Let me go. Despite his struggles, he couldn't rise. His body seemed to have grown even weaker. Unable to stand. Another slap. Jiang Sui, you've gone too far. Smack. I was wrong. Smack. Sister Sui, I truly made a mistake. Smack.
Woo.
Scene transition. The 39th rebirth. Matzi. I can't escape, then wait. Jiang Sui grabbed a stick, awaiting the arrival of others. However, they did not come to her room but rather to those of other guests, leaving Jiang Sui to confront the situation alone. I cannot coexist with Matzi.
Damn it.
Chapter 83. Protect your. At night, a few lights illuminated the darkness, brightening the corridor. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed from the second floor. Jiang Sui turned over and tossed a shoe at the adjacent bed. Shut up. Scream again and I'll silence you.
Ah oui oui.
It's really not him. Who is screaming? Exasperated. Tun found himself bound and placed on the bed, his mouth gagged with his own stinky socks. Jiang Sui even thoughtfully covered him with a blanket, though this gesture was utterly futile. He had been whimpering on the bed for hours, while Jiang Sui slept soundly, seemingly at ease. Perhaps too at ease, as Tun struggled for quite some time without success. He suspected Jiang Sui was a professional at this. What kind of new play is this?
Ha ha ha.
Jiang Sui's famous line. You can't break free. Are you unwilling? Was Jiang Sui being excessive? The male guests had been accommodating towards her. How could she take advantage of that? Accommodate? Who was accommodating whom? If Jiang Sui were a bit harsher, Tun would have been tossed outside, bound, to be fed to mosquitoes instead of lying in bed covered with a blanket. A warning before taking action would have been polite and entirely reasonable. Damn, where did that little green-haired freak come from? Almost scared me to death when I opened the live stream. Is Meng Han okay? Meng Han clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. Although she knew this person was outrageous, it was still beyond comprehension. The Zhang AI family could only be the younger brother. The individual, sporting neon green hair, floated around the dark space like a ghostly flame, moving silently. As a result, Meng Han didn't notice him at first. The ghostly-haired youth smiled slightly, revealing his impeccably white teeth. Hello, I'm Zai Xiao, your roommate. He extended a hand, greeting Meng Han with a nod. Zai Xiao's hair was half-styled, covering one eye. Meng Han weakly grasped his hand, mentally dubbing him Ghost Fire One-Eyed. When even Jiang Sui found him exaggerated, it was clear he was even more so than she described. Zai Xiao flicked his bangs. Don't mind me. Today, I'm portraying a cool street youth. Meng Han chuckled softly. A patient from the mental hospital. After a few exchanges, Meng Han lay down, attempting to sleep, but was startled awake by Zai Xiao. He spent an hour or two organizing his belongings in the room before finally lying down. Meng Han even suspected he had only come out in the dead of night to flaunt his neon hair. As she drifted into a drowsy state, Meng Han felt an intense gaze upon her. The movement was subtle, but it felt distinctly peculiar. Upon opening her eyes, she wrapped herself in the blanket, screaming, attracting a crowd. The eruption of Flame Mountain. That hairstyle is even more outrageous than the neon green. Hearing praise, Zai Xiao turned and saw Jiang Sui's face, intrigued by the commotion. Though he didn't speak, his expressions conveyed a multitude of words. A turtle falls into a salt vat, feeling restless. Respecting hobbies is fine, but being this frightening is just wrong. Jiang Sui's inner voice carried a hint of amusement, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Tun, bound for the night, rushed over. What is happening? Is there danger? Beautiful one, feel free to call on me. I can protect everyone. Slamming the brakes, he noticed Jiang Sui, the embodiment of intimidation. His wrists still throbbed from earlier. A mere glance from Jiang Sui silenced him. I'm going to cook. It's my pleasure to serve you all. After receiving a glare from Jiang Sui, Tun immediately turned and dashed downstairs, joining the others, chatting as they embraced each other. Though I know he is gay, I must press on. The flirtatious young master indulges in both men and women. Zai Xiao adjusted his hair. Apologies. Today, I'm embodying the role of a fiery youth, he said, twisting his waist, reminiscent of the quirkiest of middle school boys. Meng Han loosened her grip on the blanket. It took her a moment to realize that his hair was a wig. She was still pondering how the neon green was dyed. Each day brought a new shock, thoroughly awakening her. Meng Han rose to wash up, and Jiang Sui also departed. Almost simultaneously, they descended the stairs. Just as Jiang Sui settled onto a bench.
Tun brought over breakfast.
Sister Sui, please enjoy.
Jiang Sui.
It seems like something has been tamed. Tun, the very subject in question, cleared his throat and thoughtfully handed chopsticks to Jiang Sui, even warming up the milk. After last night, Tun resolved that Sister Sui was indeed Sister Sui, someone to be treated with utmost respect. He truly wished to avoid being unceremoniously bundled up and shoved into bed again. Should he offend Jiang Sui once more, she might genuinely toss him out of the window. When Zai Xiao came downstairs and witnessed the scene, he teased, "Are you bringing your girlfriend to the show?" Tun acted like a devoted husband, attending to Jiang Sui with a level of care akin to that of a servant. To Zai Xiao's remark, Tun merely smiled. "Kid, just stay alive. It's in your best interest." "Heh, you better protect your backside. Is there not a single normal person present?
Shishao pushed.
Instinctively patting his own behind. After doing so, his expression fell. Why had he just touched his own backside? Was Jiang Sui truly a bit too peculiar? Retracting his hand, Zhe Xiao headed to the kitchen to prepare food, kindly inquiring if Meng Han needed assistance. Meng Han declined, stating, "No, I'll just mooch off Sister Sui. I am the Princess of July, ailing, with a bang-bang charm. I am Zixiang, elegant and ethereal, in the twilight of the night. I am a Tsundra rogue, little maid. Be obedient. I am the heart-wrenched, darkened soul. Please do not disturb. I am the lonely Natalia, a dream-touched rose, seeking love. I am the remnant of Mo Yang, fragmented thoughts, and the supreme prince of summer. Enough. My eyes are going to go blind. You've been at this all day, without a single repetition. Ha ha ha. I feel as if I've been assaulted by some memory attack." Zhe Xiao ignored this, and began to sing karaoke wildly. Ling Yu's roommate had yet to arrive, likely delayed due to scheduling conflicts. Jiang Sui resumed her analysis of the relationship dynamics among the three. Did Xiao Bei suddenly become active? Mutual attacks? I'd love to see how the older versions of them would fare against the caretakers. What a pity. How did I miss this in previous episodes? I should have observed more closely. Demao seems to love his skincare. There's a pile of but masks in his suitcase. Xiao Bei looked at Demao in shock, suddenly feeling a sense of crisis. When did couples turn into sworn enemies? Could it be because of Tu Yan? Under Jiang Sui's scrutinizing gaze, Tu Yan shifted his focus and prepared some food for Jiang Sui. Only food could silence her. In a small skit, 40th Rebirth, at the same time and place, Jiang Sui fixed her gaze on the room and rushed over to deliver ahead. Jiang Sui, I will definitely find the pattern. Chapter 84. The Remarriage Guest, 23 years old, assessing marriage. Junzi is bewildered. Junzi doesn't he know? Junzi opens up her socks, which still carry Demao's scent. What? When did Demao hook up with Junzi?
Xiao Bei stared at Junzi in astonishment.
How did you two end up together?
Junzi shrugged. Sorry, body.
Xiao Bei clenched his fists, realizing why Demao had been looking at him strangely that morning. A fleeting romance is still romance. Be content, Bei, and accept your fate. Besides, in this circle, the duration of your relationship is quite impressive. Jiang Sui quite enjoyed recounting the love-hate entanglements of the three. Though she had never spoken to them, she understood their relationship transitions as if she had been sleeping beneath their beds. Everyone was enjoying the gossip heartily. Straightforward, Zhe Xiao navigated the non-mainstream circle. Not catching a single word, those three names sounded rather odd. Not only was Zhe Xiao perplexed, but the three protagonists themselves took a while to correlate Jiang Sui's mentioned names. "Hello, please draw lots." A small robot approached, holding a storage box filled with colorful slips of paper. The guests gathered around. One by one, they picked a slip, with Jiang Sui being the last. "It doesn't matter, I know each one." Zhe Xiao, shrouded in mystery, exclaimed, "Let me see what this is." Upon opening it, he found only two large characters. "Paper person?" The small robot approached and tapped Zhe Xiao's leg with one arm. "Please do not read it aloud. Guests may seek it individually or in pairs, with each team limited to 2 members. That is unfortunate. Xiao Bei has to navigate this alone." Xiao Bei, he doesn't even go by Xiao Bei. Just because he is wearing a sweatshirt with Bei on it doesn't mean he should be called that. Besides, he asked the attacker, "Why does Demao, as the receiver, get Ada?" Jiang Sui unfolded her slip.
"Oh, this. What?
"Which one? Where?" The small robot continued explaining the rules. The first place would have the right to change rooms, and the second place would receive a portion of seafood crabs. Meng Han and Tu Yan's eyes widened. They could actually change rooms. How delightful. Jiang Sui pondered, clutching the paper. Whether she should be the first to seek out a change. Actually being tied to Tu Yan isn't too bad. I could swap him out for another guy. Jiang Sui strolled around. TSK, Zhe Xiao is nearly remarried, yet still behaves this way. This won't do. I fear he might one day go mad and attempt to hang himself upside down. Meng Han's eyes widened even further. Wait, remarried? Those 3 words together sound so bizarre. How can this even be a dating show? What are the producers thinking? The more Meng Han thought, the more frustrated she became. She absolutely had to change rooms. She dreaded the thought of Zhe Xiao suddenly hanging upside down, compelling her to whip him. While Zhe Xiao was certainly asking for it, Meng Han genuinely feared he might enjoy it. Tu Yan had never been so serious. He too wanted to change rooms. Being tied up for another night and paying a 30 million breach of contract fee was simply unacceptable. His entire body felt numb. The two looked at Jiang Sui with increasingly eager expressions. It feels strangely chilly here. Forget it, I won tea change. Let them have their fun. Jiang Sui lounged on the sofa, sipping hot water, with a fierce glint in her eyes. She could tell that Tu Yen and Meng Han were quite eager to swap. Ha ha ha, Tu Yen's shadow would likely loom over him for a lifetime. Do not provoke, Jiang Sui. All guests on life's turbulent waves should be aware of this. Survival guests. No one understands Sister Sui better than I do.
Please enjoy some tea.
On the journey of Jiang Sui's training, do not doubt this phenomenon. Everyone comprehended it before and after Gu Jingshan arrived on the island. On the first day on the island, Jiang Sui, you must join us. On the second day, Sister Sui, I can handle it, please rest. It was truly amusing. Upon arrival, she thought, it's just Jiang Sui, but just one day later, Sister Sui, I can manage, haha. Meng Han's eyes were wide with shock. What is it that I don't know? I'll place a bet. I'm betting on Zai Xiao now. That's a bit much. He's just a non-mainstream youth. Zai Xiao is only 23. Tisk, 23, and nearly remarried. That's indeed beyond imagination. Is this considered a marriage assessment blogger? This is a marriage that has barely begun, yet immediately seeking reproposal. There's no seamless transition in romance this intense. Even Tu Yen had to give a thumbs up to Zai Xiao. He may indulge in pleasures, but marriage was something he truly dared not consider. He feared the wrath of his parents. Zai Xiao's gaze wandered, rising to his feet, shaking off his fiery demeanor. I'll go find it first. Feel free, everyone. He was determined to find it first, ensuring these two wouldn't be able to change rooms, especially since they looked at him with those kinds of eyes. Tu Yen and Meng Han cleverly regarded Jiang Sui as an external force. Say something more, Sister Sui. What are you all staring at me for? Go find it. Menganan tujian ingaj din ahiti argument, kalmenating in mengans chabing tujian esaid. Tu Yen, bewildered, wondered if Meng Han had recently become physically weak. Sister Sui, I wish to form a team with you, she quickly added. I promise to be the best teammate, able to cook, clean, and cater to your every need without a hint of complaint. Meng Han shot Tu Yen a fierce glare, thinking, you shameless man, competing with me. Sister Sui, you know my dedication. We've been filming variety shows together for so long. I'm willing to face any peril, not batting an eye. She provocatively raised an eyebrow at Tu Yen, teasing her. Do you know what Sister Sui likes? Do you even know her skills? Do you know how to extract information from her? You know nothing, yet you dare vie for the prime position. How naive. Tu Yen refused to back down. And the two stood up, locked in a fierce stare-off. Due to her shorter stature, Meng Han kicked off her shoes and stood atop the sofa to return the glare. Oh, it's South getting so close. What's next? If this doesn't work out, should we just get married? Meng Han gasped what?
Ville tu Iran ekoet her surprise.
In a swift motion, Meng Han pushed Tu Yen away and kicked her foot. Ugh, almost got my hands dirty. What are you doing? Tu Yen barely managed to steady herself, nearly tumbling over. The physical strength exhibited by those emerging from survival shows was astonishing. She felt a distinct imprint on her chest from the kick. Surely, Meng Han must be a bull in disguise. Standing atop the sofa, Meng Han glared at Tu Yen, declaring, you fickle carrot, keep your distance from Sister Sui. She belongs to me. Tu Yen exhaled, muttering to herself, how dare this insufferable woman speak so boldly? Just because you say she's yours doesn't make it so. I'm her roommate, so she's undoubtedly mine. As their voices grew louder, the scene turned into a small theater. In a repeated cycle of rebirth, at the same time in the same place, a piercing scream echoed from a room, prompting Jiang Sui to rush in, having just delivered another head. I refuse to believe this mission is impossible. As the two continued their back and forth, Jiang Sui had already departed, leaving them to squabble. The dynamics of two men vying for one woman, or two women contending for one man, no longer sufficed. What intrigued her now was the notion of two women fighting over another woman, two men competing for a man and a woman battling for a woman. Or vice versa. I crave it all. I seek a balance of flavors. Jiang Sui had become accustomed to the concept of monogamy. Impressive. Yet, these two seemed more interested in bickering than searching for Jiang Sui. Their rivalry was entertaining, driven by a desperate need for affection. However, it appeared that Jiang Sui had found something.
Huh?
While I'm still watching the argument, what did she find? A frog. What on earth? Upon discovering the frog, Jiang Sui placed it in a container and brought it into the room. The small robot scanned the paper's text and then scanned the item in Jiang Sui's hand. Item found. Ranking, first. The arguing duo froze, realizing that they had been bested. They hurried towards Jiang Sui. This time, Tu Yan had learned her lesson. She quickly pushed Meng Han aside before dashing over. Sister Sui, what did you find? Jiang Sui held up a small bag containing a lively female frog. Meng Han rushed over, momentarily setting aside her rivalry with Tu Yan, determined to salvage her image in Jiang Sui's eyes. That little rascal is making dinner for Sister Sui today. I've heard all about it. The note on Jiang Sui's paper specified a female frog, even indicating the gender. It was no easy feat to find such a creature, especially with spring just beginning. Sister Sui, how could you tell it was female? Jiang Sui explained. It's larger, silent, and lacks the bumps on its forelegs. Definitely a female. Tu Yan cast a disdainful glance at Meng Han, criticizing her for asking such an irrelevant question. Clearing his throat, he asked Sister Sui, "You're truly impressive. Where did you catch it?" Jiang Sui pointed toward a distant spot where a small stream flowed. There's a muddy area downstream with a hole where I found it. Meng Han and Tu Yan exchanged incredulous looks. You dug it out? You didn't actually dig a hole, did you? The photographer, witnessing the challenging conditions, was left speechless. Jiang Sui had ventured into the mud without a trace of dirt in her hair, while the photographer nearly slipped into the stream. Excuse me, Director Zhang. Has your cameraman undergone training for survival shows? Is Xiao Lu a master? The director, observing from the basement, was equally baffled. When Jiang Sui revealed the paper, he had felt a moment of joy. At this time of year, it's quite rare to find a four-legged frog, let alone differentiate between genders. Little did he know that Jiang Sui had rushed headlong into the search and even commandeered his vehicle, which was locked with 3 layers of security. By the time she uncovered the first frog, it had already astonished the production team. However, Jiang Sui discarded it, continuing her search for the second one, which turned out to be the female frog. The director smiled awkwardly. Well done, well done. But this variety show was on the verge of being upended by Jiang Sui. Fortunately, the viewership ratings soared, making the hardships worthwhile. Jiang Sui casually handed the frog to the small robot for processing before returning to the sofa. I must remind you, if you don't find anything today, you won't be able to choose your date tomorrow. It will be a lottery. Meng Han pondered the implications. 3 men. 1 fickle carrot, 1 twice-married man, and Shui He, who had a clear objective, particularly aware of Shui He's eccentricities. Absolutely not. She bolted off, determined not to date them if she couldn't secure first place. Tu Yan too contemplated his options. 1 madman who would bind him, 1 rival. And a third who was rumored to be a con artist. No way. I must find something tonight. As they departed, the atmosphere around Jiang Sui grew quieter. It wasn't until the afternoon that others returned, Shui He and Yu Zhujun having teamed up for their search. The small robot scanned them, confirming their second-place ranking. They exchanged smiles, appearing quite sweet together. Truly a perfect match, dazzling to behold. Yet, Shui He and Yu Zhujun's smiles faltered upon seeing Jiang Sui, both fearful of her revealing their secrets. Brother He, shall we take a stroll? There's a restaurant over there. Hearing Yu Zhujun's gentle voice melted Shui He's heart. He felt fortunate to have come this far. He needed to act quickly, ideally securing their marriage certificate right after the show. I cannot let that madwoman Jiang Sui ruin everything. All right, I'll follow your lead. Let us go eat. Yu Zhujun smiled sweetly, her smile lingering as her peripheral vision remained fixated on Jiang Sui. Having finally encountered a golden opportunity, she was determined not to let it slip away. Ideally, they would marry immediately after the show, and she would hasten to conceive a child, ensuring that even if he discovered her intentions, he would be unable to leave. Their hands brushed together, and amidst their shyness, they finally clasped hands. Have they officially become a couple? Seems so. It happened rather quickly. Let us hope it's not a farce. I can't help but think Shui He is a bit problematic. Yu Zhujun is so beautiful and gentle. It feels like a mismatch. I agree. After all, she's a lawyer. Why settle for someone like Shui He? Yu Zhujun's tone doesn't quite strike me as that of a lawyer. I mean, some lawyers are different, one remarked. Shui He claimed that if they married, she should be a homemaker, and Yu Zhujun agreed. I'm completely shocked. Well, some women don't mind as long as the man is ambitious. It's not a big deal. I can't shake the feeling that it's rather peculiar for the two of them to speak so openly upon their first meeting. It feels quite offensive. Oh, dear. Why bother with such entanglements? It would be far more enjoyable to indulge in gossip. Just then, the trio returned, squeezing in closely behind Tu Ian.
Indeed.
The charming playboy lives up to his reputation. Did he manage to win over all three in one outing? Tu Ian smiled with pride. What does it matter? Such trivial tricks work for both men and women alike, save for Jiang Sui. He seems impervious to charm, leading Tu Ian to suspect that Jiang Sui might even be asexual. In his eyes, anyone can be seduced, except for Jiang Sui. Thus, he questioned Jiang Sui's very essence. Tu Ian shared the findings he had acquired, or rather, those that the trio had assisted him in obtaining. Living off others' efforts, yet it is indeed you who benefits. As the trio bickered, Tu Ian confirmed the details of the items he had collected and departed, leaving them still arguing at the entrance. Tu Ian dismissed Jiang Sui's comments with indifference. He had thick skin and felt no concern. After all, he had emerged victorious. Though he could not swap places, at least he could choose not to go on a date the following day. In a brief interlude, the 42nd reincarnation, Jiang Sui had resigned himself to his fate. Jiang Sui, it matters not. This has become a mundane occurrence. Chapter 86, Understanding Men and Pursuing Them, A Tale of Men Upon Men. Jiang Sui couldn't help but reflect. A true warrior never fears anything. Understanding men and pursuing them, a tale of men upon men. When the backlash occurred, he realized he must always be prepared, for the fallout could drive one to madness. He had visited the psychiatric hospitals several times. As the trio's quarrel ceased, even Tu Ian's smile froze on his face. Jiang Sui had been to a psychiatric hospital? Several times? Tu Ian had always suspected Jiang Sui was unwell. Yet he had been discharged after treatment. He would need to call the hospital for advice on how to handle a rehabilitated psychiatric patient. Tu Ian was skeptical. He had never encountered failure while fishing. Of course, the incident from last night was a mere accident. That crazy woman had indeed possessed considerable strength. But he merely needed to keep his distance. Meng Han returned in the dead of night. At last, I have returned. It was quite the challenge to locate. After verifying the items, she finally exhaled in relief. If she couldn't switch rooms, so be it. It was certainly preferable to a date with a complete stranger the following day. She had yet to eat. Fortunately, Jiang Sui had just ordered dinner, a feast for three. Meng Han would surely snag a morsel, and Jiang Sui wouldn't mind. Jiang Sui seemed rather indifferent to everyone. As long as one communicated respectfully, he typically wouldn't be provoked. After dinner, a game was set to determine one's dating partner. Meng Han gasped, "What? It's not over yet. Wasn't it promised that after retrieving the items, they could choose freely the next day?" Jiang Sui pointed toward a nearby rule machine, a new gadget that had just been introduced. It displayed activities, rules, and participation times. However, since everyone had found their items, the production team concocted another activity, Jiang Sui explained. Meng Han, gnawing on a rib, dashed over. Blindfolded touch. Whoever you touch, you go on a date with? One group of boys, one group of girls, each person gets a turn. Meng Han read aloud, her frustration mounting. Wasn't it agreed that once they retrieved their belongings, they could choose freely? Jiang Sui approached with a bowl in hand. That's right, whoever you touch. You go on a date with, you choose. Meng Han, she was on the verge of losing her mind. Mengang wo ragrimase. She knew Jiang Sui surely had a plan, but she felt utterly helpless. The activity was set for 8 o'clock, which meant they could commence right after dinner. The participants were spaced 5 meters apart, with 4 girls and 6 boys. Logically, there should have been an even number of boys and girls, but the trio was not counted. Originally, the production team intended to exclude them, but the trio's live stream had proven quite entertaining, so they remained. Everyone eagerly awaiting the next big scoop. Shall the boys start, or shall the girls? Inquired a boy from across the way. Everyone was eager to begin. I think it should be the trio who goes first. They should be quite excited. The trio of straight men, no way, they're terrified. The trio, excited. Then we'll let the girls go first. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. We're all waiting to feast on the gossip. Jiang Sui's suggestion garnered unanimous approval, and the girls were set to begin. Jiang Sui donned a blindfold without hesitation. Meng Han hesitated, watching Jiang Sui's decisive actions, and finally put on her own blindfold. However, the person beside her had the audacity to throw darts while blindfolded. What was she in comparison? Feeling as though she were being coerced. Meng Han grimaced as she adjusted her blindfold. A small robot took the lead. Ready, 3, 2, 1, go. The female contestants began to step forward. all but Jiang Sui, who boldly advanced with her hands behind her back, while the others approached cautiously, extending their hands to touch. After a moment, fearing contact, they withdrew their hands and inched forward. Jiang Sui was the first to reach the male contestants, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Tu Ian calculated his next move, noticing Jiang Sui still advancing, and took a step closer. If Jiang Sui moved forward just a bit more, he could touch her. Just as their bodies were about to connect, Tu Ian prepared to embrace her. Jiang Sui turned sharply.
Tu Ian. She can turn?
Just one step away. Is she not coming back?
Jiang Sui smirked.
Oh, you thought you could stand in front of me. Everyone. How did she know?
Tu viens, un de terte?
Followed Jiang Sui, waving his hand in front of her eyes, confirming she could not see. How had she managed to evade him? Was it spider sense? Tu Ian was unconvinced and stepped in front of Jiang Sui once more. Jiang Sui made another sharp turn. This back and forth occurred 3 times, yet Jiang Sui continued to evade him successfully. Tu Ian extended his arm, intending to close the gap and seize Jiang Sui in an embrace, ensuring she could not escape. To his surprise, as he reached out, Jiang Sui, as if startled by a ghost, lunged forward to grasp the small robot instead. Jiang Sui removed her blindfold.
Great.
My date tomorrow is with it, Robot Xiao Qi. The contestants. The director. Is she out of her mind, viewers? With a disdainful glance at Tu Ian, Jiang Sui tossed aside the blindfold and settled beside Xiao Qi. This maneuver felt all too familiar. The production team had set no rules against choosing a robot as a date. Indeed, it was a general term for condiments. It could be brought along. And there was nothing wrong with that, my friend. Ha ha ha. Tu Ian was left dumbfounded, after circling around Jiang Sui so many times. She had managed to bewilder him with a single turn. Tu Ian, don't be so incredulous. Naive, utterly naive. Jiang Sui had even dashed over. Her target clear, Xiao Qi was her true love. While Yu Zhujun was taking her turn, the boys beside Shui, he quickly dodged her. Ultimately, Yu Zhujun managed to touch Shui. Zai Xiao, unwilling to date the dull Meng Han, who seemed to be in cahoots with Jiang Sui and had a hint of madness about her, opted to partner with Ling Yu, a far more delightful companion than Meng Han. Consequently, Ling Yu ended up with Zai Xiao, only to be startled by the fiery-haired youth. She had no interest in a divorced man, especially one who had been married twice at the tender age of 23. Jiang Sui clicked her tongue as Meng Han touched a pillar, resulting in failure, yet it also brought her a sense of relief. She could easily date Xiao Qi alongside Jiang Sui. If you can't have children, could it possibly be your issue? The contestants. Eager ears strained to listen. There was gossip. Jiang Sui regarded Zai Xiao's smug expression. Oh, red-haired boy, it's unwise to avoid the issue. Take a page from Duan Yan's book. He frequently visits the urology clinic, casually taking mistresses. Weak sperm is a condition, a common ailment, TSK. The popularization of urology has a long way to go. The guests' gazes fell upon Zai Xiao, who stood behind Ling Yu. The young man, albeit still in his youth, was afflicted by this condition. It is likely that he indulges in smoking and drinking in private. After greeting Zai Xiao, Ling Yu hurriedly made her exit. This was unacceptable. In the small theater, the 43rd rebirth, Jiang Sui, haha, who would have thought I ended up in a mental institution. Chapter 87. The plan for a second marriage falls through. On the surface, he appears to be a fiery youth, yet in reality, he is nothing of the sort. In the throes of despair, Zai Xiao lamented the collapse of his plans for a second marriage, but he refused to believe Jiang Sui's words, those of a madwoman spouting nonsense. Why was everyone staring at Zai Xiao? It must be something significant. Everyone, log in, log in. What do you mean by logging in? I can't comprehend a single word. I almost forgot this was a dating show, haha. Dear spectators, switch gears, there's gossip, but alas. It appears Zai Xiao is the first to falter. It's utterly inconspicuous. Incredible, true bravery lies in seeking a second marriage at such a young age. Ha ha ha. His ex-wife said, he had issues. Once divorced, there's no need for entanglement, right? I'm curious to see what's going on, haha, how amusing. His ex-wife has already given birth. Isn't that a slap in the face? Ha ha ha, they divorced because she was unable to conceive. Initially, after the divorce, defaming him was rather excessive. Now, ha ha ha. Zai Xiao remains oblivious to this matter, still embodying the image of a cheerful young man. It was the boys' turn to touch others, and they all donned blindfolds. Shui undoubtedly reached for Yu Jun, and upon removing his blindfold, the two exchanged smiles. Shui and Yu Jun simultaneously cast a glare at Jiang Sui. No one is to disrupt their plans. Once they removed their blindfolds, they signed a compact with the little robot and left hand in hand. The fastest couple in history. I wish you all the best.
Menhan.
Laughing uncontrollably while holding her phone, was startled by Zhe Xiao's approaching hand. She immediately dropped to the ground, avoiding a date with him. After evading, she rose again, standing behind Zhe Xiao and patting her chest. Jiang Sui also opened her phone to check the news. Ha, this time it seems Zhe Xiao has gained a gentleman. But the next few will be even more dramatic. Leaving the door open while defecating, flirting online, pretending to be an idol, a doctor. Aside from collecting wigs, he also enjoys collecting underwear, regardless of whether it belonged to men or women. He just loves that. As Zhe Xiao resumed his touching, the more he heard, the more anxious he became, prompting him to remove his blindfold. He turned to glare at Jiang Sui, his eyes nearly ablaze. Jiang Sui.
What did you say? Jiang Sui.
What kind of lunatic are you? Jiang Sui disdainfully cast a glance, saying, I mentioned that today's meal is unpalatable. You agree, don't you? Zhe Xiao clenched his fists. He had no evidence. Why had he been so impulsive to shout that out? By doing so, didn't he just confirm its truth? In the end, Zhe Xiao endured and maintained a smile, saying, Jiang Sui, I have never been married. So please refrain from insinuating that I'm seeking a second marriage. Jiang Sui exclaimed, revealing her phone, which displayed another update. The accompanying image was an array of Zhe Xiao's colorful full-body photos. I'm not the one saying it. Don't you check the news? Jiang Sui clicked on it, adding, Your taste is indeed hard to critique. Fluorescent green is evidently your true love. Zhe Xiao, in a panic, fumbled for his phone, finding several explosive headlines trending. Upon clicking, he was met with countless photos of his daily life, various outfits, both peculiar and ordinary. Could it be that he is balding? Otherwise, why would he wear such bizarre wigs in his daily life? Zhe Xiao squeezed his phone tightly, shouting, I am not bald.
Jiang Sui paused.
Glancing at the news again. As Zhe Xiao seethed with rage, she raised her phone. Your ex has posted photos Zhe Tuzi bald, isn't that correct? Jiang Sui twirled around, phone in hand. Meng Han, ever supportive, clicked to take a look, nodding in agreement. Indeed, those are the words. Sui Jia hasn't he recognized it incorrectly, bald.
Bite.
Veins bulging, Zhe Xiao fiercely tugged at his hair. He was in a frenzy, pointing at his own head.
Bite. So what?
I'm also weak in sperm, but that doesn't mean I can't conceive at all.
Are you satisfied now?
Jiang Sui picked her nose. What does it have to do with us? Go crazy outside. There's plenty of space. On Zhe Xiao's head, only a few strands remained. The rest was completely bald. At merely 23, he had lost his hair. Don't be like this. Zhe Xiao is already distressed, and this isn't his fault. I'm on my way there. I have a few words to say. Give me a chance. Just a second ago, he denied being married. And now he asks nothing. Help, is he truly only 23? Perhaps it's hereditary baldness. Sui Jia, don't provoke him. After all, he is a man. Aren't you afraid of being hit? Are you talking about me? That was a miscalculation. No one anticipated Zhe Xiao to be the first to crumble. Ordinary folks don't collapse. They merely enjoy the spectacle. Now it seems he won't even find a second marriage. Jiang Sui observed him in a frenzy, her expression unchanged. Is not concealing one's marital history a matter of life and death? Why bother? At this moment, Zhe Xiao appeared to have lost his mind. If he didn't eliminate this woman, he would not consider himself a man. It was this woman who destroyed his marriage, tarnished his image.
Jiang Sui.
If it weren't for you, I would have been remarried by now. Perhaps I would even have children.
Jiang Sui.
What is he talking about? Getting married and having kids can be accomplished in 2 days? Bald, we've only known each other for a day or two. Zhe Xiao didn't want to hear it. He was now crazed, intent on eliminating Jiang Sui. Searching for a tool, he finally found a hammer for nailing nearby. He rushed forward, seizing it in hand. Zhe Xiao, don't act recklessly. Zhe Xiao's eyes turned red, his expression menacing, wielding the hammer with great force. Get away. If I don't take down this crazy woman today, I want to leave this place. Jiang Sui remained expressionless. Here we go again, sigh, tisk tisk. The few who intended to intervene halted, realizing they should be more concerned for Zhe Xiao's well-being at this moment. Jiang Sui appeared to have been anticipating this for quite some time. Anticipation? Zhe Xiao lunged forward. Jiang Sui sidestepped, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably. He failed to stop and fell to the ground. Jiang Sui casually approached, snatching the hammer from Zhe Xiao's grip. With one hand pressing on the back of Zhe Xiao's neck, she brought the hammer down beside him. You ought to train your body. You can't even stop yourself. The entire nation is watching. Surrounding them were 7 or 8 mobile cameras. Guests, has the director gone mad? Or are these photographers insane? Surrounding Jiang Sui to teach him a lesson? In the small theater, the 44th rebirth, Jiang Sui has figured out the route. Mazi is always searching for Jianyuan. Occasionally, he strays and touches different places, but as long as Jiang Sui doesn't intervene or speak, the first room he touches will undoubtedly be the one behind Jianyuan. Perfectly executed. That night, Jiang Sui discreetly hid elsewhere. Upon hearing sounds, she calmly approached that room, and without a second thought, delivered a punch. Jiang Sui, am I too strong? Or is the opponent too fragile? Sister is back in prison, reigning supreme. Chapter 88. The tough guy turns into a delicate darling, nearly becoming a wreck. Haha, every variety show with Jiang Sui is captivating. The photographers successfully captured the hot topic, with 8 mobile positions and 3 fixed ones, each focused on Jiang Sui. Thank you for leaving us with a glimpse of the guests' astonished expressions. Throughout my life, I have seen many scenes, yet I must admit, I have never encountered one quite like this. I shall wield an enormous hammer of 80. With a swift motion, Jiang Sui brought it down hard. Still not done? Are you seeking to crack your skull or break your hand? Zhe Xiao lay on the ground, howling in distress, bewildered by the woman's immense strength that pinned him down. His expression seems rather off. Jiang Sui struck the ground again, with another thud. Cursing me in your heart, are you? Zhe Xiao felt no inclination to speak. The cacophony of the hammer's blows was nearly driving him mad. He remained sprawled on the ground, silently extending his hand, as this madwoman had inadvertently injured it. A head can be severed, blood can flow, but the heart is connected to the fingers, and the pain is real. Wait, that is not right. Zhe Xiao muttered. What the hell? Is she insane? He regretted losing his temper in front of Jiang Sui. She was even more unhinged than he. Survival was paramount, after all. Hadn't he been quite bold earlier? He extended his hand once more. Jiang Sui's grip relaxed, and Zhe Xiao felt as though his head might just fall off. His head must remain intact, and blood must not flow. This was a mistake. He should extend it immediately. Zhe Xiao re-extended his hand, and Jiang Sui brought down the hammer with several resounding thuds, striking beside his fingers. He dared not move an inch, terrified that even the slightest twitch would result in the hammer landing upon his hand. After she finished, Jiang Sui raised her gaze ahead. It should be coming soon. What should be coming? Zhe Xiao, now anxious and utterly blank, feared that Jiang Sui would indeed hammer him to death, and that the earlier antics were merely an appetizer. Grasping the nape of Zhe Xiao's neck, she hoisted him up. Cameras retreated, granting her space as she hurled Zhe Xiao forward. He tumbled down the steps, only to encounter several individuals ahead, who reported that there was an attempted murder here. Jiang Sui approached a 360-degree camera and extracted the storage card. She descended and presented it to the police officer. Officer, this is evidence. This man attempted to strike me with this, but I occasionally work out and was able to subdue him. She also handed over the hammer as a weapon. The officers examined the scene and confirmed that this was indeed the individual who wielded the hammer to inflict harm before being apprehended. The entire episode lasted no more than 10 minutes. Concerns arose among the guests about whether Jiang Sui would send them all to jail. Fear not. If you do not provoke her, she is usually quite tranquil. Fans of the survival variety show can attest to this. Indeed, once you provoke her, your fate mirrors that of the unfortunate few. The show even produced several images depicting guests exiting the program or being taken away. Now, there was one more addition. The one-eyed red-haired fellow, with a fluidity reminiscent of flowing water. When Jiang Sui returned to the living room, the expressions of everyone remained in a state of shock. Are we not going to touch anymore? Jiang Sui observed the trio embracing Tu Yan. The situation escalated so rapidly that no one had paid attention. When Tu Yan set off, he was surrounded by the trio after a sudden turn. However, Zhe Xiao's furious outburst startled Tu Yan, causing him to remove his blindfold. Before him loomed the scene of the trio's sudden ambush. capturing him in their embrace. Yet, Tu Yan, engrossed in the spectacle, failed to react. As Jiang Sui turned back, Tu Yan remained ensnared. 4 in a row. I see no issue. Only then did Tu Yan realize he was being clutched by all three. I caught him first, let go. He is mine.
Mean it.
The trio argued incessantly while Tu Yan attempted to speak, but was silenced by a hand. Tu Yan. At this moment, an individual remained oblivious to the impending danger. An individual? Tu Yan suspected Jiang Sui was referring to him. But this was inconsequential. He needed to reassure himself that he was still the strongest contestant in the dating show. He shouted, "Whoever lets go first, I will choose." All three immediately released him. Once freed, Tu Yan dashed toward Jiang Sui like a sprinter. So eager to be the center of attention, Jiang Sui became the focal point of the spectacle. TSK? All I wanted was a peaceful end or a quiet life. Why is that so difficult? Just as Tu Yan was about to grasp Jiang Sui's clothing, she executed a shoulder throw. Removing the blindfold was no longer an option. He must accept his fate. After speaking, Jiang Sui dragged Tu Yan by the ankle, bringing him to the trio. Well, he is yours now. Do not mistake him for a delicate flower and treat him with pity. The trio, eyes gleaming with excitement, whisked the half-conscious Tu Yan away. Ha ha ha, Tu Yan, don't be too outrageous. It's as if a little lamb has entered a den of hungry wolves. Ravage him thoroughly. Dear camera operator, please capture every moment of my NN. I suggest a hidden location beneath their bed. I wish to hear everything. Jiang Sui clapped her hands, glancing at Meng Han and Ling Yu beside her. Ling Yu shivered. I have work tomorrow, so I shall not partake in the date. She hastily slipped away, leaving only Meng Han. I would be delighted to serve you, Sister Sui. At your beck and call. I do not require assistance. I need to sleep. Meng Han. Very well, you may proceed. Thus, the farcical live broadcast of the night came to an end. After Jiang Sui returned to her room, Tu Yan was absent, presumably in the bedroom of the trio. She had no interest in knowing what transpired between them. Locking the door was her primary concern. The following morning, Jiang Sui awoke from a restful slumber. Upon opening the door, she spotted the disheveled Tu Yan curled up at her doorstep. The moment Tu Yan saw Jiang Sui, he appeared as though he had encountered a savior. Sister Sui, save me, I was wrong, Sister Sui.
Please let me in.
The trio murmured behind him, their words incomprehensible, occasionally casting glances in her direction. However, upon seeing Jiang Sui, they retreated. After a brief discussion, the three departed. Jiang Sui regarded the figure clinging to her leg. Did you go rummaging through trash last night? Ha ha, you seem to have become quite the wreck. Ha ha ha. Tu Yan bit his lip, sobbing softly. Woe is me. Jiang Sui responded, well, a brawny man turned delicate, not too shabby. Get up already. Tu Yan refused to rise, clinging to Jiang Sui and weeping. Is your flower damaged? Surely not. Tu Yan cried even louder, nearly having been toyed with, although he indeed had not been. At that moment, he was determined to protect his virtue and ensure that no nefarious individuals had the opportunity to exploit him. The sound of rolling luggage echoed down the corridor. Tan Chuan observed the scene. A woman in pajamas and a man, tattered and weeping uncontrollably. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was amiss. Jiang Sui locked eyes with Tan Chuan. No, it's not what you think. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. In a small theater, the 45th reincarnation, yet another dull thud, Jiang Sui gazed at the individual on the floor, lost in contemplation once more. I must temper my strength. Chapter 89. A Tale of Hidden Family Secrets. Ha ha ha, so exhilarating early in the morning. Does anyone have the live stream ID for the trio? They were shut down. Only the sound remained, and it was utterly miserable. Ha ha ha. The joy of a mishap serves you right for provoking them. Do you think there's a distinction between roles in a gay relationship? They can shift roles at any moment, completely fine. The flower is withered. The ground is littered with wounds. Laughter erupted, as if abused outside, returning home to see the leader, frantically clinging to his leg. Jiang Sui kicked him away. After changing her clothes, she went downstairs to prepare a meal. Tu Yan got up and hurried back to his room to change. He resolved to acknowledge Jiang Sui as his leader from now on so that no one would dare to bully him again. He felt ashamed of his previous foolish thoughts. Sister Sui was such a lunatic, unworthy of his reckless fantasies. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he descended the stairs to find Jiang Sui sipping tea while scrolling through her phone. Sister Sui, please wait for half an hour. It will be ready shortly. Jiang Sui acknowledged with a hum, continuing to scroll through her phone. No need to order takeout. This is quite good. Haha, Zai Xiao is simply too amusing. Jiang Sui was browsing the trending topics, anticipating that the smoke from this controversy would linger for several days. The life of the eccentric. Haha. Who would have thought one could decorate their insecurities with green hair? She counted the bizarre remarks. Haha, Zai Xiao should consider getting a checkup on his brain. Tu Yan was cooking while keeping an eye on Jiang Sui's demeanor, eager to hear her inner thoughts. How did she manage to wear a stoic expression while laughing heartily within, her amusement growing more audacious? Once the meal was prepared, Meng Han also came downstairs. Sister Sui, is this the takeout you ordered? Today's feast looks quite sumptuous. Accustomed to mooching off food, Meng Han observed Jiang Sui's impassive expression and understood that it was permissible to eat. Tu Yan remarked, after days of freeloading, this girl has quite the thick skin. Utterly shameless. No wonder she could endure so long on a survival show. Sister, this is what I prepared. If you wish to eat, you ought to cook for yourself. Meng Han responded with an "oh," glancing at Jiang Sui again. Impassive, her inner voice still unspoken. Understood. It was fine to eat. With hands on her hips, Meng Han stated, what you made for Sister Sui, and she has no objections. Thus, I am certainly entitled to partake. She sat down and took a piece of the fried egg next to Jiang Sui. Surely Sister Sui does not fancy this. Doesn't Tu Yan know that? Indeed, she remains Sister Sui's most loyal servant. She raised an eyebrow at Tu Yan, as if to say, do you see? The throne of the first servant belongs to her, and no one can usurp it. Based on their camaraderie from the survival show, how could Tu Yan, this newcomer, ever compare? Taking a bite, Meng Han recalled Tu Yan's earlier words. Oh, after a night of training, this title has changed. Sister? Are you the elder sister or the younger sister? Tu Yan, with a hardened resolve, seized a chair and sat down, declaring, I am your father.
Men Han nodded.
Gazing at Tu Yan with a tender look. Understood, dear son. Thank you for your breakfast. Ah, splendid. Both male and female guardians are present. Just as Tan Chuan came downstairs, he overheard the statement. He felt there was something amiss with this variety show. Everyone seemed to be in cosplay. And there was even someone playing Dongfang Booby. Only after the ragged figure changed attire did he recognize it was Tu Yan.
Oh.
Even brothers pretend not to know each other. Tan Chuan halted mid-motion as he opened the fridge, wearing an equally shocked expression as Tu Yan. How did she know? He retrieved some milk and a few dumplings from the fridge. He hadn't watched yesterday's live stream. He had arrived in a hurry and still had several engagements to fulfill. Had he known Tu Yan was participating in this variety show, he might not have come. But with the contract signed, he could only brace himself. Tu Yan remained as proud and self-satisfied as ever, convinced the entire world should adore him. Nevertheless, from the current episode's portrayal, it seemed he had been somewhat bullied. He felt a twinge of joy, suddenly realizing that joining this show might not be such a terrible decision after all.
Tu Yan scoffed,
rolling his eyes at Tan Chuan's retreating figure. With a cold demeanor, what was he trying to show off? It seemed he could only muddle through as a small star, while the company remained his. That is a secret of the wealthy. Jiang Sui's mini-class resumed, but was immediately interrupted. Lingyu, are you leaving? Meng Han set down her chopsticks and turned to Lingyu, who was dragging a suitcase and carrying a bag under her arm. Yes, I must leave. The company is too busy, and I need to return. After hearing too many of Jiang Sui's inner musings, she realized something. She had thought that in front of the camera, the director would carefully select participants, only to discover that each one was worse than the last. She genuinely wished to marry, but did not want to pick up scraps. What is so great about dating? Having money and leisure is quite good. After Lingyu departed, Meng Han listened to Jiang Sui's inner voice. Sister Sui, have you ever been in a relationship? Before Jiang Sui could respond, Tu Yan interjected. How could someone as formidable as Sister Sui have ever dated? I too am curious, let us gossip. She probably hasn't tea. The media has never captured her in a relationship. Jiang Sui's daily life is merely about acting high and mighty. After participating in the variety show, I reasonably suspect she's not just acting proud but is genuinely slacking off. For instance, after being splashed with water, she retaliated by drenching everyone on set, settling scores on the spot without any qualms. Does Jiang Sui date men or women?
Ah?
Are you all already questioning her sexual orientation? I've heard she often mingles with numerous male celebrities and wealthy individuals. Wasn't he their gossip that she was being kept? There must be at least one genuine boyfriend among them. It's hard to imagine what it would be like for Sister Sui to date. 2 Ian slammed the table. How could Sister Sui possibly date? Do those people even qualify? Jiang Sui. Damn, you startled me. 2 Ian reined in his bravado, apologizing slightly. It's not that he meant to, but he too found it unimaginable what Jiang Sui must be like when dating. I have dated. And they dared to scheme against me for my inheritance. Meng Han and 2 Ian. What an absurdity, to conspire against Jiang Sui. Do they wish for their own demise? From now on, I shall lock my heart and seal away love. No, I don't even have an inheritance. I'm even more perplexed. Don't be deceived by the glamorous appearances of female celebrities. They often resort to begging. I've broken quite a few things and had to pay a hefty price. 2 Ian. I see. All the money went to compensation. Wait, what did you break? How much was it? ISN, T. Jiang Sui a rich second generation? Moreover, the appearance fee from this variety show is probably the highest. All compensated. Did she break a museum or something? Mini theater. The 46th rebirth. Jiang Sui chose a wooden stick. The iron rod was indeed inadequate. With one swift strike, the second fool collapsed, habitually checking for his breath. He was caught by the revived second fool. Jiang Sui. I was careless. Chapter 90. Scavenging in the affluent district. Earning several thousand a day. One should indeed scavenge in the affluent district. One could earn several thousand in a day. Meng Han's eyes widened. Is this a real source of income? Jiang Sui cleared her throat, attempting to salvage some dignity. Dating ISNT a big deal. After all, marriage ISNT guaranteed, right?
Jiang?
We could gather enough for mahjong. I'm referring to the number of tiles, not the players. Meng Han let out a sound of surprise, casting a fake smile toward 2 Ian. 2 Ian, have you ever been in a relationship? This is no longer dating, it's planning a concert. 2 Ian, while eating, suddenly lost his appetite. He set down his chopsticks, stating, I have never dated. Tisk. 2 Ian took a deep breath. What I had was not dating. It was guidance for life. God bless the guidance of life. 2 Ian meant to imply that he had not dated them. He merely served as a guiding light. Interviewing 2 Ian's ex-girlfriend. Is it true? The real ex-girlfriend. 2 Ian is quite generous with money, and most importantly, they had fun together. It sounds quite extravagant. Everyone before Jiang Sui automatically transformed into truth-tellers. Meng Han gave 2 Ian a thumbs up. He truly is remarkable, having passed through a sea of flowers. Not a petal clings to him. Even ex-girlfriends likely praise his nobility. If it can be settled with money and sweet words, there's no need to wait until it's exposed to regret. Tan Chuan is indeed composed. While 2 Ian was sharing a faux smile with Meng Han, this cursed woman seems to delight in exposing his flaws. Once she discovers Meng Han's secret, she will immediately spill it. If not, she will fabricate one. After hearing Jiang Sui's inner thoughts, both 2 Ian and Meng Han were momentarily stunned. The two exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Their gaze shifted to Tan Chuan, who had just emerged from the kitchen after preparing a meal. Could it be that this fellow was in love? Although Tan Chuan was not widely known, he had garnered a loyal fanbase who voted for him. Having transitioned into acting, he faced criticism for his skills. But his recent drama had managed to restore a measure of his reputation. Meng Han's fingertips tapped rhythmically against the table as she observed Tan Chuan in contemplation. Was he on the verge of a scandal? He seemed so honest and straightforward. Even 2 Ian, who usually scoffed at Tan Chuan, had begun to show interest. The notion of this stoic-faced Tan Chuan engaging in romance was utterly absurd. Meng Han retracted her hand and addressed him. Teacher Tan, I am Meng Han. We've met before. Tan Chuan looked up, their eyes meeting. Hello, I remember. I didn't expect to run into you here, he replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips.
Meng Han's enthusiasm surge. Come, let us sit together.
We're all guests here. It's good to get to know one another. Tan Chuan acquiesced with a nod. Indeed, in a dating show, it was challenging to navigate solo. Jiang Sui glanced at 2 Ian, then at Tan Chuan. Speak up. Why isn't 2 Ian saying anything? Is he unwilling to talk? 2 Ian exhaled, a subtle smile forming as he introduced himself. Hello, I'm 2 Ian. Tan Chuan paused momentarily before placing his plate on the table and extending his right hand.
Tan Chuan.
2 Ian's smile was somewhat strained, hinting at recognition. I've heard of you. Are you an actor? Quite niche, isn't it? His inquiry was directed at Meng Han rather than Tan Chuan.
Men Han.
Still a bit dazed, could only nod. 2En chuckled again. Perhaps your fame is too limited. Among us, I only know Sister Sui, he added, and I've seen her face in various peculiar trending searches. Meng Han interjected, they can criticize her all they want. She can dish it out even harder. It's only natural you wouldn't recognize her. Managing so many girls daily, one might think you were a gigolo. Tan Chuan couldn't help but smirk, though his head was bowed, concealing his expression from others. What a battlefield this is. What discord is brewing among these people. 2En, coming from a wealthy background, likely looked down upon these minor celebrities. Who are you looking down on? Tan Chuan is also from a wealthy family. It seemed they were all affluent, leaving Meng Han feeling like the odd one out. Don't be disheartened. Here's a begging picture of Jiang Sui for you. The contemporary netizens had an endless supply of memes. 2En scoffed, I won't hold it against you. Engaging in a serious rebuttal only made him feel exposed. He wasn't a gigolo. His universal kindness drew people to him, a testament to his charm, unrelated to anything else. Yet now he felt intimidated, nearly frightened. Jiang Sui wiped her mouth and casually inquired, how do you know me? It's not from that fake fall on the red carpet, is it? What fake fall at the red carpet? Jiang Sui had done such a thing? Had he stumbled upon a piece of leverage? It's from the second episode of that survival show, where you were on a tractor with a hen trying to catch a plane, he explained. Trending search? Jiang Sui pulled out her phone to verify. Nodding, she found the first entry was a meme featuring her accompanied by a caption, working in the city. What the hell? Is this a joke? 2En leaned closer, seeing Jiang Sui scroll through memes. Excitedly, he exclaimed, yes, these are the memes. Ha ha ha. Jiang Sui shot him a glare. Are you living your best life, or something? 2En promptly sealed his lips. At just over 20, he wasn't ready to meet his end. Retrieving his gaze, he prepared to take the bowl for washing. As he approached Tan Chuan, the latter offered his bowl. Thank you, left protector. In a fit of indignation, 2En took Tan Chuan's bowl instead. Meng Han seized upon the wording, questioning why he was the left protector, while she was the right protector. I want to be the left protector. You change it. 2En raised an eyebrow, chuckling as he clutched his bowl and merrily headed to the kitchen. Is this a competition? Teacher, my Meng Han wants to be the left protector. Please let her have it. Guess who I just saw?
What?
Isn't she the one who has been receiving a lot of flack lately? It seemed she was out of work and had offended many. Even her good friends were ignoring her. Jiang Sui reclined lazily while playing a game on her phone when another newcomer arrived. Hello, everyone, I'm Jiang Bao. The new guest. What's your name? Jiang Sui looked up and locked eyes with Jiang Bao, whose youthful face now bore a hint of maturity. Roasted and matured. My dear. Jiang Bao's mere presence ignited a desire to strangle Jiang Sui. She had somehow managed to win over the Jiang family's affection. Watching her attempt to embarrass Jiang Sui, it was clear that after all these years, Jiang Sui was no match for her. Moreover, she could even hear Jiang Sui's thoughts, a divine advantage bestowed upon her. Darling, aha. Jiang Bao, the approach is all wrong. This inner voice doesn't seem particularly useful. Jiang Sui is actually singing. Small theater. The 47th rebirth, a lifetime of mastering skills. Jiang Sui, it seems I'm concocting some perfect crime? Chapter 91. Admit it, you two are brothers. Upon seeing Jiang Bao, Meng Han felt a jolt of alarm. There's a grudge, a deep-seated grudge. I remember this person was involved in some special dealings with Jiang Mo. What? Another dating show? Is she here to hunt down Sister Sui? Meng Han's gaze flitted between Jiang Sui and Jiang Bao. The likelihood was high. But why hadn't Jiang Mo, that devoted admirer, come to be her protector this time? Had they swapped roles? Upon spotting Jiang Bao, 2En's eyes widened. Indeed, she was precisely his type. He adjusted his attire, rising with an air of newfound confidence. The flower peacock has truly come into its own. This is the moment for the group pet narrative to shine. Jiang Sui observed the two, one shy and endearing, the other flamboyant and ostentatious. She even rummaged under the adjacent table, producing a bag of sunflower seeds to snack on. Sister Sui, where did you get those? Meng Han peered under the table, astonished that it could hide such treasures. Jiang Sui offered her a handful. These are from that day. When they first began recording the show, Jiang Sui had ordered plenty through a little robot. Suddenly, she found herself nostalgic for the four-member gossip squad. When would life's waves commence? Surely they wouldn't be changing guests? With Xiepeng and Jiang Sui still on board, the The fates of Jiang Sui and Meng Han remained uncertain. Don't forget, every time Jiang Sui starts munching on seeds, something juicy happens. I recall Jiang Bao seemed to have an incident. Since last year, she hasn't had a single ordinary announcement. Had her suitors abandoned her? Perhaps the financial backers withdrew their support? Tu En approached to introduce himself.
Hi. Tu En.
Jiang Bao, what a lovely name. May I call you baby? Jiang Sui watched, shaking her head in disbelief. Here we go again, the same lines. I've heard them hundreds of times. When Gu Jingshan first met Jiang Bao, he said the same thing. Hi, I'm Gu Jingshan, your name is so beautiful. Can I call you baby? Jiang Sui began to suspect that the author had simply copied and pasted the same dialogue for the male supporting character as introduction. Every line was identical.
Tu y en listais intently, gazing at Jiang Bao's innocent face.
It couldn't be, could it? With such a pure visage. Her chances of becoming a scandalous figure were slim. Having traversed the flower fields for years, Tu En had never misstepped. Jiang Bao slightly nodded, extending her hand hello. They shook hands, and Tu En found himself reluctant to let go. The delicate hands, undoubtedly belonging to a young lady of noble lineage. With professional hand care performed 17 or 18 times a day, how delightful it must feel to touch, how enjoyable indeed. Tu En's head seemed to be blooming with flowers. Enjoyable, of course it is. After being entranced for a few moments, he finally came to his senses. 17 or 18 times of professional hand care? Isn't that a tad exaggerated? Upon seeing Jiang Bao's spring-like visage, Tu En disregarded Jiang Sui's inner thoughts. Such a beautiful girl must be quite innocent. Did Tu En just pick his nose without washing his hands? Tu En, exposing one's shortcomings is not advisable, Sister Sui. Jiang Bao awkwardly withdrew her hand, stating, I still need to go put away my suitcase. I'll come back down shortly. The room remained unchanged after Ling Yu's departure. The little robot had inserted Jiang Bao's name. Thus, Tan Chuan's roommate had transformed into Jiang Bao. Tu En's smile faltered, unable to articulate his thoughts. How could Jiang Bao possibly share a room with Tan Chuan? How could he endure this? After Jiang Bao ascended the stairs, Tu En approached Tan Chuan, his tone unassuming. May I request a room swap? After speaking, fearing Tan Chuan might decline, he added, feel free to voice any demands. Tan Chuan maintained his characteristic smile. Apologies. But room changes will take a few days. You'll have to endure for now. Tu En's eyes darkened. As always, so arrogant. Endure only meant to suffer until the time came when this person might be forced to vacate. As long as he ingratiated himself with Jiang Sui, Tan Chuan would inevitably falter. Surely, he must be in love. Having just transitioned from idol to romance, he had begun dating. Even if he were in love, how could he dare to participate in a dating reality show? Sooner or later, he would vanish from the entertainment industry. Admit it, you two are practically brothers. Tu En scoffed, who else related to this one? If they didn't change rooms, so be it. After all, it was only for a few days. At that moment, the trio descended the stairs, yawning, each appearing quite fatigued. Who has tormented whom? Tu En is surprisingly bold. Tu En turned to see the trio and quickly hid behind Jiang Sui. Sister Sui, are you tired? Allow me to massage your shoulders. He began to work, his movements deft and focused, not daring to glance away, diligently providing Jiang Sui with a massage. I don't believe I mentioned needing that.
Tu En, no. You do need it.
He continued with utmost seriousness. Upon seeing Jiang Sui, the trio instinctively stepped aside, their gazes briefly lingering on Tu En before shifting away. Jiang Sui, caught in the middle, resembled a wicked stepmother intent on separating young lovers. Could Tu En not find his own planet? I'm fed up.
Tu En, no.
He wishes to cling to Jiang Sui. The dating show participants, instead of going on dates, remained glued to the television screen. The director was on the verge of a breakdown. Once Jiang Bao descended, the little robot delivered another minigame. Meng Han approached and began to read aloud to everyone. You say, I guess, what does this mean? Carry someone, who carries whom? Jiang Sui moved the little robot closer, glanced over it, and gained a rough understanding. Male-female pairs. Anyone can carry anyone. The one being carried speaks while the carrier guesses. The last pair must perform a princess carry squat. Understood? Everyone nodded in agreement. The production team was truly going to great lengths to boost enthusiasm. As soon as Tu En comprehended, he and Meng Han lunged to embrace Jiang Sui. What are you doing? It's male-female pairs. Why are you stealing Jiang Sui? Meng Han, agitated, felt the urge to strike. It seems absurd, yet here we are. becoming the wicked stepmother intent on breaking apart couples. Jiang Sui pushed the two apart, stating, "I'm sorry, but I already have a partner. You two should pair up." She forcibly brought them together, wishing she could press their heads together for a kiss, thus silencing their bickering. The two huffed in unison, turning away. In near synchrony, they uttered almost identical phrases. Who wants to pair with him?
Peacock.
Who wants to pair with her? Stinky. The two, mutually disdainful, wished to avoid each other's company. Jiang Sui took a few steps and pulled someone from the trio. "I'll pair with Xiao Bei. You all may choose freely." Xiao Bei. He is really not named Xiao Bei, and he isn't wearing that sweatshirt with the words on it anymore. In any case, Junzi and Demao are practically tired of each other. Yesterday's actions did nothing to mend his heart. So, now you have no partner. This was indeed correct. Xiao Bei resigned himself to fate. Mini-scene. In the 48th reincarnation, Jiang Sui, once again armed with a blunt instrument, promptly produced handcuffs to restrain the individual. This time, surely they would succeed. The knight of the small bean fell into a dung pit, and Jiang Sui was once again trapped, gone.
Jiang Sui, you.
Chapter 92, History. Everyone immediately comprehended who Xiao Bei was, although they hadn't interacted much. Even Tu Ian addressed him as such. It was peculiar how De Mao's way of calling him seemed odd. De Mao's appearance leaned towards the effeminate, and every time he called out De Mao, it felt as though he were addressing a burly man. Jiang Sui observed the two. "We've formed our teams. If you don't team up, you should go on a date this afternoon." The left and right guardians occasionally act erratically, which isn't ideal. For love and peace, why not share a kiss? The two, not happening. As Meng Han turned around, Tan Chuan had already teamed up with Zhang Bao. She slumped her hand. "Brother, we're all in the same circle. Can't you at least look at her?" She genuinely did not want to be paired with that peacock. Tu Ian rolled his eyes once more, as if to say, "Who would want to team up with you? If it weren't for this afternoon, I wouldn't bother speaking to you." The two shoved each other, and Meng Han gave Tu Ian a hearty push. "You're so weak. Should I carry you?" Tu Ian stood up, dusting himself off. "I'm letting you because you're a girl." Meng Han perked up, adjusting her clothes, especially the hem of her shirt and her trousers. Thankfully, she wore pants today. It felt a bit exhilarating. Finally, it resembled a dating show, a delightful rivalry. Following Sister Sui, this pair is bound to be entertaining, the left and right guardian CP. From my experience, Jiang Sui seems more likely to find it noisy. Zhang Bao and Tan Chuan. I think that's feasible. I find it unfeasible. Zhang Bao has so many brothers around her. She likely doesn't want Tan Chuan. Jiang Bao, I'll manage the entire fish pond. The little robot presented the list to Meng Han for a brief glance before retracting it.
Hey.
I haven't finished looking. The little robot moved back, displaying the content once more. The viewing time was limited to 3 seconds. The guests needed to be vigilant and not miss anything. After stating this, the robot retreated. Meng Han nodded, urging Tu Ian to crouch down quickly. Though reluctant, Tu Ian complied, lifting Meng Han onto his back. "Sister, you're too heavy. Perhaps consider shedding a few pounds." As Meng Han settled in, she reached down to feel Tu Ian's abdominal muscles. It seems absent, yet somewhat present, just not prominent. "Where are you touching?" Tu Ian jostled, attempting to deter her. Meng Han withdrew her hand. "Seriously, you should work out. You're really weak." "Shen Peng at over 40, has it you?" "I fear Tan Chuan will take off his shirt, and you'll feel inferior." Tu Ian. He had no desire to respond. He wasn't a celebrity. What good would that do? Did no one remind them that once they're on someone else's back, they should also time it? Jiang Sui surveyed the surrounding individuals. "If they don't mention it, I won't either. In the afternoon, the two will go on a date and kiss." Mengan, Dujian, you. The two, with their opposing energies, began to take the matter seriously. It's a very famous dish for characters. Tu Ian, upon hearing, felt his mind spin. "Is that all?" Meng Han replied, "That's all." The rules stated that the person being carried must not use any words from the phrase in their speech. Meng Han pondered, ultimately declaring, "I've got it. With so many 4-character dishes, how am I supposed to guess?" Meng Han pondered deeply and found some merit in this thought. After a moment's reflection, she queried, "What about the first character? Sour, sweet, bitter. What?" Tu Ian murmured, "Sour, sweet, bitter. What are you talking about?"
Meng Han.
"Seriously? Bro, haven't you even graduated from elementary school? You don't know this?" The two soon found themselves embroiled in yet another quarrel, exchanging words back and forth, wasting a significant amount of time. Indeed, they should have just gone on a date and kissed. All these processes could have been bypassed. Not knowing sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy makes it hard to evaluate. Upon hearing this, Ian quickly interjected, spicy. The first character is spicy. What about the second character? Menhan. A highly renowned dish, and Ian cannot even guess that the first character is spicy? Meng Han began to question whether this person had grown up on Du alone. Moreover, the character for spicy was inspired by Jiang Sui's heartfelt sentiments. This fool. Suddenly, she understood why Jiang Sui felt they were such a sorry sight on the deserted island, truly the epitome of uselessness. You don't even know this? I'm genuinely at a loss for words. The second character, never mind. The third character is a fowl that is the counterpart to a duck. What fowl? Are you insulting me and calling me a duck again? Menhan. Wishing to die, yet sensing that the truly condemned were others. Can your brain function normally? Who will come to rescue her? Chicken, duck, fish, goose. This young master knows not a thing. Who would date someone like this? It would undoubtedly be the greatest calamity in history. Meng Han thought long and hard and recalled Jiang Sui's earlier trending topic. You mentioned that trending topic about knowing Sister Sui. Ian blurted out, Jiang Sui holding a hen while riding a tractor to catch a plane. Exactly. Meng Han patted Ian on the shoulder, realizing they could only discuss matters of gossip. Should I just leave? Not knowing sour, sweet, bitter, spicy. Not knowing chicken, duck, fish, goose. I mentioned the trending topic of holding a hen while riding a tractor to catch a plane, and you just blurted it out, fully prepared. Well, I guess I'll take my leave. Meng Han felt quite apologetic. This person genuinely lacked idioms and common sense. It was as if they had come to participate in a dating show with their brains completely excavated. Laughing uncontrollably, recalling Jiang Sui's trending topic, she thought, you didn't hesitate for even a second. The first character is spicy, a very famous home-cooked dish. How could Ian not know? It was certainly chicken, often mentioned alongside ducks. Ian came from a wealthy family, well-versed in cars and wine available on the market, yet utterly ignorant of such things. What a useless little fool. To add, Jiang Sui once remarked, a bunch of useless people. When did Jiang Sui ever say that? How come no one has heard it? It must have been edited out of the live broadcast. She probably said worse during the live session, haha. Ian connected the two characters. The first character is spicy, and the third is chicken. What dish is this? Meng Han was on the verge of losing her mind. What dish do you not know? How can you not know? Is there even a brain inside your head? History. If you can't guess, then let's just go on a date and kiss. Meng Han was about to go insane. Even a pig was smarter than Ian. The two continued to bicker, and Ian was nearly overwhelmed by Meng Han, who at that moment was tugging on Ian's ear. Time was up. Please wait a moment, guests. Not a single one has answered correctly. Congratulations, announced the little robot. Congratulations, my foot. Meng Han immediately kicked Ian as she descended. Crazy woman. Ian shielded her backside, distancing herself from Meng Han, and sat on the sofa. In a small theater, the 49th rebirth, Jiang Sui planned to take a break. At least she had discovered a pattern. For instance, residing in a prison or mental hospital allowed her to safely navigate through this life. Jiang Sui mused, next time, let us try a nursing home. Chapter 93, Tan Xuan's Fears of Women, Men, and the Entire World. Next up were Jiang Sui and Xiao Bei. Will you carry me, or shall I carry you? For Jiang Sui, it was inconsequential. If she could lift someone like Ian, Xiao Bei was hardly a challenge. Xiao Bei considered for a moment, I'll carry you. Jiang Sui leapt onto Xiao Bei, and he swayed slightly under her weight, but found it manageable. The little robot displayed the data briefly to Jiang Sui. How should I put this? A character from an animated series, perhaps a pet we might raise. Xiao Bei couldn't guess whether it was a cat or a dog. Jiang Sui, unable to utter the word, replied, the first one, Black Cat Sheriff. Xiao Bei immediately exclaimed, Black Cat Sheriff. The guests, this cheat code is undeniable. Jiang Sui and Xiao Bei are bound to win. They continued guessing several more, and after Jiang Sui articulated the first sentence, Xiao Bei promptly guessed the answer. Time was up, and they were tallying the results. They had guessed a total of 28. Wow, a record. The little robot recorded the data and posted it for each episode. The other guests were truly gritting their teeth in envy. Xiao Bei smiled awkwardly. This cheat code was a boon. Jiang Sui patted Xiao Bei on the shoulder. Not bad. Not bad. You're certainly smarter than Tu Ian. Xiao Bei. Thanks to the cheat code. Xiao Bei was indeed impressive. Every word Jiang Sui uttered, he could guess correctly. Why is he called Xiao Bei? Why does everyone refer to him that way? Ha ha ha. Jiang Sui called him that, and now everyone follows suit. Weren't they just calling him that guy before? Although they couldn't indulge in romance, sisterly bonds were still cherished.
Now.
The most exciting part was about to commence. Jiang Bao and Tan Chuan. These two were notably difficult to assess. One was a silent type, the other a charming tease. Now it was time for Tan Chuan's fans to tremble. Previously, they feared Jiang Sui clinging to them. Now they were eager to be tied to her.
Why?
Wasn't Jiang Sui known for being high maintenance? Why did everyone still like her? Jiang Sui being high maintenance. Where did that rumor come from? If Jiang Sui found out, she would pay any amount to knock your teeth out. Whether she was high maintenance or not was uncertain, but the last time on the red carpet was undeniably hilarious. Haha. A professional at punishing those who tried to take advantage. Jiang Bao took a deep breath. Tan Chuan, I'm not heavy, don't worry. Only about 80-some pounds. What a boast. You clearly weigh 93 pounds. Why fabricate? What's the point? If you really only weigh 80-some pounds, then you'd be a skeleton. Tan Chuan merely hummed in response, saying nothing further. After picking up Jiang Bao, his expression remained impassive. The little robot displayed the text to Jiang Bao, causing her face to flush instantly. Speaking a bit awkwardly, she said, Tan Chuan, this character is somewhat related to a partner. Tan Chuan furrowed his brows, momentarily at a loss for words. Is the production team trying to hype up a CP between Jiang Bao and Tan Chuan? Who is the financial backer behind Jiang Bao? After so many rounds, I still haven't discovered who it is. Tan Chuan couldn't figure it out and asked again. Could you be a bit more specific? Specific? Jiang Bao felt a bit embarrassed, biting her lip as she pondered for a while. It isn't something like friends with benefits, right? TSK, the production team wouldn't put out something like that, would they? The production team certainly hadn't put that out. But Jiang Bao's expression led everyone to believe it was about friends with benefits. Even Tan Chuan hesitated, stating that word could lead to negative implications. Let us skip that. The little robot switched to another word. Jiang Bao looked at it and sighed in relief. Tan Chuan, it's a 4-character idiom, which means when you encounter difficulties, others not only do not help you, but also harm you. To add insult to injury, Jiang Bao said, Tan Chuan, you're amazing, brother. So, the purpose of coming to the dating show was to create a CP with Tan Chuan, huh? That might disappoint you. Tan Chuan has a fear of women. Tu Ian was momentarily taken aback. What? Tan Chuan has a fear of women? Wasn't it said that Tan Chuan hadn't resolved some issues with girls? And he hadn't given enough money? How did it turn into a fear of women? Tu Ian's gossip-loving spirit was ignited. This is indeed a significant matter. If Tan Chuan harbors a fear of women, then there will undoubtedly be much to explore in the future. A fear of women coupled with an affection for men essentially equates to homosexuality, which he will dutifully relay to his father upon returning. This notion is not solely held by Tu Ian but is also shared by the others. Tan Chuan presents an aura of aloofness, dissuading them from approaching him. If he indeed fears women, then it stands to reason that they might draw nearer, does it not? Jiang Sui cast a sidelong glance at the suddenly restless San. What is going on? They look like wolves spotting a lamb. Don't ponder too much. Tan Chuan also fears men. He despises the entire world. He has already succumbed to darkness. The guests, they are as indifferent as if they had said nothing at all, harboring a mutual disdain for humanity. In the back, the guessing game had lost its luster for Jiang Bao. Among all the participants in the dating show, only Tan Chuan seemed suitable for pairing. Tan Chuan appears to have an aversion to humanity, leaving Tu Ian as his only viable option. It would be prudent to disregard the flamboyant peacock to avoid unnecessary complications. As time elapsed, they were informed that they had correctly answered 13 questions in total. Jiang Bao descended from Tan Chuan's side, offering a shy smile. Are you alright, brother Tan Chuan? Am I too heavy? Tan Chuan's lips curled into a smile, contradicting Jiang Sui's claims of his cold demeanor. Not at all. You are quite light. We managed to answer 13 correctly, which is quite impressive. We've survived another day. That in itself is commendable. Once officially aired, the post-production team will likely envelop this couple in a bubble of pink hues. May fortune favor us. Jiang Bao, this Jiang Sui is becoming increasingly intolerable. She must be dealt with swiftly. Chuan participated in this variety show purely at the behest of his agency. His schedule is predominantly managed by the company, including the show, despite his utter reluctance to interact with others. The next duo to take the stage was Junzi and Mao. Suddenly, a thrill coursed through the air. Jiang Bao and Chuan must be the most normal among everyone, right? The dispassionate Jiang Sui, the flamboyant peacock Tu Yan, the eye-rolling Meng Han, and the eternally dating Xue He and Yu Jun. Indeed, only Jiang Bao and Chuan exude an air of normalcy. One must not speak too confidently. I wager Jiang Bao will be the next to withdraw. To the haters, do not be overly outrageous.
Fans.
It has been ages since I last encountered fans. Which faction do you support? Let me take a screenshot to place my bet on your side. Ha ha ha, the louder the shouts, the quicker the collapse. Mao, being shorter, naturally would not weigh as much, so he spontaneously leaped onto Junzi's back. Don't be disheartened, Xiao Bei. I shall drag Tu Yan into your room tonight. Du Jian? What have I done to deserve such treatment? Surely, there is no need for such differentiation. Even the left guardian's life is of value. Mao clung to Junzi's neck, and the two engaged in playful banter before everyone's eyes. Enough, look at the questions. We cannot afford to lose. Junzi spun around. If we lose, we lose. We can still go on a date afterward. Jiang Sui. Hey, flirting should not be conducted in front of so many people. If you're not guessing, just go out and book a room. Chapter 94. Even if he has hemorrhoids, I wouldn't mind. Junzi and Mao cleared their throats, while Xiao Bei's face darkened more than ink. Jiang Sui munched on sunflower seeds, observing the group. How stimulating. Their answering was shy and coy, for them. It mattered little whether they answered correctly or incorrectly. When the small robot called for a halt, they had answered 5 questions correctly. We are merely a part of their play, are we not? The guests. Indeed, it is far more than that. It is unbearable to witness, truly. Tu Yan contemplated retrieving a knife, but Xiao Bei was quicker, snatching a snack from the table and hurling it. It struck Junzi's back. That was my snack. If you're angry, throw your own slippers. Jiang Sui glared at her snack, now shattered on the ground after hitting Junzi's back. Xiao Bei promptly removed his slippers and tossed them as well. Enough, we do not wish to witness your public display of affection. It is quite awkward. Junzi rolled his eyes, for what is unattainable forever stirs the heart. Jiang Sui crunched her sunflower seeds with renewed vigor. The competition for 2 men over 1 man has officially commenced. Excitement is in the air. Will a brawl ensue? Do not say such things. It is nauseating to watch. Could they not take their quarrel to the bedroom instead of engaging in such antics before the audience? Sister Sui, your eyes are about to fall out.
Ha ha ha.
This dating show has finally descended into chaos. Let the fighting begin.
Xiao Bei, fueled by rage,
was already upset that his boyfriend had rolled into someone else's bed and now had to contend with his new rival. He slammed the table, pushing against Junzi. The great injustice is that neither of them recognizes that they were once merely friends with benefits.
Xiao Bei paused.
Realizing Jiang Sui was referring to him as the great injustice. Upon arriving here, he had met the duo at the entrance. He had initiated conversation with them, sensing their inclinations, and they had engaged in dialogue. Later, Xue He arrived, and they merely exchanged pleasantries. He had harbored a fondness for Mao, and on the first day, they had ended up entangled together. Xiao Bei had believed he had succeeded, presenting gifts and gestures of affection. However, it was not long before Mao became attached to Junzi. Were you two previously a couple?
Xiao Bei inquired angrily.
Jiang Sui stroked her chin, deep in thought. Being friends with benefits is still a form of romantic relationship, indeed quite commendable.
Xiao Bei's expression grew increasingly pained.
I thought it was pure love, only to discover it was merely a friends with benefits situation. Xiao Bei. On the verge of tears, he felt miserable. Junzi raised his chin, appearing somewhat proud, his self-esteem bolstered. Is it a crime to have known each other for a while? Xiao Bei clenched his fists. Did you meet in bed or outside of it? Junzi chuckled, displaying a hint of exasperation. Mao remained silent, hands clasped. Ultimately, Junzi declared, what difference does it make? Difference?
Xiao Bei laughed in anger,
rising to deliver a punch to Junzi. You trash. The sudden altercation left the surrounding guests in a state of bewilderment. The small robot whirled around them. Warning, warning. A crime is in progress. Warning, warning. A crime is in progress. Warning. Jiang Sui patted the small robot, pressing a button on the screen. The production team in the basement was left in a state of confusion, repeatedly reviewing the footage from Jiang Sui's perspective, unable to comprehend her actions. A profound silence enveloped the basement. On the first floor, the brawl raged on, while online discussions surged. The director scrutinized the footage, frowning as he addressed the robot's management team. What is she doing? An ominous premonition lingered, yet he could not articulate it. The management personnel arrived, retrieving the robot's first-person footage, revealing only Jiang Sui's face. Her expression remained unchanged as she navigated the robot's screen, ultimately clicking on something unknown. The basement fell silent, the image of Jiang Sui's face dominating the live broadcast. Damn, you startled me. Is that Jiang Sui? Suddenly, a live broadcast appeared, obscuring the ongoing conflict. How did the director's team switch to the live broadcast? Was it a mistake? Just moments ago, the small robot had been spinning wildly. Jiang Sui was presumably attempting to repair it. Jiang Sui is proficient with such technology. Her eloquence suggests she is akin to a designer. Do you think she lacks the skill? What on earth is she doing? Switch the screen back. We were still watching the fight. Upon realizing the wrong footage had been aired, the director's team hurriedly attempted to revert the screen. However, upon switching back, they inadvertently cut to the backstage of the director's team. The main live broadcast was plunged into darkness, and after an agonizing wait, light finally returned, accompanied by a shrill scream. What is Jiang Sui doing? The director, upon seeing the alterations in the robot's backstage data, let out a startled scream. The technicians were frantically making edits, yet they could hardly match Jiang Sui's pace. Cold sweat trickled down, and my fingers never ceased their motion, while the director anxiously hovered nearby. Are you done yet? I hired you at a high salary, and it would be more efficient to recruit Jiang Sui as a part-time worker. Is this the backstage of the director? It's my first time witnessing it. It's hilarious. What has Jiang Sui done to leave everyone in such disarray? Jiang Sui. What? There's a part-time job? I'm on my way. Haha, please, I'm still working. My colleagues think I've lost my mind. Sister Sui, you're amazing. What has she truly done? A professional clarified that Jiang Sui altered the alarm system, transforming it into an emergency alert system. In just a few days of broadcasting, the police had visited more frequently than the program's technicians. That's heart-wrenching. In his panic, the director finally glanced at the large screen, his mind nearly unraveling. Director, is your home a fishing pond? You're always slacking off. At that moment, the director revised his resume in his mind, ready to send it out indiscriminately on some job hunting platform. He nearly lost his job. In the living room, chaos ensued. Jiang Sui adjusted the settings of a small robot, recording evidence and automatically alerting the police. Oh dear, we won't have to bother anymore. The little robot will report it automatically. Junzi and Xiaobei completely pretended not to hear. Xiaobei, agitated, kicked someone while cursing. I've worked hard to create a pure love story, and you all are ruining it. As he ranted, tears began to flow. I don't even mind his hemorrhoids, sob, 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 yet you all are conspiring against me.
Sobi, sobi, sobi.
Hemorrhoids? The audience's expressions were exaggerated, eyes wide open, and even Jiang Bao took a step back. Damao cleared his throat, exasperated by the public nature of their disputes. He stepped forward to intervene. Can you all please stop arguing? This only fueled Xiaobei's agitation, leading him from pushing Junzi to demanding an explanation from Damao. Calm down, it's normal. 9 out of 10 men have hemorrhoids. It's just that this recipient seems to be suffering a bit. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 95. Oh, a cellmate. Tu Ian suppressed his laughter as he glanced at Jiang Sui. That despondent face was expressionlessly observing the three quarreling, while internally he was laughing so hard he could split the hall. Every time Tu Ian felt the urge to laugh, upon seeing Jiang Sui's calm demeanor, he found himself unable to. How does one manage to maintain such a straight face while laughing so loudly? Mao, suddenly, he felt disinclined to speak, fearing that continuing would lead to social demise. Xiaobei continued to lament, tears streaming down his face. I don't even mind you, Damao, no. I nearly forgot your name, Quan Quan. I truly like you. Meng Han burst into laughter. Pfft. Everyone had become so accustomed to calling each other by their nicknames that they had nearly forgotten each other's given names. And these nicknames originated from the unexpressive Jiang Sui, munching on seeds. Admit it, he is called Damao. The guests, unable to refute, even the individual in question conceded. Damao sighed. This is my fault. Back then, I had a spat with Junzi, no offing, so I came here. When you approached me, I wanted to connect with you. Admit it, he is called Junzi. Damao. An accidental slip of the tongue led to a complete name mix-up. Xiaobei sobbed even louder. So you still like me? That guy is unreliable. He just wants to play with you, unlike me. I only seek pure love. Pure until the very end, with only I love you left. Admit it, Xiaobei, at this level. You're already in a golden marriage, be content. Xiaobei raised his voice slightly, attempting to drown out Jiang Sui's comments. No, I won't. You have to believe me. Damao awkwardly smiled, mainly because he wasn't into pure love. Is this guy a bit off? It was merely one night, yet he clung on. Jiang Sui clicked her tongue twice, articulating Damao's unvoiced thoughts. Xiaobei, during the entire dating show, the only ones indulging in gossip are Meng Han and I, aside from you. There's no one pursuing pure love. Especially Damao. He perceives it merely as a fleeting relationship. You three sharing a room, it seems rather exciting. Ha 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 ha. Tuian looked at Jiang Sui in horror. How can such an expressionless face produce such sounds? Contemplating this, Tuian recalled the phrase, 3 people in 1 room. And it can be so stimulating? He and Meng Han shared the same expression, awkwardly turning their heads to observe the trio. They too felt the awkwardness. As sometimes emotions ran deep. The only day they didn't cause chaos was when Tuian was in their room. That day, Tuian had been frantically shouting and tearing off clothes, which explained why he knocked on Jiang Sui's door so raucously in the morning. It truly wasn't them tearing things apart. They weren't that wild. Tuian's moment of madness startled them. Damao sighed again. You might have misunderstood. I don't harbor such deep feelings. Xiaobei cried even louder. The expressions of Tuian and Meng Han conveyed that the trio must have had quite the thrilling time in their room. Otherwise, why would Sister Sui have crammed them into 1 room, solely for us to eavesdrop? Sister Sui, I'm starting to feel moved. You must be a guardian angel, while I'm merely a restless spirit among the melons. Sister Sui, I present you with the melons. You are my true sister. Ha ha ha, who understands? Every time the live camera is in the room, the trio's room is always the first to close. Help, I desperately wish to participate in this episode. It's so dramatic, I thought it was scripted. Jiang Sui being inside, there's no way it could be scripted. Sister Sui, the nightmare of all variety shows, upon seeing this. Director Zhang would likely crumble. Jiang Sui clicked her tongue again, causing everyone's ears to perk up. Click what? What's there to lament about? Please speak up. I'm so hungry. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? The guests. It seems Jiang Sui is genuinely hungry, prompting Tuian to rise and prepare a meal. The culinary adept was at the helm, all for the sake of savoring more melons. Xiaobei had cried for a while, and Junzi and Damao were over there being affectionate. This is truly heart-wrenching. Minutes later, the police arrived, the same officers as before. Upon seeing Jiang Sui, one of the officers pinched the bridge of his nose. Young lady, it's you again. Is there yet another fight? Jiang Sui stood up, expressionless, handing over the memory card to the officer. Officer, that's right, it's those 3 fighting here. And they even used my snacks as weapons. They're all crushed. The snacks on the floor had been stepped on by someone, further darkening Jiang Sui's expression. She glared at the trio, radiating fury. Who stepped on my snacks? I'll hunt them down tonight. The officer cleared his throat and pulled Jiang Sui back. The officers proceeded to cuff the trio. Before leaving, the officer patted Jiang Sui's shoulder, imparting sagely advice, young lady, in life, refrain from harboring too much hostility. Consider the consequences. After saying this, the officer scrutinized Jiang Sui once more before departing. Jiang Sui, understood, officer. I promise not to end up in a cell this time. I'm far too familiar. I fear that if I go in again, I'll know exactly where the prison door is. The guests. They all felt something was off about Jiang Sui. She has been inside. Who would dare offend her? After Jiang Sui finished her conversation with the police, the group's attention shifted back to their own activities. Jiang Bao felt a tinge of regret for coming here, fearing she might very well perish due to Jiang Sui. This woman is nothing short of a lunatic. Little chef, add extra spice today. I'm in a good mood. The called-upon Tuian promptly replied, understood, sister.
Jiang,
In his late 20s, addressed the 22-year-old Jiang Sui as sister, leading to laughter. The survival variety show is something you do not watch, yet Xiepeng, nearing 50, still calls himself sister. As is widely recognized, sister is merely a title. I prefer to refer to it as the Chronicles of Jiang Sui Taming Humanity. I aspire to be Sister Sui's loyal companion. What was that just floated by? It seems something has been censored. Please note, everyone, this is the comment section. Not a deserted wasteland, and moreover, this is a romantic reality show with considerable comment restrictions. Siblings, please put on your undergarments. Here, we are selling undergarments of every hue: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Buy one, get one free. As everyone was preparing to dine, the sound of a suitcase echoed, likely signaling the arrival of a new guest. While dining, they turned their gazes towards the entrance. Following their line of sight, Jiang Sui spotted a man in a suit dragging a suitcase. With just a glance, Jiang Sui recognized him. "Oh, a fellow inmate," she exclaimed. "Cough, cough, cough." Tu Yan began to cough vigorously, exchanging a glance with Meng Han, realizing that Jiang Sui's words might indeed hold truth. Chapter 96. Can't broadcast this, it's burning me up. Still a fellow inmate. What crime did he commit to end up here? Jiang Sui greeted the newcomer, who found her presence puzzling. Upon hearing her voice, his confusion deepened. A fellow inmate? He had never encountered this person before, although he had certainly heard of Jiang Sui. What had just transpired? Why were the police involved? Doesn't this evoke a sense of familiarity? How very familiar indeed, the newcomer mused. Jiang Bao explained, it was merely a scuffle. The police took someone away. She found Jiang Sui's words incredible, dismissing them as nonsensical ramblings, as Jiang Sui often spoke in strange ways. Only Tu Yan and Meng Han believed her, both exchanging knowing looks at the newcomer, scrutinizing him. Something felt amiss. Their gaze was not right. Where was my translation? The replenishment speed of the romantic variety show was surprisingly swift, so much so that I initially thought it was a setup. But the production team likely could not afford such an expensive ruse. That was Chang Yi. Why would he join a romantic variety show? Perhaps it was for someone special?
Like Meng Han.
Meng Han and Chang Yi were nearly in a relationship, just a step away from acquaintance. Am I the only one who senses the unusual glances between Meng Han and Tu Yan? It is indeed peculiar, likely because they spotted their idol. Chang Yi had not acted in a play for a long time, focusing instead on the film industry. Meng Han observed Chang Yi and casually remarked, "No worries. This is already the 5th batch. One more won't make a difference. Haven't you seen our variety show?" Chang Yi shook his head. He had come to this show to promote his own film.
Can't broadcast this.
Chang Yi ignored the voice, greeting everyone instead. I've been quite busy lately, filming and promoting, so I haven't had time to watch any variety shows.
Can't broadcast this.
The guests exchanged awkward smiles, continuing to disregard Jiang Sui's interjection as they welcomed Chang Yi. Your roommate should still be on the way. I saw the list. It's that one. Meng Han pointed to the list on the wall, which changed almost daily. Not by staff, but by little robots. Due to Jiang Sui, several had been rendered useless and were still being adjusted. Chang Yi glanced at the list, showing little reaction. Have you eaten? Come join us, Jiang Sui invited. After all, as a guest, mutual care was essential, especially since this individual was still active in the film industry and could provide valuable resources. Chang Yi placed his suitcase down and joined them. Have you all met each other?
Chang Yi.
Coincidentally arriving at lunchtime, Chang Yi took a seat without hesitation. His extroverted nature allowed him to engage with anyone easily, and he had no concerns regarding social interactions. However, Jiang Sui was a different matter. He had observed her and concluded that as long as he did not provoke her, there should be no significant issues. Of course, the most crucial aspect was to maintain a serious demeanor and refrain from excessive flattery. This was currently the most popular variety show. How do you not recognize him? Competing for the Best Actor award must have taken considerable effort, right? Can't broadcast this. Chang Yi maintained his composure, entertaining everyone with laughter. As soon as Jiang Bao saw Chang Yi, she dismissed Tan Chuan, realizing that in a comparison of interests, Tan Chuan, a cynical individual, was not approachable, whereas Chang Yi, with his rising fame and conversational charm, could be a beneficial ally. Brother Chang, isn't your movie about to be released? I recall it's silent, right? Upon hearing someone mention his film, Chang Yi's smile broadened, and he shifted closer to Jiang Bao. He repositioned himself to sit next to her. You are free from Chuan. A formidable character has arrived. Chuan, your fortune is yet to come. Tan Chuan, in a good mood, willingly made space. He had previously not rejected Jiang Bao, as his character was that of a warm-hearted man, and now someone had come to take over. The gesture of yielding was remarkably swift, leaving the audience bewildered. It felt as though a throne was being relinquished. Tan Chuan's movement was as if he had been propelled upwards, eliciting laughter. Times have changed. 30 years of prosperity and decline. Do not underestimate the youth. Previously, everyone avoided Jiang Sui. Now, she has transformed into Jiang Bao. Sister Sui, speak to me while looking into my eyes. Farewell. After Tan Chuan yielded his position, Chang Yi took a seat and engaged in lively conversation with Jiang Bao. Have you seen the promotion? Jiang Bao nodded, pulling out her phone to show she was following it. I even made a reservation and plan to buy tickets when the time comes. Hey, it's live.
And you just clicked on it.
Jiang Bao. I can't hear you. Can't hear you. Chang Yi feigned ignorance, merely wishing to discuss his film. Indifferent to when Jiang Bao made her reservation. Jiang Sui calmly finished her meal and reminded Meng Han before departing. Remember to go on your date. What date? Meng Han and Tu Yan exchanged glances, nearly forgetting that due to failing to guess a question, she had to go on a date with the flower peacock. They scowled at each other and turned away, leaving the accompanying cameraman exasperated. This did not resemble a date. It looked more like a confrontation. Meng Han changed into a set of sportswear, donned a cap, and slipped on a pair of sneakers. Tu Yan returned to his room to change into a light blue suit, plucking a rose from the doorway to wait in the living room. Hi, beautiful lady. Would you care to go on a date with me? Meng Han gazed at this flower peacock, unsure of how to respond. As Tu Yan presented the rose before him, he noticed Meng Han's casual attire, devoid of any elegance. His hand faltered, and Tu Yan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Is this what you're wearing? Meng Han shrugged her hands. Otherwise, did you expect me to dress up for a date? There's no need to be so desperate. They exchanged disdainful snorts once more. Jiang Sui descended to grab some snacks and noticed their expressions. A date? The rose you picked from the entrance is quite lovely. It's burning me up. Tu Yan discarded the rose into the trash. He was a person who valued etiquette. Even a mock date warranted some semblance of decorum, and looking at this woman, she was just shy of stepping out in slippers. So, where are we going now? Meng Han opened her phone's map, locating a bar. Shall we go? Tu Yan scrutinized Meng Han's outfit. You plan to go to a bar dressed like this? Moreover, their first date destination was a bar? Meng Han saw nothing wrong with her attire, as she frequently wore similar outfits to roam about. It's a new opening, and they have a new wine tasting. I want to check it out. Is it free? Jiang Sui interjected, concluding that these two words meant they could go. Is it free?
Jiang Sui inquired.
Meng Han absent-mindedly nodded. It's my friend's place. I'm just going to support them. Sister Sui, if you like it, I'll ask my friend to send over more.
All right.
Let us go now. Chapter 97. 300 is more cost-effective. The two had made plans and stepped out together, leaving Tu Yan behind, who felt somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be a date between him and Meng Han? How had it morphed into Jiang Sui going to crash a drinking party instead? Regardless, he had to follow. As the only man present, he felt it was his duty to ensure the safety of the women. Such is the essence of a gentleman. Rumor had it that Jiang Sui had never been out drunk. Was she attending to flaunt her drinking prowess? Perhaps she was merely in it for the $200, which seemed more in line with Jiang Sui's character. Haha, I find that quite plausible. Where is this venue? I shall go and see for myself, haha. I want to witness her skills firsthand. Jiang Sui drove off in a car from the underground garage. Sister Sui, whose car is this? Tu Yan asked as she took the driver's seat. It's the director's, she replied. Meng Han raised an eyebrow. Is this even allowed to be driven away? Once they hit the road, Jiang Sui inquired, Tu Yan, can you drive? He nodded, yes, but I don't drink. Jiang Sui shot him a look. How could a little pet drink, let alone require someone to drive? Tu Yan swallowed hard. All right, I understand. Sister Sui, I promise to keep you all safe. Even little pets must act like gentlemen. But did Jiang Sui truly need protection? With a single hand, she could easily put him down. The trio drove off in the director's car, while the director in the basement silently swirled his red wine. The most exquisite wine tasting could be hosted right here in the basement. He felt weary, and no longer wished to intervene. It was indeed wise to heed the survival show director's advice, to follow Jiang Sui and await the ensuing fortune. At the very least, the current popularity of the show was undeniable. Upon their arrival, the venue was still sparsely populated, with only the drinks arranged on the tables. Meng Han, being quite familiar, entered the office, pushing the door open. Brother Qian, I brought some people. Brother Qian exchanged pleasantries with Meng Han and embraced her. ISN to your teacher against you drinking? Why did you call today? Meng Han waved her hand dismissively. I'm not drinking. I brought some guests. She proudly patted her chest, assuring Brother Qian that she was indeed accompanying someone impressive. Brother Qian glanced outside, spotting a decent-looking man and a rather expressionless, frail woman.
Who are these people?
Did they remain in the car? Brother Qian began to step outside, but was halted by Meng Han. Brother Qian, what are you doing? He craned his neck to look outside, but saw no one. Well, if you didn't bring anyone, that's all right. I want to hold it against you. I'll book a private room for you. No, I did bring someone. It's just her, Meng Han insisted, pointing to the person behind her. As they reached the entrance, a chilly breeze swept in. Tuyen wrapped his coat tighter around himself, grateful he had chosen to wear a thicker jacket, or he would have frozen. Brother Qian furrowed his brows, gesturing towards Tuyen. This young man? Is he a bit too delicate? We need someone to liven up the atmosphere. Although he could sip some fake wine, he can't drink nothing at all. A little fortitude. I think he is capable. Can men even be delicate? Perhaps I am simply ignorant. Tuyen retorted, don't underestimate me. I can drink. Once I start, I'll feel warm. He adjusted his coat again, stepping further inside, as the wind outside seemed to pick up. Brother Qian scrutinized Tuyen once more. This wine isn't going to fortify you. It's merely a tease. Tuyen replied, with such charm. Who needs fortification? Your vision is lacking. He scoffed and edged further in. Sister Sui had expressly forbidden him from drinking. After all, he would be driving later, and it was imperative not to betray her trust. It wasn't that he couldn't drink. It was simply that a gentleman had significant responsibilities at hand. Meng Han looked at Brother Qian in disbelief, wondering how he could miss the mark twice. With such an imposing presence as Sister Sui, how could anyone err? She looked slim in clothing, yet rather robust when undressed. Brother Qian, it's this one, right here. Brother Qian's gaze shifted back to Jiang Sui, then away again. After a moment's contemplation, he could no longer contain his frustration. Meng Han, may I call you sister? This girl looks like she can barely string a sentence together. How is she supposed to command the entire room? You might as well finish the show and head home. Jiang Sui stroked her chin. Do I seem that stammering? Back when I was soloing in the realm of artificial intelligence, this bar hadn't even opened yet. A hero shouldn't dwell on past glories. It's time to return to reality. Reality? Brother Qian suspected this girl might be a lunatic or perhaps a water ghost. Jiang Sui held up 3 fingers, her expression impassive as she regarded Brother Qian. You still owe me 3,000. That's absolutely unacceptable. Brother Qian took several steps back. 3,000 was less than he could earn himself, allowing him to invest fully. Jiang Sui opened her mouth. 300 just to make a friend. I merely wish to enjoy a complimentary drink. Brother Qian sprang to his feet. It wasn't that he was reluctant to approach. 300 was far more cost-effective. Meng Han was giving Brother Qian a pointed look. This is Sister Sui. If you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. Cherish her. Sister Sui can breathe life into the lifeless. Brother Qian grasped Jiang Sui's hand, sealing the deal. All right, I'll be your friend, but are you truly capable? Jiang Sui appeared rather frail. Perhaps it was merely her thick clothing? Fear not. I'm a professional at this. I'll ensure your bar flourishes. Professional? Brother Qian suddenly felt more optimistic. Tuyen, bundled in his coat, entered the venue and sipped some hot water. The weather this evening seemed ominous. A wind blowing that hinted at rain, yet the sky remained relatively bright. As 6 o'clock approached, people began to trickle in.
Jiang Sui, clutching a bottle,
Stood atop a table, making grand proclamations. Tonight, all expenses are on the house. The crowd murmured. Isn't this just an excuse to capitalize on discounted drinks and some freebies? That's why they're here. Family, I've infiltrated. The table is covered in bottles. All thanks to Sister Sui. I see it now, finally grasping the definition of a professional. I'm in on this too. Let me broadcast it live. Please keep an eye on Jiang Sui. I wonder if she'll soar like an aircraft. The boasting was indeed loud. The money made here. I am not envious. Jiang Sui slammed her hand on the table, her expression unfaltering as she played dice with the others. The crowd gathered around Jiang Sui, engrossed in her dice game. Brother Qian at the front desk was left dumbfounded, poking Meng Han's wrist. Is this even a person? Could she actually be a water ghost? Do you have any idea how much she has flaunted? My wine cellar is on the verge of being emptied.
Meng Han klicked her tongue.
She is even more terrifying than a water ghost. She is the ice princess of the crystal grave, enamored with the purple and the ethereal. Zhao Xiao had stepped into the fray, but hadn't he fully committed. Chapter 98. Let us unveil the bedroom photos. Jiang Sui spent the entire night in the bar, relishing in the art of cocktail shaking, clearly enamored with the craft. Netizens commented, Jiang Sui, please give me a ride. I have urgent matters. As Tuyen drove her home, Jiang Sui reclined in the back seat, half closing her eyes and fixating on Tuyen. She felt a chill creeping in from behind. Was she truly intoxicated, or was she merely pretending? Upon exiting the car, she walked in a straight line. Yet, even this line seemed excessively straight. Just as Jiang Sui was about to tumble into a flower bed, Tu Ian caught her. "Sister, are you alright?" Jiang Sui waved her hand dismissively, her tone flat, devoid of any signs of inebriation. "I'm fine, not drunk at all." "That means you are drunk." Not daring to support her, he could only guide Jiang Sui back along the right path to her room for some rest. Upon entering, they encountered Tan Chuan descending the stairs for water. Jiang Sui blinked, showing no indication of inebriation, and dashed over to Tan Chuan. Tu Ian and Meng Han exchanged glances, realizing the person they were holding had bolted towards Tan Chuan. "This is a disaster." She's run away.
Jiang Sui affectionately embraced Tan Chuan's shoulders.
"I know, my friend. The fans are wild, both male and female. Just give them some money to appease them." Tan Chuan, pushing the person away from him, replied coldly, "You're drunk."
Jiang Sui,
like someone with experience, patted Tan Chuan's chest. "Brother, your way of handling this will soon be exposed. You're bound to be in hot water." After speaking, Jiang Sui looked up at the kitchen and clicked his tongue. "The fried rice is indeed delicious."
"Hey, chef.
"Make me an order of fried rice, please." Tu Ian was nearly beside himself, dragging Jiang Sui upstairs. However, Jiang Sui's strength was overwhelming. He effortlessly broke free and rushed back to wrap his arms around Tan Chuan again. "Brother," Jiang Sui pointed at Tu Ian, "your buddy here isn't much good. He's playing dirty and won't let you go home." Tu Ian hurriedly covered Jiang Sui's mouth, fearing further revelations that could expose his secrets. Moreover, this incident was from many years ago. He had no idea how Jiang Sui learned about it.
Tu Jian,
"Let me tell you, he has a habit of biting his nails and never washes his feet." Tu Ian was exasperated, hoisting Jiang Sui onto his shoulder and sprinting upstairs. He had never felt so physically challenged in his life. What was Jiang Sui babbling about? What is wrong with male and female fans? He had heard rumors about Tan Chuan before, but they were often unverifiable, claiming Tan Chuan had slept with fans. Based on Jiang Sui's expressions, it seemed Tan Chuan hadn't crossed that line, but had been entangled instead. How perplexing. What was the truth behind this gossip?
Ha ha ha.
Tu Ian likely never wanted to participate in a variety show again, feeling utterly humiliated. At that moment, Tu Ian must have wished for death. Why was Jiang Sui talking about Tan Chuan and Tu Ian? Had he missed some crucial piece of gossip? Just drunken ramblings, perhaps.
In vino veritas.
I wager that Tan Chuan and Tu Ian are a couple. After closing the door, Tu Ian felt utterly numb. He regretted his decision to join the show and had foolishly confronted Jiang Sui. "You stay here, I'm going to sleep in your room." Meng Han remained behind, feeling that Sister Sui was quite terrifying when drunk. It was one thing to stumble home in a straight line, but to spill secrets everywhere was another. The entertainment industry was trembling in fear. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed in, Jiang Sui descended the stairs, yawning. He ordered a hangover soup, which felt surprisingly pleasant. Last night felt like a blackout. But none of that mattered, as long as he didn't make a mess. Jiang Sui set his standards rather low. "Good morning." Tan Chuan grunted in response, taking his breakfast and leaving. "What's wrong? Am I some sort of catastrophe?" A walking scandal. Tan Chuan genuinely felt anxious. He simply wished to navigate this dating show quietly, perhaps stir up a CP to divert the fans' attention. TSK. Are they about to spill the beans? Just be a good little parasite. Who told you to get caught in those kinds of photos? No way out. Meng Han lifted her head from her soy milk. What kind of photo? Sounds a bit scandalous. She gazed at Jiang Sui with a silly grin, her eyes brimming with gossip fervor. "Come on, spill. What photo?" Jiang Sui focused on his meal, his mind swirling with memories of the previous night. If bed photos get leaked, that would indeed be hard to wash away. How to navigate this situation? The only option is to call the police. But I wonder if Chuan actually did anything. Bed photos. Wow, that's exciting. Meng Han gasped, taking a big sip, making the youtiao on the table seem even more alluring. The fact that Tan Chuan had bed photos in the hands of fans, and not just one fan but several, both male and female, made the situation even more tantalizing. "Oh, how I want to see them." Tu Ian nudged Meng Han, his eyes warning her to be cautious. Meng Han pushed back. What exactly was the relationship between Tu Ian and Tan Chuan? He both looked down on him and seemed protective. Could they possibly be a couple? But considering this flamboyant peacock as attraction to beautiful women, he likely wouldn't be interested in humans. Tan Chuan pondered from a distance. He felt utterly helpless. Initially, He sought someone to shield him from the flames, only to discover that no one was normal. One was a gossiping Jiang Sui, another was a gossip-hungry Meng Han. And then there was that eccentric peacock. Jiang Bao had taken a liking to Chang Yi, another unpredictable character. Jiang Sui's suggestion was not without merit, but without evidence. The risks were considerable. What a lovely day. But the games are back again. Meng Han stood up, almost forgetting that the production team would set up various mini-games to engage the guests. The game board was to be updated daily.
What?
A swimming pool.
Men han screamed in horror.
Tu Yen rushed over to take a look, his eyes widening with excitement.
What?
A swimming pool.
Mengan siot tu Jian adistan fel glans.
With that body of yours, you're practically a walking belly. Tu Yen scoffed, and you, with that flat physique. He flexed his bicep at Meng Han, showcasing his muscles. Now this is the real deal. Even the kids love it, so it must be the best. No thanks.
In un instant, Jian's pride crumbled.
He picked up his pride and stood next to Jiang Sui, eager to show off, almost ready to strip off his shirt. Jiang Sui remarked, "You're insane." She approached the game board. They had only seen the location but hadn't read the rules. Water ball toss, draw for pairs, water seeding, draw for pairs. After she recited several lines, everyone finally realized why today, as activities were so numerous. The production team really goes all out to encourage everyone to go on dates. They listed 23 activities. Meng Han stared at the board, counting. 1, 2, 3, 23? Why so many? Is the production team trying to drown me? Jiang Sui, a winter swimming expert, replied, "That's a trivial matter. I've swum for 3 days and 3 nights without dying, and I even floated." The guests. Who would be so idle as to float in a river for 3 days and nights, and still not starve to death? Meng Han recalled Jiang Sui fishing on a deserted island, even suspecting Jiang Sui was somehow catching fish and eating them raw while drifting in the river. The guest list was out, and the little robots were preparing the draw. They distributed various common fruits, with the guest list posted on the wall, ready for movement. Why weren't you Zhu Jun and Shuehe participating? They hadn't joined several events. Though cringe-worthy, it was genuinely amusing to watch. The combination of a female con artist and a male con artist was undeniably entertaining. On the road to getting married, please do not cue. Cough, cough, cough. A thirsty pair of men and women, and it had only been a few days, and they were already rushing to marry, as if scripted by the production team. They knew the two were eager, but they hadn't anticipated it would be this urgent. Jiang Sui handed Meng Han a glass of water, suggesting she team up with Chang Yi if she was worried about the water. How did Jiang Sui know that Chang Yi was an excellent swimmer? Had they discussed it? Yes, I'm Jiang Sui as husband. Please stop trying to matchmake me with my wife. I'm still the wife, Jiang Sui acknowledges. I'm quite the charmer. Jiang Sui will definitely like me. Aren't we discussing Chang Yi? What else there to discuss? It's absolutely impossible. Jiang Sui had only greeted the new guest, Chang Yi, and seemed to have conversed, then felt at ease. I saw him in the swimming group at the detention center. Yes, quite impressive.
Men han responded.
I thought he was a professional swimmer. Turns out that's not his specialty. I got it, Sister Sui, but I don't think I'll get picked. Because Jiang Bao would certainly seek out the director to give her a backdoor pass, pairing her with Chang Yi. This was a dating show, and they had already shown little enthusiasm. Having someone so eager appear, the director would surely comply. According to the production team's track record, Meng Han should be assigned to Tu Yen. Meng Han exclaimed, "No way." After the little robot completed the box, it brought it forth for everyone to draw lots. The draw was conducted through a scanning process. Jiang Sui was the first to draw, and unsurprisingly, she picked Tan Chuan. As expected, a bright red apple. Chuan, your guidance is noted. Jiang Sui's gaze lingered on Tan Chuan for quite some time. Tan Chuan, though somewhat reluctant, assumed that his draw would be equally unremarkable. Indeed, when he drew, it was also an apple. Just as Jiang Sui had suggested, the results were manipulated behind closed doors. Thus, the roommate exchange this evening likely correlated with the reactions of the netizens today. Meng Han drew a pineapple, and Tu Yen also picked a pineapple. Tu Yen observed the note and realized it was identical to the one in Meng Han's hand. Who would want to team up with you?
Humph.
Meng Han shot a glare at Tu Yen. Trying to outdo each other with their stares, Meng Han was confident hers was the more impressive. Chang Yi ended up in the same group as Jiang Bao, who even provocatively glanced at Jiang Sui. Why are you glaring at me? Just because we are fellow inmates doesn't he make me your rival? Chang Yi ultimately could not recall where he had seen Jiang Sui before, and eventually let the thought slip away. It seemed improbable. How could Jiang Sui possibly be someone significant? Surely, he had merely stumbled upon some unfounded rumors. Otherwise, Jiang Sui would be considered eccentric. The weather today was splendid, with a gentle sun, prompting everyone to shed their outerwear. The swimming pool was indoors, so there was no fear of the cold. The water was warm, and the female participants expressed no concerns. Jiang Sui stretched lazily as she entered the women's changing room to don her attire. The swimsuits were provided by the production team. Meng Han had even complained at one point about how revealing they were. At long last, they were following the normal steps of a dating show. This episode, it seemed, everyone was somewhat apprehensive about romance, except for Yu Zhujun and Shuehe. The guests devised various excuses to evade dates. Still, group dates were the most thrilling. Body shapes, Sahasi, I want to see Sister Sui's figure. I noticed the production team had prepared swimsuits for the guests. How exhilarating. Exhilarating? Are you certain? What on earth is Jiang Sui wearing? Jiang Sui flipped her hair and walked in, drawing the attention of the guests. Every smile and frown fell under their scrutiny. Yet, the expressions of the guests were particularly peculiar, some frowning, others making snide remarks. Jiang Sui, what on earth are you wearing? Wasn't he agreed that we would don the swimsuits prepared by the production team?
Ang bao di mat?
Jiang Sui shrugged, asserting that it was indeed from the production team. The swimsuits for the crew, those were also prepared by the production team. The guests, indeed, Jiang Sui seems to find every loophole. Meng Han uttered a sound of disbelief, feeling that perhaps it was not so absurd after all. Jiang Sui was clad in a full-body diving suit. Upon plunging into the water, she swam several laps. Having swum in the ocean, what do I have to fear here? Swim in the ocean? Is Jiang Sui's mind still intact? Has she lost her sanity, or is she merely eccentric? Let's get started. The first game is throwing water balloons, right? Everyone nodded, and those who could not swim settled into the flotation devices. However, this was the shallow end. As long as one did not panic, there would generally be no issues. Having swum in the ocean and even spent 3 days and nights in a river, Jiang Sui felt that this challenge was destined for failure. Why did everyone look at Jiang Sui with such fearless determination? Some paparazzi had captured Jiang Sui wintering in a river for 3 days, leading to her being taken to the police station. Is that really her? Yes, it's her. I was the one who called the police. It was genuinely frightening. And her statements were quite explosive, resulting in her being detained for a few days. Curious about what she said? I didn't quite catch it, but it seemed she wanted to test if she could survive that way. Is Jiang Sui's mental state somewhat questionable? I maintain she is a reincarnation, reborn as a land king, a reincarnation of a veterinarian saving the entire village. All right, let us wrap this up. Further elaboration would be excessive. Jiang Sui attempted to gauge the various basketball hoops set up along the poolside, one for each group, taking turns to throw. Each successful shot counted as 1 point. This time, the production team recognized only the first place. The subsequent 3 would have to go on a date and complete designated tasks. Tan Chuan observed Jiang Sui's determination, certain that the first place was theirs. Jiang Sui stepped forward and made her first throw, successfully scoring. Sister Sui, did you play basketball before? Are you hitting every shot?
Tu Jian inquired with curiosity.
Jiang Sui lazily replied, No. Isn't this rather simple? Simple? How could this possibly be easy? Darts are easy. I've hit the mark every time, using my life to test it. The guests. Who died? Is it Jiang Sui who perished or the darts? Everyone tentatively decided the darts were the ones that perished, though it was absurd to say the darts died. It certainly couldn't be Jiang Sui who met her demise. This flower hand was not waved in vain. Meng Han even attempted a shot, and as she swung her hand, it resembled a basketball throw. Darts and flower hand combined. Sister Sui, impressive. Chapter 100. 3 parts unrestrained, 4 parts indifferent, 5 parts casual. Jiang Sui was ready, awaiting the voice broadcast to announce the start. Tan Chuan was squeezed out, unable to showcase his skills. It was evident that Jiang Sui possessed a strong competitive spirit. He quietly stepped back, allowing Jiang Sui more room to shine. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Tan Chuan. Suddenly, I find that being a kept man isn't so bad. Jiang Sui seems to hold little interest in him. Now I understand why Tu Yen has been so attached to Jiang Sui these past few days. As the voice broadcast sounded, Jiang Sui went on a shooting spree, hitting every mark, her hands moving so swiftly they appeared blurred. What is this? A shadowless hand. This year's dragon boat race, I wouldn't watch without Jiang Sui. She is practically a shadow. Help me with these ports, I'm serious.
Wow.
A gamer has emerged upstairs. Now, let me report on the current standings of the match. Huaxia contestant Jiang Sui, swift as the wind, her heart calm and hands deft. Even finding time to smirk at the audience. My goodness, what is this? This is our genius. Is she smirking? Where is her expression? With careful observation, one would realize 3 parts unrestrained, 4 parts indifferent, 5 parts casual. Now, we bestow upon Jiang Sui the award for Best Dominant Performance. The netizens are having a blast. Never tiring of it, Jiang Sui's hands never ceased. By the time the timer ended, she was neither flushed nor out of breath. The tally was underway. Please hold on. The other contestants were sprawled on the shore, gasping for air. Some were even bickering like Tu Yan and Meng Han. You hit my hand. How could you be so rude? Meng Han raised her hand, displaying the reddened back of her hand for Tu Yan to see. This competition lasted only a minute. If it were any longer, her hand would surely be ruined. Tu Yan swatted Meng Han's hand away, raising his own. What is this? What is this? An injury? You had to scratch someone just to throw a ball? Are you a reincarnated cat spirit? In the tranquility of time, only Tan Chuan, wrapped in a blanket, watched them compete. With such a powerhouse on the team, he could only be rendered useless. Scores: Team 1, 3 points, Team 2, 78 points, Team 3, 29 points. Team 2 belonged to Jiang Sui, and the guests were left in astonishment. 78 points? Scoring 78 in a minute, is that a world record? My hands were just getting warmed up. This time I only scored 78. Getting warmed up? The guests gaped. Jiang Sui considers this merely getting warmed up. And they had yet to experience the trials ahead. The second game involved musical chairs. The atmosphere grew heavy. Meng Han and Tu Yan had practically given up. Not fighting was already a mark of high quality for a variety show guest. The two stood as partners on either side, with enough space in between to accommodate 7 or 8 burly men. Jiang Sui, robust as an ox, full of boundless energy, was a whirlwind of chaos. This game seemed destined for an unequivocal loss. The director, watching from the basement, was anxious. Jiang Sui appeared to be a game bug, unbeatable by anyone. The guests have lost their enthusiasm. How can this variety show continue? An intense discussion unfolded in the basement, ultimately leading to the conclusion that Jiang Sui must be isolated. The staff, holding documents and a megaphone, approached the pool. Attention, esteemed guests. The second game concluded in mere minutes. Jiang Sui, akin to a black hole of gaming, merely sat down and managed to send the floating vessels adrift. The guests turned their gazes toward the staff, who appeared on camera for the first time, visibly nervous. The rules of the game needed amending. Previously, 2 individuals formed a team, but now, while the groups remained unchanged, only 1 participant could compete at a time. No free rides allowed. Every guest must engage. Tan Chuan, basking in the sun with sunglasses, suddenly sat up, as if he had heard the term free ride. What an absurd situation. It matters not, for I possess ample strength and means. The guests and staff pondered. Can they simply forfeit the competition? What difference does it make from declaring a champion outright? They would be humiliated before the entire nation. Chuan, stay seated. Let me demonstrate what a free ride truly entails. Your fans and sponsors are quite lacking. They haven't paid yet have stolen a few intimate photos. Selling oneself would be worth more than that. Tan Chuan remarked. The days of being coerced into a free ride are far more stifling than those of direct indulgence. The guests, who had been listening to the rules, shifted their attention to Tan Chuan. Meng Han stroked her chin in contemplation, given Sister Sui's nature. Tan Chuan likely had not taken advantage of fans, but he had indeed engaged in some questionable dealings for financial gain. He received neither the funds nor the privacy, and now found himself threatened like an ostrich. How could Jiang Sui, privy to such intimate details that even the principal party doubts, possibly know? Has she assumed the lead role, while they are mere NPCs? Or perhaps NPCs with their memories meticulously erased? Ha ha, Tan Chuan was nearly dozing off on the lounge chair. The best laid-back player of the day, Tan Chuan. Jiang Sui commented. There is no emotion, merely the body's instinctive movements. That floating vessel? It can be moved at will. Speaking of you, cease your free rides. Even the staff have been exasperated. Thus, Tu Yan and Meng Han's persistent entanglement with Jiang Sui holds some merit.
Why?
Does my Han Han not deserve it? Give Meng Han a chance. The production team typically favors a male-female pairing, Meng Han surmised. The way everyone looked at Tan Chuan was as if he owed millions, haraha.
Trembling Tan Chuan.
Finally, amidst the collective disdain, he relinquished his clothing and entered the water. They had long grown weary of him hiding behind Jiang Sui, sleeping.
Tu GNV contemplatis rowing a punch.
No fighting allowed, no fighting allowed. Brother Shun Ti behaved this way. Tu Yen huffed, turning her head away. Who would want to fight Tan Chuan? That would tarnish her reputation. Suddenly, Meng Han shot a friendly glance at Tu Yen, raising an eyebrow. What is your relationship with Tan Chuan? Tu Yen glared. Do not associate me with such a person. It diminishes my status. Meng Han responded with an oddly pitched "oh." It certainly cannot be a genuine brotherly bond.
Tu GN and Tan Chuan?
What? A pair? Thus, the rumors began to circulate, distorted with each retelling, growing increasingly absurd. Why did Meng Han react so peculiarly? Surely, they cannot be biological brothers. One with the surname Tu and the other Tan. That seems improbable. Why can't one follow the mother's surname, and the other the father's? The new voting channel is now open. Click the link below to cast your vote. Press 1 for biological brothers, 2 for previously acquainted, 3 for enemies, and 4 for unrelated.
3. Tu es dis d'un full expression clearly indicat en miti.
2. Once acquainted, now adversaries. 1 seems too obscure, I'll vote for 1. What if they are an actual biological child and a love child? The next activity is a riddle, and incorrect answers will result in a spray of water. Chapter 101. Brother Chang'e. Upon seeing this activity, the audience began to question the staff's methodology. A riddle? Jiang Sui answered alone. Do we still have a chance to turn this around?
Ziang baudito ang vili.
Though she longed for a date, Jiang Sui winning would be unacceptable. You can't turn it around, it shows you're incapable. If you can't endure, this lifetime will pass. The fists hardened. The staff cleared their throat, announcing that they would employ a button-pressing format for rapid responses, with 2 opportunities available. The atmosphere lightened slightly. However, could they truly outpace Jiang Sui's seemingly spectral shooting skills? Jiang Sui exhaled, suggesting, how about Tan Chuan attempts to answer while I respond? The guests felt more balanced. Tan Chuan was no different from them. Moreover, Jiang Sui might not answer every query correctly. Jiang Sui had a voice in her heart, stating that it was not certain she would know the answer to the riddle. At this moment, they would conveniently receive the answer for free. Perfectly executed. The guest's scheming nearly caused Tan Chuan's expression to crack. He was determined to unleash the speed of a 27-year-old single man, pressing the answer button with his right hand. Ready? First question. The tension in the air thickened. The one presenting the question transformed from a small robot to a staff member, heightening their anxiety. All eyes turned to Jiang Sui, eagerly anticipating her response. Did she appear frightened? Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle, the guests exchanged curious glances. Jiang Sui felt a chill run down her spine. One side red, the other green, both fearing the wind and the rain. Guess a character. And begin. Thud, 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 thud. The staff mused. The button panel might just shatter. These are the most fervent guests he has ever encountered.
All right.
Chang'e pressed the button first. Jiang Bao, please respond. Jiang Bao clenched her hands, her gaze fixed on Jiang Sui's face. Why are you silent? Speak up.
Jiang Sui.
Do I have the answer written on my face? Jiang Sui touched her face, glancing at her reflection in the pool.
Ah.
My beautiful visage is flawless, without a hint of error. Jiang Bao's hands were about to crumble under pressure. The countdown ended, dousing both her and Chang'e with water. That cursed Jiang Sui. She ought to refrain from speaking. She constantly curses people in her heart. Next question. Wishing to ascend to the lunar palace and pluck the fragrant branches, guess a 4-character idiom. Begin. The frantic button pressing echoed again. Don't their hands get sore? All right, stop. Tan Chuan pressed first. Jiang Sui, please answer. Jiang Sui did not hesitate for a second, responding instantly. Inaccessible heights. Correct answer. Group 2 gains a point. Jiang Bao's hands were nearly broken. She refused to believe she couldn't snag Jiang Sui's free answer. Taking a deep breath, she spoke gently to Chang'e. Brother Chang'e, it's all right. Not getting it isn't a problem. Did you hear that? Just a reminder for you, you useless one. How can you be a second slower than others in pressing the button? Brother Chang'e, let us take our time. You useless one. Jiang Bao, is Jiang Sui having a split personality? Why is her mind so theatrical? Although Jiang Sui maintained a stoic expression, I knew she was being sarcastic. Brother.
Oh,
How on earth did you come to that conclusion?
I am impressed.
Next question, please listen. The big red lantern hangs high. A chubby child like a flame, guess a fruit, begin. The button sounds erupted, indicating everyone's eagerness. After the staff called for a stop, everyone continued pressing. 2En secured the button and Meng Han answered. Meng Han stood up, clapping. It's a persimmon. Correct answer. Group 1 gains a point. Though this point may seem trivial, the competitive spirit ignited. 2En did not wish to be scolded for not trying. Unlike Jiang Bao, Meng Han was far more astute. Waiting for Jiang Sui's answer is less effective than pondering it oneself. With a score of 78, Jiang Sui remains undaunted. TSK, I won't answer. And you still can't surpass me. Waiting for dinner, I ordered a portion. Guessed. Jiang Sui's daily routine consists of gossiping, criticizing others, gossiping, dining, criticizing, gossiping, watching performances, and sleeping. While they're still fretting over their scores, Jiang Sui is already discreetly ordering takeout. Next question, close your mouths. Guessed. They haven't spoken. Why close what? Is this variety show unhinged? The staff took a breath and continued. Guess a character. The time to buzz in begins now. Before anyone could react, Tan Chuan pressed the button. The production team, lacking in sportsmanship, used this to confuse them. Tan Chuan buzzed in, and Jiang Sui answered.
Jiang Sui, ah. Guessed, ah?
What do you mean, ha? Finally, there's something Jiang Sui doesn't know. Ha 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 ha.
What do you mean by ha?
That's the answer. Ha 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 ha, come on.
Letes affilite India, justa.
The staff promptly awarded 2 points to the second group. The answer was indeed correct. While the other groups were still encouraged to keep trying, as many more games awaited, surely with chances that suited them. There's nothing I'm not good at. Just a hint of ha. Guessed. Jiang Sui might be a superhero or perhaps an alien. They find it hard to believe that a human could excel at everything. Jiang Sui has been known to disassemble and reassemble tiny robots for years. The staff forced an awkward smile, realizing that earning money was becoming increasingly difficult. Please listen to the question. Surrounded by mountains, each mountain connects to another, guess a character, and begin buzzing in. The frantic sound of buttons being pressed erupted, mingled with other peculiar noises. 2En stared at the button in his hand, lost in thought. This is a disaster. I'm going to lose money. It seems to be cracked, host. The staff paused the game and approached to inspect the small device in 2En's hand, which had indeed cracked. How did 2En manage to break it? He looked shocked and bewildered. If someone needs to break mountains, it should be 2En. If he can break machines with his bare hands, surely he can manage a mountain? 2En grimaced at the device in his hand, feeling utterly incapable. The moment he concentrated, he broke it. After a glance, the staff replaced it for him. But the one who buzzed in was not him. It was Tan Chuan. Even if you broke it, you still couldn't buzz in. Go on a date instead.
Jiang Sui answered, Tian.
The entire character guessing game lasted half an hour. And though Tan Chuan's chances of buzzing in were slim, Jiang Sui was guaranteed to answer correctly. Thus, the final score still favored the second group. 2En provocatively bared his teeth at Tan Chuan. His painstaking efforts to win favor resulted in a mere random draw that gave Tan Chuan a point alongside Jiang Sui. The alert function is always on, take note. 2En silently withdrew his hand. Sister Sui, what do you want to eat tonight? I can cook. Jiang Sui glanced at the time. It should be about time. Should we order takeout to eat together? When in good spirits, one orders more. The reason for her good mood is likely due to her impressive display today. She finally managed to impress them. Chapter 102. 2En's parents, the rising dragon and the phoenix chick. After dinner, as everyone was preparing to sleep, Meng Han pulled Jiang Sui back into her room. Being increasingly audacious with gossip, the correct method of indulging in rumors is to invite the big shots back to one's own room. This way, she could get the scoop ahead of time. Sister Sui, I secretly slipped out to buy a roast suckling pig. I saw. Shout, she told me your dad came to see you. Dressed as a delivery person. Undressed as everyone's relative. Meng Han. The production team doesn't allow delivery personnel in, but Jiang Sui deciphered the little robot, enabling it to fetch takeout. However, they cannot do so as this place strictly forbids delivery personnel, which is why she thought of this method. Does your dad know you had a delivery person impersonate him? It's all too real. It's common for boy bands and girl groups to have delivery personnel pose as various relatives. Delivery personnel, a multifaceted employment opportunity. This roast suckling pig is far too large. Can you finish it? I suggest mailing it over and I'll help divide it. Meng Han, acting like a spy. was even cautious of the cameraman, wondering if they could peek inside the room. Don't make noise. Perhaps Han Han just wants to share the juicy gossip with us. Everyone stop scrolling. Sister Sui, what do you think of Ian? Jiang Sui paused her chewing of the roast suckling pig.
Jiang?
A delightful adversary turned couple. Quite nice. Meng Han. Yes, quite good. His family is the local tycoon. But the family values are a bit lacking, not a single normal one. Such as?
Men Han listened intently.
Knowing Ian's troublesome demeanor hinted at underlying family issues. Hearing about the tycoons sparked no reaction, but the mention of no normal ones made Meng Han perk up. The father is capable and responsible, treating others kindly, while the mother is elegant, beautiful, and exceptionally competent. Father has affairs with beautiful women, transferring assets to create a company for his mistress. By the way, the second-tier celebrity Chu Lishan is his mistress. Meng Han's jaw dropped. Is this what you call responsible and kind? This just a beast. Chu Lishan's benefactor turns out to be Ian's father. Does he know he is such a young stepmother? Mother is dating a young boyfriend, openly kissing in public, showing no respect for her husband while transferring assets to her boyfriend's company. Meng Han's mouth widened further. A rising dragon and a phoenix chick, living in a house of conflict. How can Ian remain normal? There are illegitimate daughters and sons. Ian is their only legitimate child.
Jiang?
Aside from his narcissism and love for fun, seems to have a stable mindset and is relatively kind-hearted. When Tan Chuan was threatened with nude photos, Ian threw money to temporarily silence the issue, but Tan Chuan was unaware.
Men Han.
This is indeed a pair. This chaotic, explosive family. Yet Ian still carries himself as a sunny, cheerful young man. Is it certain he won't turn dark? If he doesn't become a deviant, he's no different from one. Meng Han chuckled awkwardly. Sister Sui, with such a family, with wealth, Ian should inherit everything, right? With so many illegitimate children, if he can still inherit normally, that would be miraculous. Ian probably feels exceptionally small at home. With such chaos, his psyche must be distorted. Jiang Sui gnawed on the pig-esque trotter and nonchalantly remarked, It's all right, maybe an 80.
Men Han.
How can this be an 80? Are you sure it's not an 08? It's well known that illegitimate children also have inheritance rights. With numerous offspring, they would naturally divide Ian's parents' assets. After all, he is the only legitimate child. Despite the squabbles, Ian holds a significant amount of assets. The man invests in the woman's company, while the woman transfers her assets to Ian's name. Similarly, the woman invests in the man's company, and the man shifts his assets to Ian's name. This perfectly resolves asset disputes. Meng Han, the clown is me. If she had as many assets as Ian, she could also be a sunny, cheerful girl. Depression? She could easily pretend to be humble at home.
So,
do Ian and Tan Chuan seem to have some conflict? Their gazes seem strange. Are they a couple? Rivals? Or good brothers? Jiang Sui took a sip of water after her chewing and wiped her mouth. It seems fine. I don't see any conflict. Isn't it all good? Then that's a long saga of family secrets. Meng Han exclaimed. Previously, Jiang Sui had only mentioned one family secret, stating they were biological brothers. Ian is the sole legitimate child, and with so many illegitimate children in his family, he can't possibly only have issues with Tan Chuan. Jiang Sui chose not to elaborate further, yawning instead. By the way, Ian is best suited to be a peacock in all other aspects. He resembles a peacock as well. For example, a boyfriend is akin to a man adorned with a flamboyant feather atop his head. Meng Han found this sentiment particularly resonant. Initially, she pondered what kind of family could raise someone like Ian, but now she understood. She sensed that, devoid of psychological abnormalities, this individual was quite ordinary. It felt less like inquiring about a romantic partner and more like gathering gossip. No wonder Ian was so narcissistic. With such a privileged background, all his family assets belonged solely to him. If this were indeed the case, Meng Han's expression would change drastically. It felt unlike what Jiang Sui had described. Meng Han's jaw nearly dropped to the floor, while Jiang Sui continued to flaunt her roasted piglet. It was the first time she had witnessed a female star indulging in roasted piglet at such an hour. Surely, something was amiss. Meng Han's eyes widened in shock. The Tu family, a wealthy dynasty, from where exactly? And the richest of them all, no less. Secretary, look into this for me. Concerned that Jiang Sui might feel fatigued, Meng Han served her another plate. Sister Sui, Please enjoy. There's plenty more, and here are some gloves. Jiang Sui acknowledged with a hum, continuing her display. What does Meng Han care about these inquiries for? She doesn't seem to have an affection for Tu Yen. Could it be Tan Chuan? Fond of the silent type. Tan Chuan is not viable, his background is quite chaotic.
Men har linet klosser, scrutinizing Jiang Sui.
Chaotic background such as what? Jiang Sui remained silent, resuming her exhibition of roasted piglet. Meng Han cleared her throat. Sister Sui, what do you think of Tan Chuan? Jiang Sui paused, clapped her hands, and removed her gloves. Meng Han thought Jiang Sui might be upset and unwilling to respond, tossing her gloves aside. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Sui donned another pair. So annoying. Why do they keep tearing? This restaurant's gloves are of poor quality. Meng Han exhaled in relief. It was merely a glove change.
Tan Chuan.
Jiang Sui said while putting on her gloves, don't provoke him. The fans can be a bit unhinged. Acid throwing. I've experienced that before. TSK. I forget which time it was, but it certainly happened. Having been reborn too many times, she suddenly reflected on how easily she had met her demise. If only she had flaunted a bit more roasted piglet before her end. Meng Han gazed blankly, her mouth opening and closing in silent frustration. What was she thinking? Bringing up Tan Chuan? She wished she could slap herself. She did not want to be subjected to acid throwing. Jiang Sui's face remained unscathed, indicating she had likely not been targeted. Meng Han pondered again and realized Jiang Sui likely did not know Tan Chuan before. Recalling her previous research on Jiang Sui's dramas, there was not a single work where she had intersected with Tan Chuan, nor any variety shows, events, or online platforms. Chapter 103. The police would be visiting again. Who claims the fans are unhinged? Since I began watching variety shows, I have never uttered a negative word. Neither have I. I've heard them say that the more chaotic the fans, the more likely the idol will face downfall, so we dare not speak out. Exactly. We have never said a word. What gives Jiang Sui the right to call us insane? Let them stir up trouble. If it collapses, I'll just watch the spectacle. Be bold in your chaos. You never know, your brother might end up in jail. Jiang Sui's attitude towards Tan Chuan did not suggest he would be incarcerated. Everyone was free to speculate. To clarify for everyone, Jiang Sui meant that the fans might end up in jail. What gives you the right to speak about us like that? The online uproar was incessant, and Jiang Sui finally finished her roasted piglet. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Meng Han contemplated and ultimately shook her head. She would refrain from inquiring about Tan Chuan. Being subjected to acid throwing was a matter best avoided. Just then, the door swung open, and someone entered the room. I have a question. Tu Yen raised his hand as he closed the door behind him. Jiang Sui squinted at him. How long have you been lurking outside? Just arrived.
Ah.
Tu Yen quickly clarified. I'm serious. I just got here. What did she ask you? About tomorrow's game or something else? Jiang Sui and Meng Han both sighed in relief, settling down. He really just arrived and truly had no idea we were discussing you.
Tu Jiang expression sourde.
Discussing who? What do you want to ask?
Jiang Sui inquired.
How to place an order for takeout, and how to bribe the little robot. He wanted to order as well, having cooked for several days and now wished for a break. Everyone had started to regard him as the cook. Even the little chef was yearning for a strike. Meng Han exclaimed, just offer a bit more fare and the delivery person will find a way in. They are resourceful. So that was it. He had assumed it required some sophisticated technique. The most advanced methods often resort to the simplest means. The little robot couldn't be bribed. Meeting adjourned. Jiang Sui stood up and returned to her room, with Tu Yen closely following. He had to leverage this opportunity of sharing a room with Jiang Sui. After returning, he continued to make a racket. Sister Sui, teach me how to create those programs. The price is not an issue. Upon entering her room, Jiang Sui prepared to freshen up, while Tu Yen relentlessly shouted from outside. Honestly, I really want to hit someone. Tu Yen exhausted all his charm, even resorting to pouting. Jiang Sui emerged from the bathroom, steam wafting around her, with Tu Yen in tow. Sister Sui, 2 million? 3 million? A million is fine too. Jiang Sui opened her luggage, spotting a tie that appeared quite sturdy, initially intended to complement her outfit. Now she contemplated its potential for other uses. Du Jian. He scampered back to his bed, wrapping himself up tightly. Rest assured, Sister Sui, I will sleep soundly and ask you again in the morning. Am I such a common sight that you would ask a novice to create artificial intelligence? It would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, and they still wouldn't learn. Fool. The fool at this moment closed his eyes, accepting Jiang Sui's tirade. He was merely curious. What if he could learn? Moreover, following Jiang Sui meant he was privy to the latest news. Mobile news reporting, and the swiftest of its kind, undoubtedly guaranteed. It was this mobile reporting machine that had a poor temperament. The next morning, it was announced that the new female guest would not be coming, and Chang Yi became Meng Han's roommate. Thus, when Jiang Sui awoke early, she encountered Meng Han's glum expression. What's the matter? Little bitter melon. Meng Han poked at the food on her plate, sighing. Sister Sui, you are unaware, after Chang Yi moved in, Jiang Bao appeared at the foot of my bed this morning, and I was startled. Under the pretext of discussing acting. Meng Han shook her head and sighed again. Sister Sui, you are indeed prescient. Who discusses acting so early in the morning, barging into someone else's room, dressed in a lacy camisole? One deliberately enticing, the other easily lured. A perfect match, a celestial pairing. Just endure. After a while, when we record daily life, it will be fine. Then you should listen closely. Meng Han, is this even human language? Who listens to this nonsense so early? She hasn't even officially begun filming. Recording daily life meant they wouldn't be in this villa, so everyone was both excited and apprehensive about their lives being exposed. However, Meng Han was quite curious about what Jiang Sui's daily life was like. At that time, she would secretly follow Jiang Sui's live streams. Where did they go? Meng Han boredly poked at her plate, replying, Shui just came down and took them to chat. Jiang Sui's mind triggered an alarm. There's gossip. I'm going to check it out. Meng Han dropped her plate and followed suit, and indeed, wherever Sister Sui went, there was bound to be some gossip. Whenever they displayed such expressions, Meng Han knew she was about to witness something amusing. With such diligence, Jiang Sui could become a movie queen. If not a movie queen, she could definitely become a marketing account. Jiang Sui certainly had a marketing account behind the scenes, leaking tidbits daily, yet the fans remained skeptical, laughing heartily. The two stealthily moved closer. Don't make a sound. The photographer also discreetly hid with them in the corner, the camera concealed, like a paparazzi. Perhaps once he resigns, the paparazzi will eagerly pursue him, proudly noting on his resume that he once shadowed Jiang Sui and indulged in gossip alongside her. A few men gathered around a small table, sipping tea, and engaged in animated conversation. As their voices grew louder with each movement, Shui joyfully patted the shoulders of his companions. I got my marriage certificate yesterday. Aren't you envious? The other three responded with a peculiar laughter. Hee, congratulations. Though their smiles appeared odd, Shui chose to interpret them as blessings. Chang Yi arrived late and was unaware, but Tu Yan and Tan Chuan frequently heard Jiang Sui's grievances. The marriage was difficult to describe. Did you sign a prenuptial agreement? Shui scoffed. What prenuptial agreement? It's Yu Zhujun, beautiful and a lawyer. I've already rounded the bases, and the experience is indescribable. I know you envy me. His moment of reminiscence left Tu Yan utterly bewildered. What a disaster, two deceivers, and in the end, no one knows who has truly won. Coincidentally, my company recently required legal counsel, and since she's now my wife, she will undoubtedly represent me for free, sparing me from incurring those costs.
Tan Chuan inquired curiously.
What issues is your studio facing? Shui's expression turned somewhat awkward. He pinched his hands nervously and moved to another spot. He peeled an orange, attempting to conceal his anxiety, leaked original footage, monitoring the dressing room, and disseminating it into the group.
Meng Han exclaimed.
It's lively again. The police will have to come once more. Chapter 104. The Gossip Unfolds. 6. Yu Zhujun really is unfortunate. Isn't this offering free labor on a silver platter? It was discovered that Shui's studio is indeed embroiled in a lawsuit, and quite a significant one at that, allegedly involving surveillance in the dressing room. Isn't this tantamount to imprisonment? They have also leaked some original footage, pointing to a specific individual, this lawsuit. Good heavens, you managed to track that down too.
Sighing.
I previously caught sight of Jiang Sui and Meng Han's curious expressions and sensed there was a story, prompting me to investigate Shui. With your words, I find Yu Zhujun somewhat suspect, one remarked. Shui, while peeling an orange, declared, these are merely unreasonable individuals. They cannot sue me. Wealth is indeed the ultimate power. His gaze fell upon Tu Yan, whom he had heard was affluent. If he could forge a good relationship with Tu Yan, his studio would be financially secure. Moreover, Tu Yan appeared quite amiable. A few compliments would surely please him. This insight stemmed from witnessing the trio's incessant flattery towards Tu Yan previously. Tu boss, come. Have some orange. Any recent investment ideas? Tu Yan accepted the orange, but placed it on the table. Had Jiang Sui not mentioned him, he might have casually offered Tu Yan some investment money, for he certainly wasn't short on funds.
I'm sorry.
But there's been a lot of contention over family assets recently, so I can't spare any funds. After speaking, he cast a glance at Tan Chuan, who stood calmly by the window, tending to the grass there. Shui uttered an "oh," retracting his gaze. It turned out he was a faux rich second generation, with who knows how many siblings at home, likely leaving him with very little in the end. His attention shifted back to Chang Yi. Brother Chang Yi has been in the entertainment industry for quite some time. Surely you have amassed considerable wealth. I've heard you filmed quite a few movies to launder money. You must be well off.
Jiang Sui gasped.
Wow, it seems everyone in the industry knows about this. Meng Han looked up at Jiang Sui's indifferent expression, pondering why she was oblivious to this widespread knowledge. Money laundering is a crime, and surely the police would be summoned once more. Survival programs are dubbed entertainment exposés, while dating shows are criminal assembly points. Those involved in money laundering, marriage scams, and brawls, ironically, the latter appears to be the least severe. Chang Yi shot a glance at Shui, regarding him with the disdain one reserves for a rodent. Attempting to leverage such matters against him was futile. I believe you are mistaken. I take filmmaking seriously and regard it with utmost dedication. As for investments, I'm not interested. He coldly snorted. He had gathered ample information on Chang Yi and Tan Chuan. If he could not handle Tu Yan, how could he not manage these two stars with a plethora of scandals? He had summoned them today specifically for the purpose of financial gain. Gossip is spilling over. Meng Han straightened up, eager to hear more. How thrilling! There's juicy gossip. Brothers and sisters, gather around. I have a hunch the police are on their way again. Our dedicated police officers must be exhausted dealing with these trivial matters. Money laundering? Are they referring to the dreadful dramas Chang Yi starred in previously? I criticize them, while fans claimed their brother was merely inconsequential, lacking options. In his youth, Chang Yi indeed appeared in numerous absurdly terrible dramas. They were truly dreadful. What kind of money is so difficult to clean? Shui, holding the orange, ceased peeling and began tossing it playfully. His expression radiated a sense of inevitable triumph. Enough chatter. I possess evidence, and it is not mere hearsay. Don't think that because you've filmed a few respectable dramas in recent years, you can cleanse your reputation. Though he did not name names, it was evident he was referring to Chang Yi. Tu Yan, who had previously shown no interest in the orange, observed the table and noted the absence of anything else besides the fruit. Engaging in live gossip without any sustenance felt lacking. Following Sister Sui guarantees there will be gossip aplenty. Chang Yi let out a cold laugh. Evidence? What evidence? That was years ago. If there were truly evidence, many would have sought me for money by now. Such a rogue, how could he possibly uncover such information in mere days? Shui pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, and enlarged a photo. The group huddled in the corner, munching on gossip, while Jiang Sui raised her camera. She softly instructed, "Master, raise it higher.
Zoom in."
The cameraman elevated the device, focusing entirely on Shui's phone. This was a live variety show. Everyone had signed contracts permitting filming under any circumstance, except for changing clothes or using the restroom. Wow, this image, those two long-legged beauties beside Chang Yi are quite something. Open it up. Go ahead and play the video. Chang Yi's face turned dark. This was undoubtedly real. Sister Sui, you've truly outdone yourself. For anyone skeptical, keep your eyes wide open and take a good look. If this situation escalates, it could mean 5 years or more. Hello, cellmate, hello. 5 days of detention is nothing. After all, there are worse things ahead. Ha ha ha. It can't be broadcasted anymore. Meng Han was genuinely curious about the reasons behind the 5-day term. No wonder Jiang Sui had mentioned that film could not be aired. He may soon find himself behind bars. The video didn't play, but Chang Yi immediately recognized which day it referred to. That footage had been destroyed. How could it still be in Shui's possession? Shui clicked his tongue twice and retracted his phone. Did you think deleting the surveillance meant no one would know? I spent thousands hiring a hacker to restore it. Oh, it's truly riveting. How thrilling. We are in the presence of extortion. 10 years, the ultimate scene. Meng Han's eyes widened. 10 years. The extortion amount must be in the tens of millions. Shui threatened Chang Yi with the video. I don't want too much, just 10 million. And I'll have the hacker delete both this and the previous footage. Chang Yi glared at Shui as if he could strangle him with just a look. A lion's share, 10 million? What a fantasy. Knowing Chang Yi would be reluctant to pay such an amount, Shui He had a backup plan. He had spent considerable effort to ascertain Chang Yi's film remuneration. He had nearly exhausted the funds set aside for gifts to Yu Jun. I have done my homework. Your remuneration for this film is the highest yet, and your appearance fee for this variety show should also be around 10 million, correct?
Menhan. What?
Mine is only 2 million, and I've been here longer than Chang Yi. With a 3-month timeline, not a single private moment had been filmed. Why is Chang Yi's appearance fee already 10 million, yet he doesn't require continuous filming and merely makes a cameo? Why is that? Jiang Sui grabbed the suddenly furious Meng Han, shushing him. Don't shout, there's more. Oh, let's continue with the gossip. His sudden anger nearly caused him to lose his grip on the situation. In any case, it seems Chang Yi's fee is no longer attainable. He might have to resort to working a sewing machine and even compensate the production team. The production team profits from contract termination fees. Chapter 105. Welcome to the Paradise Umbrella. 10 million. How impressive. Welcome to the Paradise Umbrella. We should have captured that, right? Jiang Sui glanced up at the camera before opening her phone to access the live stream. The audience was quite active in their comments, evidently having witnessed the unfolding events. Chang Yi clenched his fists, remaining silent. Little did he expect that his drunken remarks to industry insiders that day would be recorded. Shui He continued to elaborate. On that day, you were taken into custody. Due to missing surveillance footage, the police could only charge you with illicit activities, which led to your temporary detention. However, that video was merely deleted by you. Chang Yi's expression grew colder. So this was how it transpired, TSK. It's outrageous. I only wanted to see what it felt like to drown, and I ended up locked up for 3 days, watching the meaning of life in there. That foolish thing even embraced 2 beauties. He was only detained for 5 days. And those were 2. I didn't even have 1 handsome guy. Next door, they were showing educational videos about the rule of law, while I was stuck with the meaning of life. Quite fitting. Meng Han, so this was how they got caught. I indeed heard Jiang Sui mention it before. This crossover is truly unexpected. However, showing the meaning of life might seem absurd for others, but it fits Jiang Sui perfectly. In fact, Shui He discovered that Chang Yi was detained for a few days due to illicit dealings before uncovering this incident. It seems the higher-ups demanded an explanation, while the local officers were at a loss. The missing surveillance footage could not be recovered, so they could only keep him for 5 days on charges of illicit activities. If fans and netizens were to learn of this, Chang Yi might find it impossible to remain in the industry. After some consideration, he hoped for resolution within 2 hours. As the video was about to play, Chang Yi released his clenched fists. The oranges on the table had all been peeled, and Tu Yan suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. Excuse me, continue, I'll be right back. He left to catch up on the gossip. Tan Chuan was equally disinterested and stood up without offering any explanation. He had no desire to indulge in gossip. Just as he took a few steps, Shui He blocked his path. Where do you think you're going, Teacher Tan? You have a stake in this too. I'll just take 5 million from you. Tan Chuan stood frozen, momentarily taken aback. Tu Yan reached the corner and saw 2 heads stacked together like a game of Jenga, with a camera perched atop. The cameraman, unable to withstand the situation, had propped up a stand. Even as Tu Yan approached, the 2 showed no reaction. Du Jian? Is he not human? In a hurry to catch the gossip, Tu Yan jogged to the restroom, emerging in under a minute. He bent down to squeeze in next to Jiang Sui and Meng Han. Let us find a good corner for gossip. It's easy to get caught up in the chaos here.
Previously, Du Jian seemed abnormal.
But after being tied up by Jiang Sui for a night and then trained by the trio, he had returned to normalcy. This dating show should be renamed Tu Yan's Transformation Tale. It fits perfectly. I suggest you apply for the title now before someone else snatches it away. 3 pairs of eyes and a live streaming camera fixated on the 3 individuals inside. Chang Yi made a phone call, conveying the intent to withdraw cash. Did you see that? 2 hours, and I'll have 10 million. 2 hours and a 10-year sentence. Shui, he is truly impressive. Tu Yan, this indeed resembles a life-or-death investment scheme. As Shui He watched his account gradually filling up, he gleefully embraced his phone, spinning around. Brother Chang Yi, this is your investment, not just any other. If I profit, I'll surely share the benefits with you. If I don't, consider it your generous gift. Chang Yi clenched his fists, his complexion pale. He had no choice but to acquiesce to this threat. Of course, those videos could be deleted, right? Shui He nodded, assuring him that the footage would be erased. But only after his case concluded. Chang Yi acquiesced with a murmur, seated himself on the sofa, and took a sip of water, pretending to ponder deeply. Well, If the video is deleted, how will we continue to demand money?
Fool.
The transaction is complete. It's time to call the police. Meng Han and Tu Yan observed Jiang Sui's actions, their expressions neutral, as if the unfolding events held no relevance to them. Yet their hands remained busy, navigating to the messaging center and sending an anonymous message. Meng Han and Tu Yan, their proficiency was alarming, as they sent the message without even glancing at their phones. How many times must they have practiced to achieve such fluidity? Tu Yan swallowed hard. He vowed to be a good person from now on. Even while gossiping, he would maintain a distance of 8 meters to avoid any fallout. He had previously heard Jiang Sui lament about being slapped for gossiping. No wonder she now preferred to keep a safe distance. Such criminal reports were still submitted anonymously. So adept was Tu Yan that he half wondered if Jiang Sui might actually be an undercover officer. After receiving Chang Yi's money, Shui turned his focus to Tan Chuan. He pressed down on Tan Chuan's shoulder, leaning in. Teacher Tan, you truly are in a predicament. I don't know what your relationship with Tu Yan is, but he once gave you money. Tan Chuan lifted his head, bewilderment clear in his eyes. What did he buy? Concealed in the corner, Jiang Sui glanced at Tu Yan. After spending this money, it still got leaked. Tu Yan must be feeling quite unfortunate. She lowered her voice to inquire of Tu Yan, how much did you spend? Not much, 30 million.
Jiang Sui.
Wow, 30 million. I've never had that much money in my life. This is beyond mere misfortune. If you give me 3 million, I can erase the identities of those fans for you. 30 million, even if it crushes me, I'd be delighted. Tu Yan rubbed his temples. If he had encountered Jiang Sui back then, he would have felt it was worth spending 30 million. To buy them out and set them free, wasn't he that terribly unethical? But that's 30 million. You might as well give it to me and my sisters. If we were to steal, I'd also help steal them out. What on earth required 30 million? There was a rumor about Tan Chuan sleeping with a fan, but its authenticity was uncertain, and he had faced backlash from fans over it. Why was Tu Yan so keen to assist Tan Chuan? Could it be that they were once lovers turned exes?
Impossible. Tu iran in a relationship?
That would be laughable. He could easily date 3 different people in a single day without any emotional attachment. With an expression mirroring Jiang Sui's, if you give me 1 million, I could pull that off. What on earth was this matter that warranted such urgency? Are you really planning to take this on? Shui produced photographs. This is you, right? There are at least dozens of photos here. Tu Yan paid a hefty sum to destroy them, but I got lucky and found them. Tan Chuan stared at the photos, then turned and punched Shui. Previously, he had been enjoying gossip with Jiang Sui, but suddenly, he was inside, giving Shui a kick. Enough. I want a kick too. Chapter 106. This is not a dating show. It resembles a police diary, doesn't it? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Sui shifted the camera and thoughtfully covered the lens. Speaking into the microphone, she cautioned, Shu, don't shout. And don't post this online. Jiang Sui rolled up her sleeves and charged forward. Draping a piece of clothing over Shui, he head before launching into a flurry of blows. Tu Yan, taken aback, instinctively joined the fray. Who hit me? Why are there so many feet?
Tan Chuan.
Is that you? Let go of me. Jiang Sui, with the garment obscuring Shui's vision, tied his hands behind his back and wrestled him to the ground. After several minutes of commotion, she noted that the situation had escalated into chaos. Dragging Tu Yan and Meng Han along, she made her escape. Tan Chuan remarked, it seems there were 3 unidentified figures that dashed in and out with remarkable speed. I couldn't get a clear view. The camera's lens had been uncovered. What on earth just happened? I don't know. I just saw Shui trip and crash onto the table. I saw it too. What terrible luck. It looks quite serious. How careless can one be? The floor appears slippery. The trio of Jiang Sui, Tu Yan, and Meng Han continued to huddle in a corner, observing the unfolding drama, while Chang Yi sat there, utterly bewildered. How did those 3 suddenly appear? I've disliked Shui for a long time. Finally got to give him a beating. What a relief. Again?
Tu Jian es mirqued.
Realizing that some individuals manage to leave no trace of their misdeeds, they will never admit to it. Without evidence, nothing can be done. Besides, this isn't Jiang Sui's first time doing this. Shui didn't make a fuss, so it seems he genuinely didn't know. It is indeed unwise to act impulsively. Once Shui freed himself from the clothing, he glared at Tan Chuan. Was it you? You kicked me several times. Was it you? Grabbing Tan Chuan by the collar, his eyes blazed with fury. He appeared battered and disheveled, injuries evident all over his body. Tan Chuan met his gaze coldly. When you got up, I was behind the sofa and you pushed me into it. Shui pondered this and realized it was true. However, when he had seized Tan Chuan,
He thought he had seen Tu Yen.
but where had Tu Yen gone? He scanned the area, but no one was in sight. Someone must have hit me. Releasing Tan Chuan, Shui seized the piece of clothing, a highly elastic sweater. Tu Yen and Meng Han exchanged tense glances. It seemed the garment had been brought by Jiang Sui. That must belong to Jiang Sui, they thought. This was indeed evidence. How could they have forgotten about this detail? Jiang Sui remained remarkably composed, pressed against the wall, peering inside. Fortunately, I had used Zhu Juan's clothing tucked away in my arms earlier. If Shui finds out, I could be extorted for 1,000,000. Meng Han and Tu Yen remarked. Why are they so concerned for Jiang Sui? She thinks of everything. She truly is the brilliant one. Shui gazed at the sweater, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Why is Junjun's clothing here?
Ha ha ha.
I didn't even notice. How impressive. Fellow siblings, did you see that? This is a one-time performance. You, Zhu Jun-s. Ha ha. When did I sneak this away? Shui was bewildered. Certain he wouldn't suspect his wife, likely pondering if there were supernatural elements at play. Holding the sweater, he felt a chill run down his spine. He had sent Yu Zhujun away. How could her clothing be here? In that moment of rage, he had retaliated. But Tan Chuan showed no restraint, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Then came the kicks, the clothing was thrown over his head, and his hands pinned behind him. Who did this? Shui demanded, clutching the sweater, questioning Chang Yi and Tan Chuan. Tan Chuan remained indifferent, while Chang Yi feigned ignorance. Shui, he tossed the sweater to the ground. Tan Chuan, let me tell you, if that 5,000,000 doesn't arrive tonight, I'll publish all those photos online. Tan Chuan stood firm, unresponsive to Shui's threats. The earlier appearance of Jiang Sui and the others had surely been broadcasted live. He resolved to face the consequences rather than succumb to the intimidation of such a lowly threat. Kicking the sweater aside with a scoff, he turned to leave, determined to uncover who had assaulted him. Upon exiting, he entered the living room to find Tu Yen cooking, Meng Han assisting, and Jiang Sui engrossed in her phone. As he approached, the trio merely glanced at him before returning to their tasks. What nonsense! Participating in a dating show, yet having to deal with such people.
Tu Yen.
How much longer for the food?
I'm starving.
Chef, add 2 fried eggs for me. Tu Yen replied with the spatula in hand. Shui shot them a disdainful look before departing. Given their demeanor, they were likely not the ones who had attacked him. Once Shui left, Tu Yen let out a sigh of relief. Sister Sui truly has an uncanny ability to predict. The moment she ordered us to leave, it was just a few minutes before Shui emerged. Evidence submitted, materials submitted. Now we wait for the apprehension to occur. Half an hour after Shui's departure, the police arrived once more. It was the same officer as before, who now regarded the group with a sense of familiarity. Another round of visitors every few days. Even the office staff have begun following this variety show. The cyber police had been monitoring their live stream for days, and it had finally yielded results. Is Chang Yi residing here? Jiang Sui pointed to the inner room. The officer thanked her and led a group upstairs. A few minutes later, a tall man in a black hood was escorted out by 2 officers. Just got a black hood. What kind of dating show is this? It feels more like a police procedural. At this rate, the police will become regulars. As officers passed by, they began discussing the anonymous tip and evidence they had received, considering the serious charges involved. Excuse me, young lady, do you know where Shui is? Jiang Sui pointed outside. He just went out. Take a left and walk straight for a kilometer. There's a small tavern where he's likely hanging out. The officers understood, thanked her, and hoped to not see her again soon. That might not be possible. There is still more to come.
Tu Yen provit, excitement evident.
They really caught him. It's my first time witnessing a scene like this. Thrilling. I've seen it all before, Meng Han remarked, observing Chang Yi being taken away. My roommate has moved in. And now my roommate has landed in jail. Life truly has its ups and downs. What happened? Jiang Baozai had just come down from her room after preparing for dinner, intending to ask Chang Yi about a scene. Yet, everyone's expression seemed peculiar, and Tan Chuan, while retrieving items from his room, still bore signs of swelling. Where's brother Chang Yi? I have some scenes to discuss with him. I'm set to shoot a leading role soon, and would like his guidance. Her intention was merely to flaunt her upcoming role to Jiang Sui and Meng Han, casually mentioning that she had obtained the leading role script. Jiang Sui was merely skimming through variety shows. In Chapter 107, the Jiang family, a group of extraterrestrial beings, would undoubtedly make an appearance. Jiang Sui and Meng Han blinked in confusion. Does this person not follow the news? Jiang Bao suddenly sensed something was amiss, particularly with the strange looks from those present. Surely, I didn't say anything wrong. There didn't seem to be anything too complex in my words. Stop pretending. With Jiang Bao's script skills and her acting akin to a historical reenactment, she wouldn't improve even after 10 years. Brother Chang, he has gone to prison. This variety show has become so dramatic that I feel as though I'm watching legal proceedings. Jiang Sui should just host a seminar on dating shows. I do watch it kneeling. Brother Chang, he has been taken away by the police. Don't come upstairs. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to vomit. Jiang Bao opened her phone, scrolled to the trending topics, and was shocked to find videos of Shui's conversation with Chang Yi, along with footage of his arrest. A few expletives lingered on her lips, but she ultimately could only retreat upstairs with the script in hand. Damn it, another one arrested. Why am I so unlucky? The revelation of the stolen project files and the subsequent expulsion from home left her in a state of turmoil, especially as she observed the individual who had been taken away, seemingly inextricably linked to her misfortunes since that fateful day when Jiang Sui lost her composure on set. The array of suitors surrounding her seemed increasingly disappointing. In a fit of indignation, she clutched her script and departed, casting her gaze downward as she resumed her meal. Who is the powerful figure behind Jiang Bao? Surely it cannot be genuine love. With the script being cut, Jiang Bao has begun to curry favor with Chang Yi. She is willing to offend the Jiang family for that man, yet hesitates to rely on him for resources. Who could it be? After all this time, I still haven't uncovered a thing. Meng Han exchanged glances with Tu Yan, both startled by Jiang Sui's inner musings. It was the first instance of Jiang Sui being unaware of something, which piqued their curiosity. They all turned their gaze towards the direction Jiang Bao had exited. It must be a top-tier bigwig, for how else could they have eluded Sui Jia's scrutiny? Tu Yan resolved to investigate further, pondering that perhaps if Jiang Sui were pleased, she might treat him with more kindness. As he savored a sip of soup, his thoughts abruptly halted, and he placed the bowl down. Wait, why was he engaging in such antics, merely to elicit a favorable response from Jiang Sui? Had he lost his mind? Jiang Sui was not his parent. After finishing his meal, Tu Yan began to tidy the dishes, placing them in the kitchen. Today, he adamantly refused to wash the dishes. If he did, he would miss the chance to eavesdrop on the director about the daily filming updates. With a cheerful demeanor, he thought, all right. Tu Yan's smile faltered as he gazed at Jiang Sui's vanishing figure, realizing he must have gone mad, responding to her directives without a second thought. The daily filming originally entailed following guests to their living quarters, but now, with 2 guests absent and 1 female guest yet to arrive, the numbers dwindled to merely 5. The one-on-one male-female pairs were insufficient, suggesting the production team would need to implement new policies. Hence, it was understandable why Jiang Sui was seeking out the director. Where was she heading towards the backyard? Where was the production team? Down to the basement, the accuracy of the production team's location reached an astonishing 100. Ha ha ha. As expected, there they were. The cameraman, seemingly reckless, ventured inside, cautioning that he might be sent to Africa for a shoot tonight. Confused, he exclaimed, haha, Director Zhang. Are you alright? Director Zhang, not deaf nor blind, could perceive and behold. Upon noticing the suddenly descending Jiang Sui, he abandoned his reclined position and instinctively bowed to her. After the bow, he felt as if he had lost his senses. Why, as a director, should he pay respects to a guest? Straightening his posture, he adopted a haughty demeanor, determined to assert his authority as a director. Jiang Sui handed a tablet, disassembled from a small robot, to the technical staff. It contained suggestions for data modifications meant solely for reference. The technician wondered, how did she know he was the technical staff? Upon opening the tablet, he was taken aback. A bigwig. Enlightenment dawned upon him. Having modified it hundreds of times, she's quite adept. I'm well versed in core robotic technology. It's a mere trifle. The onlookers were left speechless. Why would Jiang Sui participate in their lackluster variety show when she could excel in scientific research and earn a fortune?
Jiang Sui Muzed.
There's no other way. One must traverse the original path to live until death. Any other route leads to various forms of demise. One could suddenly slip and die, get hit by a car, or be struck by falling objects from heights. The possibilities are endless. Director Zhang grew increasingly cordial, extending his hand for a handshake. Welcome, welcome. Is there anything you need? Don't hold back, just speak up. Director Zhang, are you looking at people through your nostrils? Shocked, the director found himself being bribed by a young star. Was this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Please, this was Jiang Sui. The very Jiang Sui capable of igniting flames from sticks. Jiang Sui reciprocated the handshake, pushing the camera further away. It's practically pressed against my forehead. What exactly do you want, Comrade Li? Comrade Li, taken aback, widened his eyes and adjusted the camera slightly further away. Director Zhang, are we continuing with the daily filming? After all, there are hardly any participants left. Just mentioning this caused Director Zhang a headache. The termination fees were indeed steep, but the subsequent shows had left them with few brave enough to participate. While there were still some, they would not arrive for a while. Even with 5 people, the promised one-on-one couple pairings had yet to materialize. This dating show was on the verge of transforming into a legal affairs documentary. Of course, we will continue filming. You all return and prepare. We'll shoot tomorrow. He steeled himself. What other choice did he have? Moreover, the online poll revealed that the highest votes were for capturing Jiang Sui's daily antics during her outburst. Just as the survival director aptly stated, treat Jiang Sui well. Her fortune is yet to come. Can this really be filmed? What about filming daily life? Oh no, the Jiang family aliens will surely make an appearance. I suggest we drag them off for dissection. I suspect they've had chips implanted. Director? Such matters indeed warrant further documentation. Safeguarding the Earth necessitates his contribution. What are the regulations? Jiang Sui shut down the live stream and pushed Comrade Li's camera back a bit. Were there any unspoken rules we were not meant to hear? To publicly terminate a live broadcast, what does that imply? I want to know what significant matters the financiers cannot hear. I urge you to be sensible. Film directly in the face. I want to hear everything, and I want Jiang Sui's first-person perspective. I am on the verge of madness. Let me in. Quickly. Director Zhang lowered his voice, leaning closer to Jiang Sui's ear. There may be secret filming, meaning we can capture everything except changing clothes and using the restroom. Is it permissible to film everything? It seems that's how the contract is written. These contracts are so meticulously detailed, with such tiny print. Fortunately, I diligently scrutinized them and discreetly erased that clause. Director Zhang?
Huh?
When did you erase it? What were the business negotiators doing? Are they blind? Chapter 108. Jiang Sui, expert at seeking death. Upon seeing Jiang Sui's face, Director Zhang felt reassured. Over the past few days, he had devoted every ounce of his energy to observing her. Based on her daily routine, the absence of a dedicated cameraman wouldn't hinder her. Jiang Sui would even proactively cue the process, guiding the cameraman to enjoy the drama. Although the losses were considerable, the rewards were equally substantial. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Sui notified everyone that filming of daily life would commence tomorrow. Tan Chuan descended from upstairs, visibly awkward. Particularly upon seeing Tu Yan, he hesitated, moving forward and pausing intermittently, finally stopping 2 meters away from him. Thank you, but I will manage my own affairs. There's no need for your intervention. Tu Yan scoffed, who said I wanted to help you. He refrained from voicing the last part, but Jiang Sui, munching on sunflower seeds, articulated it for him. For the honor and face of the family. What a boast. When Tu Yan was out mingling at bars, he never considered family matters. Moreover, given your parents' reckless behavior, they play even harder than you do. Du Jian. Dan Chuan. Why were they discussing these matters in front of Jiang Sui? Meng Han, laden with bags, descended the stairs, witnessing the frozen tableau. What gossip had she missed? What's going on? Why is everyone silent? No worries, speak freely. Let her have a laugh. Tu Yan rose to straighten his attire, maintaining an expression devoid of any color. It's nothing. Why are you packing now? We're only going out for a few days.
Meng Han shrugged her shoulders.
I'm quite pleased. Receiving no favorable response from Tu Yan, she retreated upstairs, transforming her anger into action. She would certainly tidy up faster and better than Meng Han. Neurotic. Arriving empty-handed and leaving empty-handed, I must check on my umbrella, as well as my gloves and mask. Although Tan Chuan did not comprehend, he too ascended the stairs to tidy up. What has transpired? Who will enlighten me? The evidence is irrefutable. Tu Yan and Tan Chuan are undoubtedly a couple. To suspect Tan Chuan and Tu Yan as a pair is less plausible than to conjecture a romance between Jiang Sui and Tan Chuan. Why Jiang Sui, you ask? She does not strike one as the type to engage in romantic entanglements. Rather, she appears akin to a grave digger, burying a guest with every arrival. Has Jiang Sui been overly kind to Tanchuan? She has never shown such affection towards any other male. How amusing it would be if Jiang Sui were to be with my dear girl. She treats Han Han even better, sharing snacks with her. The way Jiang Sui gazes at Tanchuan is one of pity. How could that be interpreted as affection? A woman's love often begins with compassion. Jiang Sui's love, however, starts with an explosive confrontation. Early the following day, everyone trudged out with their luggage. Jiang Sui carried a single bag, wielded an umbrella, and donned a mask and gloves. Meng Han stepped outside and remarked, "It's not even raining, Sister Sui. Why the umbrella? Who says umbrellas are solely for rain? Be cautious.
Don't come too close to me.
It's easy to perish." The guests. They proactively carried their belongings and kept a distance of 5 meters from Jiang Sui. If anyone still doubted Jiang Sui's words, it was Gu Jingshan, who nearly perished on a deserted island, followed by Tu Ian, who was bound for 2 days. Therefore, one must believe Jiang Sui, regardless of how absurd her claims may seem. Meng Han recalled the incident in Gaoleng village, where the night in Dung made her too fearful to use the restroom all day. Today's weather is exceptionally bright, a splendid day indeed. Jiang Sui inhaled the fresh air, with a smile gracing her features. The guests moved a bit further away. With such splendid weather, wielding an umbrella clearly indicated a person released from a psychiatric facility. Respect and understanding, but unfamiliarity persisted. During the filming process, the guests walked ahead while the cameraman trailed behind, as the program's vehicle had yet to arrive. They could only wait outside. A motorcycle approached, initially intended to traverse the opposite lane, but veered towards them. Sister Sui, be careful. Jiang Sui maintained her composure and activated the umbrella's concealed feature. As the motorcycle passed by, the rider swerved, dousing Jiang Sui with a liquid that splattered against her umbrella. The guests and online viewers bore witness to the sudden transformation of Jiang Sui's umbrella, which morphed into a circular shape, enveloping her within. A potent corrosive scent wafted through the air, detectable even 5 meters away. The motorcycle sped past without leaving a trace. Chaos ensued before the cameras, with Jiang Bao collapsing in fright. Damn, where did that lunatic come from, splashing acid? Surely Sister Sui must be unharmed. How could she be harmed? It's no wonder she appears eccentric. I anticipated your prediction. I apologize for mocking Sister Sui as a lunatic, only to realize it was a precaution. Surely, she won't be harmed. An umbrella cannot withstand such potent acid. Oh my. That umbrella seems specially designed. I noticed its handle when Jiang Sui departed. One could suffocate within. Such individuals deserve the utmost penalty. Jiang Sui carefully folded her umbrella and set it aside to air out.
Tujian, Mengan.
And Tanchuan hurried over, but the stench was overwhelmingly potent. They dared not approach, pinching their noses while inquiring about Jiang Sui's condition from a safe distance of 1 or 2 meters. Sister Sui, are you alright? Jiang Sui surveyed her surroundings, finding no exposure. After practicing so many times, I'm quite adept. There's absolutely no issue. Moving away from the incident zone, Jiang Sui removed her mask, which had 5 layers in total. The guests, the online viewers, I'm fine. The vehicle has arrived, let us board. Jiang Sui gestured for the car to pull over. And after confirming everyone was unharmed, they boarded. Meng Han sat beside Jiang Sui in the back seat. Sister Sui, are you truly alright? Jiang Sui shook her head. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? These fans are utterly deranged. They've splashed me multiple times. It's a nuisance. Tan, you poor thing. Perhaps it's time to retire from the spotlight, lest others suffer. Meng Han recalled Jiang Sui mentioning that Tanchuan's fans were quite fanatical, even splashing her with acid before. So it was indeed here. She sent a message to Tanchuan, using every expletive imaginable. Tanchuan was bewildered upon reading it, but recalled the recent online rumors about couples, which indeed included him and Jiang Sui. He posted a statement on the platform. I am not in a relationship with Jiang Sui. Please do not spread falsehoods. Once this was released, everyone understood why Jiang Sui had been splashed with acid. Jiang Sui saw the post and commented, next time, please continue. I'm eager to see what methods you'll employ to eliminate me. I warmly welcome it. Meng Han's expression nearly split in half upon witnessing Jiang Sui's comment. There are moments when she genuinely wishes to revere Jiang Sui. She once thought that starting a fire by rubbing wood was impressive. Later, there was the incident of drifting in a river for 3 days, only to be apprehended by the police for the meaning of life. Now comes another, a professional at courting death. Chapter 109. The meeting is adjourned. I shall fetch my sister. Jiang Sui's 250 methods of dying, each more inexplicable than the last, have become her norm. Upon reaching their destination, the group dispersed, each returning home. Jiang Sui carried little luggage, donning sunglasses. A female star's return, sporting sunglasses to appear glamorous. Jiang Sui took a detour, knowing there would undoubtedly be fans waiting. Several cars zoomed past, startling Jiang Sui. Damn. Even in this desolate place, there are people here to intercept me. I misjudged again. Luxury cars halted before Jiang Sui, surrounding her completely. This car is easy to flip. I could just make my escape from here. Jiang Sui began to prepare. As the doors of the luxury cars swung open, particularly, the closest one revealed a familiar face. Jiang Sui, get in. Jiang Sui halted her movements, momentarily stunned upon seeing the person in the car window. Fu Xing? What are you doing here? ISN to your company on the verge of bankruptcy? Fu Sheng. Thanks to Jiang Sui, my business in High City is thriving, rapidly approaching the position of the richest person, though it won't be long now. He intended to treat Jiang Sui to dinner, hence why he had been watching her live streams. The acid incident startled him as well. He immediately sought to investigate. It was a fan of another guest, Tan Xuan, who harbored unrequited love and directed their resentment towards the female guest who shared a hint of intimacy with Tan Xuan. That individual has since been apprehended. As far as he knew, the fan possessed naked photos of Tan Xuan, and the specifics were still under interrogation. Such male celebrities mingling with fans rarely turn out well. Jiang Sui hesitated for a moment. Why should I get into the car of a major antagonist? How absurd. I could simply take a taxi with a coupon.
Jiang Sui.
A different voice called from behind, emanating from another luxury car. A pair of long legs descended, as the newcomer donned gold-rimmed glasses. More ostentatious than I, Jiang Qi retracted his hand and approached Jiang Sui, while individuals from the luxury cars beside them began to emerge. Clad in black and donning sunglasses, they uniformly flanked Jiang Sui, bowing in greeting. Welcome home, young lady. Welcome. Welcome. Jiang Sui. How embarrassing. I wish I could die at this very moment. Damn, Jiang Qi, have you read too many CEO novels? The scene of luxury cars fetching a sister, while thrilling, is rather cliché. Jiang Sui hesitated for a second before ultimately entering Fu Sheng's car. Oh my, how delightful. Is Jiang Sui hiring people to put on a show? Observing Jiang Sui's expression, it seemed otherwise. She too appeared mortified, yet it was undeniably humorous.
Ha ha ha.
The beloved little sister returns. And her 7 brothers dote on her with their very lives. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, and 7th brother. The meeting is adjourned. I must go fetch my sister. Jiang Sui is likely contemplating her demise, laughing heartily. In fact, she would rather squeeze into Fu Xing's car than cast a glance at the line of people trailing behind her. It is worth noting that Sister Sui has shown considerable disdain for Fu Xing in the survival variety show. As soon as Jiang Sui hopped into the car, she urgently exclaimed, "Faster. Hurry.
Drive."
Fu Xing halted, shifted into gear, and pressed the accelerator just as Jiang Qi reached the window. The car sped off, leaving a cloud of exhaust in its wake. Jiang Qi pinched her nose and dialed a number. Dad, I wasn't able to pick up my sister. She was taken by that person from the Fu family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai's anger flared. Could it be the recently prominent Fu Xing? Clenching his phone, he thought. That little brat dares to covet our Jiang family's precious daughter. Retrieve her at once. After hanging up, Jiang Qi ushered everyone into the car, engaged the gear, and slammed on the brakes to give chase. Initially, Jiang Sui felt a sense of relief, but after walking for a while, she noticed the increasingly familiar vehicles behind her. Turning around, she spotted Jiang Qi at the wheel. Jiang Sui thought, I have no desire to partake in this cat-and-mouse game. Has Jiang Qi lost her mind? Or is there a malfunction in the system? Fu Xing glanced in the rearview mirror and observed a meticulously organized line of vehicles behind him, led by Jiang Qi. The surrounding cars formed a blockade, as if executing a strategic formation on the roadway. Fu Xing was baffled. What on earth are they doing? Don't they realize this reckless driving could lead to a 12-point penalty and a mandatory retest? Surely this isn't some absurd novel? Peering outside, Fu Xing found the scenery all too real. My family who understands. On the road, my dad is honking like a madman, calling the cars ahead insane for forming a blockade to hinder us. Only after watching Sister Sui's live stream did I realize it was her domineering brother orchestrating this. His father exclaimed, "Is this some sort of madness? Do they think this is a novel?" Drivers on the same road were halted while his wife took photos, exclaiming how impressive it was. Jiang Sui was already mortified beyond belief. The scene resembled a domineering protagonist-esque narrative, with Jiang Sui's affluent brother at the center.
Jiang Sui.
Now exasperated, urged Fu Sheng to speed up, as Jiang Qi's car had already overtaken them. Fu Sheng glanced at the side mirror, noting the speed limit of 80. If he drove any faster, he might as well prepare for a retest. Jiang Sui cradled her forehead. "Perhaps we should simply call the police." Dialing the traffic police. Jiang Sui expected a resolution, but to her dismay, the police formed their own line to pursue Jiang Qi. They brandished loudspeakers, calling out, "Mr. Jiang, vehicle number high A86. You have violated traffic regulations. Please pull over immediately." The spectacle was unprecedented for Jiang Sui. Behind the black car was a phalanx of police vehicles, with Fu Sheng's car leading the charge. Perhaps it's better to just give up. This situation is too humiliating to endure. As the police stopped Fu Sheng's car for investigation, Jiang Sui banged her head against the seat. "How can anyone surpass my level of embarrassment? I've never felt this humiliated in my life." Fu Sheng stepped out to clarify the situation, asserting that he was neither speeding nor obstructing traffic, and certainly not driving under the influence. However, Jiang Qi was interrogated for speeding and obstructing the road for quite some time. "Jiang Sui, step out. I am your elder brother." Jiang Sui reluctantly exited the vehicle, her expression a mask of indifference as she regarded Jiang Qi. "You could be my granduncle for all I care. What madness is this? Are you trying to get yourself killed without dragging me into it? Could you please keep your distance?" "Ma'am, please remain calm." The bewildered police officer, witnessing Jiang Sui's agitated demeanor despite her closed lips, was taken aback. He feared she might engage in unsafe behavior and promptly admonished her. Jiang Sui offered a strained smile that resembled a grimace more than a grin. "I am exceedingly stable, very, very, very stable," the officer remarked. "You appear even less stable now." After issuing fines to Jiang Qi's convoy, the police officer earnestly advised them both. To Jiang Qi, he said, "Sir, please read fewer novels. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount." To Jiang Sui, he urged, "Ma'am, please stabilize your emotions, take deep breaths." Jiang Sui complied with a deep breath, exhaling forcefully. The officer expressed satisfaction before departing with his team. Suddenly, Jiang Qi felt at a loss for words, overwhelmed and flustered, his mind clouded. Just moments ago, he had casually taken a photo, and now he found himself at a loss for how to articulate the chaotic scene he had witnessed. "I never understood the expressions of reality show contestants until now. You all must share your insights. It's utterly baffling." The police officer looked perplexed, suspecting the language used was rather colorful. Jiang Sui shot Jiang Qi a glare before striding toward Fu Sheng's car. To her surprise, Jiang Qi squeezed in and shut the door. "Dad instructed me to keep an eye on you. That boy from the Fu family is up to no good. So, I must accompany you. Are you sure the car hasn't been towed?" "Unbelievable." Jiang Qi, still in denial, fished out some cash and placed it on Fu Sheng's dashboard. "My apologies, Mr. Fu. Here's my fare." With remarkable composure, Fu Sheng accepted the money, shifted into gear, and accelerated. "We're heading to dinner. The eldest brother will join us as well. It's just up ahead." Jiang Qi's previously maintained composure crumbled at that moment. His fingers uncrossed, and he dropped his poised posture, fixing a steady gaze on Fu Sheng. Jiang Sui, seated in the back, watched as Jiang Qi entered through the front passenger door. With a cold smile, he remarked, "Mr. Fu, I believe we are of the same age. By the official calendar, I am even slightly younger than you." Fu Sheng gripped the steering wheel, not sparing Jiang Qi a glance, his focus fixed on the road ahead. "Is that so?" Jiang Qi muttered under his breath.
Jiang Qi's fists clenched.
"This is quite audacious for a villain." Fu Sheng smirked, catching a glimpse of Jiang Sui's unwavering gaze in the rearview mirror before averting his eyes. Such a look could only be perfected through years of practice. Jiang Qi fell silent, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, determined to return Jiang Sui home this very day. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Jiang Sui sat between the two, perusing the menu.
Jiang Qi cast a glance,
dismissing the establishment as beneath his standards. The nearby waiter appeared to be on the verge of combusting, having been critical since their entry. The carpet was subpar, the decor lacking, the menu uninspiring. The waiter suspected the patron might be somewhat unhinged. Jiang Sui raised her fist. "All right, that's enough. You can stop pretending. Just how many of those domineering protagonist novels have you consumed lately? The waiter, tablet in hand, swiped through the screen, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Sui. He thought to himself, this person must be delusional. What era are we in for such behavior to still exist? After departing with the tablet, he noted in the customer profile, aficionado of domineering character portrayals. Jiang Sui returned his gaze to the table, resting his hands atop it.
Sui.
How did you and he meet? How long have you known each other? What stage are you at? Any intimate interactions? Men are all perverts. You ought to distance yourself from such foul men. Jiang Sui. Fu Sheng. Jiang Sui as head buzzed. Are you out of your mind? He is Fu Sheng, the son of my mother's close friend. Moreover, when did you ask when we met, as if Jiang Sui had never played with Fu Sheng? In our childhood. We even fought over toys. When Jiang Sui returned home, he received a beating. Jiang Sui narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Fu Sheng from head to toe with an exaggerated gaze. Oh, he has grown up, yet he is nothing extraordinary. When will Jiang Sui behave normally? How many domineering CEO novels has he read? I wish I could confine him in a mental hospital. Jiang Sui touched his nose, not gazing too long, having read over 100 books. He indulged in them during work, after work, by day, and before sleep. The more he read, the more engrossed he became, increasingly convinced that pampering a younger sister sounded immensely gratifying. Previously, he had been preoccupied with work, and since Jiang Bao was more obedient, he would buy her gifts. As for Jiang Sui, vaguely, she seemed to be an annoying younger sister. Since that last time, he discovered a remarkable truth. He actually had a biological sister. A sister that the whole world would envy. What an honor. How had he not noticed before? Why was his sister so adorable, obedient, beautiful, and interesting? The fashion statement of a domineering CEO includes daughters and younger sisters. During the half-hour wait for the dishes to arrive, Fu Sheng and Jiang Sui simultaneously took out their phones to play. Jiang Sui. Do not communicate regularly? Jiang Sui looked up, staring blankly at Jiang Sui. Communicate about what? Oh right, Fu Sheng, I just sent you a video. It's super funny. Fu Sheng opened Jiang Sui's interface and, indeed, found a video link. After he clicked on the link, he began watching, even commenting on the humor of the video on the interface, and sending it to Jiang Sui.
Jiang Sui again evaluated Fu Sheng's commentari.
Jiang Qi? What is wrong with people nowadays? They are clearly sitting opposite each other, yet choose to communicate via their phones. Can you not speak face-to-face? Jiang Qi posed the most normal inquiry of the day.
Yet.
In Jiang Sui and Fu Sheng's eyes, he appeared utterly abnormal. Ha ha ha, brothers simply cannot integrate into the younger generation's circle. I warned you to read fewer domineering CEO novels. Yet you refuse to listen. It is well known that in the world of domineering CEOs, police are a mere myth. Brother is merely a few months younger than Fu Sheng.
Ha ha ha.
Jiang Sui raised her head. Neurotic. Jiang Qi composed himself, taking out his phone. Perhaps you could add me back, and I could chat with you online as well. Is there anything a domineering CEO cannot accomplish? Jiang Sui turned away without responding, continuing to scroll through her videos. This addiction to short videos has consumed me. It's clear I've been engrossed all night. I understand, but I simply love playing. Jiang Qi held back, retracting his phone. After all, he had a task at hand today. Once the dishes arrived, Jiang Sui finally put her phone away and began eating diligently.
Sui.
Would you consider coming home with me? Jiang Sui glanced at Jiang Qi, asking his mom back.
Jiang Qi paused, nodding slowly.
In his memory, Jiang Sui indeed seemed to harbor a strong dislike for their mother. Even when given a resource previously, she had not shown any kindness.
Odd.
Why were his memories of Jiang Sui so hazy? Jiang Qi did not ponder further, awaiting Jiang Sui's response. I truly wonder if she is getting married again, or seeking a new boyfriend. Has she grown weary of foreign boys, or has she fallen for a local boy again? Chapter 111. A whiff of smoke for ancestral graves. The meal was quite a trial. Jiang Sui listed half of the transgressions of everyone in the family. Jiang Qi lowered his head, too ashamed to lift it. However, Jiang Sui was right. Indeed, they had neglected her over the years. The Jiang family cherished Jiang Bao as their own daughter, treating Jiang Sui, who was biologically their daughter, as an outsider. After the divorce, Lu Ran hurriedly remarried abroad, neglecting both of his sons and failing to care for Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui, if you do not wish to return home, you can come back with me. Before Jiang Sui could respond, Jiang Qi suddenly stood up, seizing Fu Sheng by the collar. He raised his head, speaking through his nostrils. Do you wish to abduct my Sui? Do you think we, the Jiang family, are dead? Jiang Sui, Grandfather S, a bunch of lunatics. Jiang Sui paid no heed to whether the two were quarreling. Instead, she rested her chin on her hand, pondering. Returning to my own house. What if a fan arrives in a helicopter and throws bricks at me? Bricks? Helicopters? Jiang Qi and Fu Sheng halted their actions and arguments, gazing at Jiang Sui. Who is such a pervert to fly a helicopter to Jiang Sui's house and throw bricks? Jiang Qi became increasingly convinced that he must take Jiang Sui home and protect her well. Sui, it's unsafe outside. You should return to Jiang Manor. The security at home is undoubtedly the finest in Haishur. Fu Sheng did not lag behind, his tone exceedingly gentle. Jiang Sui, at Fu's residence, there will be no restrictions. My mother is also at home. She has not seen you in ages and mentioned just a few days ago that she misses you. After Lu Ran went abroad. It was primarily Fu Sheng's mother who looked after Jiang Sui. Later, due to business commitments, she seldom returned to the country. Returning home means seeing Mom again. The smile on Fu Sheng's face widened, nearly overwhelming half the villa. Aware of Jiang Sui's aversion towards Lu Ran, Fu Sheng believed she would follow him. Then I shall return to Jiang's house. Fu Sheng, the plan has fallen through. Jiang Qi was utterly pleased, circling Fu Sheng and humming. Resembling the pig Fu Sheng raised in Gaoling village. Fu Sheng, I shall invite you for drinks next time. Let Jiang family bear this physical harm, ha ha ha. The lunatic fans of Tan Chuan. Throwing cucumbers, throwing eggs, splashing sulfuric acid. Jiang Qi's expression turned serious as he composed a message on his phone. Sending it after confirming everything was in order before moving beside Jiang Sui. They both had some knowledge about Tan Chuan. Initially, they had developed some dislike for him, but after investigation, it seemed that the lad was quite pitiful. It would be more prudent to address the fans seriously. Jiang Sui appeared to have a strained relationship with her family. Who could forget the last time, during that survival episode on a deserted island, when Jiang Mo had been aiding Jiang Bao? Recently, Jiang Bao's resources had been drastically cut, not merely due to her troublesome admirers. Jiang Mo was not Jiang Bao's biological brother. I heard some gossip, which may not be credible, that Jiang Mo is Jiang Sui's biological brother.
Huh?
Then it seems Jiang Bao is the one who is the biological sister. In other words, these secrets of the affluent are enough to feed us for a year with just one revelation. That's impossible. That man looks like he is at odds with Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui sat in Jiang Qi's car, half open the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Her hair whipped about in the wind, occasionally brushing against her cheeks.
So annoying, so annoying.
Jiang Sui lamented her annoyance throughout the journey, while Jiang Qi listened attentively. Pull over for a moment, over there. Jiang Sui pointed to a location, and Jiang Qi slowed down, parking the car. Boo-hoo. My sister doesn't even call me brother anymore. She constantly berates me in her heart as a big fool. Once parked, Jiang Sui unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed the door open. Feeling down, I'll buy a lottery ticket. Perhaps I'll win $1 million and cheer up. Jiang Qi followed her out of the car. Upon hearing this thought, he hesitated for a few seconds. Jiang Qi? What did Jiang Sui just say? Win $1 million? Is that something one can control? Following her out, Jiang Sui inquired of the vendor about which issue was current. So, it's this issue. Let me think which one to choose. Jiang Sui circled around several categories, strategizing for a few minutes before making her decision.
Boss.
I'd like to purchase these numbers for the double color ball. The boss leaned closer, and after inputting the data, inquired if Jiang Sui needed any additional items. Jiang Sui shook her head, leaving the boss even more perplexed. I've lit incense at my ancestors' graves several times, yet without success. It appears my forebears are of no help either. I must rely on my own efforts. Jiang Qi? When did Jiang Sui ever light incense at the ancestral graves? Such artificial incense, perhaps even her ancestors are unaware of it. Indeed, there was a time when Jiang Sui, in a fit of madness, squatted in the cemetery for several days, wielding a shovel and digging aimlessly, only to be taken away by the police for a mental evaluation. After burning incense for an entire day, she charred her ancestors' tombstones. Once again apprehended, she underwent another mental assessment and was subsequently taken to a psychiatric hospital. After making her purchases, Jiang Sui tucked the items into her bag and prepared to leave. Jiang Qi pulled out some money. Hello, just like her previous purchase. Let me know how much you can add, and please add it all. The boss, though baffled, complied out of respect. Elevating the insoles in hopes of soaring to great heights, how absurd. Surely, the Jiang family company cannot truly be on the brink of bankruptcy. Jiang Qi cleared his throat lightly, stating it was merely for amusement, that the Jiang family wasn't lacking in funds. Let us go. The meal at home is ready and waiting for you. Jiang Sui responded with an "O" and followed Jiang Qi into the car. Do affluent magnates also partake in the lottery? Does the likelihood of winning differ from us commoners? The odds are insurmountably slim. But that's Sister Sui. I bet she'll win. I'll wager too. If only I had spoken it aloud earlier, I would have wanted to join in. The older brother expressed his desire to partake, hoping to bridge the generational gap. With the journey still ahead, Jiang Sui opened her phone to play a game. Her expression impassive, devoid of any inner thoughts. Jiang Qi occasionally glanced at the passenger seat, having not interacted with Jiang Sui for over a decade. He was uncertain of her current demeanor. He distinctly remembered her as a vivacious spirit. He recalled a time when he had forgotten to bring her a gift, leading to her crying and throwing a tantrum, refusing to return home for days. Eventually, she was expelled from the hotel due to lack of funds and returned home in disgrace. It seemed no one truly noticed her absence.
Sui.
I bought you a gift. It's in the trunk. It's that cotton doll you used to adore, and I've purchased several outfits as well, which will arrive in a few days. Jiang Sui merely replied, "Oh, just leave it there. Did I truly like cotton dolls? Let me think. Ugh. It feels like a memory from centuries ago, yet I do recall a fragment of it. But now, I fancy tractors. That orange one is quite nice." Jiang Qi. He felt his sister's tastes were becoming increasingly peculiar. After watching a few episodes of a variety show, he found himself increasingly estranged from this sister of his. "When I worked part-time at the construction site, I thought those tractors were incredibly cool," Jiang Sui remarked. Jiang Qi. You really did go there. In Chapter 112. Little third sister, still steadily performing. Jiang Sui reminisced about the days when she was too impoverished to avoid laboring at construction sites. Initially arduous, she grew accustomed to it, finding it less burdensome over time. Those tractors are indeed impressive. I should try driving one next time. Jiang Qi. But even if you buy a tractor, you cannot drive it within the city. At a loss for what to gift Jiang Sui, he added, Sui. Most girls tend to like cotton dolls. He attempted to steer Jiang Sui back toward her former preferences, yearning for the return of his adorable sister. Jiang Sui responded with a nonchalant her gaze fixed on her phone. I do quite like them. Thank you. I used to really like them, but it's been so long that I've somewhat forgotten. Jiang Qi tilted his head to glance at Jiang Sui. Had they grown so distant in their relationship? Just a year ago, he had seen her descending the stairs, clutching a cotton doll. How could it feel like such a long time ago? They exchanged a wordless glance as they returned to the Jiang family home. Upon arriving, the house was eerily silent, and Jiang Sui's expression grew even more frigid. Could it be another welcome ceremony, perhaps with fireworks and artificial flowers? Jiang Qi shielded his eyes, realizing the impending disaster. Jiang Sui had accurately anticipated the surprise yet again. How could she always foresee everything? The last time, she had also guessed ahead, transforming their surprise into sheer fright. Jiang Qi hurriedly sent a message as a warning, but Jiang Sui had already stepped inside the villa. Sui, wait, shall we not take another stroll? Jiang Sui pushed open the door and with a swift motion, grasped the firecracker. The cascade of plastic, paper, and various other items struck Jiang Qi's face. Previously it had been Jiang Mo, and now it was Jiang Qi. He shut his eyes, feeling a sharp sting across his face. They ought to have learned their lesson and kept these items far from Jiang Sui. The sound of surprise was abruptly cut off as everyone leaned forward to witness the unfolding scene. What a scene it was with Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo, clutching the firecracker, felt exceedingly awkward, yet fortunately, this time Jiang Sui did not retaliate, and the one who got drenched was not him.
Wow, what did I say?
Isn't this the Jiang Mo who participated in that show? Indeed, that's him. Although they edited him out later, we all have screenshots and recordings. Who is Jiang Mo? Didn't they say he was Jiang Bao's brother? But it turns out he's not a biological brother but rather a romantic interest. How scandalous. How could they eat up such a poor bunny? It's so memorable. Contemplating this, I find Jiang Sui rather pitiable, her brother indifferent, her parents uncaring. And Jiang Bao is not even her real sibling. It's absurd, as if the true heiress's fortune has been usurped by the false one. Everyone adores the false heiress, treating the genuine one as an outsider. I never imagined Sister Sui to be so unfortunate. My apologies for previously calling her a werewolf. I said Sister Sui is a superhero, or rather one of those villainous superheroes. Ha, don't be too amusing. I've also referred to her as a werewolf, ha. I called her the fortune teller of werewolf games. Jiang Sui frowned, pushing aside the firecracker Jiang Imo had set off. You all pulled this trick last time. Why repeat it now? A crowd surrounded them, exchanging awkward glances, enveloped in a heavy silence. Jiang Sui turned her head and spotted a stately woman, who offered her an apologetic smile. Oh, little third sister has put on some weight. Jiang Hai's wife, Lin Miling, the undisputed champion of familial intrigue, after ushering Jiang Bao inside, seemed to have uttered something. With Jiang Hai absolutely besotted, one might mistake Jiang Bao for his biological daughter. In truth, Jiang Sui had secretly looked into their backgrounds. In her youthful ignorance, she had experienced this rebirth countless times. Lin Miling offered an awkward smile. Sui, you've returned. Come inside, don't linger at the doorway. Little third sister, still performing flawlessly, uttering the most likely words to break me. But it matters not. I am beyond caring now. Lin Miling. The smile on her face nearly froze. Had it not been for Lu Ran's sudden return, she would have preferred not to encounter Jiang Sui, this wretched creature. Is she secretly cursing me, calling me a wretched creature? Her eyes betray her so easily. Little third sister, it seems you're losing your touch. Lin Miling averted her gaze, focusing on Jiang Hai. Lu Ran, who had not descended until now, heard the commotion and hurried down, adorned in high-end fashion, exuding a multitude of styles. Upon seeing everyone clustered at the entrance, silent, she assumed a significant event had occurred and quickly approached. What's with the blockage at the door?
Sui.
Lu Ran pushed past Lin Miling, advancing while muttering. If you're aware of your weight, don't stand at the door. These outsiders are truly bothersome, ruining my mood. Lu Ran reached Jiang Sui's side, embracing her tightly. Jiang Sui collided with Lu Ran's chest, her expression remaining stoic, her demeanor unperturbed. My dear child, why have you become so darkened? Have you suffered? Come inside. This house is mine, and how could you have moved out? I shall file a lawsuit in due time to place the house under your name. Lu Ran pulled Jiang Sui into the house, her gaze deliberately avoiding Jiang Hai and Lin Miling. Jiang Hai scratched his nose, not daring to utter a word. Jiang Sui allowed her mother to guide her. As they entered, a throng of people followed suit. Jiang Sui soon spotted Jiang Bao in the living room.
Wow.
What a fascinating world. Lu Ran halted momentarily, pulling Jiang Sui to look around. What did you just say, my dear? Following Jiang Sui's gaze, Lu Ran's eyes landed on Jiang Bao, who was seated in the living room. What on earth? How is Jiang Bao here? Didn't she shut down her live stream after landing? I heard she wasn't filming this morning. What do you mean she wasn't filming? More like she was too afraid to film. How brazen of her to step inside. This house belongs to my ex-wife. Sister Sui, are we really allowed to watch this? She suddenly felt a bit bashful. Don't worry. Perhaps Sister Sui is also enjoying the spectacle here. Sister Sui's inner thoughts. What a splendid day. How extraordinarily entertaining. Sister Sui's mother exuded such brilliance. The tone of the legitimate wife truly differs. Women must indeed possess their own wealth. Sister, come, let me treat you to some high society gossip. Lu Ran turned Jiang Sui's head. There's no one there. There's nothing worth seeing. Come on, Mama bought you something to put in your room.
Jiang Bao ponder.
Having enjoyed 2 decades as the family darling, she now found herself the target of scorn. Originally intending to escape the cameras and return to the Jiang family, she was astonished that Jiang Sui dared to bring the photographer home to capture the family's dirty laundry. However, having been ousted from the Jiang household for so long, she possessed no resources whatsoever. After finally being invited back, she couldn't simply give up. Now, even her younger brother feared to look at her, worried about being caught in the crossfire. As Lu Ran pushed Jiang Sui back to her room, she remarked, "It's all empty in there. What's interesting about it?" Lu Ran paused again. What are you saying, dear? Chapter 113. It doesn't matter. I might go mad. Jiang Sui shrugged her shoulders, expressing her helplessness. After years abroad, I seem to be hearing things. Lu Ran. It felt less like a delusion and more like her daughter's innermost thoughts. After a moment of shock, Lu Ran guided Jiang Sui into the room, intending to observe further. The interior was adorned with an array of girlish toys, pink hues enveloping the entire space, bed curtains, window drapes, bed linens, carpets, desks, and bookshelves. Jiang Sui's mouth could fit an egg. Has the world changed? Or is it my eyesight? What on earth is my mother planning? Lu Ran winked at Jiang Sui. Didn't you used to adore these? I specially decorated this for you upon my return. What do you think? Do you like it? She took Jiang Sui's hand and sat on the soft bed. Lu Ran inhaled the fragrant air, knowing she had meticulously selected a scent her daughter would love. Jiang Sui, filled with joy, might just hug her mother and exclaim, "Mom, you're amazing. I love this room. Thank you so much." Anticipating her daughter's response, Lu Ran gazed at Jiang Sui's expressionless face. Something felt off. Her daughter seemed different this time. Jiang Sui, who once laughed heartily and playfully clung to her, now appeared distant. Jiang Sui squeezed the soft bed linens and asked, "Mom, are you getting married again?"
What?
The anticipation drained from Lu Ran's face, her smile fading. How could Jiang Sui know she was considering marriage again? And with a handsome Chinese boy, no less. But this was a matter she couldn't share with Jiang Sui just yet. It would only stir up trouble. Lu Ran averted her gaze. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm simply here to check on my darling daughter, who's grown even more beautiful." Jiang Sui sidestepped Lu Ran's outstretched hand and stood up. A handsome Chinese boy? Lu Ran. She was momentarily taken aback. How did Jiang Sui know about him? This was a secret she hadn't disclosed to anyone, not even her closest friends. What a ridiculous situation. Your ex-husband is using your money to support a mistress, and you remain oblivious to the futility of this marriage. Let us see. How many of his lovers is this now? The fifth, perhaps? Your ex-husband has more than one mistress, and your secretary has rolled around in your marital bed multiple times. Miss Lu, this is just a game. There's no need to bind yourself to a marriage. Lu Ran. Who? Her secretary and her ex-husband? Clenching her fists, she resolved to sell that house soon. But how did Jiang Sui, who had been participating in shows domestically, come to know about her ex-husband's affairs? The resources given to Jiang Sui were a result of Lu Ran's remarriage, intended to appease her daughter. The eldest son inherited the Jiang family name. The second son inherited her wealth, and the youngest daughter was still too young to receive anything. Thus, Lu Ran felt guilty, as that instance was Jiang Sui's only time receiving resources from her. Lu Sui had followed her daughter's shows, and when she heard Jiang Sui mention that the resources came from her mother, Lu Ran was overjoyed for a time. She had hoped their relationship would improve. But upon returning, Jiang Sui had transformed completely. In the past, gifts like these would have thrilled Jiang Sui, but now she leaned against the table. Exuding an air of maturity far beyond her 22 years, she seemed like a woman who had weathered a lifetime of trials at 42. If you want to get married, go ahead, but remember to sign a prenuptial agreement and have your assets notarized. He's around my age, and he dares to extend his hand toward a wealthy woman. What a gigolo. Jiang Sui glanced at her mother again. Around my age, and you dare to pursue him. Such a love-struck fool. Lu Ran awkwardly scratched her head. Falling in love just happened so quickly. Yet, she indeed planned to have her assets notarized. If she were to marry, signing a prenuptial was a must. A mutually beneficial arrangement was acceptable, but her wealth must not be coveted. She also intended to transfer her assets to her daughter's name. Lu Ran tossed her hair back and smiled. "As long as you're not angry, my dear." "It doesn't matter," Jiang Sui shrugged. "As long as you're happy. Do you not know that I've moved out? How strange. Why hasn't the Jiang family gone bankrupt? Why has Jiang Mo stopped fawning over Jiang Bao? Jiang Yu is self-serving. It's no surprise he ignores his own sister. But what is up with Jiang Mo? Has he turned into a dung beetle pushing dung?" And Jiang Qi, calling out Sui incessantly. It's quite repulsive. Lu Ran was first taken aback that her daughter had uttered such profanity, then shocked by the complexity of their family dynamics. Her two sons had adored their sister when they were younger. They used to call her little sister affectionately. How had that changed? "Sui, why did you suddenly move out? Have they been bullying you?" Lu Ran assumed a vengeful demeanor. Yet Jiang Sui felt that Lu Ran was too preoccupied with her own marriage to truly concern herself with her. Lu Ran pulled Jiang Sui to sit on the bed. Yet she could still sense a palpable distance between them. As a mother, she felt her daughter had grown distant. What had happened during the year or so she had been away? Nothing much. Jiang Sui had merely been reincarnated 250 times. Indifferent to life and death, she would die when she felt like it. Jiang Sui's demeanor remained lazily aloof. "No, I just moved out because it was uncomfortable. Bullied me? It doesn't matter. It might drive me mad." After rubbing Jiang Mo's face in the ground, it would become rather dull. After the last project, the Jiang family seemed to have been possessed by aliens.
No bankruptcy, no dishonor.
Jiang Sui then had a sudden realization. Wait, can I apply for public service again? I'm so familiar with this. I could land it in no time. Lu ran. What was her daughter saying? Rubbing Jiang Mo's face against the ground seemed somewhat reasonable even to Lu Ran. What on earth is the civil service examination? Generally, those engaged in commerce wouldn't pursue such a path, quite simply because they are not in want of money. Why would Jiang Sui venture into civil service? She is even worried that her family's loss of credibility might prevent her from finding solid ground.
What kind of absurdity is this?
The more one listens, the more ludicrous it becomes. Lu Ran's frown deepened, wondering if Jiang Sui had experienced some sort of trauma. Swayze, what are your plans for the future? For instance, this idea of taking the civil service exam is utterly preposterous. Jiang Sui replied, there are still a few episodes left of the variety show. Let me finish those first. Can I live until I die? We'll see. I want to operate a tractor at a construction site. Lu ran. She suddenly stood up, staring at Jiang Sui with a puzzled expression, occasionally touching her head. Is Jiang Sui serious? When she watched the live stream, she thought that was merely Jiang Sui's persona, especially since she had grown up beside her. To truly operate a tractor at a construction site, she indeed had the audacity. I want to sit at the hotel front desk and gossip. Never mind, I've recently taken a liking to the security guard at Misu Entertainment. There must be plenty of gossip. Ha 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 ha. Lu ran. Her daughter has lost her mind. That expressionless face concealed laughter capable of shattering skyscrapers. Chapter 114. At her age, still playing around in the wine cellar. It's over, it's over. When did her daughter go insane? Just a few months without contact. She's moved out, no longer a star, and now wants to operate a tractor at a construction site. Swayze, are you alright? Have you been happy these past couple of years? Lu Ran found it strange that she posed such odd questions, and Jiang Sui nodded earnestly. I'm quite happy. I live right across from the provincial bureau, so no one will throw bricks at me. I'm quite happy. Lu ran. It's over. It's over. Her daughter must be out of her mind. She needs to find a time to consult a psychologist to see if there's any hope left for her beloved Swayze. How on earth has Jiang Hai managed to raise a child? Suddenly, Lu Rand affectionately embraced Jiang Sui, saying, Swayze, don't worry. What's yours? I will surely fight for you. Jiang Sui, feeling utterly bewildered. Fight for what? The distressed mother wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes, realizing how arduous her daughter's life had been these years. To think she had been hounded by haters to the point of throwing bricks out the window. The house, the estate, all of it belongs to you. Not a single piece can be spared.
Jiang Sui?
Her mother suddenly went mad, attempting to seize the family fortune, leaving Jiang Sui momentarily perplexed by Lu Ran's motives. After all, if one were to seize it, the best time would have been before Lin Miling entered the picture. But back then, Lu Ran had been preoccupied with traveling abroad to clear her mind, abandoning everything here. I don't need these things. I can earn them in a few days. It's too easy.
Huh?
Lu Ran's weeping ceased abruptly as she gazed at Jiang Sui, her face a mask of confusion. The Jiang family's assets in Haishur are among the best. To earn them in just a few days? Is that even within the realm of possibility? Jiang Sui must be fabricating stories. Even Lu Ran took decades to earn such wealth. It's all right, this has always been yours. Jiang Sui firmly stated she didn't need it, as it wouldn't serve much purpose for her. I've earned enough. It's dull. Jiang Sui had once fought for the Jiang family's assets in her efforts to counter Jiang Bao. She had striven to become a strong woman, seizing half of Haishi's assets and becoming the wealthiest person in the area. Later, due to financial issues, she was imprisoned. Although it was absurd, it was indeed a fact. At least it was a financial issue. If one day she were to be arrested for a fire hazard, Jiang Sui would think that spending 250 visits in a mental hospital would be her best option. In the realm of favored literature, Jiang Sui had no intention of breaking the mold. She just wanted to languish and await her demise. Lu Ran stroked her chin, observing Jiang Sui's calm demeanor. It seemed genuine. How had she earned it? No, she must quickly reach out to a psychologist. She believed Jiang Sui's mental state was quite abnormal. A knock sounded at Jiang Sui's door, and Lu Ran diverted her attention to answer it. Standing at the door was Lin Miling, wearing a benevolent smile. Lu Ran's expression fell as she remained silent, barely ajar the door to prevent Lin Miling from peering inside. This woman, so outwardly kind, was, in fact, a venomous serpent at heart. It was no wonder she raised Jiang Yu, a selfish son, and Jiang Bao, a seductive daughter. Lin Miling wore a smile, exuding her supposed magnanimity. Lu sure, Sui, dinner is ready at home. Come down and eat together, no need to be so polite. Third mistress, consistently outputting stability. Jiang Sui appeared behind Lu Ran, greeting Lin Miling with a smile, showing no trace of her previous irritability. Had it been in the past, Jiang Sui would have likely already started an argument. Lu Ran scoffed. What is there to eat? I'll take my daughter out to eat. Jiang Sui pulled Lu Ran, urging her to refrain from continuing. Often, Jiang Sui did indeed share some traits with Lu Ran. Given Jiang Yu's age, one could surmise that Jiang Hai's infidelity occurred when Jiang Sui was quite young. However, during that time, Jiang Hai and Lu Ran were still very much in love. It was evident to all, and naturally, Jiang Sui harbored a deep disdain for the stepmother. Mom, since dinner is prepared, let us eat together. If I can mooch a meal, I'll take it. Lu Ran, she thought her daughter had some clever scheme to give them a taste of hardship. Instead, it was merely to mooch a meal. When did Lu Ran become so impoverished that she couldn't even afford a meal? But Jiang Sui had already pulled her down. This house was Lu Ran's premarital property, and it was rightfully meant for her children. Later, when Lin Miling moved in with Jiang Bao, Jiang Sui caused quite a stir, but was threatened by Lu Ran, leading her to buy another house for Lin Miling. That matter was finally settled. Lin Miling seldom visited this affluent area, yet her daughter and son had continuously lived with them. Of course, there had been disputes, but Jiang Hai was quite fearful of Lu Ran, so he never allowed Lin Miling to move in. This time, however, with Jiang Sui's return, everyone gathered together and Lu Ran chose not to dwell on the past. The atmosphere downstairs was quite awkward. Jiang Sui had finally made her appearance. It was evident that both her elder brother and Jiang Mo were reluctant to converse with Jiang Bao, and the younger brother was also disdainful of his elder sister. It was incomprehensible. Thanks to Sister Sui for letting us indulge in the gossip of the affluent. Sister Sui, create a small account. Let us form a group. And you can spill the beans directly in there. Sister Sui Jiang Sui, this account, quickly. Lin Miling stood awkwardly beside Jiang Hai. Unsure of who would take the main seat, Jiang Sui took her place. All right, you can stop pretending to be so magnanimous. The main seat is mine. The Qing dynasty has long perished. Why still adhere to so many rules? Lu Ran stifled a laugh, though her daughter had changed. She seemed to be doing well. Each with their own thoughts, they settled into their seats, and as soon as the chopsticks fell, Jiang Qi served Jiang Sui some food. Jiang Sui returned the gesture with a serving chopsticks. Please pay attention to dining safety and maintain a proper distance from me. Because of Helicobacter pylori, it's somewhat unsightly. Jiang Qi. All right then. The serving activity halted at Jiang Qi's end. Everyone had initially prepared to serve food, but seeing Jiang Qi's failure, they all paused. Does anyone want some wine? There are a few good bottles in the wine cellar. I'll fetch them for you. Jiang Sui lowered her head to eat, yet her steady voice rang out. Oh, quite clear indeed. Lin Miling chuckled, showing no signs of panic, seemingly a bit proud. What does it matter if Lu Ran doesn't allow her to come over? Jiang Hai would still bring her along. It is those unloved who are called the mistress. At your age, still playing in the wine cellar. Next time, can you close the door properly when playing? The noise is too loud. Do you believe I'll install surveillance next time? Jiang Hai struggled to contain himself, choking slightly, while Lin Miling, seated beside him, kept patting his back. How could such matters come to Jiang Sui's attention? It was utterly mortifying to be seen in this light by his own daughter. And stop playing on the balcony. The garden below is in disarray. Just as Jiang Hai turned, he was once again caught off guard by his own saliva. Perhaps it would be better if he simply disappeared. Chapter 115. She is still quite young indeed. She is 3 years my senior. Lu Ran cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Hai, certain that the pact made years ago had been broken, engaging in such behavior in front of the children. What a disgrace. Lu Ran felt that the most humiliating moment of her life was her marriage to Jiang Hai. Sensing the peculiar gazes directed at them, Jiang Hai and Lin Miling hastened their eating, feeling utterly embarrassed. Lin Miling, who had initially intended to fetch some wine, abandoned the idea and left after finishing her meal. Jiang Hai felt a bit more at ease and lifted his head to engage Jiang Sui in conversation. Sui, how's the show? Did you have a favorite guest? I thought that Tu Yan was quite impressive. Haha, indeed. He is the son of Tu Pingxiong, quite remarkable. Jiang Sui's eyes widened slightly. Who?
Tu Pingxiong?
The one who constantly quarrels with his wife and has a multitude of illegitimate children? Remarkable, indeed. How can such a family compare to ours, which is harmonious? Though he and Lu Ran had divorced, the stepmother was kind-hearted, and the stepdaughter had indeed had some issues, but things have been good in the past. After casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Bao, Jiang Hai shifted his gaze elsewhere. If it weren't for Jiang Bao, their family would undoubtedly be considered very amicable. Jiang Sui did not even lift her eyes. It's perfectly fine. What do you mean fine? That boy is not good at all. Sui, trust me, I have experience. Such a family is not suitable and does not align with ours. In the future, keep your distance from him on the show. Surely, you don't believe the Jiang family is harmonious? Jiang Sui swept her gaze across the table, noticing everyone silently focused on their meals. Is the food really that delicious? Jiang Qi could no longer contain himself and raised his head. Dad, this is all just youthful matters. Before he could say much more, Jiang Hai shot him a glare. What youthful matters?
Who are you to speak?
You demolished the rooftop to find a wife. I wondered why no one ended up in the station after the brawls. Turns out it was you, indulging him. An outgoing nature had exchanged for a lifetime of silence. Jiang Emo stifled a laugh, unable to hold it back, only to receive another glare from Jiang Hai. He resumed eating in silence, as Jiang Sui had pointed out. The food was indeed quite tasty. Lu Ran listened with curiosity. Her fourth husband was always bickering, while being less involved with the children back home. Has Chi started dating? What kind of girl is she? A girl who would tear the roof off. That's not a noun. It's a verb. Lu Ran. A verb? Is she serious? Lu Ran turned to Jiang Qi, who nodded awkwardly, a sheepish smile adorning his face. As Jiang Sui had mentioned, tearing the roof off was indeed a verb. Mom, she's still quite young and has a lively personality. Lu Ran responded with an "oh," retracting her gaze, only to feel something was amiss after a moment. Still quite young. Jiang Qi is nearly 30. Is that considered young? Is she younger than Jiang Sui? Has she even reached adulthood? The expressions of the family members were filled with laughter, finally realizing just how much Jiang Sui resembled her mother. They were indeed quite harmonious, managing to share a meal post-divorce, which was impressive. The stepmother's swift departure must have concealed some secrets. Otherwise, Sui Jia wouldn't be so unwelcoming towards her stepmother and stepsister. Haha, how adorable. Tearing the roof off. Haha. Your uncle dotes on your father. Your uncle dotes on him. Father can be quite sarcastic. Still young?
How young?
Not just barely of age, I hope. Big brother. We must steer clear of criminal activities. You have a good family background and handsome looks. Don't engage in crime. Lu Ran appeared quite troubled, gazing at Jiang Qi but hesitating to ask directly. Nonsense. She is clearly 3 years older than you, yet you refer to her as young. You're insane. Lu Ran. Chi, be honest with me. Have you been deceived in any way, like regarding her age?
Jiang Qi sighed. No.
She truly is 3 years older than me, but she isn't that old. Just indulge yourself. It's fine to be blind to it. Lu Ran had nothing further to say. A 3-year age gap with Jiang Qi was still more reasonable than having someone younger than Jiang Sui. She is still quite young indeed. She is 3 years my senior. The dominant figure is indeed different. Their aesthetics are worlds apart. What do they know? This is love. Lu Ran withdrew her gaze again. As long as you are happy. My dear, mother never said she would stop you from dating. Of course, your husband is almost the same age as Jiang Qi. Lu Ran. She dared not speak carelessly, especially with Jiang Sui, who could throw insults at anyone. Jiang Hai snorted, an old cow eating young grass. His intentions are impure. And he is old. The chopsticks Lu Ran was holding snapped, and she stared at Jiang Hai, her eyes seemingly ready to spit fire. The surrounding children watched the two with the curiosity of spectators. It seemed Jiang Hai had not seen Lu Ran in quite some time after their divorce. Lu Ran had been heartbroken and went abroad to find solace. Having been deeply hurt, Lu Ran hadn't returned home for years. Jiang Sui offered Lu Ran a new pair of chopsticks. It's fine, Mom. Just poke Jiang Hai's eyes with the chopsticks. Being blind for so many years is better off remaining blind.
The An Hai.
Lu Ran, however, was not that ruthless. She merely replaced her chopsticks and continued eating. Unlike some individuals, who dare to act but not to take responsibility, treating others' daughters better than their own. She shot a glare at Jiang Bao. Having occupied the nest for so many years, Lu Ran had never intended to quarrel with a child. Yet Jiang Sui had actually moved out. Who knew how much this mother-daughter duo had bullied her in the past? Some people seemed utterly blind. At this moment, Not only did Jiang Hai refrain from speaking, but Jiang Mo and Jiang Qi also fell silent. They had committed similar acts, feeling utterly ashamed before their ancestors. Jiang Qi thought to himself that perhaps he should light a stick of incense for their ancestors, to have them rise and scold them. Exactly. Lu Ran felt supported, her mood lifting considerably. Jiang Mo, the company I entrusted to you isn't for you to lavish on outsiders. If you can't even care for your own sister, then don't call me mom anymore. Jiang Qi, if you take on the Jiang family business, you must bear the Jiang family's responsibilities. If you can't handle it, change your surname to Liu, and let the family business belong to the Liu family. Jiang Qi lowered his head, losing his appetite, and quietly sipped some water, swallowing the last bit. Upon hearing his mother's words, he subtly raised his head. That could be a possibility, Mom. Just as he finished speaking, he was elbowed back by Jiang Hai. This brat wants it all, and thinks he can just take the family business back to the Liu family. What a naive dream. Exactly. Everyone. Can we not stir the pot here? Are they not truly siblings or father and daughter? Lu Ran affectionately patted her daughter's head, her gaze towards Jiang Bao growing colder. Jiang Bao dared not meet Lu Ran's eyes. She wished she had found an excuse to leave with her mother earlier. Sitting there, she felt she might have truly caught Jiang Sui as oddities. Chapter 116. The legitimate child becomes the illegitimate child. I will be staying in the country for a few months, and during this time, my precious Sui must acquire what she rightfully deserves, assets, projects, or funds. She must have it all. Jiang Sui looked bewilderedly at her mother. For me? Lu Ran lovingly ruffled Jiang Sui's hair. It was always yours. You've been an adult for 4 years now, and these things rightfully belong to you. Jiang Qi and Jiang Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, a portion of this should belong to Jiang Sui. In the past, they had overlooked Jiang Sui, and that was undoubtedly their error. Although Jiang Sui has transformed now, they still wish to make amends. Jiang Sui shook her head, stating that she neither requires nor lacks monetary wealth.
What?
You possess such vast assets, and yet you claim you do not need them? Hand them over to me. I am in need. There once was an individual who professed a disinterest in money, only to become a renowned comedian. Please do not jest about my father. He truly does not lack for funds, which is why he harbors no affection for wealth. Sister Sui, this is not how it works. You engage in various side roles, operating machinery and programming excavators, and yet you assert you are not in want of money? They had presumed her to be impoverished, only to discover she is indeed from a wealthy family. Jiang Sui had previously amassed a considerable fortune. Thus her indifference towards money is genuine. However, she is still quite willing to earn 100 a day, who would scoff at a little extra cash. Of course, a significant reason lies in a particular circumstance. When I possess too much money, something invariably goes awry. No precaution can prevent it. I typically carry cash, and if it is detected that I have wealth, something will either go wrong with this or that. The crowd responded with bewilderment. What on earth is this? Is this the reason Jiang Sui appears so frugal during the show? She exerts more effort for a 200 yuan role than for projects worth millions, almost revitalizing a dilapidated production line. Sui, have you encountered some trouble? Lu Ran could not help but inquire. How could anyone face misfortune merely for possessing a significant enterprise? Could it be those fans again? Jiang Qi and Lu Ran shared a mutual concern, especially considering the recent acid incident. Jiang Qi anxiously asked, Sui, is it those fans again? That fellow Tan Chuan is hardly worthy of our Jiang family's daughter. Such delusions. Sui, rest assured, father has already enlisted the finest lawyer to ensure they face the full extent of the law, Jiang Hai declared angrily. A mere celebrity is hardly fit to aspire to our family, especially one who would dare to throw acid at our precious child. If they are not imprisoned until they wither away, it reflects poorly on our Jiang family's capabilities. Jiang Sui interjected, Please, such sudden concern frightens me. It is merely a minor issue. I have encountered it perhaps 100 times, and I am well acquainted with every possible scenario. I have even been hit by a car. The family members stood abruptly, their expressions filled with rage. Sui, do not fear. Simply tell us, and we shall resolve it for you. Jiang Sui sighed, setting down her utensils and wiping her mouth with a towel. After placing it on the table, she rose leisurely. There is no need for that. It is a trivial matter, and I can handle it myself. What do you mean by a trivial matter? Acid attacks and vehicular assaults are hardly minor issues. Jiang Qi remarked, recalling tales of helicopters dropping bricks. Such grave matters, and Jiang Sui remains so composed. It appears she has truly grown accustomed to it. Lu Ran found himself in agreement with Jiang Hai for the first time, insisting that this could not be overlooked. They have gone so far as to endanger lives. How can we simply let it slide? I too believe the fans have crossed the line. Not only does Jiang Sui have no affection for Tan Chuan, but attacking someone with acid on the very day she leaves is outrageous. I have heard Tan Chuan is contemplating legal action against them. What does that matter? This is his fanbase. Can they not be restrained? Their possessiveness is astounding. If their idol were to perish, would they steal his ashes for themselves? Do not speak so harshly. These are merely stalkers and antis. When collecting data, they are devoted fans, but when trouble arises, they are stalkers and antis. Is Jiang Sui not unscathed? Observing the discussions, Jiang Sui understood that Tan Chuan must be involved. The debate raged on, with Jiang Sui lambasting Tan Chuan. Enough of the insults. Tan Chuan was threatened with naked photographs by his fans and was even drugged and abducted. The group gasped in astonishment. Wow, that is shocking, but I never anticipated it to be this extreme. The fervent discussions waned, faces flushed from the heated exchanges, and they eventually settled down. That certainly serves as poetic justice. Jiang Hai continued to emphasize, while Tan Chuan may still be considered a decent person, his fans' behavior is appalling. Sui, it would be wise to maintain your distance. Can he truly be a good person? He is merely a product of his family's indiscretions. Jiang Hai momentarily failed to grasp the implication, pondering which acquaintances bore the surname Tan. While he had no friends by that name, he recalled an acquaintance's wife with the surname Tan, a formidable woman he barely knew. Yet, the partner in question was Tu Pingxiong. This revelation suggested he had an illegitimate child with her, a scandalous affair, particularly as they appeared on a dating show alongside Jiang Sui. How did Jiang Sui come to this knowledge? She even knew that a suitor he had previously vetted for her had an STD. Jiang Hai had spent a fortune verifying this, and it was indeed accurate. After berating his partner, he decided against introducing any more candidates to Jiang Sui. He composed himself and seated himself once more. Sui, you do not have any ties to Tan Chuan, do you?
Jiang Sui shrugged nonchalantly.
What sort of relationship could I possibly have with him? One forged through a common enemy. Moreover, the complexity of Tan Chuan's family surpasses that of other illegitimate children. After all, he was considered a legitimate child for several years, only to discover through DNA testing that he was not. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Such a twist. This was news even Jiang Hai was unaware of, although he vaguely recalled that Tu Pingxiong had a legitimate son who had tragically passed away. It turned out this was all about Tan Chuan. Jiang Bao lowered her presence, lurking on the side. Her humble eavesdropping on the gossip had finally yielded significant information. No wonder Tu Yan had always been so peculiar towards Tan Chuan. She must have perceived him as akin to herself. It was a relationship fraught with both love and disdain. She had gathered enough material to threaten them once they returned to the villa. Jiang Hai let out a sigh of relief. As long as you are unharmed, focus on participating in the variety show. Avoid any survival-themed programs.
Jiang Sui shot Jiang Hai a sidelong glance.
Do you have any authority over me, you meddler? If I do not partake in survival shows, I may very well meet my end. The crowd responded in shock. What sort of nonsense is this? Chapter 117. Transforming a compensation of 2 million into a death sentence. This was the first time anyone had heard that not participating in a survival show could lead to death. They began to suspect that Jiang Sui might be under threat. However, after dining, Jiang Sui retreated to the small garden adjacent to the attic, a place she had frequented in her youth, now beautifully maintained. She and Lu Ran arranged 2 lounge chairs to bask in the sunlight, indulging in face masks, thoroughly content. 3 days of filming. I suspect tomorrow will be a wash. Sui, are you filming for 3 days? Jiang Sui affirmed, yes, even the bedroom will be under surveillance. It was no wonder she had seen 2 individuals enter her room earlier, only to emerge after much clattering. Would all her privacy be exposed? Then let us prepare another room for you, so you need not be filmed constantly.
Hey.
Discussing ways to evade the cameras in front of the audience is quite disrespectful of us. Rest assured, Sister Sui would never do that. She dislikes complications. Out of sheer laziness, she had indeed declined. It does not matter. I will not use it, so it seems quite wasteful. Netizens remarked. Does it really matter whether it is wasteful or not? Observing Jiang Sui's languid demeanor, Lu Ran reclined once more, increasingly perplexed by her daughter. In Jiang Sui's presence, she felt less like a mother and more like a friend. It was truly odd. Could it be Jiang Sui's carefree approach to life made her seem less like a young person? Is Jiang Sui still lacking in the desire for life? What a Sui's I think of that child Fu Sheng. Jiang Sui lifted her eyelids slightly and replied, "Yes, all right." The internal strife within the family is more chaotic than a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, so of course he's quite acceptable. Lu ran. I must say, Jiang Sui's evaluation of everyone is always just all right, while she silently curses them in her heart. Lu Ran took a moment to ponder, recalling several children from various families. What about that lawyer from the Wen family? He is the only son, after all. Jiang Sui closed her eyes. Yes, all right. He can be regarded as the Zhang Yida of the legal world. If not for his family's wealth, even Zhang Wei would feel inferior. He managed to turn a compensation of 2 million into a suspended sentence. Lu Ran. This young man from the Wen family truly lacks a bit of wit. Not acceptable at all. Lu Ran continued, what about the only son of the Gu family? He must be quite impressive, dominating the business world, and his family is harmonious. He-s all right. He-s married.
Ah?
Lu Ran sat up straight, her face mask falling away as she removed it and set it aside. Observing Jiang Sui's calm demeanor, she felt this must be true. But she had never heard of this before. When did he get married? There hadn't even a whisper in the high society circles. Jiang Sui opened her eyes. What's wrong? Lu Ran shook her head, saying it was nothing. Then lay back down, suddenly eager for gossip. So, is the Gu family's young master indeed just all right? Jiang Sui nodded. Yes, all right. His wife is a bit of a simpleton, madly in love, truly remarkable. I think I once acted alongside his wife in a drama, The Flirty Young Girl of the Warlord, where we played the roles of expendable sisters. Lu Ran seemed to recall having watched Jiang Sui's dramas, including some inexplicable extras. So it was that person. It's truly astonishing. If this were to come to light, the entire circle would certainly be shaken. There would be no need for them to rush over. The Gu family's threshold had already been crossed. After all this time, it turns out it was a concealed marriage. What else with this alright business? Why does she keep saying alright? When Jiang Jie says alright, it probably means not alright. As for why it's not, we have no means to delve deeper. Not to mention the many secrets of high society. Even in our village, there's gossip everywhere and the intelligence bureau grows stronger by the day. Nonsense. I walked past the entrance, and they all said I was a divorced woman with a child, with my husband having run off. In summary, they're all nonsensical rumors. And it's hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. I trust Jiang Sui. Her predictions have always proven true. When has Jiang Sui ever spilled the beans? After following for so long, I had no idea. Just arrived, I thought to myself when Jiang Jie raised an eyebrow. I knew something was up. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow, and Lu Ran became serious. Could it be that something else was afoot? Dinner time is approaching. Lu Ran. The two called for someone to clean up and headed downstairs, but Jiang Sui paused on the second floor. Jiang Sui nudged the photographer and made a shushing gesture. The photographer instantly understood, nodding in agreement. The second floor was essentially their bedroom area, with a study nearby. Jiang Sui earnestly approached the study, pushing the door slightly ajar. The voices inside grew somewhat louder until discernible silhouettes were visible. Pay attention. Sui Jie is leading you all to witness some gossip. Get ready. Sui Jie truly does not regard us as outsiders. From now on, you will be my forever sister. Inside were Jiang Sui as father and stepmother. Ha ha ha. Mother is gradually catching on and is eating gossip alongside her daughter. It appeared there was an argument happening. With the woman's shrieks and the man's helplessness, almost the norm for every couple's quarrel. Lin Miling was sobbing softly. Jiang Hai, after so many years with you, I have no accolades, but I have endured hardships. That woman won tea let me live here. What else do you want from me? That woman? Lu Ran pointed at herself. Ah, so she was talking about me. But this house originally belonged to her. It was merely for her children to reside in. Jiang Hai wished to live with his children, so they all stayed together. Lu Ran, considering their marital bond, refrained from commenting too much on the matter. However, what right does Lin Miling have to reside in her house? Bringing her children into the home and brazenly living there, what gall? She has no face. Her persona must be maintained. Lu Ran expressed her agreement. Jiang Hai appeared quite helpless. Back then, when the company faced difficulties, I needed the Lu family's assistance. Lu Ran was very cherished to her family, and she would surely help me. This was a last resort. Besides, we are already divorced. Lin Miling was unyielding, angrily pushing Jiang Hai away. She was dissatisfied with this response, feeling that after enduring so many years of hardship, Lu Ran's return negated all her struggles. But upon hearing this, Lu Ran felt somewhat strange. When the company faced difficulties, that was why he sought her help. Yet Lu Ran remembered that it was Jiang Hai who had sought her out, professing his affection, and pursued her for half a year before she agreed to date him. Turning her head, she locked eyes with Jiang Sui.
Jiang Sui silently nodded.
Indeed, you're not mistaken. It is just as such. My dear mother. Lu Ran. What do you mean? What is just as such? Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out as a cup shattered on the ground, creating a crisp noise. The two shifted their gaze back to the couple inside. The cup had been thrown by Lin Miling. You claim you married Lu Ran for the sake of the Lu family as assistants. She bore you 3 children after marriage, and I never saw you discontented.
What about me?
Lin Miling cried out, her sobs filled with anguish as she recounted her grievances. I married a man I didn't love. He abused me for years. And my first child was lost because of that. The baby was a struggle for me to bring into this world. She is my lifeblood. Chapter 118. A family gathered together for gossip.
Jiang Sui's brows furrowed.
What kind of statement is this? Jiang Bao has nothing to do with us.
Ah.
I see. She is trying to claim rights for Jiang Bao. He is neither a child of the Jiang family nor the Lu family. Sigh. Let us just listen a bit longer. Lu Ran shared Jiang Sui's sentiments, though she wondered why Lin Miling would attribute her suffering to Jiang Hai. When they married, Jiang Hai was indeed attentive to her. Upon discovering Jiang Hai's infidelity, Lu Ran had practically proposed divorce the very same day. Could it be that Lin Miling was already Jiang Hai's girlfriend before he got together with her? Turning her gaze, she once again met Jiang Sui's eyes. Jiang Sui nodded solemnly at Lu Ran. Yes, you're not mistaken, my dear mother. Lu Ran, goodness, how shameless. To pursue Jiang Sui's mother for the sake of the Lu family as assistants, truly, a man prioritizing his interests above all else. After breaking up with his first love, he secured funding and then returned to his first love. Jiang Sui's mother is truly unfortunate. What kind of scum is this? This house still belongs to the ex-wife. How despicable. Jiang Sui's mother should have insisted that this scoundrel leave empty-handed and take the children with her. What a lack of dignity. Having suffered in her marriage, she blames it all on her ex-boyfriend and his ex-wife. In reality, Jiang Bao has no connection to the Jiang family and yet enjoys the resources of both the Jiang and Lu families, which is even more shameless. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai began to feel pity for Lin Miling. He rose to embrace Lin Miling, comforting the fragile woman in his arms as she struck out in frustration.
Jiang Sui. Disgusting, utterly disgusting.
Jiang Hai sighed. Rest assured, I will certainly compensate for Bao Bao. But Jiang Sui is, after all, my biological daughter. What rightfully belongs to her is a fact that cannot be changed. Lin Miling pushed Jiang Hai away, turning to cry, her demeanor a blend of charm and sorrow. Who wouldn't he be enchanted? No wonder she had managed to manipulate Jiang Hai for so many years. Pout and argue. And Jiang Hai must give all of the Jiang family as assets to Lin Miling. Indeed, my mother is better suited to be with a younger boyfriend, as he is the one who knows how to pamper her, haha. Lu Ran pursed her lips. This was indeed the case. The Lu family's upbringing was quite strict, and it had shaped Lu Ran into a dignified figure, her demeanor serene. On ordinary days, it is typically the younger boyfriend who indulges in affectionate pleas. However, Jiang Hai harbors aspirations of bequeathing the Jiang family's enterprise to Lin Miling's children, a notion that is utterly implausible. You should solely concern yourself with Jiang Sui. Do not worry about my little darling. Having departed from the Jiang household, she lacks even a semblance of adequate resources, resorting to participation in some trivial variety show. To Lin Miling, engaging in such shows is a pursuit for those mediocre stars who seek fleeting fame. Jiang Sui participates due to her obscurity. Yet Jiang Bao is not in the same predicament. To chase after that notoriety, she actually chose to partake in this show. It is all Jiang Sui's fault. Otherwise, her daughter would not have had to demean herself by accepting such an opportunity. Trivial variety show?
Ah.
What a nuisance. It is utterly absurd. If Jiang Sui can participate, why not your daughter? Is she some sort of golden nugget? What do you understand? My sister is a top-tier celebrity, after all. Jiang Sui's resources are so abysmal, despite being the biological daughter, while Jiang Bao, as a stepdaughter, has access to even more resources. Have some self-respect. I am utterly exasperated. Sister Sui, hurry, throw darts at them. Jiang Hai expressed his bewilderment. admitting that the sudden emergence of Jiang Sui in the entertainment industry was beyond his comprehension. He was oblivious to the nature of resources, whereas Jiang Bao merely needed to ask for investments, and they were readily provided. Jiang Mo, who runs an entertainment company, inundated her with even more resources. Jiang Bao already possesses ample opportunities. Her previous lack of development stemmed from her own inadequacies. What inadequacies? Lin Miling fixed her gaze upon Jiang Hai, asserting that Jiang Bao was only just beginning. Years ago, she had not been afforded a proper education, and if only she were granted a little more now, she would surely flourish. If you could provide for Jiang Sui, why not for Jiang Bao? Lin Miling believed that Jiang Sui, being a professional with a high level of education and keen understanding, would eventually rise to prominence with a bit of experience. However, Jiang Bao, having endured a difficult upbringing, received scant education, all due to Jiang Hai's decisions. Had Jiang Hai married her, Jiang Bao would be a legitimate child and thus entitled to such education. Goodness, what a lunatic. Does the mistress truly believe that had my mother not been around, Jiang Hai would have married her? Who knows? Perhaps there are also the Zhangs, the Lis, and the Wangs. A scoundrel only cares about which family possesses wealth. Jiang Hai looked at Lin Miling in confusion, inquiring when he had ever provided resources for Jiang Sui. That survival variety show, what was it called? Baby informed me about it. Lin Miling's assertiveness indicated that this must have been conveyed to her by Jiang Bao. This made Jiang Hai chuckle in disbelief. Firstly, that show had initially attracted no participants. Secondly, I had inquired and discovered that Jiang Sui was a last-minute replacement, tasked with playing the scapegoat, and ultimately, I did not even know Jiang Sui was trying to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. I am utterly exasperated. Family members, who recalls the initial events. Jiang Sui's first blame was for pushing another star out. In reality, that star had chosen to leave, and fans have been pursuing Jiang Sui with vitriol ever since. I hope the survival show director understands that without Sister Sui, that show would still be a trivial affair. Who understands? The first time I opened that live stream, I saw the guests, resembling wildlings, follow Jiang Sui to fish. It was laughable. At that moment, Gu Jingshan even thought they were hallucinating from hunger, wanting to devour Jiang Sui. Lu Rand clenched her fists. Being abroad, she had not anticipated that her daughter had endured such hardships. Her biological father was utterly unaware of what profession his daughter was studying or what work she was engaged in, yet he was concerned about his stepdaughter. Jiang Sui shook her head in disbelief. Sister relies solely on her integrity, appending the persona. But it matters not. Filming will undoubtedly be impossible now. Consider it another chance to experience a dazzling life. I fear that one day it will either be a cable snapping or a car executing a backflip. Lu ran. What has Jiang Sui truly experienced? What has she not endured? The mother felt guilt, shock, and disbelief all at once. Upon hearing this matter, Lin Miling fell silent for a moment. After several seconds, she bit her lip, a hint of grievance in her expression. I merely wished to speak up for my baby. She had a difficult childhood, and desired not much, only a little. I understand that stealing documents is wrong, but she was merely influenced by others. The mention of this caused Jiang Hai discomfort. For over a decade, he had pampered a daughter who was not even his own flesh and blood, and she had colluded with others to pilfer the Jiang family secrets. Lin Miling had pleaded for Jiang Bao repeatedly, yet he had refused, and this was precisely the reason. A refined egoist, to be swayed by Lin Miling. The mistress is quite formidable. Men truly are indulgent towards their first loves. Lu Ran was aware of this, but thankfully, Jiang Hai did not disappoint her this time. He decisively expelled Jiang Bao, severing her access to resources and finances. Lu Ran sighed, sensing a presence behind her. When she turned impatiently, she saw two large figures crouched, observing the situation in the study. Lu Ran was taken aback and nudged Jiang Sui, who turned around. Oh my!
You startled me.
Jiang Qi and Jiang Mo synchronized their movements, placing their fingers to their lips and hushing her. Jiang Sui, Lu Ran. When did these two arrive? They were thoroughly engrossed in the gossip. Chapter 119. Dislocating shoulders, I am a professional. The family refrained from interfering in each other's matters, congregating outside the study to listen to the unfolding drama within. Jiang Sui shook her head. You adults from that era truly had quite the escapades. Lu Ran felt a slight embarrassment, but reminded herself that these were all Jiang Hai's doing. What concern was it of hers? She was engaged in a normal relationship, a normal marriage, providing a home for all her beloved ones, each of whom had received a marriage certificate. Unlike Jiang Hai, who, despite having mistresses, even produced offspring. He exhibited not the slightest semblance of a father. Ah, how disgraceful. Jiang Hai embraced Lin Miling, feeling as though he were caught between a rock and a hard place. Do you comprehend the depths to which the Jiang family would have plunged had Jiang Bao succeeded in her theft? Even now, he remained oblivious to the identity of the man behind Jiang Bao, unable to inquire or locate him. Jiang Hai declared resolutely, Jiang Bao has lived in the Jiang family for so many years. What I have provided her surpasses what I have given Jiang Sui. I have already shown utmost benevolence. If you feel pity, then go live with her. The previous leniency was merely to prevent Jiang Bao from changing her surname. She could still maintain the Jiang family identity to save face. Now she dares to come asking for resources. Even if Jiang Hai were bewitched, he could not commit such an act. Lin Miling, incensed, pushed him away. With a delicate huff, she seemed to be pouting. Jiang Sui turned to Lu Ran, raising an eyebrow. Do you see, mother? This is precisely why men, even when they have a stunning beauty at home, still seek wildflowers outside. With every frown and smile, who wouldn't be enchanted? In my opinion, wealth is essential. Those young boys buzzing around you, like bees, are simply a nuisance. Lu Ran, this is quite insightful. She recognized the nature of the young men who admired her. They were merely seeking mutual benefit. And as long as they were happy, that sufficed. It was imperative to swiftly transfer the assets to Jiang Sui, ensuring she could engage in her love life without worry. When her daughter praised herself as a great beauty, Lu Ran's emotions soared to their peak. How shameless! Scoundrels and wretches lock each other down. How audacious to occupy another's nest. Jiang Sui's resources truly tormented me. She had even portrayed a foot-washing maid. Wasn't that the role Jiang Sui later went mad over as a background actor? With such a family, it's no wonder Sister Sui might go insane. Were I in her position, I would surely wake up each morning pretending to be a rooster. I would buy a flock of roosters to keep crowing in the house, making their lives unbearable. Jiang Sui had indeed grown wild and free. No wonder a rich second generation had grievances surpassing those of a mere wage slave. The demonic sword immortal would be suffocated by her wrath. Jiang Hai refused to relent, and the two found themselves at an impasse. Jiang Sui was nearly dozing off inside. This is truly unbearable. I am on the verge of bursting. After waiting a few more minutes, Jiang Hai opened his mouth to speak. Yet before he could utter a word, a cacophony erupted outside. Jiang Bao was embroiled in a heated argument with Jiang Sui, causing the onlookers to rise from their seats. The ajar door was forcefully pushed open by the group. Startled by the sudden grip on her collar, Jiang Sui instinctively seized Jiang Bao's arm in retaliation. Ah, it's dislocated. Jiang Sui, let go of me, you wretched girl. At that moment, the individuals inside became aware of the presence of others outside, and upon assessing the situation and the number of people, it was evident they had been there for quite some time. Jiang Hai and Lin Miling were immediately struck by a wave of panic upon recalling the earlier conversation between the two. As they stepped outside, chaos ensued. Jiang Sui's reflexes were quicker than Jiang Bao's voice, and with a powerful twist, she dislocated Jiang Bao's arm. Jiang Mo felt a twinge of sympathy and instinctively moved to intervene, only to be caught by Jiang Sui's grasp. Hey, how did I suddenly end up with two captives? When did they arrive? How did I end up holding Jiang Mo's hand? And when did Jiang Bao spring out? The crowd was bewildered. Lu Ran and Jiang Qi had distanced themselves slightly, realizing that in the blink of an eye, they were now within Jiang Sui's clutches. Sensing the potential danger Jiang Sui posed, it was wiser to keep their distance. Jiang Sui, having grasped the situation, pondered for a moment. I'm just accustomed to it. Don't recklessly try to grab me. My instincts are too sharp. Upon exiting, Lin Miling was met with the distressing sight of her daughter sprawled on the ground, with Jiang Sui, her expression impassive, holding Jiang Bao's hand. With a piercing scream, she shouted, Jiang Sui, release my daughter. As Jiang Sui loosened her grip, Jiang Bao's pain intensified. Her arm was dislocated, leaving her sobbing on the floor. My hand. It's broken, Mom, woo-woo. Writhing in agony. Her once beautiful face was now streaked with tears. Jiang Sui stood up and inspected her own hand. Is it a calcium deficiency? Why is it so fragile? Jiang Mo's hand remained intact, albeit painfully so. Upon standing, he was met with a reprimand from Lu Ran, who yanked his ear in scolding. The force was strong enough to redden Jiang Mo's ear. As they moved aside to converse quietly, Jiang Mo winced. Are you out of your mind? Who do you think is your sister? You're giving away resources and family assets. Are you foolish or simply brainless? Jiang Mo, in pain, could hardly focus on the conversation. He had instinctively reacted earlier and was now trying to restrain himself, ceasing to allocate resources to Jiang Bao. He intended to give to Jiang Sui, but she had no need for it. He had even inquired. There were countless individuals eager to provide resources to Jiang Sui. So where did he fit in? The dislocation kept him in a constant state of discomfort, yet enduring the pain had become a habit. It's not a significant issue. Lin Miling's facade crumbled as she glared at Jiang Sui. Do you wish ill upon my daughter? What has my precious child done to deserve this?
Jiang Sui shrugged.
She suddenly appeared behind me, attempting to attack. I merely reacted. Besides, it's just a dislocation. Dislocation? I'm quite the expert. As Jiang Sui crouched down, Jiang Bao, filled with fear, clutched Lin Miling's clothing and retreated. Don't come any closer, woo-woo, Mom. She wants to kill me. I can't kill you, no. It's not easy to kill. Lin Miling's eyes widened in terror as she looked at Jiang Sui. Don't approach us, Jiang Hai. She intends to murder us both. Jiang Hai felt a pang of sympathy. After all, they were all flesh and blood. Moreover, with Jiang Sui's recent return, he hesitated to shout at her, fearing she might leave if he raised his voice, allowing Jiang Sui to advance towards Lin Miling and Jiang Bao. Jiang Hai opened his mouth but could not utter a word. Jiang Sui crouched down and, protected by Lin Miling, took hold of Jiang Bao's hand. After a shriek, Jiang Sui clapped her hands together. All right, let us get moving. Jiang Bao cried and twisted her hand, only to realize that the pain seemed to have subsided. Her sobs ceased as she exchanged a glance with Lin Miling, and upon testing her hand again, she discovered that she truly felt no discomfort. Jiang Sui interjected, be gentle. Just hang your hand with something for a few days and it will be fine. In the future, don't suddenly appear behind me to attack. Sometimes, the strength in my hands can lead to unfortunate accidents. Jiang Sui examined her own hands once more, realizing that a moment's inattention could result in dire consequences. The crowd instinctively moved further away from Jiang Sui, feeling that any closer proximity could lead to their own demise. Jiang Hai sighed in relief. Since everything seemed to be all right, he suggested, let us all head to dinner. Jiang Bao clenched her fists. The entire internet was now aware of their circumstances. For such a scandalous affair, Jiang Sui had dared to broadcast it live, a disgrace to their prestigious family. If Jiang Hai were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly expel Jiang Sui from the family. Chapter 120. If you can go crazy, never internalize.
Dad.
The memory of Jiang Bao being expelled from the Jiang family for stealing documents prevented her from calling Jiang Hai dad any longer. Uncle Jiang, I saw them eavesdropping. Jiang Bao pointed at Jiang Sui, then at Lu Ran and her son, before shifting her finger to the hapless photographer. The photographer merely sighed. Money is hard to earn. And it's a struggle to survive. Jiang Hai glanced at the four of them, with only Jiang Sui appearing unfazed, as if she had committed no wrongdoing, even nodding in affirmation. What were you eavesdropping on? He felt a surge of anger, but upon seeing Jiang Sui, he hesitated to voice it.
Suddenly, Jiang Sui chuckled,
bypassing Jiang Hai to pat him on the shoulder. Comrade Jiang Hai, don't be so frightened. This is a normal filming process. Who told you not to close the door? Indeed, I can confirm you didn't close the door. How shameless, pfft, beastly. How dare Jiang Hai think he is worthy of an alliance with the Lu family? Wasn't he it because of his relentless pursuit back in the day? Investing heavily just to win the fair maiden? And now, he has strayed so quickly. It seemed that the upstairs was a circle of gossip, and they were eager to hear more. The circle was buzzing with chatter about the past, and many were still familiar with the tales.
Jiang Sui smiled faintly,
tightening her grip on Jiang Hai's shoulder slightly. Let everyone know what Comrade Jiang Hai did back in the day. That wasn't eavesdropping. It was simply sitting and enjoying the gossip. Leaving the door open was an invitation for us to overhear. Otherwise, Mrs. Lu wouldn't even realize she is merely a pawn. Lu Ran cleared his throat, deciding it was best to let it go. Forget it, it's all trivial. Let us head down for dinner. Before Jiang Bao could finish her thought, everyone had already departed, with even Jiang Hai cheerfully following them. Jiang Bao was left feeling frustrated. Don't they care at all about their reputations? The whole world knows how they formed their family. How can they still calmly sit down for a meal? Lin Miling sighed. She had clearly lost her standing in the elite circles. She shouldn't have returned this time. After taking Jiang Bao for treatment, Lin Miling chose not to go downstairs that night. Jiang Hai was left with no choice. The company still relied on Jiang Qi, and he needed to glean information about external projects from Jiang Sui. Previously, because of a project Jiang Sui mentioned, the Jiang family had seen substantial returns. All for the sake of the Jiang family, who would dare to offend Jiang Sui. The night passed peacefully, with no disturbances, and Jiang Sui slept soundly in her pink room. Lu Ran, who lay beside her, had hoped to share a few late-night conversations, but Jiang Sui was already fast asleep. Ha ha ha, Mommy wanted to talk to Jiang Sui, but she just conked out. There was no doubt. She had always been a sound sleeper, even amidst the commotion outside. It was rumored that she had incurred tens of millions in penalty fees, but still managed to sleep better with each passing day. If you can go crazy, never internalize. The next morning, Jiang Sui enjoyed breakfast before heading to the attic to watch television. Lu Ran, wanting to spend more time with his daughter, followed her upstairs. Ha ha ha. This show is hilarious. Lu Ran observed Jiang Sui's expressionless face, almost resembling a mask, and fell into deep thought.
Sui.
Why are you up here in the attic today? Why is the door closed so tightly? Aren't you going to the garden to bask in the sun? Jiang Sui held the remote control in her hand and pressed a few buttons, causing a recliner to materialize beside her, seemingly intended for Lu Ran. She patted the space beside her, expressing her disinterest in basking in the sun today, suggesting they could have their meal right there. Although Lu Ran was perplexed, he respected her wishes and reclined as well. Perhaps today the roof of the Jiang residence would be torn off. Lu Ran. Jiang Sui's gaze remained fixed on the screen in front of her as she munched on snacks. Lu Ran felt he must have misjudged the situation, so he lay back down, engrossed in the drama. Throughout the show, Jiang Sui occasionally glanced at the time, as if anticipating something. After a while, she checked the clock again. It's time. Still puzzled, Lu Ran suddenly felt something thud against her head, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Jiang Sui remained unfazed, continuing to snack. Was it falling rocks or knives? Lu Ran contemplated venturing outside, but the attic was nearly sealed off, with doors at either end and only a ventilation duct. As she cracked open the back door of the attic, a cacophony of curses greeted her. There were many people outside, and the atmosphere was chaotic. Jiang Sui, however, remained undisturbed. It's fine, the police will arrive in 5 minutes. Lu Ran. You called the police? Jiang Sui nodded. Yes, they'll be throwing things for a while longer, it won't be long now. With a terrifying level of expertise, Jiang Sui even activated the attic's protective barrier. Indeed, wherever one goes, safety is best ensured by residing opposite the provincial office. People truly fear the strong and respect the powerful. They are aware that those living across from the provincial office are individuals of stature, not to be trifled with. Lu Ran realized just where Jiang Sui was currently residing. Yet, who were these people, continuously approaching in waves? Calm down, it's something you'll get used to. Used to what? They've already invaded her home. She should report them to the authorities, who are incapable of exiting. 5 minutes later, the sound of police sirens drowned out the sensation of being pelted with stones. Jiang Sui clapped her hands and opened the attic door. Time to assess the damage. I recall the glass at home was the most expensive. Millions would hardly cover it. And that Ming Dynasty artifact? Jiang Hai paid 20 million for it at auction. I must go and evaluate the losses. After Lu Ran followed her down, they encountered paramedics as well. Currently, it appeared that only Jiang Hai was being bandaged, while everyone else seemed fine. Jiang Sui felt it was incredibly unfair. Whenever she was struck, she faced dire consequences, while Jiang Hai had merely sustained a slight injury. Are you all right? Lu Ran inquired. Jiang Qi glanced over. We're fine, it's just Dada's head that got hit. Lu Ran maintained a neutral expression, inwardly cursing Jiang Hai for his misfortune. Looking around, she noticed that the Ming Dynasty vase truly lay shattered, with the surrounding glass strewn about. Jiang Sui's prediction had indeed been correct. Yes, come in. Upon descending, Jiang Sui first greeted 2 unfamiliar faces. Suizai, who are these? Jiang Sui introduced them. Let me introduce everyone. They are here for the assessment of damages. The crowd murmured in response. Just moments after those people had been apprehended, Jiang Sui began the process of evaluating the destruction of her property. The time difference was merely 3 minutes. Chapter 121. The glutton Jiang Sui's culinary machine. Jiang Sui then commenced her assessment with remarkable proficiency. Upon glancing at the figures, she was slightly taken aback and handed the information to the police. Still that same amount. They will have to pay dearly. Jiang Sui clapped her hands, observing her quietly assembled family.
See?
I told you there was a risk to personal and property safety. Yet you chose to ignore it. Security measures are ineffective. I've grown accustomed to this. Jiang Qi rubbed his head, realizing that Jiang Sui had meant precisely this. He had thought fans might come to block people, but instead, they were throwing stones. This house was the most expensive in the area. It was baffling how these individuals managed to infiltrate. They should really fix that dog door at the back. The crowd murmured. Jiang Qi immediately called the management personnel. What's going on with your security? What's the maintenance status? Why hasn't the back door been repaired? They've invaded our home. He demanded answers on the spot, questioning the sanity of these fans. Has it become impossible to distinguish whose fans they are? Are they Tan Chuan supporters or Jiang Sui's detractors? He noticed posts gathering on the platform, preparing to head to Jiang Sui's home, shared in the super topic, featuring both Tan Chuan's fans and Jiang Sui's critics. I see a gathering. This has already escalated. This has been ongoing for over 5 years. No thanks necessary. Property damage? I just caught a glimpse. It amounts to at least 100 million, possibly more. They face serious consequences, yet some still refuse to heed warnings. Jiang Sui had anticipated their actions. These fools had not only failed to harm her, but had managed to ruin her home instead. The neighboring mansions were worth several billion. It was madness. Clearly, this place was not safe at all. She decided it would be best to return to her own home. Jiang Qi, for once, agreed, suddenly realizing that residing across from the provincial office was indeed the safest option. Lu Ran wanted to accompany them, but Jiang Sui declined. She still had 2 days off and wished to enjoy some peace at home. Consequently, the others could not follow. After exiting, Jiang Sui instructed someone to turn off the machine. You shouldn't follow me. They're strict over there. If they see you with a machine, they might mistake you for a spy. Every time I return, I have to register. They nearly dug up my entire family history. The cameraman understood and planned to follow Jiang Bao instead. However, after this incident, it remained uncertain if Jiang Bao would still participate in the variety show. According to the habits of these celebrities, they would typically prefer to pay a penalty rather than continue filming under such circumstances. Yet miraculously, Jiang Bao still intended to record, maintaining a facade of normalcy. The location shifted from the villa back to Lin Meiling's home. Jiang Bao, now devoid of money and resources, faced the reality that not participating would lead to financial loss. She had no funds left to cover any penalties and was left to ponder how Jiang Sui had managed to survive in such poverty that she couldn't even afford a meal. After a day of lounging, Jiang Sui suddenly felt a twinge of boredom and resolved to find something to do. You seem somewhat familiar. At the gluttonous eating competition, cameras were wildly capturing the scene. Jiang Sui secured her hair with large clips, donned a patterned cotton jacket, fluffy slippers, and thick winter pants. She sat in her spot, eyeing the plate of fried sauce noodles, licking her lips. Indeed, they all say I resemble Jiang Sui. What an honor that would be. It implies I look like a celebrity, a compliment. I must secure first place today. Our household is in dire need of a refrigerator. Nearby participants mused, hey, what was that sound? They all sought to win the refrigerator, disregarding the noise from the supposed celebrity. Today was about eating with fervor. And winning the refrigerator was the ultimate goal. Is that Jiang Sui? She bears a resemblance. No way, didn't they say Jiang Sui was hospitalized after being hit? What news are you on? How outdated. Didn't you catch the live broadcast that day? Jiang Sui merely left. If she goes live again, those people will swarm over. No, that is definitely Jiang Sui. Wow, it truly is. Jiang Sui has a mole by her ear, and I just saw it. How did she end up at the glutton competition? I don't understand. What's there to understand? This isn't the first time Jiang Sui has appeared in such a venue. Ha ha ha, she even attended the AI conference as a sales representative last time. Sales? That was a setup. She did all the sales work while the actual salesperson stood there in confusion, utterly dumbfounded. As the live broadcast crew noticed the camera shifting towards a woman, the discussion intensified. Thus, they began capturing Jiang Sui from every conceivable angle.
Jiang Sui.
What kind of illness do I have?
Do I possess gold?
Am I predetermined for this?
He.
She smiled in a somewhat mischievous manner. Upon being discovered, the live streaming personnel relocated to another area, intending to circle around Jiang Sui when she began to eat. However, Jiang Sui appeared rather slender, surely unable to consume much. And he was determined to seize the opportunity. After all these years, It was the first time he had witnessed such fervor. Yet, the name Jiang Sui seemed somewhat familiar. The host initiated a warm-up session and proceeded with an interview. The first participant to be interviewed was the eager Jiang Sui, who was waiting for the competition to commence. "Madam, what motivated you to participate in the eating contest?" Jiang Sui pointed at the refrigerator, stating, "I need a fridge." "Isn't that obvious? Who would come to such a place without a purpose? And you charged 200 yuan, claiming it was free. Once I secure the fridge, I'll expose the truth." The host replied, "It's all part of the process." Taking a deep breath, the host inquired, "Do you feel confident?" "Absolutely." Jiang Sui responded, without hesitation. The host glanced at the tablet, somewhat perplexed, yet proceeded to ask, "Are you Jiang Sui?" Jiang Sui's name rang a bell. But was it a common name?
I am not. I am Madame.
Viewers commented, "No, that's definitely her, pretending otherwise. She's just like Jiang Sui. Trust us." "I bet my money on Sui Jia. She's bound to be first. Just look at the determination in her eyes regarding that fridge. Perhaps this time she might fail. That bowl is larger than her face. I doubt she can handle it." Preparations for 120 and 110 were already underway. I feared Sui Jia might suddenly falter. The host sensed nothing was amiss with this individual aside from their peculiar name, yet Jiang Sui's name continued to resonate. "I heard that the name Air Dan brings good fortune. That fridge must be mine." The host thought the individual's mental state seemed a bit off and decided it was best to keep a distance, as they might become aggressive. After a round of interviews, they prepared to commence the challenge. Jiang Sui's gaze was fixed on the giant bowl of mixed noodles, her hands gripping a pair of chopsticks. There were no rules against using 2 pairs of chopsticks. The only rule was that no matter the method, everything must be consumed. Jiang Sui was ready to devour the entire bowl. Ready, set, go. Jiang Sui's eyes widened as she began to shovel mouthfuls into her mouth without pause. The onlookers, who had initially been prepared, soon felt as though the woman beside them had gone mad. What was that extravagant eating machine?
Chapter 122. Sui Jie.
These past 3 days have been quite spectacular. Jiang Sui let out a satisfied belch, having indulged in a frenzied feast, and elegantly wiped her mouth. The audience was still in disbelief, as Jiang Sui had already finished her meal. What just transpired? Did anyone see clearly? No, the camera flashed by too quickly. I didn't catch a thing. This photographer is unprofessional. It should have been 360 degrees. Say that again. Haha, this isn't a survival variety show photographer. They're an amateur from this establishment, probably just as bewildered. Hey, can the owner show us the surveillance footage? I'm willing to pay. This is undoubtedly Jiang Sui. She is phenomenal. Check-in successful. I told you, the production team wouldn't capture her. Jiang Sui always manages to appear in others' frames in various forms. Jiang Sui, the eating champion, bursts forth. Jiang Sui is not human. Jiang Sui is not human. What an odd trending topic. As Jiang Sui engaged in interviews, she was simultaneously calling a moving company. The other challengers had yet to react, and the awards were already being distributed. "Excuse me, madam. As the ultimate winner of the eating contest, do you have any remarks?" Jiang Sui, cradling the fridge, simply replied, "I have no remarks. I know the merchants will ban me again." The merchants were currently labeling Jiang Sui as prohibited. "We truly cannot afford such a wolf. Surely, they must grant others a chance to win. Their store still requires attention. I understand, I'm only here once. I genuinely need a fridge. Don't be so frightened of me." Jiang Sui's appearance hardly suggested she was financially struggling. What was the fridge for if not to win? Upon the arrival of the movers, Jiang Sui eagerly beckoned them over. "Over here, please. I've already placed the order." In just half an hour, the eating contest concluded. The merchants had their share of build-up and promotion, yet it all wrapped up in half an hour. "Boss, the live viewership has reached 20 million. The boss, already in a foul mood, had no inclination to watch any live stream. What did 20 million matter? 20 million, What did you just say? 20 million. The boss's eyes widened, akin to a soccer ball, as he grabbed his phone and beheld the frantically active commenters. Such engagement was unprecedented. 20 million viewers. Not even an account with 100 million followers could boast such numbers. The boss rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken.
Sui Jie.
"We have an eating contest offering an air conditioner. Can you participate?" "What is an air conditioner?" "We have a farm giveaway. It's obviously a setup."
Sui Jie.
"We must combat this unspoken rule."
Sui Jie.
"With school starting in a few days, can you sweep me off my feet to school?" "Don't be ridiculous." Sui Jia only rides the production team's vehicle. Can I hitch a ride? The production team sent a private jet to pick us up. What a clever thought. Why not be bold? What else has not been seen from Jiang Sui?
Jiang Sui?
The boss observed the incessantly scrolling comments, which vanished within seconds. He scratched his head. Who is Jiang Sui? The amateur photographer pointed in the direction Jiang Sui had just departed. The one who just took your fridge, the eating contest champion. The boss watched her silhouette vanish around the corner. If only he had known she was so famous, he would have aired the footage longer. Why did she leave so swiftly? Alas. Despite not knowing who she was, such immense popularity surely indicated she was a significant internet celebrity. With a celebrity-s endorsement, why would one need an eating contest? The amateur photographer suddenly jolted. I remember now, Jiang Sui. She asked the one from that survival show, who made fire by friction. You've seen it too, right, boss? The boss exclaimed. Damn. Isn't she the top-tier celebrity? Every humorous trending topic revolves around Jiang Sui. This is Jiang Sui. She could participate 100 times. Who cares about the fridge? She could buy 10 if she wanted. Jiang Sui happily brought the fridge home, luxuriating in a day of leisure. Although the production team mandated that guests must not stray far from their side, capturing Jiang Sui proved quite challenging. Rumor had it that those buying houses over there had to check 3 generations. Those still live streaming could easily be mistaken for spies and apprehended. After 3 days of routine filming, the others finally saw Jiang Sui cutting fruit in the villa. Sui Jia, your past 3 days were rather eventful. Another scandal in the affluent circles, a house being smashed, and on the final day, winning a fridge in the eating contest. The combined heat generated by the others paled in comparison to Jiang Sui's. Such odd occurrences felt entirely typical where Jiang Sui was concerned. You're not too shabby yourself. You've spent 3 days in performance classes. Teacher Qin was a mess, tearfully hoping you'd finish your variety show contract soon. This was also something Meng Han discovered later while reviewing the footage. Teacher Qin would inquire every half hour when the show would conclude, each time with a sigh. Sui Jia, do you think Tan Chuan will come back? Oh, and there's Zhang Bao. If these two fail to show up, the dating variety show will only have 3 participants left. Although spring had arrived, the variety shows had withered like barren branches. Jiang Sui shook her head. That's a matter for the production team. It has nothing to do with us. Come on, why wouldn't they come? The breach of contract fees are exorbitant. Does Zhang Bao have a balance of 10 million? Tan Chuan has lost quite a bit due to fan contracts. He has practically left with nothing. Meng Han nodded in understanding. The director in the basement regretted his choices deeply. The heat was rising, and everyone seemed to treat the variety show as a legal drama to be watched online. Some netizens even left comments asking him to predict who would be the next to face scandal or end up in jail. As if he could predict anything. He himself was in the dark. For the moment, no new guests had arrived, so they might as well film this episode for amusement. The title would certainly read, The Legal Center of the Entertainment Industry. With that nod, they would surely come. As for Tan Chuan, it was better he stayed away. The havoc wreaked was too severe, and his fans were utterly unhinged. Outside, I dared not admit to being a fan of Tan Chuan. Other fans might be labeled as merely internet crazies, but his fans? They were akin to prison mates. I sensed they would show up. If not, Meng Han's expression would be one of wide-eyed shock. Did Tu Yan not feel any sympathy for Tan Chuan? Could there truly be someone who idolized him? It was utterly bewildering. Interestingly, while rumors circulated about Tu Yan and Tan Chuan, the fans did not direct their ire at Tu Yan. The only truth was that the two must surely be brothers. Everyone else overlooked this, while I alone recognized it. As expected, they had not conversed for long before the guests returned. Zhang Bao and Tan Chuan entered in succession, with Tu Yan being the last to arrive. Sister Sui. These past 3 days have been quite eventful, he remarked, stealing a glance at Tan Chuan. You must have been scolded mercilessly by your mother.
Tu Yan smile instant livreuse.
It wasn't as if he was oblivious to such trivial matters. He had clearly avoided his parents by retreating to his own residence. So, what if I went home? My mother could still find me and give me an earful. But what could he do? After all, Tan Chuan was her son. And he had spent some rather awkward days at home. Meng Han let out a hearty laugh, and under Tu Yan's desperate gaze, she quickly composed herself. Being scolded was trivial. She had endured 3 days of reprimands from Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin was far more challenging than her own parents. Zhang Bao, passing by, scoffed. Tu Yan, your family must be more exciting than mine. Tu Yan was taken aback. What? Does that little girl know something? For the past 3 days, Jiang Sui and Jiang Bao had been in the same household, but surely they hadn't discussed him and Tan Chuan. If only he had kept an eye on Jiang Sui's live streams while at home, perhaps he would have gleaned some insight from her expressions.
Tu Jian straightened himself,
attempting to maintain his composure. Not as exciting as yours. Some people have thicker skin than walls. Hello, beautiful miss, my name is Tu Ian, he introduced. When did these two start exchanging barbs? This is beyond mere sarcasm. Is there something I am unaware of? Tu Ian was lost in thought, memories flooding back to his first encounter with Jiang Bao, captivated by her innocent demeanor. But after deeper interactions, he found it less troublesome to argue with Meng Han, the madcap. What was the situation with Tu Ian's family? Jiang Sui's father had mentioned something before, but it seemed there was some disdain when Tu Ian's family was brought up. Why would Jiang Sui's family look down on Tu Ian's? What was the issue with Tu Ian's family? Did anyone know? The gossip of the entertainment industry no longer satisfied me. I now craved tales from the upper echelons. Surely something was amiss, otherwise, Jiang Bao would not have made such a comment. When had their relationship soured? Production team, what's going on? Another video edit?
the Ang Bao at Galim.
Her frustration evident. This is a live broadcast, ladies. She was irked but remained unfazed. Nothing could shake her now. The production team had better kick her out if they dared, or else she'd go insane. There was nothing left in this world for her to care about. Yes. With so many children in your family, you must be lacking in inheritance, right? Your New Year's dinner must require dozens of tables. Meng Han found the topic invigorating. She recalled these details from when she had treated Jiang Sui to roasted suckling pig, and Jiang Sui had mentioned it. How did these people know? Glancing at Jiang Sui, who was engrossed in a soap opera, her ears seemingly perked up, feigning nonchalance. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Bao shot back. My family is none of your concern. Let the fighting begin. Name, Jiang Bao. Status, darkened. Meng Han observed Jiang Sui, who had not missed a single episode or piece of gossip, relying on her ears to absorb everything. Jiang Sui thought the two were about to clash. But then they were interrupted. Everyone stood up, staring at the slightly plump Yu Zhujun. Yu Zhujun appeared somewhat embarrassed. She wasn't technically breaching any contracts, as unforeseen circumstances had forced the production team to allow her in. Excuse me, have you seen Shui? Everyone. It had been ages since they had heard that name. Shui?
Huh?
Yu Zhujun's waist certainly looks rounder. The group's gaze shifted from Yu Zhujun's abdomen to her face, as if they were piecing together a revelation. Did you not catch that day's live stream? Yu Zhujun was taken aback. What live stream? She had been in the hospital these past few days, and Shui had not replied to her messages. But given his previous demeanor, she assumed he was now hers. So, why had communication suddenly ceased? Hence, she had come here to inquire among the guests. Meng Han's eyes widened. He had been arrested, and she was unaware? Extortion. Illegal installation of cameras, dissemination of guests' private information. Over 10 years. Quickly, find a new husband. The family line cannot enter politics. Yu Zhujun gasped, her lips trembling. He was arrested? Seeing Yu Zhujun's agitation, everyone's attention shifted to her belly. This surge of emotion couldn't be good for the child. Calm down, calm down. Please come in and sit. Once Yu Zhujun was seated, everyone found it curious. Her belly appeared to be about 4 months along, slightly protruding, whereas Yu Zhujun had previously had a very slim waist. The show had only been filming for about half a month. How could she be pregnant? Eyes widened. They suddenly understood what Jiang Sui had alluded to earlier. A fraudster. A scoundrel. Now a criminal. No wonder Shui had made such bizarre demands. Yu Zhujun had almost immediately acquiesced. When things seemed too strange, there's always a catch. They mused. Shui must have thought he had found a treasure in her. Yu Zhujun continued to sob quietly, leaving everyone at a loss for words. If it comes to that, perhaps we should just find someone else. Yu Zhujun lifted her head, looking earnestly at Tu Ian. Would you be willing? Tu Ian nearly choked on his saliva, retreating a few steps in silence. I have issues. How impressive. Everyone. Is it possible to be more absurd? Yu Zhujun lowered her head and continued to weep. After all this time, she had finally found someone to marry, at least allowing her to legitimize her situation. But even more embarrassing was the prospect of raising a child alone. What? When did Tu Ian become impotent? He must be making excuses to avoid taking responsibility. Let us be honest. Given the circumstances, it's unnecessary to search for a legitimate father now. Just have the baby yourself. I mean, how could someone like Shui have a wife? It's karma. 2en. Don't be too outrageous. Upon seeing Yu Zhujuan's belly, I was stunned. But upon closer inspection, it made perfect sense. A beautiful, intelligent woman from a good family with a pleasant disposition. How could she possibly be drawn to someone like Shuehe? Once the child was born, she could easily find a reason to divorce him. That was quite clever. Is that really necessary? Perhaps it was due to familial pressure. Now that it was out in the open, everyone was aware. Yu Zhujun sobbed for a while, and everyone could only watch, helpless. If it comes to that, I shall assume the role of the child's father. Meng Han patted her chest, striving to project an image of responsibility. Yu Zhujun remarked, I'm leaving. Thank you for your consolation. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yu Zhujun hurriedly departed. Meng Han maintained her posture, perplexed as she gazed at Yu Zhujuan's retreating figure. Did she say something wrong? Why am I deemed inadequate? This is blatant discrimination, unmistakable discrimination. Nerves. Ever since that day, when I was captivated by Yu Zhujun, my mind has been in disarray. Chapter 124. Even now, I still find myself screaming, descending into madness, crawling in darkness. The aspirations of the girl are rather grand. She desires to be Jiang Sui's wife while also wishing to be Yu Zhujuan's husband. Such lofty ambitions. Dreams are essential. Who knows, they might just come to fruition. I never anticipated that Zhang Bao would still have the audacity to show up. If Tan Chuan can appear, then what right does Zhang Bao have to refrain? Signing a contract is tantamount to death. One must bear the corpse here. When did the entertainment industry become so contractually bound? It's not merely contractual spirit. The penalties for breach are exorbitant. In a survival variety show, the director, being new to the genre and fearing a lack of participants, set a low penalty due to the nature of the theme. However, this dating show was inherently popular, thus naturally, the contracts had elevated thresholds. With Yu Zhujun stirring the pot, Zhang Bao's arrogance has diminished. Yet at this moment, her darkened demeanor made her strut with considerable attitude. The dormitory assignments were released. I shall take a look. Meng Han dashed to the designated area and was met with a list of names. A shock ensued. With 2en? Surely, this is not how they intend to stir the pot. Upon hearing her name, 2en glanced over, and the first assignment was indeed for him and Meng Han. He huffed towards Meng Han, as if to say, who would wish to share a room with you? He had yet to express disdain. But Meng Han was quick to express hers. She bared her teeth. With 2en's chaotic family background, she wouldn't even glance his way. The mutual aversion between 2en and Meng Han was palpable, each unwilling to face the other, opting instead for a back-to-back, passive-aggressive stance. A reformed playboy is still a nuisance. Some individuals merely feign virtue. Do not assume that youth equates to a lack of decorum. This is a live broadcast. And such foul language is inexcusable. Ha! Did you only just discover my lack of decorum? The fact that I have not hurled my shoe at your face is already a testament to my utmost morality. Some individuals remain single for a reason. I genuinely appreciate your well wishes. If you desire a partner, perhaps you should seek one to marry. A splendidly vulgar tirade, I applaud. Let me see. Which unfortunate soul is my roommate? Jiang Sui glanced over and was met with the unmistakable name of Tan Chuan beside her. Oh dear, the unfortunate soul is indeed me. The production team truly knows how to combat toxicity. Beware of deranged fans storming this villa. The reason the production team is based in the basement is clear. They are unafraid of confrontation. In the midst of their quarrel, Meng Han and 2en simultaneously turned to the name Jiang Sui, and there it was, Tan Chuan. For this routine filming, Jiang Sui's residence had been ravaged, yet the production team had the audacity to place Tan Chuan and Jiang Sui together. They evidently harbor no fear for Jiang Sui's safety. However, observing Jiang Sui's nonchalant demeanor, it seems unlikely anything untoward will occur. Tan Chuan cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Sui, but no words passed between them. Primarily, he lacked the funds. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to signing away his freedom to participate in this variety show. Upon learning that Jiang Sui, the proverbial bombshell, would be joining the dating show, many affluent artists promptly terminated their contracts. Those without means, like him, were left with no choice but to press forward. Since the assignments have been made, it is time to move our belongings. With Jiang Sui's command, everyone began to spring into action, hauling their luggage back to their respective rooms. After a moment alone with Jiang Sui, Tan Chuan felt the familiar awkwardness creeping in. Hesitantly, he entered the room and switched off the live stream. Is there something you need? Jiang Sui asked coolly while organizing her clothes, as if the events of the past few days were of no consequence. Tan Chuan wished to assist her but hesitated, considering the gender divide. I apologize for my fan's behavior. I almost caused you trouble. Jiang Sui merely acknowledged him with a soft sound, rising to grab her thermos and taking a sip of hot water. She smacked her lips in a mature fashion. Tan Chuan mused, why do I feel like a grandson being scolded by his grandmother, who first takes a sip of warm water before expressing her discontent?
Jiang Sui sighed.
You must understand, I have far more haters than you have fans. Does that sound like an insult? In the past, I might have gone mad, screaming in a frenzied, dark crawl. Tan Chuan perked up his ears, curious about her current state. Now, I still find myself screaming, descending into madness, crawling in darkness, and then discreetly calling the police. Thank you, dear officers. In this lawful society, we appreciate your efforts. Tan Chuan. Jiang Sui elegantly sipped her warm water, patting Tan Chuan on the shoulder like a seasoned elder. If all else fails, retreat from the industry and return home to farm. I possess experience that may benefit you. She had once evaded haters by living alone in the deep mountains for 13 years. These are trifling matters. Eventually, she discovered that a mental hospital was preferable, with meals and lodging provided, where one could freely act out. Jiang Sui further suggested to Tan Chuan, if it comes to that, perhaps you should reside in a mental institution. It's surely better than a nursing home.
Huh?
Tan Chuan's body screamed confusion, unable to comprehend. Ah, youth, such unbridled youth. Jiang Sui shook her head and turned on the camera. What transpired? Tan Chuan, did you wish to strike Jiang Sui, hence the camera was turned off?
Huh?
He was utterly bewildered. From the current circumstances, it seemed Jiang Sui's little class was back in session. Amusingly, there wasn't a single sane individual present. How is Tan Chuan's mental state? Is his mind still intact? Tan Chuan scratched his head, attempting to grasp the situation. But it felt as though he understood, yet did not quite comprehend. Was Jiang Sui suggesting he seek treatment in a mental hospital? Yet he felt his mental state was adequate. At least he did not exhibit the same erratic behavior as Jiang Sui. Once they finished tidying up, Jiang Sui descended the stairs, encountering Jiang Bao in the living room, indulging in excessive snacking. The roommate listed for Jiang Bao was due to return today. Liberating oneself is indeed delightful. Jiang Bao munched silently, suddenly realizing that Gu Jingshan was correct. She should maintain her distance from Jiang Sui. The living room was tranquil, save for the sound of Jiang Bao crunching chips, until Tan Chuan descended, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Some individuals are indeed capable of keeping their composure. The demeanor of their fans reflects their own. Tan Chuan had initially intended to ignore it, but he was uncertain what had provoked Jiang Bao since her return. Could it be due to the sisterly bond stemming from their shared parentage? That seemed implausible, considering Jiang Sui's publicly strained relationship with the Jiang family.
Jiang Bao.
I do not recall having wronged you. Perhaps the bomb's detonation had a delayed reaction. It took this long to explode. Even a ninja turtle wouldn't have your patience. Jiang Bao set her chips down, and the tension between them escalated. Meng Han and Tu Ian, bickering their way downstairs, fell silent at the sight and stealthily sat beside Jiang Sui. They had not arrived too late. It appeared the confrontation was just beginning. What could silence Meng Han and Tu Ian? A spectacle worth watching. Meng Han and Tu Ian exchanged glances, silently turning their attention back to Jiang Bao and Tan Chuan. Chapter 125. Even the illegitimate children must be seated at 10 tables. As Jiang Bao set her chips aside, she smiled coldly, wiping her mouth haphazardly. It's not that I was wronged, but I am unwell, and I must speak.
Tan Chuan, render speechless.
Tan Chuan sighed, while he could not afford to provoke her. Could he not avoid her? Although Jiang Bao had been in that villa, she was not the culprit. He too had been threatened by fans with nude photos. It was all occurring in a bizarre manner that he could not comprehend. God knows, on a certain day, when a small account sent him a stack of images, he doubted whether they were photoshopped or if he had somehow traversed dimensions. Eventually, he discovered that those images were indeed authentic. Wait a minute. The potato chips Jiang Bao is eating seem to be mine. When did she dig those out? This product code is definitely mine. There's no need for her to go mad over my potato chips. Jiang Bao cast a sidelong glance and noticed Jiang Sui scrutinizing the product code of the potato chips. How ridiculous. Who remembers product codes when shopping? Yet Jiang Sui could. After all, having been reborn multiple times, his memory had remarkably improved. He had grown accustomed to remembering lottery numbers back in the day. Tan Chuan assumed Jiang Bao was only aware of this matter, thus he felt no fear, for he had already reported it to the authorities. Previously, he had suppressed it for a while, but as soon as Tan Chuan's romantic news surfaced, this issue would resurface. As Jiang Sui had stated, it could only be suppressed temporarily. Don't think I'm oblivious. You and Tu En are brothers. Everyone on site was taken aback. Tan Chuan, how does Jiang Bao know about this? His gaze turned towards Jiang Sui. Tu En. Damn, how does Jiang Bao know? He too looked at Jiang Sui. Meng Han, how strange, I never mentioned anything.
Who said that?
Her gaze flitted among the three individuals, ultimately landing on Jiang Sui. How can Jiang Bao possibly know about this? What a surprise, my dear. The crowd felt a heavy atmosphere, unsure whom to confide in. This must have been Jiang Sui's doing, yet they had no evidence and could only remain silent. Why does it feel so chilly around here? Surely there are no ghosts lurking about. Jiang Sui glanced at everyone and silently withdrew his gaze. It's just an illusion. They could only avert their eyes, continuing to observe Jiang Bao and Tan Chuan. Goodness, I told you, I guessed correctly. They are indeed brothers. Initially, you all didn't believe it. What nonsense were you shipping? Why is everyone looking at Jiang Sui as if he knows something? How absurd. Not merely brothers. I wager there is more to it, or else Jiang Bao wouldn't be wearing such an expression. There must be some juicy gossip. A scandal in high society. Let me reveal a little. The two families' lineage is a result of a strategic marriage, you see. The illegitimate child. Surely there are more than one.
Oh.
It seems this big shot knows quite a lot. Do share. Stop typing. I want to hear Jiang Bao spill the beans. If she reveals this gossip, I won't scold her anymore. Tan Chuan was somewhat taken aback, while Tu En stood up as well. What nonsense are you spouting? If you're going to go mad, don't drag me into it.
Tu En pointed at Jiang Bao.
He had originally been seated to one side but, in a fit of anger, walked directly in front of Jiang Bao. Yet Jiang Bao showed no fear. After all, what could she possibly be afraid of now? She intended to expose all their dirty secrets, leaving no one unscathed. Am I talking nonsense? Let us be honest. Jiang Sui patted Tu En's chest. With a selfish brat like you, how could you possibly help Tan Chuan resolve the issue of the nude photos? Tu En felt slightly uneasy, his voice rising. What business is it of yours? I have money to spend. Is that all right? Jiang Bao scoffed, a stingy person claiming to spend money. Don't think that spending a few thousand is a favor to those fawning over you. Oh, how delightful. The only one applauding was Jiang Sui, after all. He had many detractors. He had already uncovered and criticized everything that needed to be. What do you mean by having money, but no place to spend it? At your family gatherings, even the illegitimate children need 10 tables, yet I've never seen you spend on any other illegitimate child. This statement has an odd undertone. Speak boldly. Jiang Bao, you deserve a headline. The onlookers were reveling in the drama, with 8 out of the top 10 trending topics relating to them. Just a few minutes in, and it had begun. Tu En was seething with anger, pointing at Jiang Sui, yet he dared not strike. Jiang Sui and Jiang Bao came from the same family. What if Jiang Bao decided to lie down and frame him? This was certainly something Jiang Sui might do. I'll tell you, spreading rumors is illegal. Let me give you a final warning. Don't speak nonsense here. Jiang Bao swatted Tu En's hand away, exuding arrogance. Her eyes and nose contorted as she berated him. She spread her arms wide, daringly challenging. Spreading rumors is illegal, yet I haven't spread any. If you have the guts, sue me. As for your family's matters, who in the upper class doesn't know about it? Of course. There are some who are unaware. Jiang Bao glanced pointedly at Tan Chuan. Tan Chuan was pulling at Tu En, trying to calm him down and prevent any further provocation. But Tu En was beyond restraint. To be threatened by a minor celebrity was one thing. To be threatened by Jiang Sui was another, for she was simply not human. What is Jiang Bao, after all? Not even an illegitimate child, merely someone who has entered the family. How dare she discuss their affairs? What do you know? Even if you did know, the Tu family remains the Tu family and the Tan family remains the Tan family. As for you, you have no ties to either the Jiang or Lu families, yet you dare to spew nonsense before me. Hey, if you want to insult, do it. But don't drag my family into this. How about you two just fight it out? Let us see who can lie down better. As soon as those words fell, Jiang Bao promptly lay down.
Jiang Sui, absurd.
Jiang Bao reclined on the floor, even crossing her legs. Who is talking nonsense? It's you who is making a mess, both stinky and lacking in decency. Your affection for Tan Chuan stemmed from thinking he was a legitimate child. How pitiful. You treated him as such for so many years, only to find out through DNA testing that he wasn't he. Both Tu Yan and Tan Chuan were momentarily stunned. Such matters are often unknown even to the closest of kin. How did Jiang Bao come to know? Their gazes shifted back to Jiang Sui, filled with curiosity, inquiry,
and despair.
No, sister. How on earth did you find out about this? Jiang Sui herself had no idea how Jiang Bao had learned of it, presuming it was something she had inadvertently exposed. You ought to guard your secrets better. How did the secrets of high society end up known by outsiders? TSK, TSK. Tisk, TSK indeed. Tu Yan and Tan Chuan were on the verge of madness. Anger would be futile after all. They were in this marriage and didn't he wish to divorce for fear of ridicule? No need to fear, everyone already knows. Tu Yan gritted his teeth and pushed Tan Chuan away from him, glaring at him. He had treated Tan Chuan like a younger brother, only to inexplicably find out 8 years later that he was an illegitimate child. It's the older generation playing their games. Tu Pingxiong is just too stingy. He brings home his illegitimate son and daughter, yet when it comes to Tan Nua, it's a different story. How petty. Tu Yan, is this really a matter of his grandfather being stingy? There's simply no moral compass involved. Chapter 126. From quarreling to unexplainably eating melons together. Hello. Beautiful lady, my name is Tu Yan.
Du Jian Rav his favorit.
Sister Sui, could you please stop? This will be a lifelong blemish for him. Yet Jiang Bao spoke nothing but the truth, which they could not contest. What business is it of yours? You don't need to chime in here.
Jiang Bao stood.
Having learned all of Jiang Sui's mannerisms, she had come this far. What more was there to fear? She had to film the variety show, and all the contracts signed require her presence. If the company abandoned her, so be it. Even if she were infamous, she would still be famous. You all hide the truth from the audience, unable to even admit to being brothers. Let me be the one to enlighten everyone. Jiang Bao suddenly turned towards the camera, adjusting her attire. This is starting to feel like a news broadcast. Please broadcast this live. I want to see the netizens' edited version later. Jiang Bao looked directly into the camera and stated, "This is Tan Chuan, the runner-up of Season 3 of Achieving Dreams, who failed to successfully transition and had his clothes stripped off by fans who broke into his home to take nude photos." Tan Chuan clenched his fists. So that's how they broke in. He would need to enhance security. But how did they manage to strip him? He remained utterly bewildered. Tan Chuan felt somewhat calmer, but was eager to uncover the truth of that moment. There is still one point that hasn't been addressed, the agent. Tan Chuan? His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Jiang Sui, wondering what her agent had to do with this. Piecing everything together, Tan Chuan found it hard to believe. However, Tu Yan suddenly lost her anger. Feeling a bit parched, she moved over to the table for a sip of water before returning. So, what about the agent? Jiang Bao paused, waiting for an answer. Hurry up and say it. Why is the agent here? She awkwardly held the camera, eager for fresh gossip to break. Tan Chuan's agent. Each word was punctuated with pauses, leaving the netizens in suspense, eagerly anticipating the latest scoop. Speak up, are you afraid? It turns out it was Tan Chuan's agent who slipped him sleeping pills, pocketing a few million in the process. Due to a failed transition, they wanted to squeeze some money out of Tan Chuan, thinking they could manipulate him. Guests. What the hell? Is this for real? Jiang Bao reiterated every word, like a human microphone. It was Tan Chuan's agent who had administered the sleeping pills, with fans being brought in, all because of a failed transition and the need to recoup money through other means, also to control Tan Chuan. What on earth had she just recounted? Only after speaking did she realize the gravity of the situation. It shocked her entire family. An agent slipping sleeping pills and having fans come in for nude photos? Had that agent lost their mind? I momentarily doubted its authenticity, but seeing the astonished faces around me, the credibility soared to 100. An agent? Nude photos? Breaking the law? Jiang Bao found herself bewildered, wondering if she had been manipulated. These fans and agents were all villains. The agent had handed fans leverage, a bombshell revelation that would explode throughout the entire industry. Tan Chuan himself was taken aback. Yes, he trembled as he fumbled for his phone, dialing a number, but it went unanswered. He was on the verge of madness. What else with the shock? I thought everyone already knew. Why does it seem like this is news? The crowd. Of course, it was just discovered, otherwise Tan Chuan would have reported the agent long ago. No wonder, he kept demanding the agent to investigate. It turned out to be a betrayal from within. He had endured all sorts of humiliations lately, even being dragged to accompany wealthy women. Fortunately, Tu Yen had caught on, as she was present, berating him for his disgraceful behavior. Those unaware might have thought he was being supported by Tu Yen. The heavens could bear witness. He and Tu Yen were once brothers, then became enemies, and now were mere strangers. Each day brought a new identity. Jiang Bao felt a moment of embarrassment, tapping at the camera. Look over here, I haven't tea finished yet. Why the rush? This was her moment of glory. How could it be stolen by Tan Chuan? Turn the focus back to her. Princess, please continue. Go on, I'm listening. Is there more explosive news?
I've got my headphones on.
Headphones? Jiang Bao cleared her throat. Haven't you all been speculating about the identities of Tu Yen and Tan Chuan? It's neither a sugar relationship nor ex-lovers. They are brothers. Real brothers. Jiang Bao glanced at the now emotionless Tu Yen, who was on the brink of anger. At that moment, Tan Chuan was frantically trying to reach his agent. Completely oblivious to Jiang Bao's antics. He pressed the phone frantically, as if it might explode. He couldn't believe these unscrupulous individuals would dare to profit from such a scheme. Some were too afraid to admit it. After all, Tan Chuan was the illegitimate child, and while many had suspected it, Jiang Bao shifted the narrative. Did you think Tan Chuan was his illegitimate son? No, it was thought to be a legitimate child, raised in the household for 8 years. Oh my, I suddenly understood. No wonder Tu Yen had a love-hate relationship with Tan Chuan. The Tu family had many illegitimate children, with his father being akin to a stud.
Ha ha ha.
How humorous the netizens can be. This is indeed a fact. His mother had an illegitimate child, but not many. There was a daughter from his first love. Naturally favored more than Tan Chuan. One can imagine Tan Chuan's embarrassment. He had been treated like a legitimate child, well cared for, only to find out after 8 years he was not, leaving him at a loss for words. Thus, the love-hate dynamic. Given all this, why not just get a divorce? It truly defies understanding. The first reason would undoubtedly be shame, haha, but now that concern is moot. The primary reason is family interests. The Tu and Tan families have been in a silent struggle for years, with the only semblance of peace residing under Tu Yen's name.
So,
what difference is there between Tu Yen and a crown prince? None. They both live off their parents for life. Different fates for different people. Tan Chuan's hands nearly sparked from the intensity of his grip on his phone. Jiang Sui handed over her phone. Do you lack common sense? Your voice message means you've been blocked. Tan Chuan responded with a grunt, taking Jiang Sui's phone and dialing. It indeed connected. On the other end was a cheerful male voice. Hello, how may I assist you? Because it might be a call from a director or major investor. The agent was always exceptionally polite. Then came Tan Chuan's furious voice. Chapter 127. Nothing can't be solved with money. Huang Pe. How dare you slip me sleeping pills and sell my information to fans? Haven't I made you money all these years? Greedy to the core, how dare you pocket millions? In total, it was 2 to 3 million in pure profit. That operation required only $1 million. Dan Chuan. Gritting his teeth, you better watch out. Do you think you can escape? 2 to 3 million in pure profit. You're truly bold. Enjoy your prison time. The line went dead with a busy signal. Beep beep beep.
hello, Huang Po.
Jiang Sui snatched her phone back, hugging it close. If you're going to throw something, throw your own phone. Tan Chuan made a motion to throw the phone, but it fell empty as Jiang Sui was too quick. He didn't even react. Nonetheless, the gesture made him feel much better. Indeed, everyone needs an outlet for their frustrations. Jiang Bao, holding the camera, turned to watch Tan Chuan go wild. How infuriating. Her spotlight was stolen. This was her scoop, and all the glory should be hers. Let go of the camera. Jiang Bao approached the two. With your behavior. How dare you criticize me? There are plenty of shameful acts to go around. Tu Yen sighed, no longer wishing to argue. Are you done? If you are, then scram. Not much left to say. Plenty done. And once you've garnered enough attention, make a swift exit. Jiang Bao chuckled, crossing her arms, and raised her chin defiantly at Tu Yen and Tan Chuan. After all, they were both stars. Their statuses were quite similar. If Tan Chuan isn't leaving, why should I? I'll stay right here and see what else you can come up with. Humph. With that, she turned and headed upstairs. Her roommate was arriving today. But it didn't matter. This show had devolved so much that it could continue filming. It only proved the director had no fear. A deep-sea bomb by Jiang Sui was enough to finish them off. Is that it? That was too quick. Jiang Sui tucked her prized phone into her embrace. Having seen enough drama and gossip, she felt it was getting dull. Over there seemed to be a vegetable garden. She intended to search for its original owner. Saying that, she departed. Meng Han watched her leave and quickly got up to follow Jiang Sui. In the living room, only Tu Yan and Tan Chuan remained, both of them awkwardly silent, unsure whether to leave or stay.
Tu iren inadvertently stola glance at Tan Chuan, quickly averting her gaze.
The weather is quite pleasant today. I think I'll take a stroll. As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed off. Tan Chuan. The reality show must continue, even if it brings embarrassment. Yet, Tan Chuan fails to comprehend why Tu Yan, despite her considerable wealth, insists on enduring this episode until the end. It would be far better for both of them to simply leave, rather than subject themselves to the awkwardness of the situation. I find myself feeling embarrassed on their behalf, my toes digging into the ground as if to create an imaginary fortress. What is Tu Yan embarrassed about? Must she complete this show? I cannot fathom it. You might not understand. After all, I have long harbored a fondness for my younger brother for 8 years. Suddenly discovering that he is an illegitimate child would drive anyone to madness. I possess no insight into the world of the affluent. It is evident I shall never become one of them. As a mere commoner, I have only witnessed such spectacles from the village outskirts. Meng Han rushed ahead, followed closely by Tu Yan, who insisted on tagging along. What's the matter with you? Why are you following us? We do not take in needy children. Meng Han exclaimed, joyfully bouncing on her feet while holding onto Jiang Sui's wrist. Upon turning, she was taken aback to see Tu Yan frantically pushing her way into the group. The moment of joy dissipated instantly. 2 families cannot accommodate 3. Give up on this prince. Yet, Tu Yan stubbornly refused to relent and insisted on following them. As they squeezed together, Jiang Sui had no choice but to quicken his pace to leave the two behind. Upon reaching a modest residence, Jiang Sui knocked on the door. From the distance of the vegetable garden, it was unclear why Jiang Sui chose to knock on such a dilapidated house. Soon, a frail old woman answered the door. Hello. We noticed your vegetable garden. Would you be willing to rent it to us for a few days? The old woman paused, momentarily bewildered, until Jiang Sui gestured towards the garden. She then scrutinized the trio, noting their unfamiliar appearance and manner of speaking, which did not resemble that of locals. This place was, in fact, an exclusive villa community, affluent and distinguished, yet they were the sole exceptions. Before the old woman could respond, an irate voice echoed from within. Who gave you permission to knock on my door? Are you here to steal something or to mock us? The woman, though somewhat attractive, had a fierce demeanor, lacking any distinctive features apart from her anger. Jiang Sui found her reaction rather typical. Long time no see, you still look as lovely as ever. The unexpected compliment softened the woman's ire. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. She had simply lost her temper momentarily. With a sigh, she inquired, What is it you want? Jiang Sui pointed once again at the vegetable garden. We would like to borrow that garden for a few days. Before Jiang Sui could finish, the woman's temper flared anew. Who tends to that garden?
Who planted it?
Is that deadbeat man back? How dare he return? The scoundrel. The deadbeat has not returned. He absconded with the money and has been sold off to a Southeast Asian country to code. The woman paused, her anger dissipating a notch.
Sold?
Is that true? Her interest piqued. She scrutinized the trio. A man and a woman were observing her, seemingly oblivious, while the one in the middle spoke eloquently without uttering a word. You mentioned wanting to borrow that garden? Jiang Sui nodded affirmatively, offering a slight smile that appeared somewhat forced, yet the woman found it rather pleasing. After all, the news of the man who took her money being sold was perhaps the most delightful tidbit she had heard in a while. However, regarding the garden, Jiang Sui raised a finger. 1 million. The woman hesitated, eyeing the group as if she recognized them. It's not that I'm unwilling to lend it. Rather, I'll need 2 million. Her eyes widened slightly. She was in dire need of funds, and here were people seemingly ready to provide it. Before she could utter another word, Jiang Sui raised another finger. 3 million. The woman grasped Jiang Sui's hand, her demeanor transforming entirely.
Deal.
Use it however you wish. Enjoy yourselves as you please. The best negotiation tactic is, indeed, wealth. Jiang Sui patted Tu Yan on the shoulder. Prince, it's time to pay up. Du Jian? Wait. Why am I the one paying? I merely came to observe. Sometimes, when feeling down, one seeks to engage in other activities such as... Jiang Sui shot Tu Yan a glance, her lips curling into a slight smile that was both teasing and threatening. Tu Yan was taken aback and hastily fished out his phone. Mobile payment or card? 3 million was a small price to pay for his continued existence in Jiang Sui's presence. After transferring the funds, the woman's attitude shifted a full 360 degrees, warmly welcoming them back for future visits. Prior to the payment, who do you think you are? After the payment, I am not anything at all. This was the power of money, a palpable shift in demeanor. Understood, understood. Jiang Sui even took a basket from the woman, who promptly offered 3 more, wishing them a delightful time. The stark contrast in attitude was primarily due to the money involved. Although it was Tu Yen who paid, he felt a sense of joy. With the garden secured, the guests could now mingle freely. The garden was quite expansive, surrounded by various crops likely planted by the owner as servants. Jiang Sui even greeted the old woman, who remained silent, perhaps content that her employer was pleased. Sister Sui is thorough in her endeavors, managing to acquire the garden. But how did you know it belonged to her? Meng Han inquired, holding the basket. Jiang Sui picked a few eggplants and, spotting strawberries nearby, handed the eggplants to Tu Yen before proceeding to gather strawberries. Meng Han followed suit. The villa appears to have been neglected for quite some time. Yet it is impeccably clean, much like this garden, tattered yet fully functional. Meng Han nodded in understanding, realizing that was the case. She regarded Jiang Sui with newfound respect, impressed by her keen observational skills. I was just making a wild guess. The owner of that villa used to run a clothing factory, and we had collaborated before. I noticed this vegetable garden while filming the show, and through a series of events I learned about it. For instance, he had a fiancée who ran off with his money. Bad luck led him to be captured and sent to a Southeast Asian country to code. He should be rescued soon. The situation was quite dramatic, and Jiang Sui remembered it well. At that time, she thought the man's fiancé would likely be too ashamed to admit she had once dated him, a lifelong blemish on her reputation. She had never encountered such a foolish ex before. Moving forward, it was best to pretend not to know such individuals, for associating with them brought about embarrassment. Meng Han and Tu Yen exchanged glances, suddenly sharing a moment of understanding, silently nodding in agreement. One must admit, Jiang Sui's observations reflected the authenticity of life. In contrast, the life portrayed in reality shows was mere false advertising. As everyone merrily returned home, an unfamiliar figure appeared within the house. Hello, dear guests. My name is Ming He, the new participant. Ming He struck a pose, playfully flicking his bangs before rising to face the group with a soft smile. With a jaunty stride, he approached the trio. The 3 were momentarily taken aback, still processing the situation when Ming He began his greetings. Jiang Sui, allow me to introduce myself, a renowned comedic artist. Hello, hello. After shaking hands with Jiang Sui, he moved on to Meng Han. Meng Han, let me introduce myself, a famous sycophant. I'm quite familiar with you. When is your movie coming out? It seems it hasn't even been filmed yet. Hello, hello. After shaking Meng Han's hand, he turned to Tu Yen, shaking his head with a smile and clicking his tongue.
Tu Yen, let me introduce myself.
I've heard that your family reunion dinner requires 10 tables for illegitimate children. When shall we dine together? I am primarily interested in broadening my horizons. Each of these remarks offended the 3 individuals, and their expressions turned icy. Yet, Ming He remained oblivious, even believing his emotional intelligence to be quite high, thinking everyone was accommodating him. Jiang Sui scrutinized him. Average appearance, average height, average voice. Emotional intelligence of 0, and intellect lacking. Has the production team truly run out of candidates? Did they force him in here? Is he possibly a beneficiary of connections? Every day, one must exuberantly embrace new human beings. Ming He paused, as if sensing Jiang Sui's disdain for him, but he had no evidence.
Men han skuffet in silence.
Are you alright? The 3 of them brought their belongings inside, arranging them neatly in the room. The upstairs, filled with disgruntled homebodies, finally descended, greeted by a table laden with dishes, mistakenly believing they had arrived at a wholesale market. Jiang Sui shook off the dew and took the ingredients for today's dishes into the kitchen. Ming He followed Jiang Sui, eager to hear any peculiar remarks he might utter. Why are you following me? There's no excrement to consume, and I can't cure every fool. Hilariously, every word from Ming He struck a nerve with the group. I advise you to tread carefully. I fear Ming He might be bombarded late at night. Some individuals, freshly arrived, were already considered dead. The moment Ming He appeared, the group's decorum vanished, and they were unwilling to spare him even a glance. What did you provoke them for? He precisely triggered every sensitive topic, yet articulated his points with undeniable logic. Ha ha ha, the public has spoken. Jiang Sui is the best comedic artist. Ming He is an ardent fan. Jiang Sui's words caused Ming He's smile to falter, realizing he was being chastised upon arrival. I can hardly contain myself. I want to obliterate the earth. Startled, Ming He hurriedly exited the kitchen. In the living room, Jiang Bao and Tan Chuan arrived, and he immediately latched onto them. Hello, hello, I am Ming He. The crane of the red-crowned crane. The crane of poison. The deadly toxin. Ming He's expression faltered as he glanced towards Jiang Sui, who was intently preparing fruits and vegetables.
Predominant fruit.
It was said that the only chef here was Tu Yen, yet he appeared rather formidable. Ming He turned back to greet Jiang Bao, extending his hand for a handshake, only to be met with rejection. Unfamiliar with this individual, Jiang Bao was unwilling to waste time before ensuring a clearer understanding. The hand hovering awkwardly in midair, Ming He retracted it. I know you, Jiang Bao. Netizens say that since you stopped pretending, you have become both normal and abnormal. Jiang Bao. My fists have hardened. Ming He continued to press forward, mistakenly believing Jiang Bao's silence was merely contemplation. I often watch the online clips. Your disparity is quite striking. If possible, I could be your romantic partner, one who would never run away. The first strategy in a romantic variety show. Ming He intended to approach his roommate, convinced that Jiang Bao, easily swayed, would be simple to win over. Jiang Bao's smile encouraged Ming He, bolstering his hopes and expanding his grin. I have been a widow for 3 years. My ex-boyfriend has just gone bankrupt. Ming He's smile vanished, and he instinctively retreated several steps. No wonder romantic partners had vanished. It turned out that either their husbands had died or their exes had gone bankrupt. Who would dare to pursue Jiang Bao? She was a veritable emotional minefield, a boomerang that nearly decapitated him. Chapter 129. The experience is boundless. Ming He swallowed hard, quickly distancing himself from Jiang Bao by 5 meters. He approached Tan Chuan, taking a deep breath. This Tan Chuan had a grudge against Jiang Bao. He needed to establish a connection, as they shared a common enemy. When it was Tan Chuan's turn, he instinctively attempted to leave, but Ming He caught him.
Tan Chuan.
Where are you off to? Let's go together. I am Ming He. Tan Chuan, devoid of a smile, replied, I know you are Ming He. You have introduced yourself to everyone. There's no need to single me out. He truly had no time, being inherently socially anxious.
Even tu Jian, a social butterfly.
Wished to avoid conversing with Ming He, and Tan Chuan was even less inclined. Meanwhile, Tu Yen cast a glance at the entrance as meat from outside arrived. Just in time for hot pot. Ming He continued to trail Tan Chuan, incessantly chattering. I know about your situation, but it's all right. I have no objections. Do you harbor any dislike for Jiang Bao, or perhaps that eccentric Meng Han, or even Jiang Sui? Let's get that. He refrained from mentioning Jiang Sui, fearing the rumored mystical aura surrounding him. And what about Tu Yen? Look how much they despise each other. Tan Chuan remained silent, assisting everyone in preparing the ingredients, even handing the washed items to Jiang Bao. Thank you, Jiang Bao said upon receiving them. Ming He scratched his head in confusion. Wait a minute. I watched the live stream. Weren't they arguing fiercely? Why do they appear so harmonious and in sync now? Jiang Sui never cooked but managed the snacks, procuring various treats from the little robot. Cooking was Tu Yen's role, while Meng Han, Tan Chuan, and Jiang Bao assisted nearby, occasionally engaging in conversation. Ming He. Did he mistakenly cross into some parallel universe, or was this a new script he had not received? You'll get used to it, when it comes to food. And while we're eating, they exhibit remarkable harmony. Ming He couldn't help but wonder if they were truly not arguing but rather engaged in some form of conflict. Meng Han and Tu Yen often exchanged barbs, yet they never compromised their responsibilities. Despite Tu Yen's shortcomings, meals were a necessity.
Ha ha ha.
Ming He clearly had only watched the edited version. He could not comprehend these individuals. Unable to overpower them, he could only join in. Do you need any help? Tu Yen pointed to a pocket nearby. Wash the tripe. Are we having hot pot today? Ming He inquired. Strangely, no one had mentioned the word hot pot. Yet everyone inexplicably began to act. Who would have thought the ingredients ordered would arrive in 10 minutes? Such is the difference in a luxurious villa area. Suddenly craving hot pot, how tempting. Ming He. Suddenly, he understood what was happening. They truly seemed to know without uttering a word. Tu Yen nodded and moved on to prepare other items. Jiang Sui retrieved the fruits, arranging a few other cooked dishes, considering her task complete. In this seemingly random division of labor, everyone appeared to have instinctively found their roles. An hour later, Everything was set, awaiting the gathering at the table. Sister Sui. You sit here. It's a good spot. Ming He. What is going on with these individuals? Why are they all so eager to fawn over Jiang Sui? As if professionally trained? Jiang Sui glanced at the camera behind her, indifferent, and sat down. If you want me to block the camera, just say so. There's no need for this pretense. Meng Han placed a hand over his mouth and lightly coughed, although caught off guard, as long as Jiang Sui did not comment. It would not be a significant issue. Jiang Sui mostly understood their motives, but chose not to address them, permitting the situation to unfold. It must be said that this was one of Jiang Sui's finest qualities. Ming He fixated on the camera, noting that as Jiang Sui sat down, she conveniently blocked the view of Meng Han eating directly. It appears that these individuals are quite astonished. I comprehend now. Meng Han must certainly be yearning for those ribs in the pot. Primarily, it is the director who hesitates to voice his concerns for when Sister Sui's temper flares. She alters the proceedings, leaving Director Zhang at a loss. Ming He initially remarked, "You all are being utterly absurd," only to later exclaim, "Is it truly possible to do it this way? I shall take note." He inquired, "You are here to participate in a dating show, are you not?" Being an ordinary individual, he naturally harbors no fear of Jiang Sui Xian's whims. If it collapses, so be it. This particular episode seems easier to navigate, likely due to the absence of many participants, ultimately placing him in the spotlight. As Jiang Bao simultaneously tended to the hot pot, she retorted, "What do you think this is? An audition? My dear has turned dark. Your darkened demeanor makes me reluctant to eliminate you." Jiang Bao. Jiang Sui actually contemplated eliminating her. It was indeed wise to distance oneself from her from the outset. The reputation of the deep-water bomb is well-deserved. Others perceived the conversation as trivial, as Jiang Sui often speaks in such a manner, but Ming He's eyes widened in surprise. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he dropped the beef into the pot. Eliminate? Given Jiang Sui's expression, this was likely for real. Ming He swallowed hard, feeling fortunate that after being chastised as a fool for confronting Jiang Sui earlier, he chose not to persist. It is no wonder everyone fears Jiang Sui. Yet I still prefer to call the police. The crowd chuckled. Ming He picked up his portion of beef again, feeling it necessary to discuss their emotional states. Biting into the beef, it was evident that it was genuine, robust beef. I have had 2 exes and have been single for 3 years. I have not been able to move on from my previous relationship, hence I have not dated since. Men love to say this. Meng Han aptly interjected. One was a first love, naive and unknowing of love, and the other was a scarlet mark, where we learn to love, and we both understand. Ming He retorted, "Understand what nonsense? Why must you speak in such unappealing terms?" He turned to ask 2En, "What about you?" 2En exuded the aura of a playboy, his appearance reminiscent of a lecher.
Me?
2En took a sip of warm water. "Do I seem like someone in need of a girlfriend?" Meng Han scoffed. "What you lack is not a temporary girlfriend, but a steady one. If you only seek mutual benefits, keep it off the table. Who knows, a temporary girlfriend might see this in the live broadcast and feel unfortunate." 2En nearly choked, and Ming He remarked on Meng Han's eccentricity, which was quite accurate. Earlier, when Ming He spoke with Tan Chuan, he should have shouted, "Indeed. What does it have to do with you? I am not seeking you out." Before he could finish, Meng Han had already retorted, "Sister is young and beautiful. She is not like you, aged and faded. When De Mao, Xiao Bei, and Junzi were around, you should have tried your luck with them. The experience would be unparalleled." 2En was rendered speechless, recalling a certain night. He could not afford to provoke them, nor could he avoid them.
Now.
He felt an aversion to openly gay individuals, and he owed this fear to the show. Otherwise, he would have remained blissfully unaware of their formidable nature. Chapter 130. All right. It is my turn to show off. What eloquence! Lend me some. I wish to retort after being chastised during the new year. This statement held some truth. As 2En did not appear to be the type in search of a steady girlfriend, perhaps Meng Han should maintain her distance. Overall, Tan Chuan is reliable. Yet if one lacks the resilience of Jiang Sui, it is advisable to keep a safe distance. Jiang Sui, though I possess resilience, a car crash would still lead to death. Atue. In summary, this is the only dating show I have ever seen where the guests are all rather peculiar. In previous dating shows, participants were merely awkward or lacked emotional intelligence. I believe the police department is more concerned about this episode than we are. They probably monitor the dating show daily, perhaps even identifying suspects. As the two's quarrel subsided, the sound of the bubbling hot pot filled the air. "Have you finished arguing?" Alright, it is my turn to show off. Jiang Sui rubbed her hands together, eager to begin, and the group's attention sharpened. After all, the gossip surrounding Sister Sui is not something to be taken lightly. Meng Han recalled Jiang Sui mentioning that those with mental illness cannot engage in romantic relationships. She was not about to concoct another love story. As for me, I have dated. The crowd murmured, see, she is indeed about to spin a tale. It was likely another story about being deceived for fortune. They were weary of hearing other outrageous tales. Among the guests, only Ming He seemed genuinely interested. Jiang Sui set down her chopsticks and took a sip of her carbonated drink, making a few sounds of appreciation. I once had an online relationship that was profoundly moving. I bought him a lollipop, and he was quite touched. The audience seemed to sense something amiss. You bought him a lollipop, and he was touched?
Meng Han sniffled.
Finding it too spicy, and asked Sister Sui, did you purchase a lollipop the size of an amusement park? Jiang Sui shook her head, replicating the sniff, and took another sip of her cold cola, feeling much better. Not at all. It was just a 1 yuan lollipop. He was a primary school student, easy to please, hoping he would study well and not run around calling everyone wife. The crowd was left in shock, and Meng Han even ceased her sniffing, her expression turning cold. Today's primary school students are truly something. With online gaming banned, you cannot pretend to be a 6-foot-tall man with abs. It is a waste of my emotions. 2E and suddenly lifted his shirt, boldly displaying his physique. Sister Sui, I have abs. You surely felt them when you tied me up that day. They are absolutely real. Jiang Sui, get lost. You can recite pi backward, and I still wouldn't want you. 2E and even contemplated the feasibility of reciting pi backward. But all he could recall was 3141596, and he struggled to remember the subsequent digits. Upon realizing this, Meng Han coldly mocked him. This is how illiterates come to be. You genuinely wish to recite pi backward? Go ahead, Baidu will call you insane. 2E and suddenly grasped the absurdity of attempting to remember the digits of pi backward. It was no wonder his mind felt muddled following Jiang Sui. In simple terms, his mouth was certainly more astute than his brain, and he was fortunate not to have blurted it out earlier. I refer to this phenomenon as assimilation. Even Jiang Bao, devouring rabbit meat, could assimilate. It would be advisable to create a group in the entertainment industry, appointing Jiang Sui as the administrator, while Meng Han would relish being the group owner. I propose that Jiang Sui participate in a variety show. I wish to witness the 4-person gossip group. It is well known that where Jiang Sui goes, gossip inevitably follows. It would be prudent for every variety show in the entertainment industry to invite Jiang Sui for evaluation. Did 2E and wish to demonstrate he was superior to a primary school student? Utilizing his competitive spirit for this purpose, 2En, you have truly reached the end of your rope.
Meng Han silently pushed 2En aside, subtly adjusting her clothing.
She quietly leaned toward Jiang Sui, whispering, I also have abs, though my height is temporarily lacking, yet I have heard that one can still grow taller after 20. Jiang Sui, with a stiff neck, turned to glance at Meng Han, almost believing she had misheard. Did someone just whisper in my ear? Claiming one will grow taller at 20. This is surely a hallucination. Jiang Sui desperately added a generous amount of chili pepper to her bowl, hoping to further cloud her thoughts. This stuff is more intoxicating than alcohol. After taking a bite, her mouth felt ablaze, and only then did Jiang Sui begin to respond to Meng Han's comment. I believe I will grow taller in my 20s as well. Meng Han quietly tugged at her clothing again, feeling her attempt to vie for attention had failed. And she shot a glare at 2En. At least Sister Sui's response was positive, rather than telling her to get lost. The mere fact that she only told 2En to go away indicated that she still had a chance. Given that the topic was broached, it was evident that Meng Han had indeed experienced romance, appearing quite seasoned in that regard. Ming He's words are indeed as poisonous as the hemlock. Ming He's smile faltered, wondering if he had once again misspoken. Upon seeing Meng Han's face darkening like ink, Ming He lowered his head even further.
Meng Han grimaced.
Her mouth about to spew fire even without consuming the chili pepper. Why not talk about it? With my wealth of experience, I've certainly been involved in more than a dozen relationships, haven't I, 2En? 2En lowered her head. It's not like I said it. So, why are you calling me out? Just because he has had a few fleeting romantic encounters doesn't he mean he is particularly experienced. He merely possesses a bit of money, that's all. Meng Han let out a dismissive huff and began to speak earnestly. To be honest, I have had my share of romances too. There's no need to mention my unrequited love. Meng Han, the words barely left her lips before they were stifled. She wished she could elaborate a bit more. After all, she wanted to appear somewhat impressive. Forget about unrequited love. It ended in failure. And, since it was a failure, it's merely another blemish. Perhaps it's better left unsaid. Meng Han covered her face, feeling awkward as her toes dug into the ground. It wasn't that she couldn't speak of it, but it did resemble a tad too much like a personal flaw. Ian glanced up and softly urged. What were you just saying? I didn't catch that. What do you mean by I haven't had any relationships? Please speak up, let us lighten the mood. Meng Han took a deep breath, nearly inhaling the scent of chili, cleared her throat, and sipped her cold cola. I haven't had any relationships, just an unrequited love. And I once handed over a love letter, only for the recipient to mistake it for some flashy promotional flyer and tell me they weren't interested. As soon as she finished, laughter erupted in the living room. Ha ha ha, look who's having a day like this. Ha, this is hilarious. Who can relate? Back in college, if someone handed me something, I would have responded with not interested to. The alertness. I wonder if that student will regret knowing now. Whether or not there is regret is uncertain. But in retrospect, it truly is a riot. Your stories are increasingly amusing. Meng Han, recalling the scene, felt her toes awkwardly scratch the ground, as if it were a playground. The senior from her university was quite handsome. When Meng Han forcefully handed her love letter, the senior shrieked in shock, drawing the attention of nearby classmates. Ultimately, he glanced at the flamboyant piece of paper and handed it back to Meng Han, saying something she could never have anticipated. Not interested in cards or fitness, I'm too busy with my studies. Tomorrow I might just jump off the administrative building. And then he dashed off like a monkey. Chapter 131. Not a penny earned. Always mooching. Do you still use love letters in your generation? Ming-He sighed, reminiscing about the many laughable moments that arose from writing love letters in his time. All eyes turned to Ming-He. The audience's curiosity was piqued, and they were eager for a tale. Oh, Mr. Crane with the red top has a story. Share your tale with us. Let us have a good laugh. Seeing the attention directed towards him, Ming-He promptly fell silent. He hoped he wouldn't say something foolish again. What else there to hold back? No one will ridicule you. Meng Han urged Ming-He to continue. If anyone was going to lose face, it should be shared among them. She couldn't bear the burden alone. We can laugh quietly. Puffed. Just moments ago, they promised not to laugh, and now they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ming-He cleared his throat, adjusting the heat on the stove as the pot began to boil, and returned to the topic. He set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Back in my college days, my roommate created a self-introduction card to impress a girl, trying to pose as someone with stature. He paused, reminiscing about the scene, which was both awkward and hilarious. Meng Han urged, and then? Ming-He picked up his chopsticks again, sighed. There was nothing more. He accidentally swapped cards. He ended up giving her the card for the service that cleans range hoods. The female student frowned when she received it. The next day, when they met again, the roommate asked how she felt about it, and her frown deepened. She replied, I'm sorry, but my family doesn't need a range hood cleaning service at the moment. We just had it done. Please don't bother me. It was only after rummaging through his belongings in the dorm that he realized he had sent the wrong card. The self-introduction card he had crafted was never delivered. Even up to graduation, the girl thought his roommate's name was Li Fugue. However, later on, my classmate opened a range hood shop, naming it Fugue as home. At this revelation, everyone erupted into laughter. He truly lived up to his name as Li Fugue. What a unique way to deliver a love letter. Akin to exchanging resumes now. Finding a partner is like job hunting. One might end up getting scammed, and if it doesn't meet expectations, one resigns. Meng Han sipped her cold cola, bursting into laughter once more. Ming-He. The laughter continued chaotically, recalling moments that turned a dating show into a comedy. For me, dating is simple. Just liking someone is enough. I don't overthink it. Everyone here is certainly exceptional, or else they wouldn't be on this dating show. Ming-He believed that everyone was of the same caliber. Otherwise, they wouldn't be part of this experience. Hence, he felt quite at ease. You've already hit the jackpot. What can anyone say? Ming-He lowered his head, taking a bite to indicate he was not feeling guilty, even though he indeed had stumbled upon good fortune. Jiang Sui shyly raised her hand. Excuse me. I'm here because I'm broke. There are penalties everywhere. It's as if the funds just transfer, yet before they warm up, they're snatched away. Despite frequently appearing in trending topics after paying the company, the rest of her earnings went towards various penalty fees. The focus was entirely on not earning a single penny, merely mooching off others. For instance, in this variety show, even the little robot ordering was funded by the production team. Jiang Sui had no money to cover such expenses. When out and about, she was merely a burden. Jiang Sui had no money. Not being in debt was already a blessing. Ming He was astounded, unable to believe it, for he had seen Jiang Sui's frequent appearances in trending topics. Aren't you a rich second generation? I watched your live stream a few days ago, and I followed your journey. Although he had primarily watched edited versions before, since being selected, he had been paying close attention. Naturally, one must carefully choose a partner, which requires thorough understanding. Jiang Sui glanced at Jiang Bao, suppressing her emotions. I've unilaterally cut ties. Mingyi, huh? From the last live stream, it was evident that her family was quite fond of Jiang Sui returning home, yet she was unwilling. I'm truly dying of laughter, Sister Sui. Does your family need a daughter?
I am willing.
Mingyi thought everyone was sympathetic towards Jiang Sui, yet they all called for her parents, showing a bit of pride. Let me take that spot. Jiang Sui could thrive on an island for a lifetime. She simply didn't care, but she did. Give me a chance. My parents have already agreed. Jiang Sui continued, the family business has been divided. Being a rich second generation is merely a title, with no money to show for it. Everyone nodded in understanding. After all, not everyone has the fortune of Tuian. Mainly, I just want to live a life where the boss tells me to leave. But I refuse to go, just to annoy him. Am I someone who is easily seen through? Yes, I still have debts to pay. Please bear with me, boss. Everyone, although it's absurd, it's quite real. If there were money, who wouldn't he want to leave quickly? Jiang Bao and Tan Chuan exchanged glances. If they had money, they would have terminated their contracts long ago instead of waiting for the collapse. As they discussed asset distribution, everyone's gaze turned to Jiang Bao. In the world of intrigue, it was well known that she had no blood relation to Jiang Sui, yet the resources she received surpassed those of Jiang Sui. Jiang Bao was indeed the star, flourishing outside while surrounded by mere acquaintances at home. What are you looking at me for? I have nothing. Everyone shifted their focus back, silent and skeptical. Jiang Bao replied, if I were wealthy, I would have terminated my contract long ago. I have a mountain of debt to settle outside.
Unlike Jiang Sui.
Those debts weren't voluntarily incurred by Jiang Bao. If public opinion significantly impacted their products, leading to losses, or if her inability to endorse or continue filming resulted in triple penalties. Truly a bunch of opportunists. Watching him rise to great heights only to witness his downfall. The collapse has occurred, yet they still trample upon her, compensating for breach of contract, and even resorting to hiring internet trolls to slander her. After speaking, Jiang Bao nudged the nearby Tan Chuan, adopting a sarcastic tone. Some people are just like me, so let us drop the pretense. A group burdened by debt participating in a dating show. Ming He remarked, indeed, from this perspective, it seems that Ming He is the only one around here who is sane. Tan Chuan, having been nudged, coughed a few times, nearly choking on the spicy oil. For he was unaccustomed to such fiery hot pot. If he were to dilute it with water, it would be too embarrassing. Thus, he added vinegar instead. While maintaining his aloof demeanor, Tan Chuan responded to Jiang Bao. The previous incident involving nude photos had cost him a great deal, and subsequent matters had drained his finances. He was now penniless. Everyone had abandoned the facade, each more destitute than the last, yet all adept at navigating the situation. Behind this facade lay a myriad of absurdities. You all are too honest. This is not a dating show, it's a documentary on people working to repay their debts. Others manage to settle their financial obligations through a show. We may never be free from our debts. Jiang Sui asked, is that so? Sister Sui was caught in a cycle of earning money while incurring debt, truly an instance of working for free. Nonsense, they continued. Sister Sui has the title of Best Comedic Artist. What do you have? Receiving such a title would make me feel embarrassed, to the extent that I would cringe at the thought a decade later. Chapter 132, Advanced Edition, hammered, slept, taxed, disappeared. Beautiful, everyone is here for job interviews. Meng Han suddenly clapped her hands and gave a thumbs up. Everyone is wonderful. Let's toast to finding jobs, not just to repay debts. Speaking candidly, she nearly lost her composure. The guests raised their glasses, clinking them together in the center. As adults, one must warm their stomachs with ice-cold cola. After setting down her glass, Ming He inquired, isn't Meng Han a rising star in the entertainment industry, the nation's sweetheart? How is she here with them?
Men han frose.
Looking up at Ming He in bewilderment.
Who told you that?
Ming He replied, I don't know. I heard it somewhere. One day while scrolling through short videos, a marketing account claimed you had remarkable resources and were being groomed as the nation's sweetheart. Meng Han responded, Ming He seems unsure. Everyone's expressions are rather peculiar. At the year's beginning, explosive performance, utter nonsense. Meng Han's situation, lacking both money and time. The only positive aspect is an abundance of auditions, each requiring 3 months of training. This year is almost over. The guests remarked, so, you have no time, and how much can you earn? Because university students are inexpensive. Meng Han rubbed her forehead. Stop it, sister. Just thinking about it pains my heart. Being from a nationally recognized institution, many activities are exceedingly stringent. Had it not been for being pushed into a survival reality show by teacher Qin, Meng Han would not have had the opportunity to join the dating show. Of course, she remained the poorest, her signing fee being the lowest. She even contemplated paying to join, only to be scolded by teacher Qin. It's amusing. Can Ming he please be quiet? Every word is a bombshell. Rumor has it that Meng Han, eager to join this dating show, even considered paying to participate, only to be reprimanded by teacher Qin for an entire night. Impossible. It was said that upon hearing Jiang Sui was going, Meng Han wished to go as well, willing to pay to attend. Forget what I just said. Meng Han simply wanted to witness the drama unfold, and she certainly has an eye for it. I implore you, let Jiang Sui participate in more reality shows. I want to see how many undiscovered talents lurk in the entertainment industry and how many male suitors remain unrecognized. The expectations are low. A sister is acceptable, but could we please limit it to just one? I can tolerate a male suitor. Cherish it, dear friends. It is better than disappearing. I still remember the male second lead who withdrew from the group due to Jiang Sui's breach of contract. Advanced edition, hammered, slept, taxed, disappeared. Meng Han gritted her teeth, wearing a smile that made Ming he instinctively shrink into the background. I have to ask my mother for money to buy spicy strips. Why not ask my father? Because my father is poorer than I am. Ming he lamented, it's all his fault for having a loose tongue. It would be better to add more chili. Pouring in some chili peppers, Ming he attempted to numb her brain with spice, and after one bite, she felt as if her soul had left her body. Weren't we discussing relationship issues? Jiang Sui reminded, let us continue. After all, considerable funds were invested in this program. So we ought to make it worthwhile. Cue the flow, let us proceed. They continued, while Jiang Sui spun elaborate tales of fabricated romances.
Tu Jian interjected, Sister Sui.
Do you have any romantic stories? Of course. Jiang Sui replied without hesitation, leaving everyone feeling resigned, knowing they would once again be subjected to her whimsical fabrications. There are plenty, enough to fill a novel. The guests pondered. Jiang Sui thought for a moment. After all, it had been quite a while. And sometimes she struggled to recall. She encountered a domineering CEO, only to later discover he was merely a dandy in a suit, prancing around outside, carrying a briefcase. With a hairstyle that looked as if a dog had licked it, he claimed to be an electrician. So now, whenever I see a suited man, I assume he sells insurance, including Fu Sheng, that madman, clad in a black suit, who follows me everywhere. Laughter erupted, their teeth on display, as they recalled Fu Sheng, who had briefly appeared in a survival show before vanishing, having only a few minutes of footage in that episode. Jiang Bao recalled that Fu Sheng's mother was a close friend of Lu Ran, indicating their strong relationship. So Jiang Sui has suitors? Meng Han, regaining her composure, asked, Sister, do you have any close male friends in real life? While enjoying hot pot, Jiang Sui shook her head firmly. No, they are all merely fleeting encounters. The others fell silent, no longer questioning Jiang Sui, and shifted the conversation to other topics. Jiang Bao had so many romantic interests. Surely, she had dated. And even Jiang Sui was quite curious about the kind of man who would compel Jiang Bao to steal documents from the Jiang family. One must understand that the Jiang family was Jiang Bao's sole support. If they fell, she would have nothing left. The thought of doing such a thing for him, while remaining hidden, was unimaginable for Jiang Sui. Who is the lover? Jiang Bao was so startled that she nearly dropped her food, hastily wiping her face with a piece of paper. All eyes were on her, and she could no longer conceal herself. Having dated once, she had broken up. Everyone awaited the follow-up, their gazes fixed on Jiang Bao, who, while munching, met their stares with unwavering candor. Meng Han gasped, that's it?
Jiang Bao not dead?
That's it. Ah, that's it. Gasps of disbelief echoed around the room, mirroring Jiang Sui's shock. After all, rumors had circulated about Jiang Bao's numerous romantic interests, each more distinctive than the last, ranging from movie stars to the sons of tycoons. However, from Jiang Bao's own lips, there was only one, and they had broken up, seemingly on less than amicable terms. Could it be the one from the legends? Which one? Ears perked up, but Jiang Sui herself was uncertain after 250 lifetimes. She had never caught a glimpse. Jiang Bao's acquaintances had all been scrutinized, each impressive in their own right. Yet she had failed to uncover the identity of the man who had prompted her to steal confidential documents. I understand. Understand what? Everyone leaned in, intrigued, while Jiang Bao grew tense, her expression taut. Jiang Sui clicked her tongue, savoring a mouthful of noodles. On the surface, a charming and delicate darling, yet behind the scenes, a humble admirer nursing wounds. In the shadows, licking their wounds while their family rejoices, mine weeps. This is unacceptable, my dear. Jiang Bao responded. Everyone shook their heads. This is unacceptable, my dear. No one decreed that an ambiguous relationship must transition into a romance. Sometimes, it may merely remain ambiguous, but for some individuals, it could pose a life-threatening risk. Jiang Bao, a machine devoid of emotions, perpetually rolls her eyes at Tan Chuan. Tan Chuan, the epicenter of gossip, finds himself amidst the swirling chaos. Not everyone possesses the fortitude of Jiang Sui. Moreover, Jiang Sui has never engaged in any romantic entanglements, merely due to a trending topic. She was doused in acid. I have resilience, not physical fortitude. If my body were hardened, I would have to drink Meng Po's soup. It seems that soup is rather diluted. Chilled boiled water, exorbitantly priced, freshly drawn from the tap. Tan Chuan takes another sip of chilled water, feeling dizzy. Chapter 133. Professional begging often adopts the simplest of methods. Tan Chuan hesitates to assert he has been in a relationship, but denying it feels disingenuous. All fabrications turn to vapor in Jiang Sui's presence. The expressions of the live audience are more vivid than during a performance. After a moment's contemplation, Tan Chuan states, my ex-girlfriend suddenly developed an attraction to women, and thus we parted ways. The crowd responds with astonishment. What a perfect answer. Should the truth emerge one day, fans would be utterly bewildered. What did he say? He said his ex liked women and then disappeared. So, the rumors of Tan Chuan's aversion to both men and women stem from this? I suspect it might be true. You've heard it. I can hardly argue with you. Jiang Bao has only had one relationship? Unlikely. From what I know, several male celebrities have professed their feelings for her, some almost obsessively. If they have confessed, it's clear she did not reciprocate. The epitome of a sophisticated green tea, often lacking in heart, Jiang Bao declares, what do I care?
Just pave the way for me.
If male celebrities can be this competitive, the entertainment industry would hardly have room for female stars. How do you know male celebrities haven't competed? Once you experience being a wealthy woman, everything becomes clear. Upstairs, someone seems troubled. Care to share?
Jiang Bao chúc cười.
Your ex's choice was the right one. Jiang Sui gives Jiang Bao a peculiar glance before averting her gaze and finishing her last bite. Feeling quite full now, she remarks. By the way, this should be our final sumptuous meal. Just as everyone is puzzled, Jiang Sui tilts her head and points to the taskbar. Meng Han promptly rises to peruse the taskbar, her expression darkening with each passing moment until she emits a loud exclamation. Upon her return, Meng Han's face is nearly contorted with distress. From now on, we will have only 100 yuan daily. Should mobile payments or automated devices be utilized, a penalty will incur. The several financially challenged attendees respond in disbelief. Is this a dating show or a survival program? Suspicions arise that director Zhang may have learned from survival show producers, perfectly capturing the essence of Jiang Sui's show. In truth, director Zhang observed a lack of enthusiasm. A well-crafted variety show had devolved into either legalistic discussions or a retirement mode. After a night of deliberation, adjustments were made, intending to announce them the following morning. Coincidentally, Jiang Sui seemed to sense something amiss and purchased a vegetable garden. Upon seeing this, Director Zhang calmly sipped his iced coffee in the air-conditioned room. Thankfully, it was just a garden and not hiring someone to deliver groceries. His expectations of Jiang Sui are low. He merely wishes for her to live quietly. As Meng Han finishes speaking, the group collectively gasps. How shall we survive? There are 6 of us, and we can't even afford 3 boxes of takeout.
Tu Jian can plans.
Their gazes shift back to Jiang Sui. After all, she likely anticipated this rule change. The collective attention turns to Jiang Sui, who pauses her drinking. What are you looking at me for? I didn't set this, she retorts. The director is in the basement of the backyard. The key is under the carpet. And the lock code is 88. If there's an issue, go confront Director Zhang. I've already told you the location. Don't let me down. Director Zhang thinks to himself, This basement isn't secure, with multiple passwords and locks, and Jiang Sui is aware of it. He promptly has the code changed and adds another lock. Forget it. The fake mountain has a backdoor that can be accessed without a lock. Sitting backstage, Director Zhang's eyes widen as he urgently instructs someone to seal off the back mountain, but he hesitates, realizing that an escape route cannot be blocked. Surely, they wouldn't try to break into his office, but if it were Jiang Sui, that would be another story. As everyone begins to clean up, the presence of the vegetable garden lifts their spirits. Tu Yen checks the remaining rice, finding it completely depleted. Is this truly a dating show, and not a survival program? We're stuck in a villa, after all. What if we rent out the rooms? I could work as a server. Let us charge 666 a day for each room. After a moment of despair, Tu Yen resolves to take matters into her own hands. Meng Han interjects, do you think the residents here need to rent rooms? There isn't even a tourist area. Your thinking seems quite limited. Jiang Sui merely glances at Tu Yen before returning to her sweeping. Mobile payments carry risks.
Which is why I prefer to carry cash.
The guests exclaim. We've found a glimmer of hope. Meng Han takes the broom from Jiang Sui, insisting, Sister Sui, please sit, I'll handle this. Let me turn on the television for you. It's yesterday's show. Jiang Sui is forced into a seated position on the sofa, a chip shoved into her mouth. Meanwhile, sweeping becomes Meng Han's task, who smiles foolishly while working. Jiang Sui, filled with questions, begins to watch television. Tu Yen casts a cold glance at Meng Han, muttering about her being a fence-sitter, then turns to pour Jiang Sui a cup of hot coffee. Sister Sui, have some warm coffee. Is it cold? I even have a hot water bottle. With coffee, snacks, and a hot water bottle for her hands, Jiang Sui calmly accepts it all. I accept their rationally abnormal behavior. The group begins to treat her with equal measures of deference, almost to the point of offering to massage her back. What's the matter? Did Jiang Sui take your lives? Based on my experience in survival shows, Jiang Sui is exploiting a loophole. She must be carrying cash. A new round of voting is announced, prompting everyone to rush to cast their votes. I'll also choose Jiang Sui. She's got cash. What on earth? How did you figure that out? I watched Jiang Sui pack. She had nothing on her. If you can spot it, then it can't be Jiang Sui. That evening, the group convenes a small meeting to discuss what to purchase with their 100 yuan the next day. They can't possibly buy only vegetables. We don't have any rice. Even if we eat bread, we lack flour. Tu Yen remains fixated on the rice situation, as he usually cooks, while the rest of them share the chores. Meng Han, accustomed to survival shows, sees no issue with the situation. After all, she has gnawed on tree bark on a deserted island. While it was somewhat unpleasant, she later enjoyed meat alongside Jiang Sui. She firmly believes that a devoted follower will ultimately have everything. Sister Sui, what do you think? The intensity of their stares begins to make Jiang Sui's scalp tingle. It's really not that serious. They're all minor issues. When Jiang Sui claims they are minor, it undoubtedly indicates that the problems are significant. However, the good news is that Jiang Sui has a solution. Let us borrow some rice from next door and mooch a meal. The crowd responds in disbelief. What kind of ridiculous plan is this? Borrow from next door? If we were in a village, it might work, but in a villa neighborhood, people will think we're insane, let alone asking for food and drink. Jiang Sui, accustomed to such behavior, remains unfazed. Let us sleep now. Tomorrow I'll take you to broaden your horizons. You won't go hungry. If you can't even beg, what are you doing in the entertainment industry? What will you do when the house collapses? Chapter 134. Professional poison testing employs manual methods. Why must one learn to beg in the entertainment industry? Is it to curry favor with fans? If the house collapses, just take a stroll through the affluent district. You're guaranteed a bountiful harvest. Meng Han's eyes light up as she suddenly comprehends Jiang Sui's prior words. In the affluent district, even scavenging can yield a monthly income of 10,000. However, infiltrating the wealthy area is a skill. Now that they've entered, they should leverage their advantageous position. Tomorrow morning, I'm going dumpster diving. With a tacit understanding, she nodded at the other guests. No one comprehends Sister Sui as well as she does. No one dares to compete with her, especially not with Tu Yen, whom she shot a fierce glance. Rest assured, Sister Sui, I will definitely rise early tomorrow to accompany you. Jiang Sui nodded, hands clasped behind her back, ascending the staircase. The items on the table were tidied up, and everyone's enthusiasm surged. Even Ming He, who had just arrived, began to clean. It became clear why everyone had been so frenzied on the deserted island. Had Minghe been there, he would have screamed like a monkey. The next morning, Menghan rose at 6, wrapping herself snugly before stealthily slipping out the door. When Tu Ian awoke, she thought it was doomsday. Menghan, of all people, had risen early. There must be a conspiracy. Exiting, she encountered Jiang Sui, who was heading up the stairs to enjoy the view, while Tan Chuan was still washing up. Sister Sui, where are you going? Jiang Sui glanced at the staircase. At this early hour, I see the sneaky Menghan, and she is grinning mischievously. I must see what this is all about. Tu Ian followed closely behind. Sister Sui, I shall accompany you upstairs. Be cautious on the stairs. Watch out for dust. Jiang Sui replied, Damn it, I'm neither a cripple nor your mother. Embarrassed, Tu Ian withdrew her hand. She merely wanted to show off a bit to prevent Menghan from getting ahead. Having overdone it, Tu Ian fell silent and trailed behind. Ha ha, beware of tigers ahead. No worries, I can fight off tigers and ensure Sister Sui's safety. Be careful of my javelin. It might just land on your head, Tu Ian. I also saw Menghan exiting, wrapped in a floral blanket. Where did that blanket come from? Your taste is rather reminiscent of the Renaissance. Tacky? Where's the tackiness? Utter tackiness is actually trendy. I staunchly support the Renaissance. A big floral cotton coat is far more cost-effective. Here's the link. Just 25 yuan for something that can last the entire winter. Upon reaching the top floor, Jiang Sui quickly zeroed in on a colorful moving spot. Swiftly, but mostly rummaging through trash bins. Was Menghan really out this early to sift through garbage? If she's going to rummage, can't she conduct a market survey? The villa's servants typically start tidying up after the boss has begun work. You need to go during the noon to afternoon phase.
Jiang?
Still shocked by Menghan's antics, listen to Jiang Sui's insights. No, sister, you've actually rummaged before. After Menghan sneaked back, Jiang Sui and she descended the stairs together. Jiang Sui observed the heap of items, gradually falling silent. What have you scavenged? It's all tattered. Even mending would be a challenge. What's this? A scarf bought with a single slash? It looks quite realistic. Clearly, a scoundrel deceived a wealthy woman and got caught. Menghan, unsure, had merely taken back what appeared to be of good quality leather. Tu Ian poked at it. Is this a broken vacuum cleaner? Jiang Sui picked up the vacuum, sighed, and decided to salvage the only somewhat valuable thing within it. Menghan's eyes sparkled. She knew Sister Sui would surely find a way to repurpose it. Dear girl, you're finding work for Jiang Sui. You scavenged all this so early? Menghan had indeed put in effort. She ran too fast, her face covered with a mask and sunglasses, startling the security guards. The photographer was too shy to follow her. Jiang Sui mended the vacuum, added some parts, and placed it on the ground. It was barely functional. There's 300 yuan in the garbage pile across from the third unit on the right.
Just a moment.
Tu Ian and Menghan shot out the door like firecrackers, racing like sprinters. Jiang Sui thought, what a shock. Are these two about to settle a score? Though Tu Ian had long legs, Menghan pretended to turn a corner. And Tu Ian followed suit. Seizing this opportunity, Menghan veered off, running backward while cursing, Fool. Use your brain. Tu Ian, watching Menghan's direction, was momentarily perplexed. Scratching her head, cursing, she chased after Menghan. Outsmarted by the little girl, when Tu Ian arrived, Menghan had already unearthed money from a pair of pants. Her face lighting up, she raised her eyebrows at Tu Ian. Many workers were present that morning, and the two appeared somewhat familiar to them. In this day and age, there are more and more crazies. How did they get inside? What is going on with security and property management? A passing car remarked. And its occupants exchanged glances with Menghan and Tu Ian, clicking their tongues in disdain before rolling up the windows. Menghan and Tu Ian were taken aback. A famous actress rummaging through garbage, begging due to lack of roles. The son of a local tycoon, cast out, reduced to scavenging. I spotted 2 lunatics in the affluent district. Who can tell me how to get in? I want to scavenge. Menghan quickly wrapped her floral blanket around herself and scurried back to the villa. Meanwhile, Tu Ian awkwardly returned, trying to appear as normal as possible. Having secured the 300 yuan, Menghan first showcased it to Jiang Sui, proving her resourcefulness. Sister Sui, look. We found 300 yuan. We will definitely have meat to eat today. Jiang Sui cast a curious glance at Menghan and Tu Ian. How peculiar. How did you find it? Oh, never mind. Having it is enough. I one tea need to rummage. That's impressive. Are we having dumplings?
Menghan responded. Who?
Where did the dumplings come from? There were none yesterday. How do we suddenly have them today? When were they delivered? She cast a puzzled look at Tu Ian, who managed the kitchen. Tu Ian hastily shook her head. She had no idea. All the items in the fridge had been consumed the previous day. The Last Supper. They were delivered by that beautiful woman who rents the garden for us, saying she was in a good mood and wanted to express her gratitude. Though I'm not sure what she's grateful for, they taste quite good. I just tried one. It's not poisoned.
Huh.
With a gasp, Meng Han quickly concealed her expression. Was it because of Tan Chuan's incident that Sister Sui now needed to test even dumplings from others for poison? But how was that tested? As Tan Chuan bit into the first dumpling. So Jiang Sui was so enthusiastic earlier because she was testing him for poison? Truly, debts have their sources. Chapter 135. The Tale of 5 Unemployed Wanderers and 1 Programmer. After everyone finished the dumplings, aside from Ming He, who was still working, the others felt a bit bored. Ming He pounded away at his computer when he noticed everyone watching a drama. He looked up. Aren't you all working? Why am I the only one hammering away at this keyboard while these debtors are idly grooming their nails? Jiang Sui, filing her nails, blew the dust off and handed the tools back to Meng Han. The Tale of 5 Unemployed Wanderers and 1 Programmer. Upon hearing this, Ming He felt even more miserable. This is our job, haven't you noticed? Tu Ian didn't need to work. Her yearly dividends were more than enough, while the other 4 were stars. With high risks and high returns. If the audience stops paying, stars face dire consequences. Another day of working for the capitalists. Ming He typed faster, determined to resolve this bug even if it meant his demise. The more he typed, the more frustrated he became, nearing a breaking point. Jiang Sui glanced over. Let me see what bug has tormented you to this extent. Oh, just this? Ming He. Jiang Sui bent down, placed her coffee on the table, and took the computer from Ming He's hands. His first reaction was disbelief. Where did this coffee come from? Wasn't he yesterday supposed to be the Last Supper? With everything consumed? As thoughts swirled in confusion, Jiang Sui had already returned the computer to Ming He. Ming He, clutching the device, felt a surge of madness. He then noticed the accolades from colleagues displayed on the screen, along with a flurry of compliments. Bro, impressive. When did you become so formidable? Your speed is astonishing.
Damn.
This kid Ming He actually resolved it. Where did he find the cheat code? Ming He was equally bewildered, his mind enveloped in question marks. Did Jiang Sui do this? How did she manage it? He hurried after her, just as Jiang Sui was about to ascend the stairs to change her attire. It's time to go out and beg. The moment of melancholy has arrived. Sister, how did you do it?
Can you teach me?
No, just briefly share your method for my reference. As Jiang Sui walked, Ming He followed closely until he found himself locked outside. Why are there flies this early in spring? How bothersome. Little fly Ming He, holding the computer, patiently awaited Jiang Sui's change of clothes. After donning a hoodie and sweatpants, topped with a short down jacket and a hat, she looked notably more vibrant. Ming He continued to trail her. Sister Sui, are you busy? Can you take another look for me? Jiang Sui turned, her expression cold. Do you think I am idle? Ming He paused, and Jiang Sui descended the stairs. It was the moment of melancholy for the wealthy Mr. and Mrs. Fu. It was time to offer them some comfort. Upon reaching the ground floor, they observed a few languid figures lounging on the sofas, indifferent to the distinctions between the male and female seating. Who cared? It was all trivial. Jiang Sui clapped her hands and declared, "Let us go. It's time to beg." Everyone perked up, particularly Meng Han and Tu Ian, who immediately followed her as soon as she spoke. Ming He, in a flurry to catch up, found himself fumbling with the computer, hesitating to leave. Upon exiting, he discovered that the trio had already sprinted away. They vanished in the blink of an eye, their speed truly remarkable. Aren't you coming? Tan Chuan was still busy confirming phone numbers, dialing them one by one, as if it were a matter of borrowing money. In reality, he was conversing with the police while maintaining contact with lawyers and friends, perpetually occupied yet unaware of the nature of his busyness. Leaving was not an option. It would incur financial penalties. Remaining meant confronting the case in front of everyone. Jiang Bao was checking her account balance, repaying what she could, and for the remainder, she planned to create a ruckus. Who remembered this was a dating reality show? There was absolutely no script. Everyone was just improvising. Those begging were begging. Those repaying debts were repaying. Those engaged in lawsuits were litigating, and those working were toiling. Do not speak ill of my siblings, my apologies. I must have wandered into the wrong place, weeping at the wrong grave. What is this place? A scam center. I was fully involved in Tanchuan's case. Jiang Bao meticulously counting her penalty fees, and I was part of that too. I am truly impressive. And there were the bored netizens before their screens. You all keep an eye on this. Remember to record it. I'm off to witness their begging. The wealthy are not so easily swayed. I doubt begging will yield results. Jiang Bao and Tan Chuan glanced up at Ming He, then returned to their own affairs. The anxious remained anxious, the frantic remained frantic, yet the two had no intersection. It was absurd. Ming He, as if from a different world, resumed coding. The corporate worker entered the reality show, expecting everyone to be glamorous, only to find that even the facade of glamour was absent. Come on, sister will take you to rank up. Jiang Sui stepped outside, glancing left and right before proceeding left down the road, halting before a villa. The residences here were separate, each occupying a vast expanse. It was Meng Han's first visit, and she was taken aback. She had never seen such grandeur. Later, Jiang Sui remarked that in this area, houses were beyond the means of most celebrities, unless one were a self-controlled capital celebrity. After ringing the doorbell, a simply dressed middle-aged man appeared, resembling the security personnel of the estate. Hello, is the homeowner at home? The man glanced at the three but did not open the door, instead offering an apology and stepping inside to fetch someone. A few minutes later, he emerged again to open the door. Please come in, but please keep your voices down. The children upstairs are in class. Upstairs?
Men har inquired, pussled.
Jiang Sui pulled him back gently, whispering an explanation. In such families, children under primary school age often learn at home.
Dujiye narid.
Affirming that his own family operated similarly, for the sake of the child's safety, they hired a tutor for one-on-one instruction. However, many parents preferred sending their children to kindergarten for social interaction. Every parent had their own perspective. Upon entering, the interior was impeccably maintained, and the man provided them with slippers. Please be a bit quieter while inside. Every time I come here, it's like this. The soundproofing is excellent. They can't hear anything upstairs. Jiang Sui had actually been here before? When did that happen? So that was how she knew where to place that 300. With time and geographical context clear, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find it. After circling the entrance, they arrived at the garden, where a table adorned with snacks awaited, and a man sat nearby. He was reading a book, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication, embodying a certain husbandly charm. This estate is exquisite. I could never afford it in my lifetime. Among the three, only 2 Yen possessed the financial capacity to purchase such a property. Or perhaps he already owned one like this. Why did this man exude such a husbandly aura? I suspected he was trying to entice me. Put on some decent clothes, will you? Though I couldn't decipher English, that book was definitely upside down. The man remained silent until Jiang Sui broke the surrounding stillness. The book is upside down. Stop pretending, I know your character. The man. Chapter 136. Yuan Qing, living off soft rice is quite nice. Yuan Qing set down the book, scrutinizing the three, particularly the one who had previously pointed out the upside-down book. He seemed not to recognize this person, only aware that they were part of the reality show being filmed next door, which he occasionally followed. You were among those filming the reality show? The three nodded and, upon invitation, took their seats. Yuan Qing noticed the camera behind them and cheerfully greeted the viewers, fully embracing his social charisma. Yuan Qing glanced at Jiang Sui, seemingly noticing that no one had spoken. Do you have something to discuss? However, please keep it down. The children are in class. Jiang Sui glanced at the top floor. The soundproofing was indeed impressive. He had just been singing downstairs. Yuan Qing. How did this person know? That was his private setup. Primarily for moments of madness. Sometimes, he genuinely felt exhausted. When the children were noisy, and his wife was away, he felt a deep sense of discomfort and the urge to cry. Clearing his throat, Yuan Qing inquired, "What brings you here? Filming? Or I remember your show is a dating reality series. I have a wife, so I can't participate." The eager glances from Jiang Sui left her speechless. Yuan Qing, a male, a devoted husband, had temporarily stabilized the company while his wife was in her confinement period, but his abilities were rather limited. As soon as his wife emerged from confinement, he quickly returned home to care for the child. Unable to integrate into the circle of affluent women and uninterested in mingling with wealthy men, he was left to languish at home, slowly going mad while waiting for his wife. "If you want to go, just say so. I can take you along." "Really?" His eyes gleamed like headlights. And Jiang Sui waved her hand in refusal. "You can't come. Don't you watch our reality show? We are currently in dire straits, but..." Yuan Qing's expression turned earnest. He seemed genuinely excited. How wonderful. I also want a wife who supports the family while I take care of the child. How splendid. He pondered, glancing at Jiang Sui's appearance and demeanor, admiring how well his wife must be faring. Who is her wealthy husband? I envy them. Jiang Sui shifted her tone, adopting a mysterious air reminiscent of rural sales tactics. I can offer you a chance to participate in our show. Yuan Qing nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a rattledrum.
Count me in.
I must participate. When my wife sees me on television, she will remember me. Every day is consumed by business trips or meetings, leaving no semblance of home. Do you understand now why one cannot assimilate into the circle of affluent wives? In that circle, the focus is either on scheming for a wife's wealth or hastening to usurp her company. Yuan Qing resembles a pampered husband. Yuan Qing could not fathom why Jiang Sui spoke of him in such a manner, yet he truly found himself unable to integrate into the circle of affluent wives. Surrounded by a pack of treacherous individuals, Meng Han and Tu Yan were hearing of the affluent wives circle for the first time. They had only heard of the wealthy ladies in the socialite circle engaging in comparisons. But that was merely a portrayal from the internet and television dramas. Tu Yan had traversed the socialite scene, where comparison was unnecessary, as each possessed their own wealth. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, they would wander about, making acquaintances along the way. All were individuals of means, so why indulge in trivial, foolish antics? Any grievances were addressed promptly. Yet, hearing of the affluent wives scheming for their spouses' assets was news to him. Treacherous souls. Even his father had never schemed over his mother's assets. Likely because they were too preoccupied with their lives. Yuan Qing inquired, what opportunity? Pray enlighten me. If it's worthwhile, I might consider it. In need of money, rice, and spiritual sustenance, Yuan Qing raised his gaze slightly, failing to grasp the implication. Under Jiang Sui's arched brow, he understood that it meant providing those things in exchange for his company. No problem. Those are trifles. Should you require anything, simply inform Uncle Liu. He shall make arrangements. Uncle Liu was the gentleman who had just opened the door for them, evidently the family as steward. Foolishness.
Jiang Sui quipped.
But Yuan Qing did not catch Jiang Sui's glance, presuming he was speaking of something else, and thus ignored it. Surely, he could not be referring to him as foolish. Tu Yan remarked, this couple, one must be clever while the other lacks wit. The dynamics at home suggest the mistress is astute, while the master is a bit dim-witted. It's no wonder their relationship appears harmonious. If both were too clever. Akin to Tu Yan's parents, Tu Pingxiong and Tan Nua, known for their constant discord. Jiang Sui must have engaged in multi-level marketing. I suggest the police investigate. For I harbor suspicions. Is this not merely begging? This is deceitful acquisition. I told you, following Jiang Sui guarantees one won't go hungry. It was the same on the deserted island. Meng Han mused, those who understand the times are the true talents. I could navigate the entertainment industry with ease. Yuan Qing appeared to be the husband of a top executive, someone he had encountered before. Upstairs, I immediately checked, and indeed, he had attended events, renowned within the circle. He clearly had the potential to wield power, yet he chose to return home to care for the children. Soft rice is delectable, and I yearn for it. Yet this man is undeniably handsome. I lament not being wealthy. A small gesture was made, sending a few items to the variety show villa, a token from Yuan Qing. A teachable child indeed.
Tu Yan Mengan exclaimed. Impressive.
They managed to arrange everything in a morning and even secured the favor of an affluent wife. This was beyond impressive. Now they could discuss how to infiltrate their circle. The steward served them a pot of tea, invigorating and lingering in flavor. Jiang Sui took a sip, clicking her tongue in appreciation. If only I could live this life. Alas, fate does not favor me. This meal, I cannot partake. To put it plainly, this was living off another's fortune. Yuan Qing not only accepted it but relished it. No need for complexities. Just bring you along to events. Fortuitously, we are heading to the vegetable garden. Yuan Qing uttered an ah, murmuring about the vegetable garden. Wait a moment, I shall go up and hold a child. Little pomegranate, soon to meet again, my dear. Tu Yan and Meng Han exchanged looks of confusion. Who was little pomegranate? Why was Jiang Sui so familiar with such matters, even well acquainted with Yuan Qing? Tu Yan even mischievously speculated whether Jiang Sui had once engaged in an online romance with Yuan Qing.
As her thoughts drifted, Meng Han pinched Tu Yan.
Giving him a sharp look, Tu Yan widened his eyes in bewilderment, unsure of what he had said to earn Meng Han's ire. Mad woman.
Menhan ported.
casting a warning glance at Tu Yen. This flamboyant peacock was surely maligning Sister Sui. It was up to her to defend her. For Tu Yen was merely a showy figure. When Yuan Qing descended, they discovered that little pomegranate was a 3 or 4-year-old girl, her hair in braids, her cheeks rosy. Little pomegranate glanced at them, calling out to the uncle and aunt, but Yuan Qing felt the age was misaligned. Perhaps she should call them brother and sister instead. Jiang Sui truly appeared youthful, yet her manner of speaking belied her age. However, no matter how one looked at Jiang Sui, she seemed to be in her 20s. Yuan Qing unilaterally concluded that Jiang Sui must be nearing 40. Jiang Sui, perceiving Yuan Qing's gaze, likely understood his thoughts. I am 22. Do not make wild guesses. What? 22. Yuan Qing withdrew his gaze, perplexed at how Jiang Sui could discern his thoughts. It was indeed strange. Chapter 137. A 20 yuan experience harvesting wheat. Let us go. Allow me to show you the beauty of pastoral life. Everyone followed Jiang Sui out, a procession of family and friends, carrying baskets to gather vegetables and fruits. Meng Han couldn't shake the feeling that it was akin to a sign proclaiming 20 yuan experience for harvesting wheat. Then this affluent wife arrived. Little pomegranate found it amusing, taking it quite seriously. Yuan Qing still could not comprehend, stepping before Jiang Sui to feign checking if the vegetables were ripe. Having inspected this side, I shall move on. With you so close, I fear you may stab me in the back. Yuan Qing clutched the small spade in confusion. Hesitantly, he finally mustered the courage to ask,
Are you truly only 22?
Jiang Sui glanced up momentarily before returning her focus to delicately plucking strawberries. How old do you believe I should be? Yuan Qing, clinging to his conviction, blurted out, You appear to be 35? Or perhaps 40. By the heavens, this affluent husband. Your emotional intelligence is indeed ill-suited for mingling in the socialite sphere. I fear you may be outwitted without even realizing it. Repeat that in front of Jiang Sui's face. I wish to witness how you meet your demise. Jiang Sui's demeanor was indeed somewhat ahead of her time. Yet she was not in her 30s or 40s. Everyone anticipated Jiang Sui would erupt in anger and demand Yuan Qing's head. Yet, in reality, Jiang Sui did not even raise her head, earnestly picking strawberries, giving a slight nod, and ceased further conversation with Yuan Qing. At least I'm not being labeled as elderly. Let us progress. I comprehend why your wife prohibits you from working. She fears the company may truly collapse under your stewardship. Nearby stood an apple tree, albeit with rather small apples. As they passed, Jiang Sui glanced up, calculating whether she could reach and pluck a few fruits. I did not mean to imply you are old. Yuan Qing clarified. Jiang Sui merely nodded again, showing no sign of being offended. Yuan Qing assumed Jiang Sui had entirely lost patience with him and thus began to weave increasingly absurd flattery. You look like you just turned 18, freshly entered university, with a gentle temperament, amiable disposition, and sharp intellect.
Jiang Sui nodded in acknowledgement.
I knew you would say that. My ears have grown calluses from hearing it. Enough, silence. Your daughter's harvested vegetables are far superior to yours. You, good for nothing. With the label of good for nothing. Yuan Qing's smile faded instantly. He huffed a couple of times, distancing himself from Jiang Sui, joining his daughter and the other guests in their playful antics. Jiang Sui indeed knew Yuan Qing, as he was the one with whom she had formed the closest bond since participating in the dating show. Naturally, each encounter had been peculiar. From rummaging through trash bins to coincidentally meeting him while stepping in dog feces, their paths crossed in a myriad of odd scenarios. As their relationship deepened, she came to know his wife. Jiang Sui has learned a great deal from that individual, and upon achieving a remarkable success, found the relationship with their family significantly strengthened. The little pomegranate was embraced quite often. This pomegranate is not ready to be eaten just yet. Let us wash it at home before indulging, Jiang Sui remarked, grasping the little one's hand and placing strawberries into the basket. Come, let us return home. Upon bringing the esteemed guests back, Tan Chuan and Jiang Bao were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Bao gazed at the child nestled in Jiang Sui's arms, pondering how the dating show contestants had even brought their children to participate. What else could possibly be surprising? After all, the police had made numerous visits, apprehending one individual after another. This episode had indeed reached legendary status. Some even resolutely engaged in legal battles on site. Tan Chuan's increasingly frantic demeanor drew attention, as he frantically tugged at his hair, visibly overwhelmed by the incessant phone calls. Yuan Qing, basket in hand, curiously surveyed their surroundings. They actually rented out the villa. How much must they have paid? The neighborhood was filled with unfamiliar faces, yet they all seemed to know one another. The property owner had nearly become a defaulter. So it was no surprise they were willing to rent or sell. What? Yuan Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. He recalled that the house's owner was a formidable businessman. How could he be in such financial straits? Investing in the children's economy. Yuan Qing soon grasped the situation. The losses from investments were evidently the cause of this predicament. Jiang Sui's hired assistants alleviated concerns regarding meals, even providing a chef. After Tu Ian released his grip, his skin had improved. Brother, you're welcome to return tomorrow. We plan to explore together. A scapegoat is needed. The guests received a new task on the board, instructing them to spend a day out, yet the budget remained a mere 100 yuan, with no transportation provided. However, if Yuan Qing were to join them, their worries would dissipate. At that moment, Tu Ian engaged Yuan Qing in conversation while Jiang Bao and Meng Han played with the children, determined to retain their financial benefactor and save the program's 100 yuan. Tan Chuan continued his descent into despair, while Jiang Sui remained absorbed in her drama. The scene was one of harmonious chaos. The director, hidden away in the basement, observed the guest states and sent a message to the survival show director. Xiaozhang, I believe this survival segment falls under Jiang Sui's domain. Director Zhang repeated in his mind that this episode was nearing its conclusion. They had only signed for one installment, after which they would part ways and hopefully never cross paths again. Let the survival director bear the brunt of the hardship. He could hardly manage it himself. The following morning, Yuan Qing summoned a driver, awaiting the group's emergence for their leisurely outing. The vehicle could accommodate 10 passengers, and all the guests piled into one. Isn't this a dating show? Has anyone actually formed a relationship? The resounding silence was deafening.
Meng Han klirret her trott.
Feeling the need to leave a favorable impression on their benefactor, hoping to smoothly navigate the remaining days. Yes, some have succeeded. One has even left and obtained a marriage certificate. Yuan Qing gasped in surprise, contemplating that perhaps this dating show had merit and was worthy of investment. Planning to consult his wife later, the male participant was arrested for fraud, while the female, Yu Zhujun, likely finalized her divorce yesterday. Everyone shifted their gaze, engrossed in their own activities. Yuan Qing understood. While some had indeed found success, it was merely an illusion. He had previously heard rumors about this variety show being featured on legal news. He had thought it was a fabrication, but it turned out to be true. Is it just the 6 of you? I recall the variety shows usually have a larger cast. A collective awkward chuckle ensued. Indeed, there were many participants. But this was a streamlined version, retaining only the essence. A group of debtors and a mere worker. There were plenty just detained in the precinct. The guests were hesitant to speak, fearing their benefactor might mistakenly believe they were involved in a pyramid scheme and abandon them. Yuan Qing also felt the awkwardness of the atmosphere, particularly as he observed the haggard appearances of the others, reminiscent of a group of patients hurriedly ushered into a hospital. Dark circles, bloodshot eyes, pallid complexions, and chapped lips were prevalent. The pretentious Jiang Bao couldn't even muster the energy for basic skincare. And everyone's condition mirrored Jiang Sui's initial frenzy. Chapter 138. Sister Sui needs an air conditioner. Quite well, quite well. To avoid losses, they pressed on with filming, much to everyone's chagrin. Although I am not a guest, and not even in the vehicle, sitting in the living room felt inexplicably awkward. This was an episode Director Zhang would prefer to forget. The evening breeze blew, chilling the heart. Jiang Sui, the variety show dynamo, could transform any program into a gossip-laden spectacle. The group arrived at a shopping mall, bustling with activity, even on a Tuesday. This is my family's mall. I've just informed my wife, and she said to mention her name. The others cast envious glances at Yuan Qing, who wouldn't relish such a life. Even Tu Ian seemed willing to embrace the vast expanse of the plaza. Meng Han exclaimed, "Our domineering sister got married too soon. Otherwise, I would have loved this opportunity." Yuan Qing, don't even think about it. She is his wife. Eating soft rice and enjoying it. Understanding, I would feel the same. Jiang Sui affectionately ruffled the little pomegranate's hair, remarking on the delight of having such a lovely child. As they approached the entrance, they discovered a throng of people gathered nearby. The right side of the plaza had been transformed into a large event space, with the sounds of a male and female host resounding professionally. The central area bore large characters proclaiming, "Boys and girls rush. Let me see what this is all about." Jiang Sui approached the display board, which outlined the competition rules and program details. While he didn't read the program introduction, his eyes were drawn to the prizes. There's an air conditioner. With summer approaching, an air conditioner is indeed a necessity. The guests, Yuan Qing. Observing the nonchalant expressions of those around him, Yuan Qing questioned Tu Ian, who stood closest. What is she planning?
Tujian flash tagrin, feignin innocence.
It's written right there. If you make it to the end and ring the gong, you can win an XX brand air conditioner. If you break the record, the boys and girls record is something else. Assuming Yuan Qing was unaware of the rules, Tu Ian pointed to the board and read it aloud for him. Whatever the benefactor wanted him to do, Tu Ian would comply, without hesitation. It's merely a matter of explaining the rules, a small task. If you break the record, you can also win a high-definition large-screen television, the latest model. I believe the record dates back 3 years. However, for Sister Sui, it should pose no challenge. Yuan Qing. First, he can read, and second, why is Jiang Sui interested in this? Can't a female celebrity afford an air conditioner? That seems unlikely. Tu Ian guided Yuan Qing aside to wait for Jiang Sui to compete. Surely she wouldn't attempt to challenge it? The others regarded Yuan Qing as if he were a fool. Jiang Sui's expression couldn't have been clearer. Jiang Sui frequently appeared in various news articles or interviews. Jiang Sui handed over 200 yuan to register. The registration staff informed him that if he failed the challenge, the money would not be refunded. Only a successful attempt would warrant reimbursement. Jiang Sui acknowledged this. Please hold on to this for me. I'll return shortly. The staff, observing the awkwardness of the situation, reiterated the rules to avoid any misunderstandings, to which Jiang Sui nodded in understanding. Typically, those who were so confident often failed at the first hurdle, and then they would come to him complaining. The staff recorded a message, repeating once more, challenge failure, no refunds.
Jiang Sui replied, understood.
I'll store this. I'll come back in a few minutes, just wait for me. The staff thought, well, he has already recorded it. Should the other party dispute it, this recording can be used, and they have clearly stated their prices. After waiting in line for half an hour, Jiang Sui's turn finally arrived. As he stepped onto the stage, the host felt an unmistakable sense of familiarity with this individual. The lady appears somewhat familiar. The female host concurred, stating that those who possess beauty are often recognizable. Please introduce yourself, she suggested. Jiang Sui took the microphone, her breath steady, devoid of excitement or nervousness. I am Jiang Sui, hailing from Jinghai City, and I am 22 years old. The audience gasped, realizing that at such an age, she had likely just graduated from university. If pursuing further studies, she might still be in school. The host inquired about her profession. Jiang Sui confidently replied, I am an unemployed drifter, wandering about. Merely wanting that air conditioner. Can it be delivered across provinces? This question not only elicited laughter from the host, but also amused the surrounding audience. It was indeed the first time someone had appeared with such confidence. The host assured her that delivery would be free, provided she passed the challenge. Observing Jiang Sui's slender arms and legs, it was evident that she was not a regular at the gym, although her agility seemed sufficient. However, it was still early spring. Let us wish you the best in passing, the host remarked. That is a must, Jiang Sui responded, shedding a layer of clothing and tossing it to Meng Han. At this moment, the host began to realize that this group was quite distinct. Wait a moment, this challenger does seem familiar, the host remarked, glancing at the camera capturing the variety show guests. What are you filming? You also seem somewhat recognizable. Oh dear, the challenger is Jiang Sui. I feel confident about this round. It seemed almost mystical. What if she truly faltered? After all, Jiang Sui was a girl. Upon removing her clothing, Jiang Sui appeared muscular. My goodness, those arms, are they serious? It was evident that she had indeed trained. Jiang Sui rolled up her sleeves, ensuring they would not slip during her run. After performing a professional stretch, she prepared to begin. Sister Sui. Sister Sui. The host, observing the excitement around her, finally realized why Jiang Sui seemed so recognizable. Was she not a recently trending star? With professionalism, the host quickly introduced her. This is the Jiang Sui we often see online, and at that moment, she began to believe that Jiang Sui would surely triumph. The female host continued, now let us see if you can break the record and create a new one. Sister Sui, you are the best. Jiang Sui launched herself forward, completing each obstacle in mere seconds. The audience was left in awe, as if witnessing a graceful dragon effortlessly gliding through the air. At that moment, Sister Sui was utilizing her lightness to surpass 2 obstacles with remarkable speed. If this show aired abroad, foreigners would surely know that we are capable of flight.
Woohoo!
She hasn't even finished the introduction, and she's nearly at the finish. The sound of the gong resonated as the host barely managed to say a few words before it was all over. Time froze as everyone gazed at the scoreboard, 43 seconds and 68 milliseconds. Congratulations to Sister Sui for breaking the record. Once Jiang Sui regained her composure, her breath remained steady. Woohoo, my air conditioner and television, here I come. I might be disqualified again, but that doesn't matter. The air conditioner and television are within reach. I understand. If I come once a day, I might feel a bit embarrassed about restocking. The production team exhaled in relief. If she were to come daily, they would be at a loss. Thankfully, this ancestor only required one item. Yuan Qing's mouth hung agape, unable to close. Such audacity. Chapter 139. Your ring. 99 with free shipping. Jiang Sui stood at the center, accepting interviews from both hosts. Sister Sui, how do you feel right now? Had I recognized you earlier, I would have performed a kneeling salute. Jiang Sui quickly interjected, although I am filming a dating show, I would not casually accept anyone's proposal. Laughter erupted from the audience, accompanied by cheers for Jiang Sui. With the new record established, Jiang Sui was solely concerned about when her items would be delivered. Spring has arrived. How far can summer be? Let me fill in an address. Please send it to the Jiang family, and I will transfer it from there. After writing down the address, the host noticed it matched the one exposed online. Truly, Sister Sui was meticulous, such foresight. Sister Sui, you are my idol. It was not surprising to see Jiang Sui in other frames. One might think it was scripted, but she had suddenly come to life. Official voting ensued. Speculating where Jiang Sui might be encountered post-show. The wholesale market. That is my vote. I believe it should be the car battleground. Sister Sui seems to enjoy such things. The fish market. The recent daily wage for part-time work is quite high. Let us elevate that for Sister Sui to see. I accidentally voted for the crematorium. True warriors do not mind the environment. Let us help me upvote that. The crematorium pays 800 a day, 1200 at night. That's a high stake. I'll help you upvote, ha ha ha. Let us see what Sister Sui can accomplish there. Revive, oh corpses. Does Sister Sui have anything to tell them? Perhaps some tips? Jiang Sui took the microphone and said, all technique, no emotion. Just rock the boat and swim more. And you'll understand. Having swum across the ocean, this is nothing. The host beside her nearly lost composure, while such feats would astonish others. Jiang Sui made it seem as if it were a natural expectation. They say Jiang Sui has gone mad, having swum the ocean. How could she not be? No immense strength was required, merely maintaining endurance and balance. Breaking records was as simple as that. The female host cautiously approached, touching Jiang Sui's arm. The transition from carefulness to utter astonishment took mere seconds. This was not merely devoid of technique. Every muscle exuded skill. Having earlier seen Jiang Sui roll up her sleeves, the even muscle definition was now palpably understood. It became clear why Jiang Sui could subdue 2 yen with one hand. The opponent was too formidable to resist. Jiang Sui cast a glance at the female host. Before marriage, scoundrels all indulge their wives. Observe their emotional stability closely. The female host. Jiang Sui clicked her tongue at the two, preparing to exit the stage. Such a pretender, claiming to jest, yet speaking the truth. The female host glanced over. Realizing Jiang Sui's peripheral gaze occasionally fell upon her, tinged with a hint of pity. Stop looking, I am indeed talking about you, you dimwit. While still unengaged. That ring is 99 with free shipping. The female host glanced at the ring on her middle finger, instinctively squeezing it, feeling it did not resemble a counterfeit. Jiang Sui's gaze withdrew as she departed the stage. The female host thought she misheard. Surely, the fatigue from recent days had begun to blur her perception. The number behind the ring should be her name +1, but it seems printed rather than hand-engraved. Mass-produced, tens of thousands a day is not an issue. Upon hearing this, the female host descended the stage, promptly inspecting her ring. Indeed, it resembled what Jiang Sui described, like a product of machine mass production. Could Jiang Sui's words hold truth? The male host approached, noticing the female host's distraction and her poor state. Are you thinking of your fiancé? Why not give him a call? The female host tossed the ring to the male host, saying, check this out, is it real or not? The male host examined it, comparing it to his own ring. On the surface, there appeared to be no distinction, yet upon closer inspection, it felt peculiar, especially in tactile sensation. Is yours a fake? It seems remarkably authentic. The female host reclaimed the ring, her breath heavy, her expression darkening. She contemplated throwing the ring away, but felt frustrated, clenching it in silence. Even wishing to strike someone with it, the male host, ever considerate, inquired, "Do you need a bodyguard? I can bring my wife along." The female host, "If you wish to spectate, just say so. It's not as if you aren't invited." The male host absent-mindedly touched his nose, pondering whether he should secure a prime spot for his wife to enjoy the gossip. With a cheerful disposition, Jiang Sui led everyone to a serene corner of the mall for a meal. "Sister Sui, are you a celestial being?" inquired little Pomegranate, seated beside her. Jiang Sui nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am a celestial being, bestowing joy and happiness upon little Pomegranate every day. If I don't perish, I might truly become a celestial being." The group collectively marveled. It was their first encounter with someone so intent on courting death, a truly absurd spectacle. After their meal, they meandered about for a while. Just as Jiang Sui had remarked, the unsuspecting fools had come right to them, and they could not let such an opportunity slip away. Like bandits invading a village, they seized Yuan Qing and began to extort him. Surprisingly, Yuan Qing was not only unfazed but generously distributed gold to everyone. Wow, Mr. Yuan is indeed a magnanimous person. He gives away gold so freely. They've already begun to refer to him as Mr. Yuan. Meng Han flashed a sweet smile. The noble lady was truly exquisite, undeniably captivating. Yuan Qing beamed, nearly overwhelmed by the flattery that surrounded him, leaving him in a daze. There was hardly a trace of performance in him. If someone were to gift me gold, I would call him father. I could even bring my father along to shout for gold. My goodness. What is the difference between this and receiving a house? One wondered how to befriend such an esteemed lady. She was simply too delightful to resist upon first glance. This notion had even reached our Iceland, so everyone should be mindful of their integrity. Integrity? After years of toil, it had long since vanished, returning with their spoils. The 5 debtors and 1 overworked individual waved goodbye to Yuan Qing, their smiles nearly splitting their faces. Being a kept man isn't so bad. When might I have an elder sister to dote on me like that? Meng Han leaned on the table, counting the gold pieces nestled in her arms, one by one. Yet, as soon as the topic arose, Yuan Qing would immediately purchase, without a hint of hesitation, prioritizing joy above all. Jiang Sui savored her ice cream and remarked, "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Yuan Qing graduated from the country's top university and was even sent abroad for further studies. Though he is indeed not suited for the business world. Having studied traditional Chinese literature, he was once a professor, the youngest in the school at the time." Everyone's mouths fell agape, realizing why Yuan Qing possessed such a distinctive aura. He later developed a fondness for pastoral life and returned home. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. They're all as restless as ants on a hot stove, only to realize that they are better suited to play NPCs. Chapter 140. The Dog Licks the Pompadour. It was assumed that Jiang Sui's vast knowledge, accumulated over their time together, was undoubtedly accurate, though they could not fathom how she knew all this. Perhaps she had once infiltrated the domestic intelligence agency. They had no desire to delve deeper. The priority was to endure this variety show. The director suffered, the guests suffered, yet the viewers reveled in delight. Is it coming to an end? How regrettable. Could Sister Sui perform a backflip for us? Perhaps the director might, but Sister Sui certainly will not. How could it be impossible? School is about to commence. If I could learn Sister Sui's skills, I would simply backflip my way back to school. The train station is too crowded. I'll just sit back to school. How mundane. Fortunately, Ultraman will come to fetch me. Our relationship is quite established. Have your brother Ultraman come to collect me. I've toppled into a ditch while riding my tricycle. As the variety show drew to a close, Ming-He was still tapping away at his computer, his eyes glued to the data on the screen. Meng Han clung to Jiang Sui, unwilling to let go, for she could not attend the 3rd episode of the survival variety show. Sister Sui, I will miss you. Can you come to see me? Jiang Sui pushed Meng Han away. You know, I am poorer than you. Going to the crew would only mean freeloading. I'd be hitting rock bottom. Meng Han pouted, fighting back tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. She was gathering her emotions. Wiping her tears, Meng Han shouted, Sister Sui. Jiang Sui, the lamentations have even reached the main character. It's quite absurd. Ultimately, Jiang Sui patted Meng Han's head. Fine, if you're empty-handed, you can join your crew as an extra. Is that acceptable? Meng Han hastily wiped her tears, her nose sniffling, her face beaming with joy. She grasped Jiang Sui's hand, wishing never to part. Jiang Sui, with a stoic expression, allowed herself to be held. Sister Sui. Jiang Sui raised her hand.
Blocking to Jian from approaching.
One crying is insufficient. Now there are two. How ridiculous.
À de terte, tu y en preston, si suis.
Who knows when we will meet again? Do you wish to act? I can invest in you. After all, he had ample funds to use as he pleased. Jiang Sui replied nonchalantly, not interested. Go away. I refuse to dangle under pressure or be unexpectedly crushed by something. A grim demise is not appealing. I decline such a fate. Tui and halted, his outstretched arms dropping. All right then, if you ever need money, just give me a call. I will gladly serve you, Sister Sui. As she departed, Jiang Sui cast a glance at Tan Chuan. This matter would likely keep him occupied for years. Yet it bore no relevance to Jiang Sui. Though her life was resilient, she too could meet her end. Another glance at Jiang Bao followed before Jiang Sui dragged her luggage and bid farewell to everyone. Strangely, Jiang Bao seemed off. Having uttered that, they all took their leave, while Jiang Sui's remark about Jiang Bao's oddity was met with indifference. They were not in the mood to inquire further. Director Zhang finally dispatched this troublesome crew, burying his face in his hands, hoping never to encounter them again. This troupe of reality show misfits had turned a perfectly good dating show into utter chaos. If this continued, his reputation would surely be tarnished. Jiang Sui needed to return to the Jiang residence first to retrieve her air conditioner and television. Upon exiting the airport, one familiar figure was insufficient. Two more appeared. Jiang Sui widened her eyes, dragging her suitcase and contemplating returning to purchase another ticket, ready to fly anywhere. If unable to secure a ticket, she would sleep on the couch for a night, begging if necessary. Goodness, is this not a flight risk? Upon hearing the commotion, the two individuals zeroed in on Jiang Sui, persistently donning hats as they squeezed through the crowd. They exchanged glances and began to pull her towards them.
Jiang Sui. Sui.
Both of Jiang Sui's shoulders were seized, rendering her immobile. The two behind her, clad in suits of varying hues, one wearing glasses, the other in sunglasses, were quite the spectacle. How ostentatious. Wearing suits at the airport, others might mistake them for salespeople. Sorry, I'm not purchasing anything. Fu Sheng hasn't yet discarded these sunglasses. Jiang Qi's slick back hair. How much wax has he used? That pompadour in romance novels and dramas. It's an explosive presence. Jiang Sui's barbs hit the mark, prompting Fu Sheng to remove his glasses, while Jiang Qi awkwardly ruffled his hair.
Jiang Sui.
My mother mentioned she misses you, and sent me to fetch you. Jiang Qi stepped forward, shielding Jiang Sui behind him. Some people are just odd. What does our mother have to do with us? Sister is returning home with her brother. She saw the air conditioner and television you sent, and father is quite delighted. They have already been installed. Jiang Sui's face darkened ominously, tugging at Jiang Qi's tie. What did you just say? What am I television? What am I air conditioner? What is Jiang Hai doing? Those are my lifelines.
Jiang Qi.
What does Jiang Sui mean? Wasn't he at Jiang Sui's request to send them home? He thought they were simply celebrating the completion of renovations. Is that not the case? Observing Jiang Sui's furious expression, Jiang Qi realized he must have inadvertently used Jiang Sui's beloved items. Fu Sheng shoved Jiang Qi aside and, in high spirits,
adjusted his tie.
I've already arranged for the movers. Your belongings can be relocated at any time. A true warrior never engages in unprepared battles. Fu Sheng cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Qi, a faint smile gracing his lips, his brows exuding an air of invincible arrogance. You should watch more live broadcasts and refrain from engaging in such trivial matters. Fu Sheng had indeed witnessed the live streams. Understanding that Jiang Sui had earned her victories herself, prompting him to arrange a moving company well in advance. Jiang Sui shot a glare at Jiang Qi before dragging Fu Sheng away. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Please don't come again. I fear that if you suddenly shout welcome home, miss, I might just suffer social embarrassment at the airport. Fu Sheng glanced at his bespoke suit, a new release from a prestigious brand that he had donned before its official launch. A garment worth millions, yet in Jiang Sui's company, it felt akin to wearing insurance salesman attire. Fortunately, he had rushed out that morning without styling his hair. Otherwise, he would have faced the same ridicule as Jiang Qi, being told his hair resembled that which had been licked by a dog. A face licked by a dog is hardly suitable for picking me up. If I dressed more fashionably, others might think I'm keeping you.
Fu Sheng, understood.
It is evidently inappropriate for me to pick up Jiang Sui. I shall discreetly follow her next time, only to find myself apprehended by the police after she reports me. He was well acquainted with Jiang Sui's usual tactics. Knowing she was participating in a dating show, Fu Sheng felt no trepidation. What a dating show! It's more akin to a legal observance. As he had anticipated, those who could enter did so, while those who could not were likely stripped of their dignity. My mother truly misses you. She is waiting for you at home. Jiang Sui responded with an "Oh, then I'll go greet Auntie." It would be best if you stayed for a few days, Fu Sheng added. My chicken is still at the neighbor's house. Please don't consume it. Fu Sheng, the princess from Gaoling village? He had presumed Jiang Sui had consumed it already, only to discover she was still keeping it. Not only was Jiang Sui nurturing it, but she also frequently caressed the hen's rear, eagerly anticipating her daily nutrition in the form of eggs. Chapter 141. A minor shock for the great villain. Jiang Mo awaited the return of individuals at home when, to his astonishment, he witnessed a group entering his residence and removing the air conditioning unit and television. What are you doing? Trespassing is illegal. Jiang Sui entered, directing the movers. Over here, be careful, my precious treasures. Oh dear, my little heart, I can only imagine how much you've suffered.
Jiang Montak?
After feeling the pristine new appliances, which bore only installation marks, he allowed the workers to carefully carry them away, transitioning from initial resistance to bewilderment.
Jiang Sui?
What on earth are you doing? Didn't you return these? It seemed they were indeed returned by Jiang Sui, perhaps. On that day, someone had delivered them, claiming they belonged to Jiang Sui and were being stored here. With the appliances now delivered and appearing rather economical, it was understandable that Jiang Sui, lacking funds, would acquire such household items. Thus, in deference to Jiang Sui's reputation, they installed the new appliances. After the move, Jiang Sui stood at the entrance. Who authorized you to take them? Those are my private possessions. Hard-earned victories. You've taken too much. You've seized everything. Although Ms. Liu transferred this property to my name, it's rather distasteful to see you living here. Jiang Sui glanced at the balcony, shivering slightly. Never mind. Never mind. After all, this is the only residence those crazed fans are aware of. Living here makes it easy to be targeted. After all, it's not me who would be harmed. With this thought in mind, Jiang Sui chose not to intervene. Hey, Jiang Sui, aren't you coming back? Jiang Mo attempted to tug at Jiang Sui's sleeve, only for her to swiftly evade him. Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. Jiang Mo examined his hand, wondering if it had grown thorns. Why did Jiang Sui react as if she were startled? Previously, she hadn't displayed such a demeanor towards Jiang Qi. Although she was not fond of Jiang Qi, she would at least converse with him amicably and wouldn't resist being pulled along. Why did he feel like a cactus in her presence, as if he had pricked her or given off electric shocks? Jiang Sui retreated slightly, with their mother absent. There was no need for pretense. Oh, and Jiang Bao is behind, having accrued quite a bit of debt. How pitiful. That clingy dog has been rather ineffective lately. Jiang Bao's penalty fees are piling up. Jiang Mo's expression shifted to one of clear concern. He initially intended to inquire further, but swallowed his words upon seeing Jiang Sui's face. He silently chanted to himself, "He has a sister. He has a sister." Jiang Sui glanced at Jiang Mo, perplexed. He seems slightly more normal now. We should leave quickly. Without sparing a glance at Jiang Mo, Jiang Sui followed the workers out.
Jiang Sui.
Jiang, wait, I didn't mean anything. I'm just trying to help. Jiang Mo awkwardly chased after her, only to discover that once outside, Jiang Sui had entered Fu Sheng's car. The door slammed shut, causing him to flinch. He pondered when Jiang Sui had transformed into this version of herself. He remembered when she used to fiercely compete with Jiang Bao, claiming he was her brother. In the past, she would throw tantrums and break things. Why had everything changed? Not only had she ceased her rivalry, but she also accepted that he doted on Jiang Bao as if it were entirely normal. If he didn't dote on her, Jiang Sui would cast him strange looks, seemingly relieved only after he had shown affection. What on earth was happening? After Jiang Sui entered the car, Fu Sheng noticed Jiang Mo chasing after her and calling her name. Are you alright?
Jiang Sui.
Are you alright? Have I done something to offend you? Drive, Fu driver. What do you mean, are you alright? I was initially upset because I ran into Jiang Mo. Fu Sheng. His tone had been amiable, yet the words seemed to carry a different flavor. Indeed, spending too much time with Jiang Sui had altered his normal speech to a tone laden with sarcasm. However, Fu Sheng found it strange. In his recollections, Jiang Sui had always sought affection, often clashing with Jiang Bao over it. I merely wished to inquire. Didn't you long for their concern? I recall an occasion at a banquet when Jiang Mo gifted Jiang Bao a beautiful dress, but did not buy you one. And you splashed red wine on Jiang Bao and slapped her. Jiang Sui struggled to recall, as it felt like a lifetime ago.
Did I? Ah.
I used to be quite the spirited little sister. Just a villainous boohoo. When will this charade of group adoration end? I've had enough. Fu Sheng refrained from probing further. He was the great villain, and Jiang Sui was the wicked supporting character. In essence, neither was particularly virtuous. After escorting her home, Fu Sheng was detained outside to fill out a registration form. The management was indeed strict here. Once the items were moved in, they began installation. The environment, due to being an older neighborhood, left much to be desired. May I enter? Jiang Sui nodded, heading next door to check on the princess. Leave me a few eggs. Jiang Sui chattered about the eggs as she knocked on the neighbor's door. Upon entering, Fu Sheng found the apartment so sparse it lacked even a table. The robotic vacuum could navigate without obstacles. One room was filled with either dumbbells or barbells. That small space housed an overwhelming amount. It was more equipped than his own gym. What are you looking at? Fu Sheng pointed at the equipment inside. Do you work out every day? Are you insane? Jiang Sui glanced around, counting her equipment, leaving marks on her hands. A minor shock for the great villain. Fu Sheng was not merely shocked. It was no wonder Jiang Sui possessed such strength and even engaged in winter swimming in the river. Have you lost your mind? Why not swim in the sea? Jiang Sui replied, to strengthen my body. I cannot be a burden. Fu Sheng was astonished, his mind buzzing. What else had Jiang Sui not attempted? After placing her suitcase back in her room, she declared, didn't Auntie miss me? Let us go, let us go. While driving back to the Fu residence, Jiang Sui hummed a tune, appearing in quite good spirits. Upon parking in the garage, the two made their way to the main hall, where Fu Sheng's mother approached Jiang Sui with a warm smile illuminating her curved eyes. Oh, you've finally arrived. Come here, come here. It's been so long since I've seen you, Sui Zai. You've grown even more beautiful. Fu Sheng's mother, Lu Wan, shared a close bond with Lu Ran, having been schoolmates and friends since childhood. Hello, Auntie. Jiang Sui called out sweetly, so charmingly that Fu Sheng could scarcely believe it. Auntie is still as sunny, cheerful, beautiful, and gracious as ever, which is why she can play with my mother. Look, even Ms. Lu is now dating a younger boyfriend. Lu Wan paused, as if she had heard something, and turned to glance at her son. Fu Sheng pursed his lips and lowered his head, indicating that he was unaware. Lu Wan exclaimed softly and led Jiang Sui into the inner hall.
Sweet.
Tomorrow is Sheng Sheng's sister's birthday, and there will be a birthday banquet. You should accompany Auntie. Auntie, I advise you to think it over. My presence might not add to the occasion and could even cause a scene. Jiang Sui smiled, but remained silent. Lu Wan looked back at Fu Sheng, wishing she could somehow possess his body to speak with Jiang Sui. It's just for some fun. You used to join in when you were little, remember? Jiang Sui quickly replied, I remember. I even stepped on the skirt of the little princess from the Fu family. What a ridiculous thing. I turned around and stepped right on it. I truly embodied the role of the wicked female supporting character. In chapter 142, the wicked female supporting character was always bullying others. The Fu family had many boys and few girls. At that time, she was the first girl born into the Fu family, pampered and adored. During the birthday banquet, Jiang Sui inadvertently ruined her skirt. The absurdity lay in the fact that a single step caused that exquisite dress to tear. Jiang Sui, along with the dress, seemed to have suffered no consequences. Yet she had ruined a gown worth hundreds of thousands. Lu Wan recalled that incident, and the two children had quarreled fiercely. It gave her a headache. Those events were from their childhood. They had all grown up and would naturally not behave as they did when they were young. Jiang Sui chuckled awkwardly, but offered no response. Perhaps their squabbles would be even more intense now. How is it that the Fu family remains so tranquil? It seems Fu Sheng's assistant has changed. When they moved recently, a new person had directed the process. Jiang Sui found him somewhat familiar. But he was certainly not the previous assistant. It was peculiar, yet every rebirth brought subtle differences, which was quite normal. Besides, why should she concern herself with Fu Sheng's affairs? Fu Sheng interjected. Indeed, we were quite young back then and Luo was quite mischievous. But she has matured significantly now. Not only has the assistant changed, but both my second and third uncles have gone to Africa to mine coal. Although my aunt remains in Haishur, her shares in the group have been pried away by me, and she has become considerably more restrained lately. That was largely thanks to Jiang Sui. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer to deal with that group of cockroaches. During the school bullying incident, she was indeed quite composed, Only when someone died did they realize she was just a child who didn't he understand. Both Fu Sheng and Luan were taken aback. How could Fu Luo possibly be involved in school bullying? She was such a well-behaved child. The victims of the bullying would probably attend the banquet too. However, aside from Fu Luo, there were others. They were merely a group of adolescents. Tisk tisk. Fu Luo was 2 years younger than Jiang Sui. Yet she was already an adult. How could she engage in such behavior? Both were somewhat incredulous, but Fu Sheng nodded at Luan in agreement. What Jiang Sui said must be true. Fu Luo was Fu Sheng's cousin, and being the first girl, she was naturally indulged. It seemed she had indeed been spoiled to the point of misbehavior. Honestly, what a cliché story. After a moment of exasperation, Jiang Sui sighed. Auntie, I have nothing else to do, so I might as well go along. It's been years since I attended a Fu family banquet. I'm worried I might get lost and crash into your 18-tier cake. I'm just a bit accident-prone.
Fu Sheng.
Luan. Fu Sheng messaged his assistant, instructing them to prepare half a cake. If it toppled, it would indeed spell disaster. Given Jiang Sui's propensity for mishaps, it was entirely plausible. He also decided to check the surrounding facilities to ensure nothing would fall and injure Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui had settled in at Fu Sheng's home, where her daily routine revolved around fishing. There was a pond nearby, filled with exquisite fish, usually kept as pets. Young master, that Miss Jiang catches the fish only to release them. I wonder what her purpose is. In everyone's eyes, they thought Jiang Sui was rather odd. Let her be. It's just a way to pass the time. The butler found it strange. He remembered that this young lady had not been like this before. Being from a prominent family in Haishur, how could she be so bored as to fish for nothing? Other boys and girls preferred to socialize at clubs or attend various banquets. Yet she, instead of joining them, was either fishing or listening to songs. To the uninformed, one might think the elderly patriarch of the Fu family had returned to enjoy his retirement. Jiang Sui, wearing slippers and a cotton pajama set, sat by the water, munching on an apple, casting her line, and waiting patiently. Jiang Sui, would you like to try on a gown? Jiang Sui looked up to see Fu Sheng, yawning as she quickly finished her apple. Oh no. Please don't tell me I have to accompany you. You know, I owe a lot of money out there. Though adding another debt wouldn't be a problem, I fear for my life if it's to your Fu family. Jiang Sui often referred to the Fu family as a den of vipers. Everyone there harbored malice, with the most venomous being him, the grand antagonist. No need to compensate. This gown was designed by your Lu family's designer. Lu family? Jiang Sui paused, looking up at Fu Sheng. Could it be that Jiang Mo has paid a visit? Or perhaps my mother has returned. But that can't be. Ms. Lu texted me just a few days ago, saying she was on her honeymoon in another province. Could it be Jiang Mo?
Jiang Montag?
What does that mean? Is it impossible for Jiang Mo to come? It was designed by the Lu family designer I sought out. They know your measurements. Jiang Sui looked down at her figure, realization dawning upon her. Most of her clothes came from the Lu Ran company's designer, and the children at home all had their measurements, with adjustments made based on videos and photos. Having just returned from a live broadcast, the Lu family designer would surely be aware. Alright then, just leave it there. Aren't you going to try it on? Fu Sheng merely thought that girls generally paid attention to their appearance, and since Jiang Sui hadn't attended a Fu family banquet in a long time, it would be wise to leave a good impression after a few years. Of course, he had also underestimated the changes in Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui shook her head, declining. If it's chosen by the Lu family, it must be the finest. Besides, it wouldn't matter if I went in pajamas. I'm just going to show off. Commercial flattery is essentially just boasting. At the banquet, many would certainly approach Jiang Sui, and she had resolved to ensure they wouldn't dare come near. My sister is a major internet celebrity. With her fame, there will surely be a crowd around me seeking autographs. That's how it is when someone gains notoriety, Sai. In reality, most would likely come to mock Jiang Sui. The upper-class circle looked down upon celebrities, viewing them as mere entertainers selling smiles both online and offline. Jiang Sui was well aware of this, and had no intention of being polite. After all, I'm riding on Fu Sheng's coattails, so don't blame me.
Fu Sheng.
He knew Jiang Sui would handle herself, but he was uncertain how significant the event would be. He was also quite interested in witnessing the unfolding drama. Luo has calmed down considerably in recent years. She won't disturb you. She has also brought friends along, likely to be preoccupied with them. Fu Sheng leaned in slightly closer to Jiang Sui, his ears perked. Jiang Sui's fishing rod began to tremble. She focused intently on the rippling surface of the pond. Is that so? That's good. Fu Luo's nature is indeed not bad, but I'm unsure about that sycophant Yi Yanqing. They're all a bunch of fair-weather friends. It seems they've caught something quite plump. Jiang Sui tugged at her fishing line, slowly reeling it in, and a hint of red appeared in the water. As she pulled it up, she could see clearly. Half a red fish. Looks like I'm about to strike it rich. Jiang Sui cradled the fish, gently patting its head before releasing it back into the water. Fu Sheng handed her a towel, and she naturally wiped her face with it before tossing it back to him.
Ye Yanjing?
Is he the illegitimate son of the Yi family? How could he have ingratiated himself with Fu Luo? They were all around 20, still in their school years. Fu Sheng intended to resolve this matter before sending Fu Luo abroad, casually provoking bullying. He clearly wasn't employing sound judgment. Let her endure some hardship overseas, and she could return whenever she had amended her ways. Ah, my lottery ticket. How could I forget? It contains 1,000,000. Fu Xing. Chapter 143. Wherever there is conflict, there is Jiang Sui. I have matters to attend to, so I'll borrow your family's driver. No wonder I caught half a red fish. Wealth must be forthcoming. In truth, the fish pond was teeming with carp, alongside some miscellaneous fish. Fu Sheng was astonished that after all this time, Jiang Sui had only managed to catch a single half-red fish, out of an 80 probability. She had landed something from the 20 chance. It was hard to ascertain whether this was remarkable luck or tragically poor fortune. Jiang Sui reeled in her line, coiling it neatly and stowing it in her pocket before rising. Fu Sheng followed suit, offering, I'll drive. Wherever you go, I'll take you. It seems bankruptcy is imminent. Even the boss has nothing to do. Jiang Sui rummaged through her bag and finally retrieved the neglected lottery ticket, confirming on her phone that this particular draw was indeed a winner. She had memorized the numbers over the years, though recalling which draw could be a bit muddled.
Fortunately,
that draw was the one she remembered most vividly. Fu Xing couldn't fathom Jiang Sui's actions. Not long ago, rumor circulated in their circle about Jiang Qi from the Jiang family winning several million from a lottery ticket. The fact that Jiang Qi had even bought a lottery ticket was shocking enough, but to win millions was astonishing. It seemed likely that she had purchased it alongside Jiang Qi when he brought her home that day. Such extravagant fortune, yet it didn't include him. Jiang Sui used to frequently visit the Fu residence before university, but her relationship with Fu Sheng was rather indifferent. They merely exchanged pleasantries. Most of her time was spent with Luan. Therefore, it was entirely normal to see Jiang Sui at gatherings hosted by the Fu family, as Luan treated her like a daughter. However, after majoring in acting, Jiang Sui had limited her interactions with the Fu family. Each day, she found herself embroiled in trivial disputes with Jiang Bao, creating chaos in the Jiang household. Jiang Sui believed she was quite normal before university, but afterward, she seemed to have taken on the role of a vicious supporting character. Wherever there is conflict, there is Jiang Sui. Are you ready, Sui? I must leave now. You should accompany Sheng Sheng. Auntie, your matchmaking is too obvious. Luan stood at the door, pretending not to hear, glancing at her watch and deciding to leave promptly. Initially, Luan had no intentions of playing matchmaker. Jiang Sui was well behaved as a child, though she couldn't fathom why she had turned out so peculiar as she grew up. Fu Sheng's demeanor was too cold, which deterred Luan from pursuing any matchmaking efforts. She had previously introduced Fu Sheng to a potential partner, Xia Ziyuan, a recent graduate from the Xia family. However, after just a few days, she learned that Fu Sheng and Jiang Sui seemed quite compatible. Xia Ziyuan's exact words were, Aunt Lu, it seems Fu Sheng has a romantic interest. I heard it's a star named Jiang. Luan blurted out, Jiang Sui? That's impossible. Did you miss C? They grew up together and have never shown interest in each other. Xia Ziyuan insisted, I absolutely did not miss C. I even witnessed it up close. Though she was likely exaggerating, Xia Ziyuan merely aimed to expedite Fu Sheng's matchmaking. Given Jiang Sui's disdainful expression, Luan mused that Fu Sheng could certainly do better than Jiang Sui. While she had a penchant for handsome men, Fu Sheng was not among them. She feared for her life. It was best left to Jiang Sui. Luan pondered for half the night, baffled by the thought that Fu Sheng could harbor feelings for anyone.
Stolakish.
It sounded utterly improbable for Fu Sheng. It was only later, upon viewing Jiang Sui's live stream where she spotted Fu Sheng, that Luan began to find the situation credible. Jiang Sui changed her clothes, unusually taking the time to apply some makeup. Aren't you going to put on makeup?
Fu Sheng inquired. Jiang Sui paused momentarily,
then dashed upstairs to swipe on some lipstick, tucking the tube into her bag. Fu Sheng, yes, man, yet he's not blind. Jiang Sui merely applied lipstick, her face cleaner than her purse. This is truly vexing. I'm the one indulging you, yet you want to even put on some lipstick. Looking as though you've been tortured by your family. Fu Sheng last felt speechless during a similar incident. He had assumed that guests would typically wear makeup to such gatherings, appearing beautiful and well-presented. Clearly, he had underestimated Jiang Sui's casual nature. The garments sent by the Liu family fit her perfectly and aligned beautifully with Jiang Sui's taste, including a coat, as they feared their young lady would catch a chill. Once they exited the car, they were immediately surrounded. Is Fu Sheng a monkey? Why are they throwing bananas at him? Oh no, a camera is in my face. Fortunately, I'm wearing flat shoes today. Fu Sheng glanced down, wondering what she meant by flat shoes. High fashion paired with sneakers was something Jiang Sui had evidently conceived. He had expected her to wear either a pair of small leather shoes or white flats, which would have been striking enough.
Now,
It appeared that Jiang Sui was distinctly wearing a pair of sneakers. Thankfully, her dress was long enough to conceal half of them. Surely, no one would pay attention to Jiang Sui's footwear. They walked to the banquet hall, and upon seeing the bustling crowd, Fu Luo immediately recognized that Fu Sheng had arrived.
cousin,
You're here. Why are you a bit late today? Where's my gift? Fu Luo darted over, followed closely by others eager to witness this paragon of the Fu family. The assistant presented the gift box, which Fu Sheng handed to Fu Luo. It was the blue diamond queen he had acquired during his recent trip abroad. Upon opening it, Fu Luo gasped in awe, and the surrounding crowd expressed their envy, wishing they had such a brother. Jiang Sui cast a glance at the necklace. What a grand gesture. If it were mine, I'd sell it in no time. Jiang Sui also brought a gift, albeit the wrapping was somewhat tattered. Nonetheless, it was presentable once unwrapped. Happy birthday. Here's your gift.
Fu Luo paused.
Staring at Jiang Sui in disbelief. You are the little supporting character who ruined your dress as a child? Surely you recognize me. The one who yanked your hair with such ferocity. At the mention of the dress, Fu Luo immediately recalled the most unfortunate and embarrassing birthday party of her life, which had been marred by the presence of Jiang Sui. You are Jiang Sui? Why are you here at the Fu residence instead of selling smiles in the entertainment industry? I've heard you've recently gained popularity due to some variety show. Reduced to participating in variety shows, her status must not be very high. How dare she come here to cause trouble? Upon casting another glance at the tattered gift wrapping, she thought it audacious of Jiang Sui to present it, as if the Fu family would accept such shabby offerings. What a pathetic gift. I don't want it, she declared, turning to Fu Sheng and pouting. Cousin, how could you bring her here? This kind of celebrity likely just wants to ride on our coattails.
Fu Luo.
Fu Sheng exclaimed, guests are to be treated with respect. Cease this behavior. Inside the box was a signed card from Yan Chu, along with a kiss. Fu Luo's expression froze as she looked from Jiang Sui to the shabby gift box. How disgusting. He insists on kissing. Surely fans would love that. What a fool Yan Chu is. Observing Jiang Sui's calm demeanor and glancing at the worn box, Fu Luo asked, what did you say? This is Yan Chu's signature, our beloved idol Yan Chu, a master of various instruments and a multiple gold medalist? Fu Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Yan Chu doesn't he give out signatures? How could he sign for Jiang Sui and include a kiss? Chapter 144. I failed to comprehend why he insists on learning excavation techniques. Jiang Sui nodded. It's his. There's also a little card inside. If you don't want it, I'll burn it. Burn it? And why the little card? Ridiculous. Fu Luo's face lit up with delight. She no longer cared about grievances and started to develop a fondness for Jiang Sui. She reached out to snatch the box from Jiang Sui's hands. I want it. I want it. Upon opening it, there indeed was a small card, the handwriting unmistakably belonging to Yan Chu, without a doubt. Happy 20th birthday to Princess Fu Luo. Not only was there a signature, but also a luxurious VIP seating arrangement for friends and family at the concert, and a delicate kiss printed on the back of the signed card. Fu Luo, clutching the box, felt as though she might burst into flames with excitement. The joy of successfully pursuing a star was truly unparalleled, and from this moment forward, Jiang Sui would be her esteemed guest. Judging by the tone just now, it seemed that she shared a close bond with Yan Chu. Fu Sheng informed Jiang Sui that he had to attend to some social obligations. Observing Fu Luo's infatuated demeanor, it was unlikely she would pose any threat to Jiang Sui. Reflecting on Jiang Sui's performance on the variety show, it was clear she would never be bullied by others. Fu Xing realized he had been overly concerned. He recalled a comment from an online user. Sister Sui is merely a title, unrelated to age. Suddenly, he grasped the meaning behind those words. Fu Luo reveled in her excitement for a moment before hastily organizing her treasures, cradling them close to her chest and instructing the butler to lock them away in her safe. How did you manage to get this? I recall, Yan Shu hasn't signed anything in ages, and the friends and family group had only 1 or 2 attendees, she mused. To her astonishment, Jiang Sui had also secured a ticket for the friends and family section. How impressive. Feeling parched, Jiang Sui requested some water, and Fu Luo immediately handed her a glass. Is there anything else you wish to eat? I can have them prepare something. Stretching lazily, Jiang Sui expressed a craving for pizza.
Fu Luo,
Puzzled by the choice of a filling dish like pizza at a banquet, nevertheless respected her preference and promptly arranged for its preparation. Jiang Sui's mood brightened as she settled on the sofa, sipping her juice. You know, now that I'm famous, I encounter many big-name stars. And I managed to get one of them to sign an autograph instantly. Yan Shu is quite amiable, as you know. Fu Luo suspected that the reality was not as straightforward, for otherwise, Jiang Sui would not have labeled Yan Shu a big fool. She yearned for some gossip, perhaps uncovering Yan Shu's little quirks in the process. What's all this fuss about? Fu Luo questioned, bemused by Jiang Sui's comments. I don't understand why he insists on learning excavator operation. Does Yan Shu intend to drive one to the construction site?
Huh.
Fu Luo was taken aback by the peculiarities of contemporary hobbies. How did Jiang Sui come to know about such things? Did no one else find it odd? Turning to her friend Yi Yanqing, who shrugged in disdain, Fu Luo realized the situation at hand. So that's how it is. My Yan Shu is genuinely a good person with a wonderful character, and his professional skills are commendable. He greets everyone with a smile. During his manic phase, his manager even berated him as being insane. Fu Luo responded, isn't it a bit excessive to swallow cacti, regardless of the pressure? Even I would call him insane. By the way, this is my friend and classmate, here to celebrate my birthday. Fu Luo meticulously introduced her, mentioning that the incident with the dress had long been resolved. They were now prepared to coexist peacefully. Jiang Sui appeared to have a good relationship with Yan Shu, and Fu Luo aimed to cultivate a bond with her. Hearing about a variety show she had participated in, Fu Luo considered visiting to learn more about Jiang Sui's interests, hoping to win her heart and perhaps catch a glimpse of Yan Shu in the process. Jiang Sui briefly scanned the group and greeted them. Hello, I am Jiang Sui. The others, appearing relatively youthful, returned her greeting. Sister Sui, I know you. I also watch variety shows. Jiang Sui noticed that the speaker was Yi Yanqing, who seemed to be closest to Fu Luo. You know about it? Which show? Is it entertaining? Fu Luo sought to glean insights, realizing it was never too late to learn. Yi Yanqing hesitated, his expression revealing reluctance, as if he found Jiang Sui's show rather lackluster. Well, it's just some comedic show, produced by a small director. There's not much to see. It's best if you avoid it, Luo Luo. Those shows can be quite detrimental, all too formulaic.
hey.
Fu Luo shot a glance at Jiang Sui. What else with the hey? After listening, Jiang Sui's voice faded away. Fu Luo suspected it was merely a verbal filler, especially given Yi Yanqing's remarks. She nudged him, hey, even those shows are a form of entertainment. Yi Yanqing sighed. Variety stars hold little significance in the industry. Luo Luo, you're simply unaware of the depths of the entertainment world. That signed photo of yours.
Hey.
Fu Luo glanced again at Jiang Sui, puzzled about the repeated exclamation. However, once Jiang Sui finished her outburst, silence fell upon her, her eyes fixed on Yi Yanqing with an impassive expression. Yan Shu had published numerous pieces of art on his platform. It was undoubtedly his handwriting, and she had purchased both authentic and fake signatures, able to discern the truth. Furthermore, the friends and family tickets couldn't possibly be counterfeit, could they? Yi Yanqing shook his head, looking at Jiang Sui with disdain. Luo Luo, you're just too naive. But as long as you like it, I'll support you.
Hey.
My pizza has arrived.
Fu Luo interjected. Ye Yanqing remarked.
Is Jiang Sui unwell? Why does she keep saying hey? It sounds rather sarcastic in my ears. Watching Jiang Sui eagerly await her pizza, Fu Luo found it hard to agree with Yi Yanqing. What ulterior motive could Jiang Sui have in trying to please her? After all, she had the backing of both the Jiang and Lu families. Lu Wan also admired Jiang Sui. It was a mystery why her cousin's relationship with Jiang Sui had improved. Clearly, Jiang Sui lacked nothing. The group continued their discussions about various topics, food, drinks, and entertainment. Oblivious to their elite activities, Jiang Sui devoured her pizza. revealing little interest in their lavish lives. Luo Luo, Guing has arrived, brought by Yi Huaizhi. Yi Yanqing pointed toward the entrance, where a man was seen holding a woman's wrist, guiding her in. He treated her with great care, speaking with her for a while before leading her to a corner seat, then leaving shortly after. Fu Luo tightened her grip, her knuckles turning white.
Jiang Sui.
Holding her pizza, glanced from the newcomers to her friends. They're here, my pizza. With an assertive stride, Fu Luo approached the woman, exuding an air of arrogance, as if seeking revenge. Jiang Sui felt a wave of panic. Balancing her pizza, she contemplated following to witness the unfolding drama. My pizza will get cold. I want to see the spectacle. Forget it, I'll hold the plate for now. Enjoying the drama while eating pizza sounds delightful. Thank goodness today as attire is simple. Fu Luo adjusted her dress and moved closer, surrounding Guing with her friends. Why did Huaizhi bring you here? Have you been trying to seduce him again? You scheming witch? You are not welcome at my birthday party. Fu Luo glanced back at Jiang Sui, who stood there, expressionless, as she munched on her pizza. Was Jiang Sui actually laughing? Chapter 145. This world is a vast arena of indulgent literature. Jiang Sui savored her pizza, enjoying every bite, even bringing the plate closer to her friends. Fu Luo shot her a curious glance before turning her fierce gaze back on Guing. At this moment, her greatest adversary was Guing. Guing merely raised her eyelids, an ordinary university student without any notable background, yet she carried herself with striking elegance at the lavish banquet. Yi Huaizhi likes me. Does that need further elaboration? At the Fu family banquet, it's merely a gathering for men as business affairs, and I am attending as his date. Perfectly appropriate. Fu Luo seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Guing, her blood boiling. This world truly resembles an extensive narrative of pampered wives. A business arena for men. Shall we all strive together and engage in some business? Jiang Sui's voice broke through, and everyone turned to her, inexplicably finding a hint of reason in her words. Fu Luo shook her head, refusing to be swayed by Jiang Sui. Her foremost enemy remained Guing. That little vixen. How she managed to win over Yi Huaizhi was beyond comprehension. After all, he had once favored her most. Huaizhi doesn't tea like you. You are the one who seduced him. You harlot. I don't know how you even met him. This is my birthday banquet. And I won tea, let you leave peacefully. Fu Luo raised the glass of red wine, intent on spilling it over Guing. It was her birthday celebration, after all. And she had every right to dictate the proceedings. Anyone she deemed unwelcome would be forcibly removed. Yi Yanqing continued to echo her sentiments, a smirk playing on his lips. Indeed, her brother once harbored affections for Luo Luo. After all, Luo Luo was undeniably beautiful and a child of the Fu family. Who could resist such a lure? She must have employed some trickery. Upon hearing this, Fu Luo's anger surged, and she filled her glass to the brim. Seize her, she commanded. A group of individuals behind her, ignoring Gu Ying's struggles, gripped her arms tightly, preventing her from moving. Fu Luo smiled coldly. She was a scion of the Fu family, and who in Haishur would dare to offend her? Gu Ying was merely a pathetic creature without any backing, daring to compete with her for a man. She would make an example of her, ensuring that she would be humiliated in front of brother Huaizhi. Once brother Huaizhi witnessed this woman's disgraceful demeanor, he would undoubtedly cast her aside. What? Brother? You only call him that when you see him. Yi Huaizhi probably doesn't even know you exist. Unable to penetrate the elite circles, you resort to deceiving children at their tables. You're quite the piece of work. Oh my, this man, he can abandon one. So, he can easily abandon another. It's simply disgraceful. This woman, instead of focusing on her studies in school or earning a living in society, is preoccupied with men. It's truly disgraceful. Fu Luo paused momentarily, the wine glass in her hand faltering. Suddenly, the word struck her as quite rational. If Yi Huaizhi were to abandon her after Gu Ying's humiliation, it would reflect poorly on him as well. What was the purpose of her pouring this wine? To vent her displeasure? It seemed rather pointless. Yi Yanqing, anxious, urged, Luo Luo, why have you stopped? You were so intent on spilling it before. Fu Luo gulped down the red wine in one swift motion, then burped contentedly. Wait, let her go for now. The group released Guing, who immediately attempted to point at Fu Luo and curse her. However, Fu Luo suddenly dashed over to Jiang Sui and seized a slice of pizza. Let me cleanse my palate with some pizza. Having seen Jiang Sui enjoying it, Fu Luo felt a pang of hunger. It was just pizza. Yet Jiang Sui made it seem like a five-star feast. She had to taste it for herself. Upon biting into it, Fu Luo exclaimed, "Ah, delicious."
Ye Yanjing.
Gooing. Wasn't a fight supposed to ensue? Why was she now indulging in pizza? Yi Yanqing felt his scheme had failed, watching Jiang Sui seethe. Why was Jiang Sui here today, and why did Fu Luo suddenly seem to regain her wits, choosing this critical moment to walk away? Gooing. Observing Fu Luo munching on pizza at her own birthday party, felt utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, Fu Luo had been brash and domineering. Now, she appeared oddly harmonious. Luo, aren't you going to continue? Gooing pressed, she is someone Yi Huaiji brought. He hasn't he brought a female companion in years. So, one T resolve this? This is love. Throwing away love is worth it. Gooing pinched her clothing, feeling a chill. If she was throwing away love, then so could she. When a sea king meets the ocean, it's a contest of endurance, and she certainly wouldn't lose. After all, it was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Yet, how did this woman know everything? Was that person Jiang Sui?
Jiang Sui.
Gu Ying's eyes widened. She had heard tales of Jiang Sui being a veritable bombshell on variety shows, always causing chaos wherever she went. Surely this was not a show. It couldn't be that dramatic. Fu Luo took a few more bites of pizza and burped again. My apologies, I was a bit hungry. Now, let us continue. Jiang Sui's pizza looked so delectable that it had made her hungry as well. While it was unusual, she accepted it. Fu Luo stood up. Her greatest adversary was Gooing. As a child of the Fu family, she could not allow a woman without any background to trample over her. That would be an utter disgrace. Yi Yanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had returned to normalcy. Fu Luo stood tall, pointing at Gooing. Don't think that just because you possess a beautiful face, you can act with impunity. This is my birthday banquet, and I can remove anyone I wish. Now, I shall have you thrown out. Being beautiful does indeed afford certain privileges. Otherwise, why would there be so many men and women at cosmetic surgery clinics? Confidence is meant to shine. Fu Luo straightened her posture, for the first time appraising Gooing. Gooing was her classmate, strikingly beautiful with long legs, a slender waist, and fair skin. While many flocked around Fu Luo due to her wealth, countless others surrounded Gooing for her beauty. During every performance, as long as Gooing was present, a crowd would gather. This was precisely why Fu Luo and Gooing had become rivals. No one could overshadow the brilliance of the beloved princess of the Fu family. Gooing touched her face. Sometimes, beauty invites jealousy, especially among women. Jealousy? Who?
Ye Yanjing. Fu Luo exclaimed, taken aback.
Why mention Yi Yanqing? Jiang Sui had brought him up numerous times, and Fu Luo could not help but pay him some attention. Yi Yanqing was part of her circle. He had been fairly supportive and had offered her many strategies. He was one of their own. You little fool. Fu Luo glanced at Jiang Sui once more, pondering who she was calling a fool. It couldn't possibly be her. That seemed unlikely, as she had just treated Jiang Sui kindly. She must be referring to Gooing. Fu Luo took a deep breath. Who is jealous of you? Have some self-respect. Why would I need to feel envy for you?
Who am I?
The princess of the Fu family? Gooing scoffed. You're merely relying on your family. What you truly possess. It's not as if you're not dependent on Fu Sheng to support the entire family. At 20 and you're still struggling with your major. Fu Luo pointed an accusing finger at Gooing, stamping her foot. You're talking nonsense. Even if I don't work, I have money. I can spend freely. Unlike you, who can only search for jobs after graduation. Gooing nonchalantly flicked her hair, calmly pulling out her phone. I'm sorry, what does failing classes mean? I've never experienced that. Throughout my 3 years in college, I've been studying. Did you think I came here today to fish for men? Fu Luo glanced at Gu Ying's phone, noting her remarkable academic record, top of the class with an astonishing GPA. She blinked, softly murmuring, "Isn't that the point?" Coming to an event like this, accompanied by a man, isn't it to snag a wealthy suitor? Gooing pocketed her phone, snorting dismissively, the crimson of her lips curling slightly, finding this naive girl rather amusing. Jiang Sui, taken aback, paused her chewing. This beautiful lady is a bit peculiar. Is this the character setup? Surely it isn't? Isn't Gooing supposed to be the beautiful, resilient flower, eventually entering high society under Yi Huaiji's protection? Thus, the prince and princess, no, the wealthy heir and the Cinderella live happily ever after. Of course, they'll likely have a pair of twins or triplets, with the youngest surely being a girl. Gooing. No need for that. She had no interest in playing along. However, She too found Jiang Sui's demeanor odd. This state of apathy did not seem fitting for the world they inhabited. The more she observed, the more peculiar it appeared. Furthermore, as far as she knew, Jiang Sui was likely Fu Xing's companion, and Fu Xing usually attended banquets primarily for business. Jiang Sui seemed to have come merely to observe, and she was feasting on her own drama. Fu Luo lingered for a moment, then, seeing Gu Ying's haughty demeanor, immediately perked up. Let me tell you, what good are good grades? What good is beauty? You'll still only be crawling at the bottom, and you'll never reach our Fu family status. This is a fact everyone knows. The Fu family is a prominent household in Haisher, especially with several significant deals recently. Who doesn't know that the Fu family has Fu Sheng? Everyone is eager to curry favor. Although the Jiang family is quite prosperous and has recently engaged in several significant projects, it dawned on Fu Luo that she might possess some peculiar flaw. How could she be so well acquainted with the intricacies of the business world? Useful? How could it not be? Please, I beg you. I humbly implore you with utmost sincerity. With such beauty and exceptional grades, with this talent, do I really need to exert myself further? Should I not be on the verge of surpassing the wealthiest? I'm utterly exhausted. Reflecting on the past days is simply tiring. But wait, isn't Guing's performance merely average? Did I miss something? Fu Luo was baffled by Jiang Sui's fervent desire for these accolades. The Jiang family is in no need of wealth. Their children are ambitious. And so are the Liu family's offspring. Particularly since Liu Rand's divorce, his overseas ventures have flourished remarkably, gaining widespread acclaim. Who isn't aware of it? Fu Luo paused, pondering why she had such knowledge. Guing opened her phone once more, feeling slightly embarrassed. What has the little princess accomplished in her studies? Surely, she did not select this major haphazardly? Yet I have already secured offers from the top 10 industries. Fu Luo widened her eyes, glancing up in disbelief. Indeed, it was true. They were merely in their junior year, and Guing had managed to secure such positions while Fu Luo was still contemplating leisure activities before university. How did you obtain that? Guing closed her phone, dismissing it as a mere trifle. Numerous platforms awaited my talents. After saying this, Guing adjusted her attire and nonchalantly surveyed the crowd. Excuse me, I must also make my appearance known. After all, opportunities wait for no one, and familiar faces are advantageous. What a fierce competition we have, like a cabbage race. Junior year, top 10? So, Guing is merely here to establish familiarity? Using the Huaiji as a stepping stone? The innocent flower triumphs over the domineering blossom. Fu Luo finally grasped the situation. Yet she was still puzzled by the term established familiarity. Jiang Sui was equally astonished and quickly took another bite of pizza. Pizza felt more tangible. She savored each bite to ground herself in reality.
Jiang Sui.
Fu Luo approached, her face a canvas of confusion. What did she mean? What does established familiarity imply? Why is that necessary? Has she lost her senses? Indeed, Guing was not one to behave this way before. The delicate little white lotus should be her true nature. Not this carnivorous flower. Jiang Sui's shock matched Fu Luo's. Have a slice of pizza to calm your nerves. Fu Luo also took a piece to steady herself. Convinced that Guing had crossed a line, her mind seemingly unraveling. Dipping pizza in red wine, Jiang Sui remarked, "That is truly delightful." Let me clarify what establishing familiarity entails. It's merely a tactic used in business to enhance one's credibility and increase the likelihood of contract signing, an effective acquaintances. What on earth has happened to Guing? Utterly shocking. So she's using Yi Huaiji as a launch pad.
Fu Luo gasped.
And even Jiang Sui was taken aback. She had every right to be astonished. Luo, it's merely Guing's excuse, perhaps to better marry into affluence. I've encountered many women like her, who gravitate toward successful individuals like my brother. Jiang Sui stroked her chin, finding some truth in the statement. So, why does Fu Sheng revolve around me? Is there a contract on my person? Could it be that he is so attentive because he wishes to marry into the Liu family?
Fu Luo coughed.
Realizing that her cousin's attentiveness to Jiang Sui might indeed imply such motives. For the sake of the Fu family, he might even consider marrying into the Liu family. Could he be seeking to establish a foothold abroad? Truly a commercial prodigy, such strategies are remarkable. Her admiration only deepened. Jiang Sui was oblivious to Fu Luo's thought process, but dismissed that conclusion. Fu Luo nodded at Yi Yanqing, acknowledging the validity of his words. Her cousin indeed worked hard. TSK. Ye Yanjing. Why did the conversation about Guing suddenly pivot to Fu Sheng? He merely intended to express his grievances regarding Guing. Fu Luo seemed oblivious, gazing affectionately at her busy cousin's back. Fu Sheng was preoccupied with work discussions, sensing peculiar glances directed his way. When he looked up, he met the strange gazes of Jiang Sui and Fu Luo. Avoiding eye contact, he resumed his conversations with those around him. Luo Luo? Luo Luo. Yi Yanqing waved in front of Fu Luo, attempting to draw her back to the present.
What is it?
You're blocking my view. I'm already in a bad mood, and you need to meddle. Yi Yanqing smiled. Weren't we just discussing Guing? How did we end up talking about your cousin? Trying to use Guing to topple Yi Huaizhi? Yi Huaizhi doesn't he even know who you are? Save your effort. Fu Luo shot Yi Yanqing a disdainful glance. What difference does it make? You're just focused on your studies. Can you secure a top 10 offer? Truly irritating. Suddenly, she found herself envious of those who could land internships in their junior year. She feared that even if she were placed in the Fu family's company, she would be met with disdain. Hey, Jiang Sui, does your variety show need participants? Jiang Sui lifted her gaze. What can you contribute? Our next episode is set in the wilderness. Wilderness survival. What a ridiculous show. Fu Luo shook her head. She might very well perish there. Chapter 147. It's merely been reincarnated 250 times. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Sui yearned for a tranquil space to lie down. Passing through the main entrance, she spotted someone crouching suspiciously, cursing under their breath. The gown looked familiar, but she chose to disregard it, planning to bypass the individual to avoid disturbing their refined pursuits. I'll ruin you, haha, misfortune, the money tree is gone. Let us see how you prosper. Jiang Sui. Bending over with their rear end in the air, clutching a coffee pot while watering the Fu family's money tree. True business warfare often employs the most simplistic methods. Despicable yet legal and shameless. Guing heard the noise, straightened her posture, her heart racing with anxiety. How could anyone come this way? She had been careful. How could someone approach? Upon realizing it was Jiang Sui, she found it somewhat reasonable. Holding the coffee pot, she feigned calmness as she turned to face Jiang Sui. What a coincidence.
I'm just taking a stroll in the back garden.
Who would walk through the back garden? And why would anyone come this way? Strolling doesn't extend to this point. What kind of reasoning is that? Jiang Sui replied, I came to the back garden for a nap. I didn't mean to intrude. Please continue. After speaking, Jiang Sui remained rooted in place, observing Guing's actions. The two were locked in a standoff for quite some time. Jiang Sui wouldn't budge. Guing rubbed her hands together. Are you not leaving? Didn't you say you wanted to sleep? Jiang Sui fixed her gaze on the money tree, then on the coffee pot in Guing's hands, her focus unwavering. Go ahead, sleep. I'm curious about your next move. Honestly, you needn't destroy it. As the antagonist, you will eventually meet your demise at the hands of the protagonist. You can afford to wait. Oh, right, and as for me, the venomous supporting character, it's normal for me to die abruptly. Guing. Gazing into Jiang Sui's earnest eyes, Guing felt she had stumbled upon something monumental. She set the coffee pot down, stepped closer to Jiang Sui, and grasped her hand. Tears brimmed in her eyes, as if she had encountered a fellow villager. Are you?
Jiang Sui,
I am merely an observer, having witnessed your attempt to destroy another's money tree and intending to record it on my phone to take home and laugh heartily. Guing exhaled deeply. Are you also reborn?
Is that so?
Jiang Sui was momentarily stunned, her expression fading. She stared at Guing, her eyes widening gradually.
Jiang Sui.
Huh? What the hell? Guing embraced Jiang Sui tightly, tears glistening in her eyes, patting her shoulder and back. Jiang Sui felt as though her shoulders were about to ignite. The pizza was on the verge of being expelled. This grip was too forceful. Guing promptly released her grasp, opting instead to hold Jiang Sui's wrist, enthusiastically patting her hand. At last, I have found a kindred spirit. Observing this group of fools, I was nearly driven to solitude. Jiang Sui thought to herself. This was a grand tale of a beloved wife in a harem. In Guiying's worldview, that was precisely the case. However, unlike Jiang Sui, who played the role of a venomous supporting character, Guiying was the cherished wife. She had heard rumors of Jiang Sui's notorious reputation long before. Recently, after participating in a variety show, the madness had ensued. Who wouldn't go mad, knowing they were a wicked supporting character with a tragic fate? If it were her, she would have gone even more insane. Hey, say something. Guiying waved in front of Jiang Sui, pulling her back to reality. Jiang Sui snapped back, momentarily stunned. It had been so long since she encountered a reincarnator. She masked her astonishment, appearing only mildly surprised, as though this revelation stirred little emotion within her. Hello. So, do you intend to become a business magnate? Otherwise, it's just about grinding away in your junior year and watering someone else's money tree. Guing declared confidently, of course. One day, I shall reach the pinnacle of success. As for watering the Fu family's money tree, they dragged me down in my previous life. Her indignation was palpable, her teeth clenched, practically wishing to spit at the Fu family. Let them die if they must. Why drag me into the mire, making me a scapegoat? My business empire was just beginning to blossom, and thankfully I have a chance to start anew. This is my third reincarnation. Jiang Sui merely responded with an "oh," betraying little emotion. No wonder she exudes such vigor. Impressive. Then best of luck to you. Guing retracted her chin, attempting to draw Jiang Sui into her aspirations. After all, they were now confidants, and Jiang Sui's innermost thoughts were accessible to her. Fostering complete trust. Jiang Sui, would you like to join me in conquering the business realm, trampling them all beneath our feet? We shall become the epitome of brilliance in the world. It feels like entering some kind of pyramid scheme. The slogans are deafening. Guing cleared her throat and withdrew her hand. You see, being a celebrity isn't all that favorable. I've watched your shows. Survival is perilous. And one misstep could lead to disaster. Jiang Sui responded with another "oh," her expression unchanging as she regarded Guing. It's like a video game. I've been there. Guing. Why does it feel like Jiang Sui's demeanor is off? Is she perhaps too apathetic? Rumor has it that Jiang Sui owes a considerable sum and has taken on various part-time jobs. She should be quite desperate for money. How about this? I'll lend you some money to clear your debts, and you can work with me to earn even more. Jiang Sui finally stirred, and Guing looked at her with anticipation, her expression earnest. Jiang Sui shook her head. No need. I can live with the debt. Then I might just suddenly perish. My fate would be tragic. Guing. Something feels amiss. Why does Jiang Sui keep mentioning her potential demise? As if it could happen at any moment, Jiang Sui patted Gu Ying's shoulder. You work hard, and you will surely succeed. Guing nodded, feeling somewhat bewildered. Are you truly not going to join me? To reach the pinnacle of wealth and create brilliance. To grow strong and prosperous. That was precisely Gu Ying's intention. Jiang Sui could even echo her slogan. Jiang Sui shook her head disinterestedly. I've reached the summit before. It was indeed exhilarating, but I've had my fill. You should strive diligently.
Huh.
You've reached the summit before. When was that? In your last life? Or the one before that? How many times have you reincarnated? Gu Ying was utterly thrilled, relentlessly querying Jiang Sui, hoping to glean experience and insights that might lead to her own swift success.
Jiang Sui shrugged nonchalantly.
Not too many times, just 250, and not all of them ended with me at the top. Most were spent waiting to die, seeking death, or dying unexpectedly. Guing stared wide-eyed for a moment, her fingers trembling. After a pause, she lifted her gaze to Jiang Sui. 250, she exclaimed loudly. Jiang Sui, please don't shout that number at me. What a nightmare. Chapter 148. The grass on my grave is taller than I am. Guing was counting on her fingers, but how could she possibly tally 250? Even if multiplied, her fingers couldn't keep up. She suddenly began to comprehend Jiang Sui's mental state. Who could remain calm after being reincarnated 250 times, spending every day simply eating and waiting to die? Are you all right? Jiang Sui nodded, finding a chair with Guing and settling into it. Although Guing found the rocking chair rather silly, she understood it well enough in Jiang Sui's company. Jiang Sui swayed gently, feeling quite fine, her demeanor tranquil and her mind clear. That 250 indeed sounds harsh. Oh well, it doesn't matter.
Guing chuckled awkwardly, sensing Jiang Sui's invincibility.
What significant deeds have you accomplished? Guing eagerly anticipated the words of a great figure. Certain they must be earth-shattering. Jiang Sui's expression remained indifferent as she uttered two words, waiting to die. And then, Guing focused intently on Jiang Sui's lips, hoping for further revelations about her reincarnation experiences, but Jiang Sui merely continued to rock, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead. After receiving no response, Guing pressed on. Besides waiting to die. Besides waiting to die. You might as well just watch my variety show. Please see the VCR. My life has revolved around variety shows. I can't escape them, or I'll perish. Damn that wicked supporting character trope. Well, as long as I'm happy. Guing, oh.
So,
Jiang Sui's character was like that, Would she perish for not marrying the domineering CEO? Guing pondered her previous life, where she shunned marriage, treating men's pursuits merely as stepping stones. However, in that life, she had crossed swords with the Fu family, whose internal conflicts were worse than any. Without Fu Sheng, things were even more chaotic. During the bankruptcy, they attempted to drag her company down with them, resulting in her imprisonment for a time, and when she emerged, the world had changed. Yet, in her first life, she had married Yi Huaizhi. He had treated her well before marriage, and their early years had been sweet, but it soon faded into dullness. Suddenly, Jiang Sui remarked, "I suggest you maintain your character, but perhaps with a twist. Such as? For instance, leveraging your connections for resources, but without getting ensnared." "That's all I can say. Seize the opportunity." I recall that Yi Huaizhi might be infertile. Guing nodded, wondering how Jiang Sui knew. Yi Huaizhi was indeed incapable. Otherwise, her life with the Yi family would not have been so arduous, especially with that illegitimate child named Yi Yanqing, who had incited Fu Luo. Otherwise, she would not have met such a short-lived fate in her first life. After her reincarnation, she had even undergone an examination. Discovering she was quite normal, it was Yi Huaizhi who was truly the issue. "What you mean is that the marriage should proceed, and the role of the cherished wife must be played, but only on the surface. Behind the scenes, I am the queen of a business empire." A true magnate speaks with piercing clarity, akin to enlightenment. You're quite naive, but the essence is there. After all, the spotlight shines on you. We mere bystanders cannot compare. The venomous bystander. Guing. All right then, I understand. Shall we exchange contact information? It would be beneficial to discuss how to navigate life. After all, Jiang Sui was an influential figure, and it was wise to seek her counsel. Especially seeing Jiang Sui as half-alive demeanor, Guing felt she was still young. This was merely her third life. She pulled out her phone, scanned the code, and completed the exchange seamlessly. "I will watch your variety show. I hope you do not lose hope in life. If you ever feel like giving up, remember to send me a message." Jiang Sui noted down a reminder. "All right, I'll notify you. At the banquet, please ensure that some lively music is played at the funeral hall." Guing made an okay gesture, and despite the antagonism from the Jiang and Lu families, she was determined to select an exhilarating song. After adding her as a friend, Guing poured the last remnants of coffee from the pot into another money tree. Wishing the Fu family ill fortune, Jiang Sui rested in the garden for a while, sensing that the banquet was likely drawing to a close before returning. There was another family dinner awaiting her, and Fu Sheng would undoubtedly insist that she stay. Indeed, as she entered the hall, she was promptly intercepted. "Where have you been? I didn't see you at the banquet." Fu Sheng's concern seemed genuine, likely stemming from a fear that some eccentric from the Fu family might mock Jiang Sui. It wasn't so much a worry for Jiang Sui's well-being, but rather for the potential chaos she might unleash. "Did you manage to finish your socializing?"
Fu Sheng nodded in response.
Pretending to be dead, I truly don't understand how any banquet can devolve into a mere mutual flattery session. "And it seems we must indulge in more of that shortly," Fu Sheng remarked. Jiang Sui's demeanor was surprisingly mature, reminiscent of someone on the brink of the grave rather than a youthful spirit. "I've finished speaking. My mother is looking for you, we should go." Jiang Sui nodded and accompanied Fu Sheng to the inner hall, where the true family of the Fu clan gathered. Upon their arrival, all eyes turned towards them. Luan promptly stood. "Sui, come here and sit next to me. Sheng, you sit over there." Fu Sheng took his place beside Jiang Sui, who settled next to Luan. "Uncle Fu is on his way," Luan added. As soon as Jiang Sui sat down, the attention of the room shifted to her. After all, she was Fu Sheng's guest of honor that day, likely to become his future bride, thus warranting scrutiny. "Sui has grown so tall. It's been ages since I last saw you." Jiang Sui acknowledged her fourth aunt with a nod. In her previous visits to the Fu household, she had roamed freely, and nearly all relatives recognized her, perceiving her as Lu Wan's goddaughter. Consequently, her manner of address mirrored that of Fu Sheng. "I hear you've taken to becoming a star. Being a celebrity is quite chaotic. You might as well focus on some tangible business endeavors. However, I've heard your family's enterprises have been handed over to those two brothers of yours. No matter, being with the Fu family should suffice." The implication was clear. It suggested that the Jiang family had cast her aside, leaving her to ingratiate herself with the Fu family instead, as if they feared Jiang Sui might somehow benefit from them. Jiang Sui calmly regarded her fourth aunt, understanding that no blood relative had gained any advantage. How could an outsider like herself expect to? What a jest, she replied lightly. How could it be that my fourth aunt's husband is such a mess? Not even sparing the cleaning staff? Truly base. At least my fourth uncle's grave grass is now taller than mine, she added. All eyes turned to her fourth aunt, aware of the height of the grass on her uncle's grave, yet oblivious to the details of the sordidness. Isn't it supposed to be unwavering loyalty? Yet. He hardly seems a decent man. Her fourth aunt shot Jiang Sui a glare. Some matters were best left unspoken by the younger generation. That was my mistake. What would a junior like me have to say? I should take a loudspeaker and announce it, lest you be anxious about cremation due to fears of illegitimate children claiming inheritance. Illegitimate children? The Fu family members stared at her fourth aunt, incredulous that a man of such little merit could have illegitimate offspring attempting to stake a claim on their wealth. The pie was already small, and now outsiders sought a slice. Her fourth aunt forced a smile, nodded at everyone, and quickly fell silent. Once he's cremated, what inheritance is there to divide? Chapter 149. The Qing dynasty indeed has its resilient souls. Fu Sheng maintained his composure while dining. This was precisely why he had brought Jiang Sui today. The tension in the air was palpable. The Fu family understood that Jiang Sui was privy to all their secrets. If they wished to keep matters under wraps, it was best to eat quietly. Yet, some remained unconvinced. Your fourth aunt has a point. This celebrity indeed lacks substance. Our Fu family's daughter-in-law must embody virtue, nurturing her husband and raising children. The Qing dynasty truly has indomitable spirits, Jiang Sui retorted. If I were to play the role of a dutiful wife, one must wonder whether this husband and these children possess the fortune to warrant such dedication. Fu Sheng's hand trembled, causing food to clatter back onto his plate. Her words rang true. She was no stranger to the art of foraging, and she wielded knives with the precision of a master. And those darts? Would one survive the throw? Uncle Wu continued. Ultimately, we must return to the essence of life. I'm not dead yet, of course. I'm returning to life, Jiang Sui quipped. Jiang Sui, you are still too young. Youth is a privilege, yet finding the right path is essential.
Jiang Sui smiled serenely.
Her lips curling, her eyes as cold as ice. Her smile was more forced than a photo op, ostentatiously contrived. Uncle Wu was correct. Some matters were indeed beneath the surface and should be conducted with decorum, maintaining one's dignity. Isn't it true that youth is a privilege? When you take on mistresses, don't you also favor the young? Even with small projects from the Fu family, you still seek to profit. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Engaging in petty schemes is unbecoming. You ought to keep your pants up, lest you find yourself exposed again, as you've told Aunt Wu. What do others see in you? They either see your age or your balding head and protruding belly. Aunt Wu shot Uncle Wu a glare. That scoundrel, sneaking around, yet claiming he was seduced. She sized him up. At this rate, who would be attracted to such a character? Aunt Wu scoffed, slamming her chopsticks onto the table. Jiang Sui glanced over at the two, her smile unwavering as she deftly picked up a piece of fatty meat with the communal chopsticks and even made a detour to place it onto Uncle Wu's plate. Here you go, Uncle, indulge a little, take care of your health, it's vital at your age. Otherwise, with that grass growing on the grave, as Jiang Sui glanced at her fourth aunt, sighing, one might encounter trouble. The assembly murmured, what's this? A blatant display, circling around just to deliver a veiled jab. Uncle Wu inhaled deeply, at a loss for how to retaliate. How did Jiang Sui come to know of such matters? His petty schemes were motivated by a desire to keep Fu Sheng oblivious. With his second and third sons off digging coal in Africa, the youngest dared not show his face at such gatherings. He had to tread carefully. That such trivial matters had reached Jiang Sui's ears meant Fu Sheng was certainly aware as well. Uncle Wu cast a guilty glance at Fu Sheng, who remained unfazed, calmly enjoying his meal. In that moment, he felt as though he had never experienced such a normal family dinner before, and he owed it all to Jiang Sui. Lu Wan observed her son, who was engrossed in his meal, feeling utterly speechless. Seeing Fu Sheng silent, Uncle Wu banged on the table. Jiang Sui, what are you saying? I am your elder. You should accept a few words of admonition. Jiang Sui blinked innocently, appearing particularly naive. Accepting? Whatever Uncle Wu says must be true. Do not be angry, lest you harm yourself, and then the children will be left to squabble over the inheritance. It was common knowledge that the Fu family's offspring were at odds with one another, constantly scheming against one another. The children present could hardly conceal their eagerness for their father to hasten his departure. TSK, your eldest son is following in your footsteps, milking your company, while you take from the Fu group, truly a family affair. And your second daughter, scurrying around after you, waiting for you to kick the bucket to claim her throne. As for the third son, he asked something else. I respect him for his boldness. As everyone listened intently, they were intrigued by the mischief of the third son. After Jiang Sui sat down, she calmly sipped the soup Fu Sheng had offered her. Eat well, drink well, and speak more, he encouraged. Cough, cough. Just then, Fu Luo, sitting nearby and mimicking Jiang Sui, accidentally spat out her soup, nearly choking. How could she come to drink water here? It nearly cost her life. Even her biological mother was taken aback, staring at her third son, her eyes nearly bulging out. With all the Fu family members present, she couldn't lash out, her chest heaving, glaring at Uncle Wu, then turning her gaze to her third son. Finally, clutching her bag, she apologized, I must return home. The kitchen is on fire. With that, she maneuvered past her third son, tugging at his shirt. You're coming with me to extinguish the flames. The third son, wearing a grimace, felt utterly embarrassed to remain there and with a hand on his head, was forcibly dragged away by his mother. In an instant, the fifth son and his children sprang to their feet, covering their faces as they fled. Calmly, Fu Sheng continued his meal, thoughtfully using public chopsticks to serve a dish to Jiang Sui. You've worked hard. Please eat. Jiang Sui responded with a soft "oh," casting a puzzled glance at the suddenly departing Uncle Wu. How curious. Why did they all run away? Yet, a kitchen fire is indeed a significant matter. It warrants returning home. But given that they all reside in a villa community, it is quite peculiar that they would still be anxious about such incidents. The crowd murmured, that was no mere fire. It was an explosion from Uncle Wu's household. If they were in their shoes, they would feel equally embarrassed. Lu Wan observed her son's eager demeanor and finally understood why he shared such a close bond with Jiang Sui. He was merely waiting to enjoy the benefits of her success. Who could surpass him in that regard? The more she observed, the more irked she became. Everyone, let us eat. We've just begun, yet the atmosphere is so tense. I'll have them bring a soothing soup. Lu Wan called for a bowl of bitter melon soup to be served. This wasn't merely anger, it was rage born from humiliation. Meanwhile, Uncle Fu was en route. Lu Wan said, Jiang Sui, my company has a film division and some excellent scripts.
How about I send you some in a while?
The others began to flatter her, with sixth aunt being the first to speak. They failed to recognize Jiang Sui as rising star. Her videos were ubiquitous across platforms. Although those videos contained a humorous element, they had indeed gained popularity, especially given her professional background. Jiang Sui declined, no need. I still have survival in the wilderness to film, and I have no availability.
Ah?
Wilderness? Survival? Sixth aunt was momentarily taken aback. You, a young lady, venturing into the wilderness? That's rather unwise. You should stick to acting, perhaps in some idle dramas, which are much easier. I fear I might perish in your film company. Sixth aunt was perplexed. Young stars often gravitate towards idle dramas for their simplicity, as they require minimal costume changes and infrequent action scenes. They also enjoy participating in variety shows, which have scripts and often pay better than a full drama. However, Jiang Sui's survival variety show was somewhat unique, but she was unsure of the details. After all, survival shows in the country rarely made it to a second season due to their grueling nature. Survival shows are still shows. Acting remains paramount.
Besides,
that one likely won't last beyond one season. Jiang Sui responded, for our third season, I've already signed on for the fifth. 5 seasons. Sixth aunt was astounded and took a sip of white wine to steady herself. How can this be filmed to a 5th season? Wasn't he the first doomed to failure? Indeed, Jiang Sui had faced numerous challenges, and she felt that it had lost its thrill. Who says variety shows aren't acting? Everyone performs quite well. The themes of deep marital affection, gentlemanly personas, and beloved group dynamics require even more skill than traditional acting. Sixth aunt chuckled awkwardly, realizing the truth. Life indeed mirrors art, and acting can be found everywhere. After a delightful meal, as everyone prepared to leave, Fu Luo caught Jiang Sui's attention, a look of secrecy on her face, wary of being discovered by her family. Can I join that variety show? If you're worried I won't be accepted, I can pay. I have money. Jiang Sui paused thoughtfully, staring blankly at Fu Luo for a minute. Fu Luo, wide-eyed with anticipation, awaited her response. Jiang Sui rubbed her temples. First, I'm not the director. Even if you offer me money, I can't secure your spot. Second, your parents wouldn't consent. Fu Luo was an only child. Her father was the 7th son. the youngest of the Fu family. She had been spoiled since birth, and going into the wilderness would be tantamount to endangering her life. Instead of begging me, you might as well plead with Fu Sheng. Perhaps he can persuade your uncle. Of course, Fu Sheng, that humorless antagonist, likely wouldn't he help. Fu Luo's expression fell, her hopes dashed. Jiang Sui patted her shoulder. Steady yourself. A delicate flower like you should remain in the greenhouse. I fear you might not survive in the wilderness. Even the most flamboyant monkeys in the forest could scare you to death. Fu Luo perked up slightly. What monkeys? I want to see. She glanced at Fu Sheng, deciding to bravely approach her cousin, recalling that he had visited Gaoling village previously. After bidding farewell, the group piled into a single vehicle. At this moment, Uncle Fu was on his way. Luan interjected, no need to say more. The messages have flooded in. Her husband is stuck on the second ring road. Even the wealthy must wait when caught in traffic. Idle dramas are merely illusions. Breaking the silence in the car, Luan turned to Jiang Sui. Sui, are you still planning to participate in that variety show? Jiang Sui nodded, affirming her commitment given her multiple sign seasons. Luan's concern was palpable. Lu Ran had specifically asked her to persuade Jiang Sui. He noted that Jiang Sui had undergone significant changes, likely due to years of neglect. Indeed, their indifference had hurt her deeply. Upon returning, Lu Ran sensed an inexplicable maturity in Jiang Sui. I've watched that show. It's far too dangerous for a girl like you. It's quite safe. I could knock out a thug with one punch. Luan replied. I've seen that episode. It was merely the edited version. I thought it was for show, but it was indeed reported. Auntie, you needn't worry. Fu Sheng has been there too, and the security measures are thorough.
Fu Sheng, witasti snake, regarded Jiang Sui.
Was that truly the security of the production team? Or was Jiang Sui herself the security? He hadn't attended the first season, but during the second, he realized that with Jiang Sui around, the show was undoubtedly blessed. Right, isn't that correct, Mr. Fu?
Jiang Sui nudged Fu Sheng.
He nodded in agreement. Luan observed her son's behavior at the dining table and recognized his unreliability. He had brought Jiang Sui merely to confront the other families. Hiding behind the young lady was rather shameless. Fu Sheng replied, I'm quite shameless indeed. So, Auntie, you needn't worry. It's all good. At worst, we might encounter a few wild beasts. It's not a major issue. Luan gasped. What do you mean, at worst, encountering a few wild beasts? That's hardly reassuring. No, there shouldn't be any. It's not an abandoned wilderness. I've lived there before. There's far more edible food than on a deserted island, and there are wooden cabins. No need for tents. Luan exclaimed. What do you mean you've lived in the wilderness? She felt Jiang Sui might have undergone a transformation. Jiang Sui smiled faintly at Luan, then reclined in her chair for a brief rest. Indeed, she had lived there, curious to see if she could survive in isolation. The reality confirmed her intuition. Distancing herself from people had turned her into a wildling, achieving her goal in one fell swoop. Luan glared at Fu Sheng, who was still engrossed in his phone, her irritation rising. She pinched his arm, signaling him to persuade Jiang Sui to return to the villa, as she wanted to counsel her. The show was far too perilous. The previous incidents involving acid and house demolitions had terrified them, and that was merely a dating show. A survival variety show was even more concerning. Perhaps luck had favored them in the first 2 seasons, but what if fortune turned, and she were suddenly bitten by a venomous creature? Luowan shot a glare at Fu Sheng once more. She had watched the second season as well, and aside from munching on snacks, Fu Sheng was utterly useless. He even managed to scare the pigs away while trying to feed them, truly inept. Fu Sheng, perceiving the signal, nodded with great difficulty.
Jiang Sui.
Our marketing department really needs you. Jiang Sui did not even lift her eyelids. Your marketing department has already blacklisted me. Aren't you aware? It was back when I acted as a decoy.
Impossible.
Let me inquire. Is it necessary? I've already done the work of your marketing manager. The cake may be substantial, but it's unfeasible when there are too many vying for a share. The leadership desires your involvement, yet they do not wish for you to be overwhelmed. That is quite understandable. Fu Sheng responded with an "oh," realizing the reason behind it. He nodded at Luowan. This was likely the truth. Jiang Sui was indeed a force to be reckoned with in the industry. A visit from her could potentially make the company hers. I possess an estate, a safe haven where you may retreat and enjoy a peaceful life until you feel ready to re-emerge. Jiang Sui lifted her eyelids and sat up straight. She offered a slight smile to Luo Wan and Fu Sheng, one that was more skin-deep than genuine. Do I appear so unhappy? I am quite content, rest assured, Auntie. That hardly seems like contentment. Life is swiftly turning into a mere game. Luo1 nodded slightly. Very well, as long as you're happy. Should you encounter any bullying on the show, feel free to inform me, and I shall take care of them. If you wish to withdraw, I will cover the breach of contract fee. One must maintain a sense of confidence. Fu Sheng exclaimed, who is bullying whom?
Jiang Sui, bullied?
The entire production team. Even the director fears her. Ever since the dating show director invited Jiang Sui, he had been lamenting on his social media, expressing his despair. Fear not, auntie. If they dare to bully me, I shall either destroy them or ensure they suffer. Fu Sheng shrugged at his mother. You see, who is bullying whom? Chapter 151. The prime spot for gossip. The announcement of Life's Waves sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry. Compared to the first and second seasons, the third installment attracted numerous big names, or rather, these stars were not likely to appear on a variety show. Currently, there was only one ordinary participant, whose name had been announced, yet lacked an account. Director, what about my Henin? Why isn't she participating? Director, why isn't Meng Han here? She is off filming a movie, and will likely be occupied with the crew for the latter half of the year. Don't fret, fans, await Henin's new film. Goodness, what a lineup! Top-tier stars and renowned actors are in attendance, including Gu Jingshan. Can they handle it? They're merely in their 40s, having started acting early. Director, where's my gossip squad? Jiang Zhe seems genuinely studying abroad, while Xie Peng is attending to his child.
No.
Besides Jiang Sui, who else remains?
Well,
we still have our team spirit. The disbanded CC boy band, Chu Yuzhou. Everyone needn't worry. If any of them have free time, they will drop by for a day or two. Jiang Sui glanced at the guest list, feeling little disturbance, though she found it perplexing why Chu Yuzhou was present. The disbanded team was nothing to fret over, at least she considered herself to be the most normal among them. The wilderness was located deep within a forest, and the production team had discovered a cabin that once belonged to a mountain guardian. The environment was not particularly pleasant, and the interior was rather damp. Due to the high-profile guests, the production team was meticulous in cleaning the cabin. They certainly could not afford to offend this group. Sister Sui, we need to inspect the luggage, thank you. Aside from clothing, they were permitted to bring only 3 items, and the team was quite serious about the inspection. Jiang Sui handed her luggage over to them. It seems the production team hasn't explored the wilderness thoroughly. This cabin is indeed quite shabby. Just right, just right. A staff member glanced up at Jiang Sui. The wilderness spanned a vast area. They had only surveyed a small corner. Assuming the guests would not trek dozens of kilometers elsewhere, so they only scouted within a 5-kilometer radius. Sister Sui, all set. You may draw lots at the entrance to select your room. Jiang Sui nodded and dragged her suitcase to the entrance, where there was a box for drawing lots. Inside the box were colorful tags, none of which were duplicated. Jiang Sui observed the cabins. That room has good lighting, the sunlight streams in perfectly. Yet that room has better facilities. This is quite difficult to choose. The one with the best cost-performance ratio must be that room. Yes, I'll take it. Jiang Sui pointed to that room and then drew a blue tag. The staff member on the side exclaimed. She really gets what she wants. Sister Sui is indeed impressive. Just then, a new guest who had just arrived heard Jiang Sui's voice and hurried over with her suitcase. I think I just heard Jiang Sui say that room has good facilities. But which color is it? Why one Tishi share? In her haste, she could only randomly select one. Jiang Sui entered her room, wrote her name on the blue tag, and hung it on the door. The room was evidently renovated by the production team, looking as pristine as if it had just been constructed. Indeed, wealth made a difference, particularly since these guests were not to be trifled with. Initially, those stars intended to bring their assistants and agents, but after months of persuasion from the production team, they finally abandoned that notion. If every big name brought a personal assistant, there would be no need to film this variety show.
Jiang Sui, Jiang Sui.
Hearing someone call her name, Jiang Sui turned and saw a girl in her 20s.
Jiang Sui nodded slightly. Hello.
Your skin is remarkable. At 35. You still look like you're in your mid-20s. The girl was astonished, realizing that the voice she had just heard belonged to this person. She hadn't even opened her mouth, yet her voice resonated completely. Fortunately, she had thoroughly researched this variety show, having watched each episode multiple times and scrolled through countless fan recordings. In brief, she was looking for Jiang Sui to latch onto her success. However, as a woman in her 30s addressing a girl in her early 20s as sister felt somewhat disrespectful. I am Yan Yao, an actress. We should have met before. Jiang Sui extended her hand to shake Yan Yao's. Hello. Indeed, you've auditioned for me before, though you didn't get the part. I even played a background role in a scene with you. Yan Yao. When did Jiang Sui ever come to her for a background role? She had no recollection. Previously, she had heard that Jiang Sui did not participate in variety shows and would take on background roles, willing to do any part. Such an actress was someone Yan Yao was eager to recruit into her agency. I played a corpse, and I almost got stepped on by the male lead. Yan Yao. This truly was a bit absurd. The two did not exchange further words and returned to their respective rooms. Jiang Sui had stayed in every room. Yet the most comfortable was undoubtedly the one at the far end of the second floor. It had sunlight, was well furnished, and was soundproof. Opening the window provided a view of the outside, where gossipers were stealthily conversing. This was simply the prime spot for gossip. Upon her arrival, Jiang Sui's first action was to acquire a set of modified equipment from the production team. She needed to soundproof her window. That way, when she opened the window, the outside noise would not intrude. This was aptly termed the prime window for gossip.
Huh?
Where's my equipment? Assistant, didn't I ask you to bring the gear? Jiang Sui descended the stairs, and just as her assistant was about to explain, she handed the equipment box to the director. Borrowing this. Thank you, director. The director looked at the assistant. You borrowed it? The assistant shook his head. I didn't lend it. I had hidden it at the very bottom. And I have no idea why it ended up with Jiang Sui. What do you mean, Jiang Sui? She is our ratings ancestor. Just turn it over. And you'll find it. No need to hide it. I already know. Director. Assistant. The director ultimately decided against it, recognizing that it was better than brandishing a large knife to demand compliance. The assistant, being new and unfamiliar with the survival variety show, was unaware of the established protocols. Earlier, the director had specifically cautioned him to avoid antagonizing Jiang Sui, fearing she might sabotage the program. However, it left him puzzled. If she was so intimidating, why was her name circled and bolded on both the invitation and contract lists, with the annotation, a significant asset? Some guests were arriving today, while others would come tomorrow, leading to a slight variation in schedules. The director fully understood this, hoping fervently that there would be no repeat of the mass withdrawals that had previously occurred. Half an hour later, smoke was faintly rising behind the wooden cabin. The director's eyes widened. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to play with fire in the forest. He could not afford such a disaster. Upon arriving with a fire brigade, he discovered that the person responsible for the flames was Jiang Sui. Chapter 152. Congratulations, congratulations. Yen Luo has defecated. You are about to prosper. They exchanged blank stares, all fixated on Jiang Sui's modest fire pit. Is something amiss? A fire extinguisher? What for? They quickly stowed away the fire extinguishers, as Jiang Sui's fire pit was encircled with a mound of sand, and the area was quite spacious. If it was Jiang Sui, then there was no cause for alarm. No worries, it's merely a fire drill. Please continue. The group hastily retreated. It was prudent to avoid conflict, so they fled. As they ran, they began to realize something was off. Where would there be sand in the wilderness? Plenty of mud, indeed. Apologies, Forest Guardian, for excavating your treasure pit. It was laborious work to transport the sand. Rest assured, I will refill it once it is empty. The director thought. They had overlooked something that Jiang Sui had immediately recognized. Indeed, she was not to be trifled with. Some matters were beyond their concern. Guests began to arrive in succession, and they had to gather more people, leaving no time to oversee Jiang Sui. Xiao Lu, now the leader of the second filming crew, was specifically assigned to monitor Jiang Sui. They positioned Xiao Lu for filming and departed. Jiang Sui was roasting sweet potatoes, the enticing aroma wafting around the small wooden cabin. It was unlikely she had started a fire through friction. After all, Sister Sui could conjure fire sticks. The method of fire by friction was outdated. New fans reporting in. What should we pay attention to? Focus on reading comprehension. Jiang Sui's ignition was not through traditional means or fire sticks. Rather, she had matches in the Forest Guardian's pit, which was well protected against moisture, allowing the matches to remain usable. Once it was time to leave, she could replenish her supplies. How delightful. I haven't eaten. Is someone cooking? Jiang Sui looked up at the voice and saw a man and a woman approaching. Their eyes widened at the sight of the roasted sweet potatoes on her grill.
Jiang Sui, expressionless,
retrieved a potato wearing white construction gloves and delicately scooped out bites with a spoon. You shan't have my sweet potatoes. If you're hungry, you can cook for yourselves. As the newcomers arrived beside Jiang Sui, The aroma intensified, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva while watching her eat. The man introduced himself. Hello. I'm Xing, a new guest. The shy girl beside him also greeted her. Hello, I'm Xianyuru. My surname is Xian. What a peculiar persona. She simply identifies by her surname, yet in the entertainment industry, she has altered it to stand out.
Hey.
Xianyuru's expression became subdued as she exchanged glances with Xing. Had Jiang Sui just spoken? Not only did she speak, but she also mentioned her surname. And how did she know about the name change? She had been meticulous in her preparations. How could Jiang Sui be aware of such deeply personal matters? The arrival of Xing had already sent the online comments into a frenzy. To be frank, Jiang Sui herself was baffled by how Xing had risen to fame. He was neither from a boy band nor had a formal acting background. His education was average. He inexplicably starred in a leading role and skyrocketed to stardom. Jiang Sui had only encountered Xing once in her multiple rebirths, making this their second meeting, hence their unfamiliarity. However, she was well acquainted with Xianyuru. She was aware of the gossip surrounding them. The paper airplane is here. Xing, fly bravely. The paper airplane will always accompany you. Finally participating in this variety show, she felt compelled to assure everyone that her brother absolutely had no scandals. Indeed, the haters must be in the dark. Your brother will face the consequences tonight. What kind of organization is this? There seemed to be more fans than Jiang Sui as haters. It appeared that some organization had taken over. Could they see my comments? What a surprise. I have a feeling Jiang Sui as haters are about to increase significantly. Jiang Sui remarked, no worries, my fate is resilient. It was amusing. Jiang Sui had directly called the police on those who spread rumors about her online, leading to arrests. She wondered how many people would end up in court. One day, a marketing account accused Jiang Sui of plastic surgery and bullying in college.
Jiang Sui responded.
Is that so? Come out, I'm outside your door. Feel free to ask me directly. The marketing account subsequently faced consequences. Then another individual, undeterred, attempted the same tactic. Almost identically. In the end, laughter ensued as online sentiments about Jiang Sui began to clear up. While eating her sweet potato, Jiang Sui nodded at the two. Hello. Just call me Jiang Sui. Xing and Xianyuru had been warned prior to their arrival. Do not offend Jiang Sui, and they would safely navigate through. Their online haters would dissipate. This was also the purpose of their participation in the variety show. The two shared a company and a manager, maintaining a close relationship, so their fans would not raise any concerns. After all, a saying circulated online, who would be so neurotic as to develop feelings for a coworker when work hours felt like a continuation of their jobs? TSK. Such a close relationship that the fans remain oblivious, quite adept at concealing. Gu Jingshan sought out Jiang Sui upon his arrival and overheard this conversation. Holding a bag of sunflower seeds, he regarded the two individuals standing before Jiang Sui, both of whom he recognized, though they had never collaborated. Gu Jingshan was a film emperor, not mingling in the television drama circles, yet he had encountered notable figures within the industry. After briefly observing the two, he averted his gaze. Tossing a bag of sunflower seeds to Jiang Sui, he said, Here, I brought these for you. Am I not generous?
Jiang Sui nodded.
Cradling the bag in her arms and opening it. Flattery without purpose is suspicious. I will not divulge Jiang Bao's information to you. Jiang Bao has become dark. I fear she may assassinate me. You might as well find out for yourself. Once you open the sunflower seeds, you won't be able to take them back. Gu Jingshan. He had watched the dating show and felt as though he was being confined, mentally cursing himself. Forget it. I can't win a fight or an argument, so I might as well join the Jiang faction. The Jiang faction shall endure. That is not what I meant. Consider it the care of a friend. Primarily, he had learned from Fu Sheng. Just look at his experiences in the first and second episodes. Fu Sheng had it remarkably well, precisely targeting Jiang Sui's interests. Bringing food and engaging in casual conversation, smoothly gliding through 2 episodes. He yearned for that same ease.
Gu Jingshan.
Your intentions are too transparent. The disdainful gaze from Jiang Sui revealed that she could see right through him. It was quite amusing. He had discovered the key to success from the first episode of Fu Sheng. Without further ado, he preemptively offered congratulations, wishing Gu Jingshan a long life. Here comes the time for the house collapse. Click on this link, and every guest's name is listed. Why is my Gigi on there? Even if you all perish, she will not collapse. Having taken a screenshot, he confidently shared it. If I insult you, consider it my loss.
Jiang Sui scoffed.
You're capable of caring for others now? Stand there. Gu Jingshan complied with Jiang Sui's directive, positioning himself where instructed, utterly oblivious to what awaited him. A bit further.
To that branch.
Gu Jingshan adjusted his stance, stepping onto a small branch. Jiang Sui nodded approvingly. Ah, yes, yes, indeed. Within mere moments, a clump of white substance descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon Gu Jingshan's head. Congratulations, congratulations. A goose has dropped its droppings. You are destined for fortune. Gu Jingshan thought to himself, this kind of luck is not what I desire. Chapter 153. Please don't scare me to death by kissing at midnight. The onlookers collectively directed their gazes toward Gu Jingshan's head, only to find it bare, devoid of anything. This goose had fortuitously plummeted, landing precisely in the center of Gu Jingshan's crown. Truly, the prowess of the cow was akin to that of a film emperor. While Xian Yurihua and Xian Ji anticipated Gu Jingshan's wrath, he remained unfazed by the object atop his head, having grown accustomed to enduring tribulations in front of Jiang Sui. He recalled the incident involving mushroom poisoning. Had it not been for Jiang Sui providing him with herbal remedies, he might have perished on that desolate island.
With a sigh, Gu Jingshan approached Jiang Sui.
Please, roast one for me, the largest you have. The larger the sweet potato, the less palatable it becomes. The smaller ones are the sweetest. Do you possess any common sense? Just as Jiang Sui was about to toss him the largest one, Gu Jingshan promptly altered his request. Actually, let us go with the smallest one. The larger ones are better suited for boiling into porridge. Jiang Sui then tossed him a smaller sweet potato. Afterward, she handed Gu Jingshan a roasting tool. You roast it yourself. Seize the moment while the fire still burns. Gu Jingshan quickly grasped the item Jiang Sui tossed to him and diligently began the task of roasting the sweet potato, showcasing his evident expertise. Jiang Sui also threw a potato his way. Help me roast one as well. Just wait a moment, it will be ready shortly. Xing and Xian Yurihua observed, perplexed. Wasn't it said that Gu Jingshan and Jiang Sui were at odds? They seem rather amicable. Uncertain of the dynamics at play, the two joined the gathering, seeking warmth. Though spring had arrived, the wilderness, particularly amidst the dense trees in the early morning, remained exceptionally cold. They rubbed their hands together, warming them over the fire. Curious, Xing inquired about the origins of the food. Weren't we limited to bringing only 3 items? Jiang Sui had already consumed her piece of sweet potato and was now munching on sunflower seeds. There's plenty to discover in the wild. Take your time, who knows? You might stumble upon treasures. Isn't this the forest ranger's domain? How could I dig up sweet potatoes and potatoes in just a few minutes? That's hardly the case. Just search more thoroughly. There's an abundance of resources around here. Before we depart, we ought to airlift a few supplies here. Thanks to the forest ranger. Gu Jingshan was well aware that Jiang Sui would undoubtedly uncover all manner of peculiar items, such as this outdoor roasting apparatus. Once set up, it would function seamlessly for roasting. Observing Xing and Xian Yurihua, he could tell they were entirely oblivious. Regardless, he had firmly latched onto the proverbial golden goose. He regarded the two with a sense of nostalgia, noting their wide-eyed innocence reminiscent of his initial encounters with Jiang Sui. Fortune was still looming ahead, poised to deliver a delightful surprise. All done, Sister Sui, here is yours. Jiang Sui held it in her hands, blowing on it gently, the enticing aroma wafting toward Xing and Xian Yurihua's nostrils. They had not eaten breakfast and, now past noon, still had no meal. However, it seemed Jiang Sui had no intention of sharing. Xing cast a glance at the sunflower seeds beside Jiang Sui and then at Gu Jingshan, who was relishing his sweet potato. Gu Jingshan savored it with evident delight, occasionally letting out sounds of approval. These sweet potatoes from the depths of the wilderness are simply exquisite. The flavor is remarkable. Did some premium selection deliver these? They truly taste as if they were grown here. They cannot possibly be grown here. This is no deserted island. Who knows, we might encounter snakes tonight. Xian Yurihua shivered at the thought and exchanged a glance with Xing. She was apprehensive about sleeping alone. Her room was on the ground floor, and the window was in disrepair. If a snake were to slither in, she would be none the wiser. Xing had not anticipated such hardships, having assumed the earlier episodes were merely for show. The extent to which the production team had rummaged through their possessions indicated that they were indeed left to fend for themselves. How were they supposed to survive? Jiang Sui, may we have some sweet potatoes? Xing inquired cautiously, genuinely famished, yet lacking Gu Jingshan's boldness. They had only brought a few daily necessities. Assuming provisions would be provided. Jiang Sui glanced at the two with a critical eye. Your gazes are so sticky, it's quite uncomfortable to behold. Gu Jingshan's mouth was stained black, covered in charred remnants of roasted sweet potato. Hearing Jiang Sui's remark, he continued to eat while observing the two, his eyes shifting from Xian Yurua to Xing. Oh, the allure of celebrity romance. This entertainment circle is bound to explode. Though he was unsure how Xing had attained superstar status, it seemed he had indeed starred in a drama. The specifics, however, eluded him. One on the ground floor. Another on the third. Just don't scare me to death by sneaking down for a kiss in the middle of the night. Xing and Xian Yurua exchanged glances. Xing had indeed entertained such thoughts. How thrilling it would be to engage in a secret affair within a variety show. However, Jiang Sui was well aware. And they surely wouldn't dare to act on it. Quietly, they averted their gazes. Jiang Sui languidly remarked, aside from those two larger pieces, the rest are all yours to roast. The remaining pieces were quite small. Initially, they expressed disdain, yet Gu Jingshan had already taken to roasting one. I can assist you with roasting, but this one is mine. He poked at the smallest piece, his eyes fixated on it. Ah, a teachable child indeed. Gu Jingshan lifted his chin, akin to a proud rooster, basking in the praise that had inflated his chest. The two seated beside him were utterly bewildered by the film emperor's antics. Had he been enchanted? The situation was far from simple. After finishing his roasting, Gu Jingshan divided the remaining pieces among Xing and Xian Yurua, keeping the smallest for himself. In a rather extraordinary act, he even broke half of it off for Jiang Sui. Sister Sui, this is for you. The sweetest essence lies within. Jiang Sui acknowledged with a hum. Scooping out a few spoonfuls, her mood visibly brightened. Indeed, the concentrated form is the essence, sweet and glutinous. Xing gazed at the sweet potato before him, realizing it wasn't a matter of being stingy, but rather that the smaller ones appeared sweeter. Why should we be given such a minuscule portion? He sighed. It's one thing for a man to be called Gigi, but to have fans treating him like a cherished son. He's nearly 30. Such ignorance. The smaller ones are tastier when roasted. The larger ones are suited for porridge. Why can't a man be called Gigi? Our paper planes all call him that. Such chaos. I'll block you all with VIP privileges. Don't be like that, you never know how many sisters he might have behind the scenes. To those disparaging our Gigi, may your main character achieve success swiftly. He has already succeeded. I even requested a song at karaoke last time. No need for your curses. It's inconsequential. If he falls out of favor, I'll simply switch to another. I'm a fan of Jiang Sui. She has already been stripped of her dignity. Why should I fear this? After completing her tasks, Jiang Sui began to burn a collection of peculiar herbs, both dry and wet, piled together. The wet ones ignited quickly, producing an overwhelming smoky scent that wafted about. Those unaccustomed to such an experience began to stir. Xing frowned and pulled Xian Yurua closer, distancing them from Jiang Sui. Chapter 154. Just be cautious not to get bitten by a snake. Could it be that after consuming so much from Jiang Sui, she resorted to burning these herbs to drive them away? How petty! If any brand collaborations arose in the future, he would certainly ensure the brand representatives kept their distance from this eccentric woman. Upon reflection, Xing realized that Jiang Sui had seemingly never endorsed any products. Strange. How could a celebrity lack endorsements? Xian Yurua coughed, covering her nose.
Jiang Sui.
What are you burning this for? Coughing violently, Xian Yurua managed to articulate, we're still here. Are you coughing at us because you harbor grievances? The intensity of the smoke was overwhelming, causing her eyes to well up with tears. Jiang Sui glanced up slightly, puzzled. Huh?
Who's speaking?
I thought I heard someone. She dismissed it, thinking, never mind, I should finish this. With such a vast space, I ought to stockpile more. Jiang Sui remained oblivious to her words and continued with her task. Annoyed, Xian Yurua shot a glare in her direction and lamented, Jiang Sui, what on earth are you doing? It's unbearable. Stop immediately. At last, Jiang Sui comprehended her plea and ceased her actions, tilting her head to observe the smoke-affected individuals. Unbearable? I don't think so. Where's the discomfort? The smoke is rising straight up. It shouldn't reach us. Fuming, Xian Yurua contemplated extinguishing the source, but was restrained by Xing. Upon arrival, their manager had warned them to steer clear of Jiang Sui. As long as they navigated the week peacefully, they would be in the clear. Xian Yurua shot a disgruntled glance at Xing before succumbing to another fit of coughing. This predicament was not of their making but rather Jiang Sui's, who, after all, was a rising star. Jiang Sui had no significant works apart from variety shows and was often in the societal spotlight.
Jiang Sui.
Don't go too far. Do you think we are easy targets for your antics? If you dislike us, just let us leave. There's no need for these underhanded tactics.
Jiang Sui responded nonchalantly. I'm uninterested.
Straightening her demeanor, she set down the firewood and declared, "You say it's unbearable. Where's the discomfort? Behold." With a flourish, she gestured toward Gu Jingshan, who sat calmly munching on sunflower seeds. Far from feeling discomfort, he appeared to relish his snack. Jiang Sui's gesture caught Gu Jingshan's attention, prompting him to acknowledge the two with a casual greeting.
Hey.
Xianyuru and Xing were taken aback. This was not the Gu Jingshan they knew. When had he adopted such a demeanor? In a production setting, he would explosively reprimand actors without hesitation. Gu Jingshan, too, wished to avoid such a persona but had endured months of subpar meals since his stove malfunctioned. Remembering his participation in the show, he resolved to cook more often. Thus, he dismissed the smoke as trivial, especially since it was rising vertically. I told you it's not unbearable. Just watch the VCR. The VCR showcased Gu Jingshan joyfully cracking seeds amidst the smoke. If you truly find it unbearable, you can either endure it or leave. This smoke serves a significant purpose. Unable to tolerate the stench, and realizing her attempts to reason with Jiang Sui had failed, Xianyuru could only glare at her in frustration before Xing pulled her away. Gu Jingshan, regaining his composure, inquired, "So, Sister Sui, what do you intend to do with this? The New Year has passed. Surely, you're not trying to smoke meat?" Jiang Sui quipped, "What a unique thought. There's no meat here, but you might be a candidate for smoking." Gu Jingshan instinctively stepped back, asking, "You're not planning to use me as the meat, are you?" "Precisely. Help me scoop out this ash and, once it cools, sweep around the wooden house." Gu Jingshan, bewildered, pondered why they needed to encircle the house with such material. Was it for marking? Hurry up. Finish before nightfall. It's to ward off snakes and insects. There's no telling what lurks in the wilderness. Today's NPCs are becoming increasingly nonsensical, he muttered, feeling unwell. When will I encounter an NPC as resilient and clever as myself? Jiang Sui was hardly an NPC. She was the protagonist, perhaps even one with a cheat-like advantage. Gu Jingshan acknowledged her brilliance, realizing he had underestimated her intentions. How infuriating it was not to have guessed this utility. Sister Sui truly deserved her acclaim. Only she could employ a film emperor as a servant. She was indeed his muse. Previously, Gu Jingshan had thought Jiang Sui was insignificant, but now he questioned if he was the lesser being. Yet, she shouldn't have spoken to Xianyuru so harshly, driving both Ji and Xianyuru away. Jiang Sui had a knack for offending others. Her future in the entertainment industry appeared bleak. Did your older siblings unilaterally blacklist Jiang Sui? Do you even know her background? She represents capital. She deeply in debt. She's still repaying it. Look how soundly she sleeps compared to everyone else. She's accustomed to debt. Just when she pays one off, she incurs another. Laughter ensued. As the ash neared depletion, the rumors began to settle. Jiang Sui gathered her belongings and buried them in a pit. She dusted off her hands and intended to return to her room. Upon reaching the doorway, she overheard the ruckus. By what right do you criticize Jiang Sui? Did you witness it firsthand or experience it yourself? Jiang Sui instantly recognized the voice. Such arrogance and a hint of shamelessness. The little princess of the Fu family. What brings her to this wilderness survival show? I can't believe Fu Xing actually dared to let her out. He afraid of his seventh uncle hanging himself at their doorstep? Upon hearing the commotion, Fu Luo turned to spot Jiang Sui. Her previous haughtiness dissipated, replaced by unrestrained joy. She waved at Jiang Sui, exclaiming, "Jiang Sui, aren't you surprised?" Jiang Sui thought. Surprised? More like terrified. Feigning ignorance to the unspoken thoughts, Fu Luo dashed over, shaking Jiang Sui's arm. "Auntie allowed me to come. I'm here to protect you." "Help! Auntie Lu, who's protecting whom? You've sent a princess to my rescue. Just don't get bitten by a snake. I fear my seventh uncle may come to my house for a suicide attempt." Fu Luo was incredulous. That's a bit exaggerated. My father wouldn't he go that far. Or, at least I hope not. She dragged Jiang Sui to the front door, pointing accusingly at several individuals. With hands on her hips, she declared, "It's them. They claim you set dogs on people, which is utterly absurd. Everyone knows you were chased by dogs as a child and are terrified of them.
Jiang Sui facepalmed.
Her expression one of exasperation. Please, no one in the entertainment industry knows I'm afraid of dogs. And no one knows I was chased by them. Fu Luo fell silent, retracting her hand, realizing she had inadvertently revealed a secret. I'm so sorry.